She and Lu Fengjin had been childhood sweethearts. Widely acknowledged as a golden couple to assist him, she meticulously laid plans and removed every obstacle, enabling him to become the sole war god of Dongling. It was believed that lovers would ultimately unite, however. One day, an unremarkable girl intruded into his life. Initially, he remarked, "This wild girl from the mountains is unworthy even to carry your shoes." Later, he said, "This girl is simple-minded and knows nothing idly. Do not hold it against her." Gradually, she discerned that Lu Fengjin's gaze toward her grew increasingly indifferent, while his eyes sparkled with a fervor akin to rebirth when he looked at that girl, reminiscent of youthful recklessness. Eventually, one day, Lu Fengjin, in a lackluster manner, remarked to her, "Ali, how do you fare on this splendid day? I seem to be somewhat weary of it all." That very night, Chuyuli tore up their marriage contract and departed with grace. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Without this prince, you cannot survive." Yet, Chuyuli smiled softly, "No, without me, your highness, you are nothing." Chapter 1. The splendid day has grown tiresome. The first time Chuyuli encountered Tuoba Feyuan was during Tuoba Feyuan's assassination attempt on her betrothed, Lu Fengjin. Having failed and been captured, Tuoba Feyuan was not punished by Lu Fengjin, rather. He found this female assassin markedly different from ordinary girls. "You are the daughter of Tuoba, who?" Lu Fengjin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the tattered and disheveled girl before him. "Lift your head, let this prince have a look." Lu Fengjin, the war god prince of Dongling, commanded unwavering loyalty from all soldiers. Yet this girl, in the face of his wrath, stood resolute and proud. "Whether to kill or to torture, feel free to do as you please. If I, Tuoba, were to furrow my brow, then I would not be worthy of being the daughter of the desert's fierce hero." Her resolute spirit and haughty demeanor were deeply etched into Lu Fengjin's heart. Lu Fengjin grasped her chin, lifting her soiled face to meet his gaze. "To dare to be audacious before me, you truly have no fear of death. Release me." Tuoba Fin struggled in vain, her eyes blazing with indignation. "Dog of a man, if you have the capability, then kill me." Instead of being angered by her insult, Lu Fengjin's lips curled into a smirk. "You are the first woman bold enough to insult me. How amusing." Chuyuli felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest. The exchange between the two made her acutely aware of her role as a mere bystander. Subsequently, Lu Fengjin's actions further solidified this realization. She had indeed become a cog in their tumultuous relationship of love and conflict. In his quest to extract information about Tuoba Hus' remaining loyalists, Lu Fengjin imprisoned Tuoba Feyuan and personally interrogated her. As the military strategist, Chuyuli found herself with little to occupy her time after their victories or days were spent either immersed in literature or engaged in needlewar. Her marriage to Lu Fengjin was scheduled for the first day of next month, a union arranged by her parents during their lifetimes. From childhood, she and Lu Fengjin had been regarded as a perfect couple, admired for their striking compatibility and talents. Chuyuli eagerly anticipated this grand wedding, even taking it upon herself to sew her bridal gown. Reports indicated that he had been tirelessly pursuing the remnants of Tuoba, who, daily gallivanting across the desert with Tuoba Feyuan, compelling her to reveal the hiding places of the Tuoba clan's remaining loyalists. It is said that Tuoba Feyuan possesses a notoriously volatile temperament, initially displaying a fearless disregard for death. Since she is so unflinching in the face of death, why did she later betray the remnants of her family? Inquired the maid Zisu, indulging in idle gossip, as Chuyuli casually commented. "Are you suggesting that Tuoba Feyuan has indeed rendered service?" The pace of Chuyuli's needlework momentarily slowed, only to resume its rhythm shortly thereafter. Zisu scoffed. Her father was a notorious bandit. Even if she has done something commendable, it cannot outweigh her family's transgressions. However, the prince, being a formidable figure, likely would not hold a grudge against a mere girl. Her willingness to divulge the remnants of her family has probably spared her from punishment. Chuyuli remained silent. Zisu, unable to restrain herself, continued her tirade. Yet Tuoba Feyuan's temperament is utterly intolerable. She even tore up the military texts cherished by the prince. "Oh," Chuyuli raised an eyebrow. Did the prince not express his anger? At first, he was undoubtedly furious and had her imprisoned. Yet, for reasons unknown, he later released her. After her release, can you imagine? Tuoba Feyuan became even more outrageous, injuring soldiers who had been sent to apprehend her father. Chu Yuli's expression darkened, a grave concern etched upon her features. How did the prince choose to deal with her? A mere girl could engage in petty mischief, but to harm soldiers is a grave offense. If she were not punished, how could the people be compelled to respect authority? A flicker of unease passed through Chu Yuli's mind. The commander who had led the forces against Tuoba, who was none other than her elder brother, Chu Xiaoa. Before Chu Yuli could utter a word, a sudden and urgent knocking echoed from outside. Miss Li, something terrible has happened. General Chu is in trouble. Chapter 2. She is but a child. Chu Zio had been grievously wounded by Tuoba Feyuan, the injury inflicted upon his lower abdomen. When Chu Yuli arrived, she found him lying on the bed, barely clinging to life. The physician had already bandaged his wounds, yet the blood-stained trousers lay discarded, a grim testament to his plight. Trembling, the doctor remarked, "General, I fear he may never recover." Chu Yuli's mind was engulfed in a thunderous chaos, as if struck by 5 bolts of lightning. The duke's household was renowned for its loyalty and valor. All 3 sons of the late duke had perished on the battlefield. The eldest, the valiant Marquis of Loyalty, was Chu Yuli's father, who had left behind only her and her elder brother. Her second and third uncles had fallen at a tender age, the former having just wed before being called to war, and the latter never having married. Thus, her elder brother remained the sole male descendant of the duke's lineage. Yet, with Tuoba Feyuan's lethal strike, the continuation of their family line had been irrevocably severed. Her earnest and upright brother's life was now marred by her actions. Determined, Chu Yuli seized the dagger from the ground and rushed outside. "Miss, please, do not act impulsively," Zissou cried, following closely behind, her eyes filled with urgency. Chu Yuli needed not seek out Tuoba Feyuan, for he had already been brought into the courtyard by Lu Fengjin. "Release me," Tuoba Feyuan declared with haughty defiance, struggling against Lu Fengjin's grasp. In a fit of rage, he kicked Lu Fengjin in the calf, exclaiming, "You dog of a man, let me go?" Despite the blow, Lu Fengjin remained unfazed. But upon catching sight of the knife in Chu Yuli's hand, his expression shifted dramatically. "Ali, what are you doing?" With resolve, Chu Yuli raised the dagger and strode towards the 2 men, her intentions clear as she lunged at Tuoba Feyuan without uttering a word. Lu Fengjin swiftly released one of her hands, grasping Chu Yuli's wrist with urgency. "Ali, let us converse. She has destroyed my elder brother. I have nothing to discuss with her. She plunged a dagger into my brother, and I shall return the favor." Chu Yuli struggled fiercely. Lu Fengjin, in a state of desperation, implored, "Ali, it is merely a misunderstanding. I shall bring her forth immediately to apologize to General Chu." "Apologize?" Chu Yuli felt a bitter laugh rising within her, yet she could not muster the strength to smile. "She has annihilated my brother's entire life. Can a mere apology suffice for such a loss? Nonsense. Why should I apologize? That dagger was thrust by my own hand. What of it?" Tuoba Feyuan stared at Chu Yuli with a haughty disdain. "Chu Xiao, he besieged my father and brothers, leading to their tragic demise. My single strike was a mere mercy. Your father and brothers instigated rebellion. How many innocent lives perished at their hands? They deserved every consequence they faced." Chu Yuli's wrist remained firmly gripped by Lu Fengjin. She raised her gaze to meet Lu Fengjin's eyes, her own ablaze with fury, her voice hoarse and frigid. "My brother served valiantly to restore peace. He is a hero. This woman is not only the daughter of a traitor, but has also harmed the loyal. Are you truly intent on shielding her? Ali, she is but a young girl, innocent in her ignorance." "Innocent? Yet she knows precisely how to obliterate our noble house." This moment marked perhaps the first time in their long acquaintance that Chu Yuli regarded Lu Fengjin with such icy disdain. Typically, Chu Yuli possessed a gentle temperament and never engaged in quarrels with Lu Fengjin, leaving her to ponder if her friend truly had no temper at all. However, for the very first time in his life, he witnessed the wrath of Chu Yuli. The personnel of the duke's residence are not to be trifled with. Chu Yuli cast a cold gaze upon him, her grip on the dagger firmly restrained. Suddenly, she relaxed her fingers, allowing the dagger to slip from her grasp, only to deftly catch it with her left hand, her wrist twisting swiftly. "Ah!" The anguished cry of Tuoba Feyuan resonated, followed by his body collapsing to the ground, convulsing and trembling. The entire sequence transpired with such rapidity that even Lu Fengjin could not process it in time. That wretched girl, Lu Fengjin's face turned ashen with fear as he forcefully pushed Chiyuli aside and lifted Tuo Fei Yuan into his arms. Deep and fierce, Lu Fengjin's complexion was ghastly pale as he bellowed, "Summon a doctor. Quickly, summon a doctor." He then lowered his gaze, glaring at Chiyuli. A flicker of murderous intent rising in his eyes, one that even he was unaware of. "She is merely a young girl. Why have you inflicted such cruelty upon her? Chiyuli, you have gone too far." Chapter 3. Do you think this prince dares not? That gaze pierced through Chiyuli's heart, rendering it a mere mass of flesh and blood. They had known each other for many years, with their wedding scheduled for next month. Yet now, he harbored murderous intent towards a girl he had known for less than half a month. The depth of their long-standing affection suddenly appeared utterly absurd in the face of the murderous glint that flickered in his eyes. Unable to suppress her laughter, she taunted, "Does the prince seek to avenge her? Do you think this prince dares not?" Lu Fengjin gritted his teeth, his voice escaping in a cold, harsh whisper from between clenched jaws. Upon hearing the commotion, Zissa rushed over in a flurry, exclaiming, "Your Highness, it is not Mrs. fault." It was Tuo Fei Yuan who struck first. Get lost. Lu Fengjin barked, delivering a forceful kick that sent Zissou sprawling to the ground, where she coughed up a substantial amount of blood. Zissou attempted to voice her thoughts, but each time she opened her mouth, blood spilled forth. Struggling to catch her breath, she ultimately lost consciousness, her eyes rolling back. "Zissou!" Chiyuli shouted in desperation, "Wake up." Zissou had been by her side since childhood, although she was a servant. Their bond was akin to that of sisters, and Chiyuli regarded her as family. Witnessing Chiyuli's frantic demeanor softened Lu Fengjin's fury somewhat. It was rare for him to see her in such a state of distress, prompting an instinctive urge to comfort her. In his arms, Tuo Fei Yuan murmured weakly, You dog of a man, I had hurt so much with that." Her head tilted, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Fengjin's gaze fixed on her pallid face, marred by the blood that continued to seep from her chest, and his sympathy for Chiyuli diminished considerably. "Since you have already avenged her with a wound, let this matter be buried henceforth. If anyone dares to mention it again, I shall not spare them. You see to it that Zissou receives proper care." With that, he took off, cradling the unconscious Tuo Fei Yuan in his arms, his hurried steps reflecting his profound concern, while his restrained anxiety was evident in his silhouette. Chiyuli understood the depth of his feelings for the young woman he held. However, at that moment, she had neither the energy nor the inclination to dwell on it. After ensuring Zissou was settled and attended to, she remained steadfastly by Chu Xiaoha's side. Awakened in the evening, his demeanor silent and expression vacant, said nothing, gently assisting him in drinking water before urging him to rest once more. He closed his eyes, steadfastly refusing to utter a single word. It was not until midnight that opened his eyes again, this time with a semblance of calm. He sighed. She is now favored by the prince, yet he regards her merely as a young girl, with no ulterior motives. Do not overthink it, my dear sister. The prince's heart belongs solely to you. A wave of sorrow surged through. Despite her brother's condition, he still sought to comfort her. She remained silent as continued in a hoarse voice. "The first day of next month marks your wedding with the prince. You have known him for many years. Do not allow a mere misunderstanding to defeat you. Brother, I am well. There is no need for your consolation." As clasped his hand, she discovered it was icy cold, akin to the chill that enveloped her own heart. "Brother, please recover swiftly. There will surely be a way forward in the future," she spoke softly. Agreed. Closed his eyes once more, but this time he subtly turned his head, allowing unbidden tears to fall onto the pillow's opposite side. Unwilling to let his beloved sister witness his sorrow, perceived everything clearly, yet for the sake of her brother's dignity, she pretended not to see. In the following 3 days, did not encounter again. It was only on the third night that entered with heavy footsteps from the yard. "I am at a loss regarding my recent state. Ali, please assist me. It seems I have fallen into a state of despair." Chapter 4. It appears I have developed feelings for that girl. He remains the same Prince Jun, yet he seems to have transformed into someone else. The Lu Fengjin of the past was spirited and invincible, but tonight, seated before Chiyuli, is a man marked by sorrow and entangled in heartache. He even appears somewhat despondent. Chiyuli is pouring wine for him. Lu Fengjin, as in the past, seeks her out whenever he is troubled, whether in joy or sorrow. He turns to her for solace. This evening, it is evident that he is troubled. After consuming several cups of strong liquor, Lu Fengjin gazes at Chiyuli and softly inquires, "Is General Chu's injury improving?" Lu Fengjin is acutely aware that such wounds cannot truly heal. He gently takes Chiyuli's hand and says, "Ali, please do not be angry with me. I was wrong that day. I should not have raised my voice at you. Indeed, throughout the years, he has treated Chu Yuli with great kindness. He would immediately apologize if his tone were even slightly harsh, and he has never referred to himself as this prince in her presence, save for that incident 3 days prior. Yet, he grips her hand even tighter, pleading, Ali, truly, do not be angry with me. I do not understand why I have changed so. Changed how? Chu Yuli studies his face, which is etched with pain and despair. How perplexing it is. He is the revered war god of Dongling, Prince Jun. He has faced countless battles, braving storms of every kind. Even if Mount Tai were to crumble before him, he would remain unfazed. When has he ever appeared so troubled? Ali, you are the only one in my heart. Lu Fengjin suddenly declared, in the past, in the present, and in the future, our marriage will remain unchanged. Ali, we shall wed next month, and from henceforth, I shall love only you. Had it been the past, these words would have undoubtedly moved Chu Yuli profoundly. Yet, after witnessing the murderous glint that had surfaced in his eyes that fateful day, she inexplicably found that anything he uttered now bore little significance. Ali, are you not happy? Lu Fengjin's heart sank further at Chu Yuli's calm demeanor. With a raised brow, she responded, seemingly perplexed, why should I be happy? Is this not the promise you once made to me? Why must the prince reiterate it now? Was he speaking to her, or merely reminding himself in a different manner? This time, Lu Fengjin avoided her gaze, releasing her hand before lifting his cup to take a slow sip. He perceived her impatience, which only intensified his own frustration. She would never have treated him this way before. Ali, may I confide in you my thoughts? Can we return to how we once were? Why had he cherished Chu Yuli for so many years? It was because, regardless of the trials he faced, she remained steadfastly by his side. When he had inadvertently offended the emperor and faced punishment, everyone around him had turned to curry favor with the fourth prince, save for Ali, who remained unwaveringly at his side. Ali, it seems I seem to have developed feelings for that wretched girl. Chapter 5. Trust me. I shall learn to love you anew. Thus, is the prince here to discuss the matter of our annulment? Chu Yuli's visage remained tranquil and composed. Yet the 10 fingers concealed within her sleeves gradually tensed with an unyielding grip. Her sharp nails seemed to embed themselves into the flesh of her palms, causing a slight sting, yet this discomfort paled in comparison to the ache in her heart. Her fiancé approached her, his face etched with distress, confessing that he had developed affections for another woman and wished for her to soothe him as she had in times past. Oh, the vastness of the world is indeed filled with wonders. It is profoundly ironic. The mere thought of annulling their engagement struck Lu Fengjin's heart with an immense and profound pain. How could this be? How could I possibly sever ties with you? I shall never leave your side. He was agitated, grasping Chu Yuli's hand with a fervor surpassing any previous moment. This grip was tighter and more forceful than ever before. With his hold, her nails, already pressed against her palm, sank deeply into her flesh. Though the pain was unmistakable, it felt as if she had lost all sensation. She gazed at Lu Fengjin, her tone unwavering. So, my lord, what exactly do you wish to convey to me this evening? Ali, could you refrain from such an indifferent demeanor towards me? After all these years, can we not endure this minor setback? He continued to grasp her hand while pouring half a bottle of wine down his throat with unrestrained fervor. Ultimately, he slammed the bottle onto the table, propping his fingertips against his forehead, eyes shut tight, his expression one of anguish. I cannot comprehend what has come over me. She is undeniably unattractive, frail, and diminutive, far inferior to you in every conceivable way, yet every night as I close my eyes, her pair of eyes haunts my thoughts. Those large, glistening eyes brimmed with pride, dared to exhibit such arrogance upon seeing me. Truly, a fool unafraid of demise. Although his words were laced with contempt, those beautifully sculpted lips subtly turned upwards, betraying an unintentional smile. Yet, he remained oblivious to his own amusement, appearing to be engulfed in anguish. Perhaps she was unlike any other girl I had encountered. She would not fawn over me or yield to my every whim. In fact, her rebellious spirit often incited in me a desire for violence. He gazed at Chu Yuli and softly implored, Ali, grant me a moment. I shall forget her. I have promised you that in this lifetime, my heart belongs solely to you. What I, Lu Fengjin, have vowed, I shall fulfill. Ali, do you believe me? When she was merely 8 years old, he rescued her from a raging inferno. From that day forth, she vowed that she would marry no one but him. At that time, he was just 12, yet already a youthful hero, clad in armor and brimming with vigor. Chu Yuli harbored deep affection for him. To match his stride, she dedicated herself to mastering various skills from a young age. In addition to the arts of music, chess, literature, and painting, she tirelessly honed every skill applicable on the battlefield. However, he professed a preference for gentle women. Thus, despite her relentless efforts, she refrained from showcasing her talents before him, choosing to remain modest. In his eyes, she was forever the delicate maiden, well-versed and gentle, exuding grace and fragility. Yet today, he confessed to having developed an affection for a bold and haughty young girl. I know you are still upset, Ali, but I assure you that I will honor my words. Lu Fengjin rose to his feet, gazing at the moonlight illuminating her exquisite visage. Chapter 6. She is the harbor for everyone weary of the world. Chu Yuli remained silent, merely observing Lu Fengjin with a gentle smile. Unlike before, she did not offer him words of comfort, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He had expected that Ali would at least utter a few words of understanding to ease his troubled heart. After all, he had never concealed his thoughts from her, always laying bare his sincere feelings. He pondered that, among all men, he had treated her with utmost kindness. Nevertheless, he took solace in the fact that she was no longer angry. Lu Fengjin understood that Ali's temperament was invariably the most forgiving, regardless of his actions. She would ultimately come to comprehend and absolve him. Cheer up, we will be all right. Just wait for me, he thought, leaving with a semblance of satisfaction. As his figure vanished at the courtyard's entrance, the smile on Chu Yuli's lips gradually faded. She turned and entered Zisu's room, only to find her seated on the bed, wiping away tears. What is the matter? Does your body still ache? Chu Yuli's expression shifted slightly as she approached her. Zisu shook her head, gazing at her with tear-filled eyes. Miss, I just heard everything. Lord Jean he is too much. How could he treat you this way? In truth, that day, upon hearing Tuoba Fan audaciously refer to the Lord as a dog of a man, and witnessing the Lord's seemingly indifferent reaction, Zisu had sensed something amiss in their relationship. Even Miss had never been so audacious with the Lord, which only underscored the extent of Lord Jin's indulgence towards Tuoba Feyuan. Unexpectedly, Chu Yuli gazed out of the window, her eyes betraying not a single ripple of emotion. Would he forget Tuoba Feyuan? It no longer bore any relevance to me. Zisu, with a look of astonishment, remarked, Mississippi. The ancient wisdom that a shattered mirror cannot be mended is a truth that will not deceive. Zisu had more to say, yet ultimately, she simply watched her beautiful silhouette in silence, uttering not a word. Everyone believed the young lady to be delicate and pliable, easily molded by others. Yet only she understood that the young lady was stronger than anyone else. Though she appeared frail, she served as the most reliable harbor for everyone. Otherwise, Prince Jean would not seek her comfort after each grievance, even if he himself remained oblivious to it. Since that day, Chu Yuli had remained in the courtyard, personally attending to her injured elder brother and Zisu. Lu Fengjin, noticing her quiet demeanor, assumed she had come to terms with his affair with Tuoba Feyuan, and thus felt at ease. For 7 consecutive days, the two had not crossed paths. The somewhat recovered Chu Xiao he led the soldiers ahead, leaving only Zisu by Chu Yuli's side. When they arrived, Prince Jean had been by her side, both of them laughing under the clear sky, evoking envy in others. Zisu couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. In contrast, Chu Yuli maintained her serene composure, as if nothing had ever transpired. As the sun reached its zenith, the army had been waiting for quite some time. Yet the prince had not yet arrived. After waiting for more than half an hour, they finally caught sight of the prince's carriage approaching the city gate. Even before his arrival, the clamor of voices had already begun to reach everyone's ears. You are already betrothed to her. What purpose do you have in taking me to the capital? Do you presume I am akin to her, willing to sacrifice my dignity for the sake of fame and status? Lu Fengjin, let me clarify. I, Tuoba Fian, shall never share a man with another woman in this lifetime. If you cannot promise a singular devotion, then cease your entanglements with me. Depart from my sight. Chapter 7. This prince has been overly indulgent with her. As Lu Fengjin disembarked from the carriage, his hair was somewhat disheveled, evidently a result of considerable physical contact with the lady within. To his surprise, upon lifting his gaze, he beheld Chu Yuli standing in the wind, observing him. At that moment, a breeze swept through, causing her white attire to flutter gracefully, an embodiment of ethereal elegance. In stark contrast, he found himself, once carefree and dashing, now rendered somewhat disheveled by Tuoba Fian's antics. He stepped down from the carriage, and Tuoba Fian followed suit, hastily parting the curtain. Upon lifting her gaze, she too spotted Chu Yuli not far away. The breathtaking beauty of her visage deepened Tuoba Fian's gaze with a hint of animosity. She leapt from the carriage, her eyes aflame with vengeance, fixating on Chu Yuli. One day, I shall repay you for that grievous wound, with interest. Anyone who dares to cross Tuoba Fian shall face dire consequences. Chu Yuli, await your reckoning. Having uttered these words, she turned on her heel and departed, devoid of any lingering attachment. Yet, Lu Fengjin misstepped, his imposing figure abruptly interposing itself before her. You dog of a man, she retorted. I have made my stance abundantly clear. I am not Chu Yuli. I will not be like those women who willingly serve alongside others for your power and status. Since you desire such insincere affection, go seek her out. Why do you persist in entangling yourself with me? Tuoba Feiyuan struggled vehemently. Yet she could not free herself from Lu Fengjin's powerful grasp. Release me. Do not use hands that have touched her to lay a finger on me. Yet, Lu Fengjin remained steadfast, his grip unyielding. Infuriated, Tuoba Feiyuan suddenly raised her hand and struck towards Lu Fengjin's face. A sharp sound echoed in the air. The surrounding soldiers gasped, their breaths caught in astonishment, each one rendered speechless. Even Zissou felt a chill run through him. After all, he was the esteemed Prince Jin, the emperor's own son. No matter how willful Tuoba Feiyuan was, she should not lay hands upon a prince. Did she wish for her own demise? Lu Fengjin's fury ignited, his eyes blazing crimson as he tightened his grip on her wrist. Are you tired of living? He growled, startled by the fire in his gaze. Tuoba Feiyuan maintained her haughty demeanor. Do you think I fear death? Lu Fengjin, if you have the capability, then kill me, instead of ending her life. Lu Fengjin hoisted her onto his shoulder and unceremoniously tossed her into the carriage. The sound of tearing fabric and her piercing screams soon filled the air. Lu Fengjin, what are you doing? Let me go? Release me, you scoundrel. Outside, the soldiers averted their gazes, heads bowed low. The sky remained a serene expanse of clear blue, yet a sense of inexplicable heaviness weighed upon their hearts. The young lady was still here. She was the future Princess Jin, acknowledged by the emperor himself. At this moment, Prince Jun was in the company of another young lady, engaging in intimate exchanges in a carriage, all under the bright sun and before the eyes of numerous soldiers, even in the presence of his future consort. When Lu Fengjin finally emerged from the carriage, a fragrant incense had already burned down to its end. Naturally, he had not truly engaged in any indiscretion with Tuoba Feiyuan. His self-control had not deteriorated to such an extent. However, upon his exit, not only was his hair slightly disheveled, but his attire was also in disarray, presenting a more disheveled appearance than before. The soldiers continued to await his return, yet the figure clad in simple white was nowhere to be seen. Where was Ali? He turned to a nearby guard, who, with flushed cheeks and a complicated expression, informed him that Miss Li had departed with General Chu's entourage. Lu Fengjin's expression darkened. He had never anticipated this turn of events. What surprised him was that Chu Yuli could be so petty, allowing herself to be angered over trivial matters. Not only was she petty, but also willful. Did she not understand that abandoning her military post was a grave offense? He had indeed spoiled her excessively. Chapter 8. Unexpectedly. All is deception. He believed that by neglecting Chu Yuli, she would eventually come to him in tears, pleading for his forgiveness. Initially, he remained indifferent. However, he could not resist sending a guard to investigate. Was she unwell? Or was General Chu still recovering from his injuries, requiring her personal care? A general who had abandoned his duties had the audacity to seek an audience with the emperor, since General Chu was unharmed. Why was Ali hiding away in the estate? Why had she not come to the royal residence to seek his pardon? What could that woman possibly be thinking? Had his reprimand been too harsh, causing her further distress? The young lady Zissou seems to have recovered, and today she is in the Duke's residence garden with Li, drying herbs. She would rather tend to the herbs than seek me out? Lu Fengjin initially intended to wait for Chu Yuli to approach him for forgiveness, during which he would subtly propose his own requests. However, he found himself waiting in vain for her to take the initiative to reconcile. On the seventh night, unable to restrain himself any longer, he decided to visit the Duke's residence personally. Chu Yuli had just finished bathing, droplets of water still cascading down her long hair. As she entered the side hall, she held a small box in her hand, which Lu Fengjin merely glanced at before dismissing it. In the past, she often prepared small gifts for him, delighting him with each surprise. Though her expression was one of displeasure, she exuded an air of confidence, with a hint of triumph. After she instructed someone to serve tea, she asked Zissou to leave and invited Lu Fengjin to take a seat, her every gesture imbued with grace and composure. Indeed, she was a product of noble upbringing. Lu Fengjin had once cherished her elegance and propriety, yet now, as he observed her, he could not help but recall Tuoba Fiyuan's words, "I am not one of those affected and sycophantic ladies. Do not impose those conventions upon me." The young women Lu Fengjin had known since childhood were either from esteemed families or the inner palace, each adhering strictly to decorum. Tuoba Fiyuan was an exception, which only deepened his fascination, ensnaring him in an inescapable allure. Now, as he regarded Chu Yuli, while she was indeed beautiful, she appeared rather dull and insipid. Chu Yuli perceived his growing weariness towards her with keen awareness. Her face remained serene and untroubled. "What do you believe the prince thinks I have done wrong? Must you speak to me in such a manner? Ali, you are no longer an ignorant child." The displeasure in Lu Fengjin's eyes deepened. "You are vexed because I conversed with Yuan for a few moments, and you hastily dragged General Chu away. Your pettiness not only affects you, but also implicates General Chu in his departure from the army. The Chu Yuli I know would never behave so childishly." Yuan spoke truly. Women are inherently jealous. All the previous gentleness and obedience were mere facades. I have greatly misjudged Ali. I did not expect that the woman I cherished for so many years was just like those mundane women. Her supposed grace and composure were nothing but pretense. What merit do I possess to encounter someone as genuine as Yuan? Lu Fengjin's expression grew dark as he coldly remarked, "Do you understand the consequences that General Chu will face because of your outburst? A light punishment could be 50 strikes with the military baton, while a severe one could lead to execution by military law. Have you considered this?" Believing that Chu Yuli would be intimidated, he was taken aback by her calm demeanor. "Is the prince here to discuss military law with me? If so, what punishment should be meted out to Tuoba Fiyuan for unjustly wounding the general and the soldiers?" Chapter 9. I can marry you, but you must agree to 2 conditions. You are indeed still angry over this matter. Lu Fengjin felt profound disappointment towards Chu Yuli, thinking that such a trivial incident had lingered in her mind until now. "Do you consider my brother's life being ruined to be a trivial matter?" His disappointment towards Chu Yuli was mirrored in her own profound disillusionment with him. Once, the just and impartial Lu Fengjin had vanished without a trace. If the prince truly considers it a trivial matter, why not allow her to stab you once next time and see what transpires? Lu Fengjin envisioned that scene, and a sudden tightness gripped her abdomen. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over her. "Forget it, Ali. You too have inflicted a wound upon her. Do you comprehend the depth of her pain? Not only has her body suffered, but her pride has also been shattered. And that blow has made her feel less than the perfect maiden she once believed herself to be. When has she ever been perfect? Ali." Lu Fengjin expressed her discontent. "I do not wish to quarrel with you. Let bygones be bygones. As for your and General Chu's abandonment of the army." Chu Yuli's gaze, light and airy, fell upon his suddenly flushed handsome face. She replied, devoid of expression, "If the prince doubts my words, he may inquire directly with the emperor." Lu Fengjin stared at her, astonished that she had concealed so much from him, though still slightly vexed. His irritation dissipated upon noticing the wooden box she held in her arms. The pent-up frustration was swallowed down. She had brought a gift, indicating her desire for reconciliation, and he was not so petty as to disregard it. Moreover, he had come today with another purpose. "Very well, let us forget the past. Ali, in 10 days, we shall celebrate our wedding. I have matters of importance to discuss with you." Chu Yuli remained silent, listening intently. Lu Fengjin seemed somewhat hesitant. Such topics were always difficult to broach. Nonetheless, with the wedding date approaching, this matter could not be postponed any longer. "Ali, I did not intend to discuss this matter with you, but after all, we have known each other for many years. I hope that we can coexist peacefully in the future without. Is the prince intending to marry Tuoba Fiyuan?" Chu Yuli's long fingers traced the wooden box, her tranquil demeanor rendering Lu Fengjin unable to decipher her thoughts. A slight smirk played on her lips, hinting at a sarcastic smile. Wasn't it just half a month ago that the prince claimed he would soon forget her? Lu Fengjin turned his face away, evading her gaze. The smile at the corner of her lips embarrassed him. "Ali, I have known you for many years and have always held you in high regard. But in the past, I was unaware of the nuances of romantic affection, mistaking it for mere camaraderie with you, until I encountered Yuan." Lu Fengjin sighed softly. Expressing his helplessness, "Ali, I am truly sorry, But my heart belongs to Yuan. She is the only woman I desire in this lifetime. The emperor and consort Rui will never consent to your union with the daughter of a bandit. That was the mistake of her father and brothers. It has nothing to do with her, Lu Fengjin interrupted her firmly. Since you have made your decision, go and implore the emperor for your marriage. Why come to me? Chu Yuli was well aware of his current predicament. Marrying someone of Tuoba Feyuan's status would not be an easy endeavor. Lu Fengjin's palm tightened slightly as he pondered something, and after a while, he finally looked at her. Chu Yuli, sipping her tea with an air of ease, only served to accentuate the hint of his visible distress. At last, Lu Fengjin spoke solemnly. Ali, my only desire was to wed Fei Yuan. Yet after all these years of acquaintance with you, I cannot bear the thought of my decision to annul our engagement leading you into despair. Chu Yuli raised an eyebrow, her flawless visage devoid of any excessive expression. And so, thus, I can choose not to annul our engagement and proceed as planned to marry you, allowing you to become the esteemed Princess Jing. However, I have two conditions. Lu Fengjin pressed his lips together, appearing quite troubled, yet he steeled himself and declared, firstly, you must personally beseech my father, permitting me to take Yuan as a concubine. And we shall wed on the same day. Chapter 10. Furthermore, there is a third condition. Lu Fengjin anticipated that Chu Yuli would protest, as this matter was undoubtedly unfair. To his surprise, she merely regarded him quietly, neither weeping nor creating a scene, and this tranquility inexplicably unsettled him. Ali, you are aware of Yuan's temper. She utterly refuses to share a husband with you. Hence, I originally intended to annul our engagement. Lu Fengjin recognized that these words were hurtful, and had Chu Yuli been more compliant, he would not have resorted to such measures. He lamented her obstinate nature, for he never wished to cause her pain. Ali, now that Yuan is willing to enter the door alongside you, it is her greatest concession. Should you refuse, I fear our union will be irrevocably cancelled. Chu Yuli continued to gaze at him, her cool and unyielding eyes igniting a sense of irritation within Lu Fengjin. What on earth are you thinking? Ali, regardless of your schemes, I shall not abandon Yuan. Ali, let us speak candidly, setting aside all convoluted matters, shall we? He truly did not wish to expend excessive energy entangling himself with her. Moreover, Tuoba Feian awaited him at the residence. Very well. I shall open my heart and converse with you, your highness. Chu Yuli finally spoke, recalling that day when Tuoba Feian remarked that if one could not achieve a lifetime of companionship, one should refrain from provoking her. If your highness were to wed me, how could you possibly fulfill that promise of eternal union with her? Lu Fengjin's gaze darkened slightly. This is the second matter I wish for you to agree to. She fell silent once more, merely observing him quietly. Lu Fengjin softly declared, I have vowed to Yen'er that in this lifetime, I shall not lay a hand on any woman other than her. Then why does your highness wish to marry me? To bring me into your household only to leave me in a state of perpetual widowhood? Chu Yuli found it utterly absurd. Lu Fengjin furrowed his brow. But you occupy the position of the esteemed princess of Jin, a privilege beyond compare. She remained silent. And Lu Fengjin continued, your duke's residence appears prosperous on the surface, yet you, Ali, are acutely aware that it is bereft of support. Now even General Chu. He paused, for this predicament ultimately stemmed from Tuoba Feian's actions. However, he did not blame her. A girl who had just lost her family could be forgiven for her extreme behavior. Lu Fengjin added, with General Chu's situation, the duke's residence will face a bleak future. Ali, the only path for you to enjoy lasting favor and honor is to marry me. I shall serve as a pillar for the duke's residence. For you, and for everyone associated with the duke's residence, I am your final refuge. Thus, she had no alternative but to wed him. Ali, I am aware of the grievances that weigh upon your heart, yet if you remain obedient, I assure you that no one shall usurp your position as the princess consort of the Jin Wang. Lu Fengjin gazed intently at her exquisite visage, his expression earnest. Ali, it is quite a feat for Yuan to acquiesce to such terms for you. Therefore, when you both reside within the manor, although you shall be the primary consort, and she the secondary, she will share equal standing with you in the household. You must not wield your status to belittle her, nor shall I permit you to mistreat her. Do you comprehend? Chu Yuli nodded. I understand the Lord's intent. She did not voice any opposition. Lu Fengjin's eyes brightened, and he finally exhaled in relief. Since you consent, I do not agree. Tuoba Feian stormed in, fury etched upon her countenance, guided by Lu Fengjin's personal guard. Qin Wu. She swiftly approached Chu Yuli, drawing her dagger with a swift motion. Its tip aimed at Chu Yuli's chest. If you wish to enter the Jin Wang manor, you must acquiesce to a third condition. Chapter 11. As long as you agree, I shall cherish you. You honor, what are you intending to do? Lu Fengjin abruptly rose, seizing Tuoba Feiyuan's wrist, put down the knife. Outside, the guards of the duke's residence surged in. Qin Wu hastened forward, his voice commanding. The Jin Wang is present. Who dares to act recklessly? All of you, stand down. The guards, daunted, refrained from any rash actions. One among them promptly turned to inform Chu Xiaoa. You honor, please lower the knife. Lu Fengjin tightened his grip on her wrist. Tuoba Feiyuan retorted furiously. You still hold her in your heart. You honor. Lu Fengjin found himself inexplicably unable to harden his heart against her. The moment he caught sight of the fury igniting in her eyes, his anger dissipated. You honor. My heart belongs solely to you. Yet this is the duke's residence. Do not act recklessly. Put down the knife for now. His implication was clear. Once she wed into the royal household, he would be free to act as he pleased. Tuoba Feiyuan let out a cold laugh. But I cannot wait any longer. You honor. Then what do you intend to do? Chu Yuli remained seated, unfazed, even with a gleaming knife positioned before her. Her composure incensed Tuoba Feiyuan, who retorted with a fierce glare. I have warned you. Those who offend me shall face dire consequences. You have marred my body. I shall ensure you suffer in return. You honor. This is no jest. Lu Fengjin will not allow you to act impulsively. This matter is in the past. It cannot be overlooked here. Tuoba Feiyuan shot a fierce look at him. I have consented to allow you to marry her, but she must repay me with a knife. Lu Fengjin, should you dare to intervene, I will leave the capital immediately, vowing never to see you again. She sought neither fame nor fortune, and feigned no fear of death. Lu Fengjin found himself utterly helpless against her resolve. His troubled gaze finally settled on Chu Yuli, Ali. This situation ultimately arose from your capriciousness. If you still wish to become the princess of Jin, then you must repay her with a knife. He released his grip. The tip of Tuoba Feiyuan's knife was instantly aimed at Chu Yuli. I have made myself clear. I do not consent. This marked the first time Chu Yuli rose from her chair since Tuoba Feiyuan's intrusion. In her hand, she clutched that wooden box. Tuoba Feiyuan sneered. Do you think you have any right? This is the duke's residence. If the prince allows Tuoba Feiyuan to harm me here, the emperor and the empress dowager will certainly stand up for me. I assure you, if she truly injures me, she will not live to see another day. Do you think I care? Tuoba Feiyuan retorted with an air of arrogance. Lu Fengjin immediately tightened his grip on her wrist, glaring fiercely at Chu Yuli. This blade is what you owe her. You ought to repay it. Moreover, Feiyuan only seeks vengeance, not your life. Ali, once you repay this debt, you shall remain my beloved Wang Fei. All past grievances will be forgotten, otherwise, the prince will call off the marriage, and I shall become the laughingstock of the entire capital, destined to live a life of solitude, will I not? Chu Yuli did not smile this time, but gazed at the wooden box in her hand, feeling somewhat despondent. Lu Fengjin turned his face away from her, his tone cold. If I withdraw from the marriage, who in the entire capital would dare to take you? Enough with the nonsense. Tuoba Feiyuan struggled vehemently. Lu Fengjin, let go. I must avenge this grudge. If you do not release me, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lu Fengjin understood that her patience had worn thin. When she reached that point, she could do anything recklessly, and perhaps even harm herself in the process. He could not bear the thought of her being hurt. He could only glare at Chu Yuli. Ali, I promise you, once she has avenged herself, I will cherish you more. I am well aware of my insignificance and unworthiness of your affection, my prince. Chu Yuli approached him, extending the wooden box in her hand. Your Highness, perhaps you might wish to see what lies within. Chapter 12. Ali, what do you truly desire? Lu Fengjin glanced down. The wooden box held by Chu Yuli was substantial in texture, yet her delicate fingers lent it an air of gentle elegance. Lu Fengjin had long been aware that she possessed the most exquisite hands in the realm, slender and pale, resembling finely carved jade. Indeed, one could say that Chu Yuli was a favored daughter of heaven, devoid of any imperfection, even when she occasionally hurried. A fine sheen of sweat would grace her skin, imbued with a unique fragrance. Lu Fengjin had even witnessed butterflies fluttering around her as she danced, lingering in her presence for an eternity. She was truly a flawless maiden, beyond reproach. For a fleeting moment, Lu Fengjin found himself in a daze. unable to comprehend the nature of his actions. It was only when Tuaba Fei Yuan's icy voice pierced the air I had thought that His Highness, the esteemed Prince Jin, had seen all manner of treasures, yet here you are, captivated by a mere gift? How absurd. He cast a somber glance at the wooden box in Chu Yuli's hand. Ali, I believe my words to be sufficiently clear. Why must you persist? Your Highness, would you not take a moment to open it? Chu Yuli pressed the box forward once more. It contains an imperial edict. If you prefer not to view it personally, I could read it to you. An imperial edict? Lu Fengjin's fury ignited instantly. Have you met with Father Emperor? What ill words have you spoken of your honor in his presence? He was unwilling to watch. What else could Chu Yuli do? Out of spite for his camaraderie with Yuan Heir, he concocted falsehoods about her in front of the emperor. Yuan Heir, being the daughter of a bandit, would undoubtedly be rejected by both the emperor and the empress. He continued to ponder how he might persuade the emperor to allow Yuan Heir entry. Yet Chu Yuli seemed intent on sabotaging his efforts. He snatched the wooden box away, opened it, and extracted the imperial edict within. Tuoba Feiyuan glared at Lu Fengjin, a mocking smile gracing her lips. So, this is what you call kindness? You foolish man, after all these years, you still fail to see what kind of person she is. What use is your vision if it cannot discern the truth? Perhaps you should. Silence. Lu Fengjin's voice was somewhat wooden. Upon reading the edict's contents, he became as rigid as stone, his entire being frozen. He uttered those two words softly. Yet Tuoba Feiyuan heard them distinctly. He commanded her to be quiet. Enraged, Tuoba Feiyuan retorted, Lu Fengjin, how dare you? I command you to be silent. Lu Fengjin suddenly roared, his gaze piercing into Tuoba Feiyuan, brimming with fury. She was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the intensity of his anger. After knowing him for over a month, she had never witnessed such wrath directed at her. She felt wronged and resentful, yet under the fiery gaze that had turned crimson, she dared not utter a sound. It appeared that the bold Tuoba maiden was not as reckless as she seemed. She harbored a sense of fear after all. Tuoba Feiyuan was once again provoked, fuming. Chu Yuli, what do you mean by this? Lu Fengjin released her and stepped closer to Chu Yuli, his hand trembling slightly as it held the imperial edict. Ali, what is it that you truly desire? Tuoba Feiyuan, bewildered, recalled how he had been disdainful and furious just moments ago. Why, at this instant, did his expression shift to such a complex demeanor? She fixated on the imperial edict in Lu Fengjin's grasp, furrowing her brow. What does the edict state? Chapter 13. Very well, I grant you an opportunity for revenge. Tuoba Feiyuan snatched the edict from Lu Fengjin's hand and, upon a brief glance, found herself momentarily dazed. It was the emperor's decree to annul their engagement. You. Tuoba Feiyuan looked at Chu Yuli, momentarily at a loss for words. Hadn't the esteemed position of the princess consort been coveted by Chu Yuli for many years? To petition the emperor for an annulment? Impossible. What do you truly want? Lu Fengjin glared at Chu Yuli, his voice erupting as if forced through clenched teeth. His prior mention of annulling the engagement had merely been a tactic to intimidate her into accepting the condition of entering the household on the same day as Tuoba Feiyuan. The thought of annulling the engagement had never crossed his mind. Their union had been determined long ago. The 8-year-old girl, exquisitely crafted like a delicate sculpture, had captured his heart at first sight, as she matured into a graceful and ethereal figure. Resembling a lotus emerging from the water or a hidden orchid in a tranquil valley, she became the embodiment of purity cherished by all the men in the capital. Should the engagement be annulled, this flawless maiden might well be wed to another. If she were to marry someone else, Lu Fengjin would feel as though something sacred belonging to him had been sullied. He would rather keep her in his household for a lifetime. Yet now, she has actually received the emperor's decree. Thus, today, General Chu enters the palace to present himself before the sovereign, solely for this decree? Lu Fengjin's voice was chilling, piercing through the air. Chu Yuli, how many matters remain unknown to me? Expecting an explanation from Chu Yuli, he was taken aback as she merely smiled softly and replied, there are still many things that you are unaware of, Your Highness. Ali, do you truly believe she wishes to annul the engagement with you? Tuoba Feiyuan expressed disbelief, asserting that in this world, there could hardly be anyone like himself, who seeks neither fame nor fortune. Women in this world are so trivial. If Chu Yuli were indifferent to ambition, how could she remain unperturbed by the presence of another woman beside the man she cherishes? That scoundrel, she is merely using this to coerce you into submission. How could you? the god of war of Dongling, failed to see through this. Lu Fengjin's face flushed with indignation at the words spoken. Tuoba Feiyuan snorted coldly, suddenly slamming the decree to the ground. Impudence. You honor. This act caused the two in the side hall to change countenance abruptly. Lu Fengjin sought to intervene. Yet the decree had already been cast down by Tuoba Feiyuan. Come here. Chu Yuli abruptly stood up. Lu Fengjin's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, No one is allowed to enter. He hurriedly retrieved the decree, glancing at the defiant Tuoba Feiyuan, wishing to chastise him but uncertain of where to begin. Ultimately, his furious gaze settled upon Chu Yuli. She is but a person of the Jianghu, knowing nothing. Why must you concern yourself with her? I do not concern myself. Yet I shall report this matter to the emperor, allowing him to make the final decision. The identity of a wanderer in the realm is not a golden ticket for Tuoba Feiyuan, nor can it absolve her from the consequences of defying the imperial decree. She is deserving of death 1,000 times over. She is determined to see just how many heads Tuoba Feiyuan possesses, sufficient for the emperor's blade. Observing Lu Fengjin's grim countenance and the reverent way he holds the imperial edict, Tuoba Feiyuan likely realizes the gravity of her transgression, though she is loath to admit it. Is this truly your way of seeking vengeance against me? Chu Yuli narrowed her eyes, the fury within her now impossible to conceal. Very well, I shall grant you the opportunity to take action yourself. Chapter 14. Regardless of life or death. No retribution permitted you offer me a chance for revenge? Tuoba Feiyuan scoffed, curious as to what devious scheme she might concoct. Yes, I grant you this opportunity, but only once. The ethereal beauty of Chu Yuli was accentuated by a hint of emotion, enhancing her exquisite allure. Her gaze swept past the crowd, landing upon the newly arrived Chu Xiaohu. Should Tuoba Feiyuan manage to harm me here, regardless of life or death, my household shall not pursue the matter. Absolutely not. Chu Xiaohu rushed to stand protectively behind Chu Yuli. With a fierce glare directed at Lu Fengjin, he declared, Your Highness, no matter how exalted your status, you cannot subject idly to such humiliation. Our household has a storied history of military achievements. If anything were to befall idly today, without the royal family providing an explanation, I shall take my own life upon the throne and see how you silence the whispers of the people. Yet Tuoba Feiyuan merely regarded him with disdain. You, a defeated foe, dare to challenge me? You. This was Chu Xiaohu's first direct confrontation with the woman after his downfall. He was taut with tension, his palms trembling incessantly, teetering on the brink of collapse. He yearned to personally eliminate that malicious woman. Nevertheless, this was a matter of my own volition, even if casualties ensued. They were solely my concern, irrelevant to anyone else. Ali, brother. Chu Yu's expression darkened as she lifted her gaze to meet Chu Xiao's, her cold eyes reflecting an unwavering resolve. You must leave. Chu Xiaohe had never witnessed such a stern demeanor from his sister. He was momentarily taken aback. Ali had always been gentle and mild-mannered. He had never encountered her with such a chilling gaze. Lu Fengjin regarded Chu Yu with a complex sentiment. If he were to believe her, he would truly feel unworthy of being the god of war of Dongling. Very well, since this is your choice, I shall not impede you. His gaze instinctively swept across Chu Yu's chest. It was undeniably regretful. She was, after all, remarkably perfect, and seeing her marred in such a way would evoke sorrow in any man. Are you reluctant? Lu Fengjin's gaze upon Chu Yu incited fury in Tuoba Feiyuan. Reddening her eyes, such malice was intolerable. She glared at Lu Fengjin. If you are unwilling, then you might as well kill me alongside her. If it could bring an end to their mutual animosity, perhaps it would not be such a bad thing. Yet, he still cautioned Tuoba Feiyuan. She is, after all, a member of the Duke's residence. I know you act with a carefree and unrestrained spirit, but you must understand the limits. At the very least, do not truly endanger Ali's life. Injuries can heal, but if life is lost, Ali will be gone forever. Tuoba Feiyuan seethed. Go away. Lu Fengjin had truly departed, commanding that the door to the side hall be shut tightly, barring everyone from entry. Finally, he turned to Zissou, instructing, Go. Fetch a female doctor, quickly. However, Zissou merely supported Chu Xiaohua, her expression devoid of emotion as she replied, Your Highness, my young master is unwell, and the young lady has entrusted me with his care. I cannot leave, I beg your pardon. Lu Fengjin's countenance darkened. Ali, wait. He paused, casting a cold glance at the surrounding guards and servants, and snorted, Go find a female doctor. All men, leave. Chapter 15. If you continue to be willful, I shall truly abandon you. The guards and servants withdrew, leaving only Lu Fengjin, Qin Wu, Chu Xiaohua, and Zissou. Chu Xiaohua attempted to intervene, but was stopped by Qin Wu. General Chu, it is Li's own choice. Once this matter has passed, we shall all be able to coexist harmoniously. Lu Fengjin merely wished to bring this farce to a swift conclusion. Yuan Heir had vowed never to harm Li. The general should cease fabricating her faults. Your Highness. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from within, followed by the sound of a heavy object crashing onto a chair, shattering it into pieces. Ali, Chu Xiaohua, terrified, pushed Zissou aside and rushed in. Lu Fengjin followed closely behind, fearing a conflict between Tuoba Feiyuan and Chu Xiaohua, as well as being concerned for Chu Yuli's well-being. Yet, he was resolute. After today, he would treat Chu Yuli with utmost care. At the very least, he would ensure she lived a life of comfort and ease within the royal residence. In any case, he vowed to compensate her for the grievances she endured today. As long as Yuan Heir finds solace, the two can coexist peacefully, and all will be well. However, they never anticipated that upon entering, they would discover Tuoba Feiyuan collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, Chu Yuli stood quietly at a distance, her loose white garments billowing gently in the evening breeze, exuding an ethereal beauty. Ali, Chu Xiao, he hurriedly approached her, anxiously inquiring, "Are you injured?" Chu Yuli shook her head. It was then that Lu Fengjin regained his composure and rushed to lift Tuoba Feiyuan. Yuan Heir, wake up. Yuan Heir. Tuoba Feiyuan offered no response. Lu Fengjin urged, call for a physician. She merely received a blow. Her inner energy has been disrupted, causing her to faint. She will not suffer serious harm. Chu Yuli remarked, her gaze toward them devoid of the past affection she held for Lu Fengjin. She stepped out of the side hall, intending to depart, when she heard Lu Fengjin's voice behind her. What kind of master is concealed within your duke's residence? Just moments ago, he had been outside the side hall, yet failed to sense the presence of someone lurking nearby. The depth of this person's skill was astonishing. Even Chu Xiao, he could not help but cast a glance around. Search the area, he commanded. There must be a formidable expert hidden nearby. Otherwise, the incident of Yuan Heir being incapacitated by a single strike is inexplicable. Chu Yuli remained indifferent, turning to leave. Yet, Lu Fengjin pursued her. Ali. Lu Fengjin's gaze remained fixed upon her. Beneath the moonlight, that figure clad in pure white was perpetually captivating, rendering it impossible for one to avert their gaze. He felt a moment of disorientation. Ali, let us cease this folly. The wedding next month cannot be annulled. The imperial decree has been issued, and thus the date is immutable. My lord, please recognize the reality. Our betrothal is known throughout the realm. If you do not wed me, whom else could you possibly marry? No man in the entirety of Dongling would dare to claim a woman that I have rejected. Lu Fengjin's eyes reddened with fury. Ali, should you persist in your obstinacy, I shall truly forsake you. You shall have no cause for regret. Chapter 16. Brother, you do not understand me, my lord, rest assured. I shall not regret my decision. Chu Yuli smiled lightly, her expression serene. After all, it is I who no longer desires you. After casting another smile at Lu Fengjin, Chu Yuli departed, her steps light and joyous, her silhouette graceful and enchanting, devoid of any hint of heaviness in her heart. Lu Fengjin clenched his fists, his body rigid. At present, encountering Tuoba Feiyuan without succumbing to the impulse to eliminate her had already exhausted his utmost patience. It was utterly impossible for him to adopt a favorable disposition towards Tuoba Feiyuan in this lifetime. General Chu, tread carefully in your words. Lu Fengjin shot him a fierce glance. Yet, upon seeing Tuoba Feiyuan still unconscious on the ground, a pang of anxiety gripped his heart. He remained unaware of the extent of her injuries. Such disrespect. Enraged, Lu Fengjin nearly spat blood. When Chu Xiaohua arrived at Chu Yuli's chamber, he found her and Zissou casually enjoying seeds. This was a question he had long wished to ask, but with Lu Fengjin present, he felt it inappropriate to voice it. Could it be that their household harbored masters so skilled that even he could not detect their presence? Chu Yuli gazed at him with a faint smile and said, if I were to claim that I could knock out Tuoba Feiyuan with a single strike, would you believe me, elder brother? Chu Xiao, he sighed. If you do not wish to speak, I shall refrain from questioning further. She had just weathered a tremendous storm, despite her seemingly carefree demeanor. He understood that his sister's heart must be filled with turmoil. Ali, have you truly resolved to annul the engagement? If you wish to reconsider, I shall immediately seek an audience with the emperor. Brother, trading my military achievements for a decree of annulment has already incited the emperor's wrath, has it not? Although Chu Yuli did not accompany him to the palace, she could well imagine the emperor's fury at that moment. However, given her brother's serious injuries and his accomplishments in battle, the emperor held both pity and respect for the duke's residence. Anything her brother requested would be granted. Even in the face of the emperor's anger, Chu Yuli gently replied, "Yet the emperor's compassion is a fleeting gift. Should we retract our decision, the duke's residence will no longer receive any semblance of mercy." After a prolonged silence, Chu Shaohe looked at her and said, "Though the words of Prince Jin may be harsh, they embody the truth. Ali, do you truly not harbor any regrets? A woman who has once broken an engagement with Prince Jin will find no suitor willing to marry her throughout the realm. To take her as a wife is to declare enmity with Prince Jin. Who would dare?" Yet, Chu Yuli smiled slowly and replied, "Brother, is a woman's destiny truly confined to marriage? Besides, he is currently infatuated with Tuo Ba Fei Yuan. Even if I were to marry him, happiness would elude me. The prince is merely captivated by novelty, caught in a momentary folly." Chu Shaohe, being a man, understood the nature of men all too well. "Ali, you are so exquisite. Which man in the capital does not harbor affection for you?" Yet, having known him for many years, the passage of time has rendered his feelings somewhat weary. That Tuo Ba Fei Yuan is both boorish and impudent. Not only does the emperor disfavor him, but also the favored consort Rui. Under such immense pressure, how much of his curious disposition will remain? Whatever remains is of no concern to me. Chu Yuli lowered her gaze, fixating on the wooden box upon the table. A fleeting shadow of melancholy passed through her eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. "Once I, Chu Yuli, resolve to cherish someone, my devotion shall be unwavering. Yet, should I choose to dismiss that person, they shall leave not even a trace in my heart." She gazed out the window, where the night enveloped the world in darkness. No matter how profound that emotion once was, at this moment, it has become mere history. "Elder brother, you have spent years in battle alongside our father and do not truly understand me. I am not as fragile as you believe. From now on, the duke's residence shall be safeguarded by me." Lu Fengjin, unable to restrain the inquiries that had long plagued him, finally spoke. "You honor, what truly transpired? Why were you rendered unconscious? Did a formidable adversary infiltrate?" Chapter 17. What right do you have to be my man? It was Chu Yuli's doing. Tuo Ba Fei Yuan's countenance turned ashen, clearly struck by fear. Lu Fengjin furrowed his brow. How could it possibly be Ali? She possesses no martial skills. No, she does possess skills. Her prowess even surpasses yours. This is preposterous. Lu Fengjin, now genuinely irked, retorted, "I have known Ali for many years. What could she possibly conceal from me? Do you not believe me?" The countenance of Tuo Ba Fei Yuan darkened, anger surging within her. "You wretched man. Whom do you dare to insult as such?" Suddenly, the door swung open, and a middle-aged woman, supported by an elderly matron, stormed in with palpable fury. "How dare you refer to the esteemed Prince Jin of Dongling as a mere wretched man?" "Mother." Lu Fengjin's eyes shifted, and he swiftly released Tuo Ba Fei Yuan, rising to bow slightly. "I pay my respects to mother." It was none other than Lu Fengjin's mother, the esteemed Lady Rui. Realizing her oversight, Tuo Ba Fei Yuan felt a twinge of unease, yet the domineering demeanor of Lady Rui ignited her pride anew. After a brief moment of hesitation, she suppressed her discomfort and regarded Lady Rui with indifference. "Impudent." The matron beside Lady Rui, with a disapproving expression, admonished, upon encountering Her Highness, "You ought to show proper respect." Lu Fengjin also turned his gaze towards Tuo Ba Fei Yuan, urging, "You honor, quickly pay your respects to mother. I beg your pardon, but I am but a wanderer of the realm, unacquainted with the customs of your court." Tuo Ba Fei Yuan, having suffered a setback at Chu Yu's hands earlier, was still simmering with indignation and could not tolerate such humiliation. Moreover, today marked her first encounter with Lu Fengjin's mother. Therefore, she resolutely refused to kneel before Lady Rui, for to do so would signify her irrevocable defeat. "Guards, drag this insolent girl out and beat her to death." Lu Fengjin was taken aback. Not only did Tuo Ba Fei Yuan display her defiance before him, but she also lacked the decorum to temper her behavior in front of his mother. She was simply too straightforward, unaware of the formidable customs of the royal family. "Mother, you honor her as merely young and inexperienced, lacking understanding of the rules. I will ensure that she is educated properly in the future. Please, do not be angry." Thus, You intend to protect this wild girl? The chest of concubine Rue rose and fell with agitation. Old Madame Xiao hurriedly patted her back. Your Highness, your health is of utmost importance. Please calm down. Upon hearing Lu Fengjin's words, Tuoba Feiyuan felt a sense of relief. This man indeed would shield her. She had won this round splendidly, and her spirits lifted, causing her lips to involuntarily curve upwards, even as her gaze at concubine Rue bore a hint of pride. Your Highness, I am not like the women of the inner palace. I do not harbor such complex thoughts. You honor, Lu Fengjin reprimanded, instantly plagued by a headache. This stubborn girl truly did not comprehend the gravity of her situation. He could not always protect her. Tuoba Feiyuan was taken aback by his reproach. Only moments ago, he had clearly stood up for her. Her temper flared once more. I have said I do not wish to remain by your side. It is you who insists on confining me here. If you do not care for me, you may easily let me go. Have I ever claimed I wish to stay? Chapter 18. The true enemy of the fourth imperial brother is Ali. A derisive laugh shattered the tension between them. Enraged, concubine Rue mocked. Very well. My son is indeed unworthy of being your man. Mother, she is not inherently bad. She is simply still young. Lu Fengjin felt a chill run through him. He rarely witnessed this smile from his mother. The last time he saw it was when she smiled while executing an old maid who had served him for many years. Lu Fengjin continued to explain, Mother, Yin harbors no intention of offense towards you. I, your son. Lu Fengjin, are you truly prepared to bow before her? The previously triumphant Tuoba Feiyuan's expression darkened in an instant. She was acutely aware of Rue Fei's status and understood that defying her would lead to dire consequences. However, what she yearned for was genuine affection. This was her prime opportunity to gauge Lu Fengjin's sincerity towards her. Should Lu Fengjin fail to protect her now, her future standing in the royal residence would be jeopardized. She was not truly foolish. She merely wished to take a gamble. Rue Fei, however, had lost all patience. Come here. At her command, 2 guards rushed in. Take her away and administer 30 strikes with the rod. Yes. The guards promptly advanced towards Tuoba Feiyuan. Mother. Lu Fengjin attempted to intervene. Rue Fei's gaze was as cold as ice, a hint of malice glimmering in her eyes. Do you wish for me to punish her? Or shall I decree her death? Lu Fengjin's body went rigid. The guards had already seized Tuoba Feiyuan. Enraged, she struck out at one of them. But her shoulder was injured, rendering her unable to harness any power. Her blow lacked force. She was swiftly dragged from the bed by the guards. Yin, a jade must be carved to become a gem. If you wish for her to remain in the royal residence, you must keep her in line. Rue Fei admonished fiercely. Lu Fengjin, feeling helpless, averted his gaze from Tuoba Feiyuan. She could scarcely believe that the punishment would indeed befall her. Each strike felt unbearably heavy, each one laced with pain. At first, she gritted her teeth, resolutely enduring the pain without uttering a sound. After enduring a few blows, she could no longer contain herself, transitioning from a wretched cry to a piercing scream, finally succumbing to tears. Lu Fengjin, Ajin. Ah, Allah. Ajin, save me, ah. In the room, Lu Fengjin was restless, longing to rush out, yet hesitated to take a single step due to Rue Fei's presence. Meanwhile, Rue Fei remained calm and composed, accepting the fragrant tea offered by Xiao Momo and taking a delicate sip. The anguished cries of Tuoba Feiyuan outside went unnoticed by her. Mother, I never intended to abandon Ali. It was Ali who urged Chu Xiaohe to request the emperor to annul the engagement. The sound of Tuoba Feiyuan's screams left Lu Fengjin in turmoil, inadvertently directing his frustration towards Chu Yuli. I also did not anticipate that Ali would be so petty, unable to tolerate the presence of other women. If she is thus now, how can she aspire to be the mother of a nation? Rue Fei pondered, her son's anger gradually dissipating. I too did not foresee her narrow-mindedness. I previously believed her to be dignified and graceful. Perhaps I misjudged her. However, when I delivered ginseng tea to the emperor, I inadvertently overheard something. Rue Fei regarded him thoughtfully, her brow furrowing. On that day, the king of Mo was disfigured in battle and was forced to flee to the northern frontier. Although the incident was not directly caused by you, it is still intertwined with your fate. Instantly, the memory of that battle flooded Lu Fengjin's mind. The king of Mo was lured to the northern frontier while he seized the opportunity to capture Qizhou. Yet, it was Chu Yuli who had provided him with the strategy for that conflict. Unbeknownst to him, did his fourth brother truly grasp that his real enemy was Ali? Chapter 19. It turns out, it was all her accomplishment. Lu Fengjin pondered for a moment before saying, although it was Ali's idea to lure the fourth prince to the battlefield in the northern frontier, Ali is indeed my subordinate. The fourth prince's resentment should rightly fall upon me. Was it Ali who suggested this to you? Upon hearing this, Rui Fei's heart tightened. So, the rumors outside are true? What rumors? Lu Fengjin was not aware of any gossip circulating outside. Rui Fei furrowed her brow tightly. They say that there is a female strategist in your army, who orchestrates your victories and stands unrivaled in the realm. All your glorious achievements over the years are attributed to her counsel. Absurd. Jeaner, you must tell your mother the truth. Rumors often arise from a kernel of truth. Indeed, every time my son has gone to battle, he has brought along Chu Yuli. Initially, I thought it was merely because he could not bear to part with his beloved girl, but now I realize that he may have recognized Ali's strategic prowess. Lu Fengjin remained silent for a long while before softly stating, Ali is the most formidable strategist I have ever encountered. Then why would you forsake her for the daughter of a rebel? Rui Fei abruptly stood up, her anger surging. Jeaner, do you understand the magnitude of your mistake? Though the Duke's manor may not hold the same status as before, their family is renowned for loyalty and valor, possessing significant merits. The Emperor has always held the late Duke in high regard. If you were to marry Ali, how beneficial would that be for our future? Moreover, let us not forget that Ali is an exceptionally remarkable young lady. Even your formidable fourth brother has suffered setbacks at her hands. Are you aware that, apart from that singular battle, the King of Ink has never faced defeat? Lu Fengjin remained silent, though he felt a sense of injustice. He understood that what his mother said held truth. The more concubine Rui contemplated, the more her heart ached. To let such a woman slip away would be folly. Should she one day assist your fourth brother, you would find yourself in dire straits. At that moment, what could you possibly use to compare with your fourth brother? Lu Fengjin, however, was somewhat agitated. Mother, no matter how skilled Chu Yuli may be, it is still I who steps onto the battlefield time and again. How can you attribute all the merits solely to her? The strategist is the very soul of the army. Without a strategist, the soldiers become mere brave men devoid of wisdom, incapable of achieving anything. Concubine Rui was truly unaware that the reality of the situation surpassed the rumors circulating outside. Had she known earlier how invaluable Chu Yuli was, she would never have allowed her son to act so recklessly and forsake such an ally. What they had lost this time was not merely the unparalleled strategist Chu Yuli, but also the 100,000 troops of the Chu family from the Duke's residence. Her son was indeed foolish. If the Duke's residents were to ally with the King of Ink, what chance would they have? The more concubine Rui pondered, the more anxious she became. She had to quickly appease Ali. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Lu Fengjin, on the other hand, did not take this to heart. Mother, if I do not teach her a proper lesson this time, she will surely become unruly in the future. How can I indulge her in such a manner? Chapter 20. Knowing when to stop. You are aware that only she is worthy of being your queen. The Empress Dowager glared at her son. Lu Fengjin quickly responded, I am quite clear in my heart. Ultimately, a person of Tuoba Fian's background is hardly fit for the grand stage. Not only would Father Emperor never consent to her becoming the consort of Jean, but even the common folk would never allow her to assume the role of a nation's matriarch. The one truly capable of assisting him is Chu Yuli. However, he is infatuated with Yenner. He adores her little temper. The 6 palaces may be entrusted to Ali, but Yenner will undoubtedly be his most cherished concubine. The Empress Dowager scoffed coldly. Nevertheless, her son's words were not entirely unfounded. After all, she is merely a woman. One can indulge, but not spoil. Yuli's audaciousness stems from her minor accomplishments. Does she truly believe she can flaunt her achievements and disrespect her son? Who granted her such audacity? I understand, mother. Lu Fengjin nodded. Yet, the Empress Dowager still felt a tinge of unease. This matter was of her own making, and you must not plead with your father for reconciliation, lest he look down upon you. Lu Fengjin hastily replied, Indeed, that is precisely my thought. After pondering for a moment, the Empress Dowager's anger subsided somewhat. Glancing outside the door, she still felt a sense of disdain. A woman from the mountains and fields is unworthy even to serve as Chu Yuli's maid. She truly does not understand what you see in her. Tuoba Fian had been beaten, and her skin, which was never particularly smooth and could even be described as coarse, now bore traces of blood, rendering it even more unsightly. Suddenly, he recalled Chu Yuli's hands. Ali's hands are the most exquisite he has ever seen in this world. Her fingers, slender and elongated, glisten like exquisite jade, porcelain white and smooth. When her hands grace the strings of the guqin, even before the first note is plucked, one can almost hear the most enchanting melody in existence. It is only when Tuoba Fiyun awakens and sees him staring at her disheveled form in a daze that she blushes deeply, a mixture of embarrassment and grievance washing over her. "Look at what you have done." Lu Fengjin jolts awake, and upon seeing her tear-streaked face, red from crying, he is inexplicably reminded of the day when Ali silently wept for her fallen brothers on the battlefield. A breeze had swept by then, lifting a stray lock of hair from her ear. The glistening tears, carried away by the wind, painted a poignant and unforgettable image. He gazes at Tuoba Fiyun, helplessly stating, "In the future, do not show off in front of my mother. If she truly wishes to punish you, I cannot protect you. Do you understand?" This time, Tuoba Fiyun truly comprehends. She realizes that Lu Fengjin's inability to protect her is not due to a lack of desire, but rather a lack of power. "Are you so afraid of your mother?" she thinks, feeling a profound sense of injustice. "I believed you to be an indomitable man, which is why I admired you so." Hearing this, Lu Fengjin's heart softens, and he hurriedly comforts her. "She is my mother. No matter how much I care for you, I cannot openly defy her." Yuan, I know you dislike royal customs, but since you know I dislike them, why do you still expect me to adhere to them? Lu Fengjin's resolve falters, and Tuoba Fiyun seizes the moment to unleash her frustration. "Did you not say that you cherish my genuine nature? Do you wish for me to become a hypocritical woman like Chuyuli?" Lu Fengjin remained silent, although he certainly did not wish for this. Hearing it directly from Tuoba Fiyun felt somewhat disconcerting. It left him with an uneasy sensation. "Forget it. You have suffered enough. Rest well. I shall not disturb you." He rose to leave. Naturally, one would find it endearing. Yet, what is your current demeanor? Lu Fengjin regarded her with a blend of helplessness and irritation. "What would you have me say? Should I assure you that you may continue to act recklessly and brazenly confront my mother?" He had intended to offer gentle counsel, but Tuoba Fiyun's temper was exceedingly fierce, igniting Lu Fengjin's own ire. "Yuan, some matters require moderation. When taken too far, they become intolerable." Chapter 21. How can one not feel heartache? Upon hearing this, Tuoba Fiyun grew even angrier, her voice unconsciously sharpening. "What did you say? Have you grown weary of me already?" "You, silence." Her tone struck Lu Fengjin as unbearably harsh, evoking a visceral sense of aversion. He appreciated Tuoba Fiyun's genuine nature, yet her thoughtless impulsiveness was intolerable. "When in my presence, I allowed you your whims, but must you not temper yourself even slightly before my mother? Yuan, if you resent me for not shielding you, what have you done besides incessantly scold me and unleash your fury?" He truly could not comprehend why, despite his exalted status as a noble prince, he must endure her tantrums. Initially, he found it novel and amusing, even relishing the insults, yet now, he suddenly felt a wave of distaste. Why must he continually demean himself? "Contemplate your thoughts." Lu Fengjin waved his long sleeves and turned away. Behind him, the irate voice of Tuoba Fiyun echoed in complaints. Frustrated, he quickened his pace and hurried off into the distance. With his disfigured visage, even if his father cherished him greatly, it was unlikely that he would truly be allowed to ascend as the sovereign of a nation. How could a person marred by such deformity ever rule? Should Liu Beima be granted the throne, the dignity of Dongling would surely be tarnished by his ruined face. There are numerous folk physicians. Perhaps the Prince of Ink's countenance could indeed be restored. "My lord, it is my humble opinion that at this moment, you should heed the counsel of Consort Rue and swiftly appease Miss Li." Qin Wu understood that he ought not to meddle in his lord's affairs. Yet the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. The Duke's residence commanded an army of 100,000 from the Chu family. Should they ally with the Prince of Ink, it would pose a significant threat to your position, my lord. Moreover, the remaining words were left unspoken. Lu Fengjin, agitated and irritable, retorted sharply, "Speak plainly. Why the hesitation? What benefits has Chu Yuli bestowed upon you all that you defend her so fervently?" Qin Wu, undeterred by the danger, queried, "Pray tell, my lord, what merits does Miss Tuoba possess? She expresses her ire towards you daily, and even we, her subordinates, find it intolerable. Her appearance is hardly unique in the streets. What is it that captivates you? You fail to appreciate Yuaner's virtues." Lu Fengjin sighed softly, overwhelmed by helplessness. Throughout his life, none had treated him as Tuoba Fiyun had. Everyone around him was submissive. Where could one find a trace of true sentiment from Yuan? Upon hearing this, Qin Wu felt a surge of delight and promptly replied, I shall prepare a sumptuous gift at once to accompany His Highness to the Duke's residence. Lu Fengjin waved his hand dismissively, his heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. He wondered in which hidden corner she might be, quietly shedding tears. Thus, 2 days later, on a serene morning, Lu Fengjin, accompanied by Qin Wu, set forth to the Duke's residence bearing gifts. The servants informed them that the young lady was in the rear courtyard. As Lu Fengjin approached, he caught sight of Chu Yuli sitting beneath a tree, her silhouette emanating an indescribable loneliness. His heart softened, and memories of their shared past flooded back. He was not made of stone. How could he remain unscathed by her sorrow? Chapter 22. A proposal, do you believe it? At that moment, a breeze rustled by. Chu Yuli's long hair, tied up, danced in the wind, her flowing garments adding to her ethereal presence, causing Lu Fengjin's heart to clench. Such a version of Ali, even if he were to withhold his affection, must be cherished within his own confines, never to be sullied by the touch of another man. Lu Fengjin quickened his pace, Ali. Suddenly, he halted. He discerned who was seated across from Chu Yuli. After years of separation, he seemed to still embody that same fourth royal brother, exuding an innate aura of menace, deep and inscrutable, icy to the core. Any ordinary person would likely avoid his gaze. Lu Fengjin's attention swiftly fell upon his face, half hidden behind a daunting mask, a sight that instilled fear. In terms of talent and appearance, he was the foremost in the capital. Before Liu Beima, he had no need for humility. Ali, you invited the fourth royal brother as a guest. Yet you did not inform me? Let me accompany my fourth brother with a few drinks. However, upon seeing that Chu Yuli's complexion was somewhat pale, Lu Fengjin understood that the arrival of the fourth brother was likely unexpected for Ali. Indeed, Chu Yuli felt a tinge of unease. The mask adorning the face of the Mo King constantly reminded her that it was she who had led him to that battlefield, resulting in his disfigurement. Nevertheless, Lu Fengjin's words struck her as rather absurd. If the prince wished to invite the Mo King for a jovial gathering, he ought to extend the invitation to the Jin Wang mansion rather than involving the duke's residence. Why should she bear the brunt of his reproach? Lu Fengjin stiffened. This girl was still upset. Yet, with a formidable adversary looming, shouldn't they unite against a common foe? It appeared that Miss Li and the fifth prince were not as harmonious as the rumors suggested. Suddenly, Liu Beimo chuckled, suggesting that Miss Li should earnestly contemplate my proposal. Chu Yuli's pristine visage turned even paler. Lu Fengjin's countenance darkened, revealing a palpable hostility towards Liu Beimo. Fourth brother, let us resolve our own matters without imposing upon a mere girl. Ali knows nothing, she merely. The fifth prince misunderstood. My visit to the duke's residence today concerns only my affairs with Miss Li and is unrelated to the fifth prince. Liu Beimo suddenly rose to his feet. His imposing stature exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. Chu Yuli felt as though all her radiance was utterly eclipsed by his presence, leaving her completely enveloped in his shadow. The Mo King's demeanor was indeed instilled with a natural fear. After Liu Beimo finished speaking, he turned to Lu Fengjin and said, Fifth brother, my royal brother has matters to attend to today and cannot stay long. Should you wish to indulge in a drink with him, you are always welcome to gather at the Wangfu. With that, he took his leave. Zissou stood nearby and, upon witnessing the imposing presence of the Wang, was so intimidated that she hastily bowed her head in reverence, not daring to breathe a word. Even in close proximity, her heart quivered with an unspoken fear. Truly, it was overwhelmingly daunting. Lu Fengjin gazed at the wooden box on the table, and only after Liu Beimo had departed did he fix his gaze on Chu Yuli and inquire, Did the fourth prince come seeking you regarding that battle? What did he disclose to you? It was evident that Chu Yuli was also perturbed. Having known her for many years, Lu Fengjin rarely witnessed such an unsettling aura in her eyes. Did the fourth prince truly terrify her? Noticing her silence, he called out again, Ali? Chapter 23. The truth is often unpleasant to hear. Chu Yuli looked at him, her emotions tangled. Did everything she said, or did now seem like mere folly in his eyes? If that were the case, what was left to discuss between them? Lu Fengjin's expression darkened as he stepped forward, obstructing her path. In the face of imminent danger, must you address me with such disdain? If you deem the Wang as an enemy, then he is merely your adversary, she retorted. As a mere weak woman, I am unworthy of engaging him as a foe. Therefore, their struggle bears no relevance to me. It was your cunning that led the fourth prince to the northern frontier, resulting in his disfigurement during that battle. Such profound enmity. Do you truly believe he can forget? Has she not always been meticulous in her thoughts? Why then is she so naive this time? His visit to you is solely for vengeance. Do you really think he wishes to engage in idle chatter over tea? I have stated that the Prince of Mo seeks marriage, and thus, he is not here for trivial conversation. Chu Yuli increasingly feels that communication with him is futile. Why had she never recognized this before? Lu Fengjin grew more impatient. The Duke's residence has no other young ladies. Whom else could he possibly wish to marry? Ali, cease this frivolity. A flicker of astonishment passed through Chu Yuli's gem-like eyes. Does he truly not see me as a woman? You have been by my side for many years. Who does not know you are mine? In the entirety of Dongling, who would desire to wed you? Lu Fengjin's words were not meant to mock her. He was simply exasperated and unwilling to continue this farce. Chu Yuli's hypocrisy and pretentiousness extinguished the compassion he had recently felt for her. Zissou could no longer hold her tongue and interjected, Your Highness, the Prince of Mo. Zissou, go check if the herbs I laid out are properly arranged, Chu Yuli interrupted. Truly, one who has healed should not forget the pain. Does she not know that His Highness is quite formidable? Zissou pouted, finally relenting with reluctance. Very well. After casting one last glare at Lu Fengjin, she turned to leave without a proper bow. Lu Fengjin, holding back a breath, scoffed. The servants in this residence do not even comprehend the most basic of etiquette. What sort of master are you? Yet, Chu Yuli smiled. Is it not true that your highness favors those who disregard the rules? Perilla merely caters to the prince's preferences. Why then does he appear displeased? Lu Fengjin's expression suddenly flushed with indignation, his annoyance palpable. In the past, Ali would never have spoken to him in such a sardonic tone. She has indeed changed. Though vexed, he nonetheless remembered the purpose of his visit today. Chu Yuli lowered her gaze to the wooden box in her hands, pondering his intentions. I truly do not comprehend his thoughts. The actions of the Mo king today are beyond my understanding. What is he truly thinking? We are his adversaries. What sentiments could he possibly harbor for us? Noticing her fixation on the wooden box, Lu Fengjin could not help but frown. What exactly has he given you? Chu Yuli replied impassively, a betrothal gift. Enough. Lu Fengjin grew increasingly impatient. Ali, do you not find this tiresome? You squander my patience so recklessly, truly believing I will tolerate you without limits? The prince seems to have an aversion to hearing the truth. Chu Yuli felt utterly speechless. Let us cease this topic. She inquired coolly, Very well. What brings the prince to the duke's residence today? Observing her willingness to engage in earnest conversation, Lu Fengjin's ire dissipated. He sighed, softening his tone. Ali, regarding the incident where your duke's guards injured your honor that night, I shall overlook it. Let us reconcile. Speak to my father and inform him that our wedding date remains unchanged. Next month, we shall proceed with the ceremony as planned. Chapter 24. I have no patience to indulge you further. Chu Yuli was initially taken aback, but soon, a smile blossomed upon her face. It is truly laughable. This predicament was entirely of your own making. Must I be the one to tidy up your mess? Lu Fengjin has already exercised considerable restraint in his temper, and at this moment, his words remain relatively courteous. Thus, what significance does his lengthy discourse hold? Lu Fengjin's gaze darkened suddenly. Ali, I have come personally. How much longer do you intend to create chaos? Chu Yuli furrowed her brow. Your Highness, what reason compels you to believe that I am irrevocably yours? Why? Even now, do you perceive my actions as mere petulance? Is the imperial decree from that night insufficient to illuminate the reality before you? Is it solely because of the presence of another woman by my side? Lu Fengjin's impatience was palpable, yet it was overshadowed by a deeper sense of disappointment. I am a prince of a nation, destined perhaps to become its sovereign. Surely, there will be more than one woman beside me in the future. Even if I were willing, the populace would not acquiesce. Therefore, when you once professed your singular devotion to me, how can you now pledge a lifetime to Tuoba Feiyuan as if it were mere idle talk? Chu Yuli began to doubt whether she had truly understood this man she had cherished for so many years. Is this truly the worthy partner she had long admired? Lu Fengjin's expression shifted. My feelings for you honor are sincere, yet I have vowed to protect you for a lifetime, and I shall not betray that promise. The position of Princess Jing has always been reserved for you. I believe I have been just to both of you. However, you are aware that due to Tuoba Feiyuan's background, the royal family would never permit her to assume the title of Princess Jing. Hence, This position falls to me. Does it not? To achieve a win-win situation, one can only fulfill oneself. This statement struck Lu Fengjin like a heavy, resounding slap, leaving his face burning with indignation. The facade of a refined gentleman nearly crumbled, revealing the tyrant beneath. He clenched his fists tightly, suppressing his fury. Chuyuli, I advise you to know your limits. He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the tempest within. I am sorry, but my noble household has its own path. There is no need for you, your highness, to concern yourself with this matter. With merely 10 days remaining until the wedding date, Lu Fengjin's face flushed crimson with anger. I have made myself clear. Know your limits. Did this woman truly lack understanding? Or had her previous grace and wisdom vanished? Let my words resonate today. The position of Princess Jean will be reserved for you only for 10 days. Should you continue to display your temper and disregard my feelings, I swear, throughout this lifetime, the throne of Princess Jean shall never be yours, Jiuli. Who among us does not possess a modicum of pride? Lu Fengjin would never humiliate himself by pleading for reconciliation. Chapter 25. Leaving things here will invite calamity. Lu Fengjin stormed away, seething with anger. Zissou, filled with indignation, exclaimed, His Highness Jean is utterly unreasonable. Does he not comprehend human words? Chu Yuli replied calmly, It is not that he cannot understand. Rather, he is emboldened by his position. So, miss, do you believe his words are justified? Zissou asked, her spirits dampened. With His Highness Jin's ruthlessness and the formidable presence of Lord Mo, what shall we do? Things will naturally resolve themselves in due time, so why fret? Chuyueli lightly struck her head, her gaze falling upon the box in her hand. Zissou, filled with curiosity, inquired, Miss, what on earth is contained within this box? Could it truly be a betrothal gift? When the King of Ink had arrived, his imposing presence had deterred Zissou from approaching. She had only faintly heard whispers of a betrothal gift. Yet, which family would be so miserly as to present such a meager offering? The wooden box appeared rustic, devoid of any opulence, suggesting that its contents were unlikely to be of great value. Did the King of Ink genuinely wish to marry the young lady? Do you doubt it? Chueli inquired as she strode towards the main room. Zissa pouted, It's not that I doubt it, but rather, I find it hard to believe. The King of Ink's demeanor has indeed transformed due to the young lady's schemes. His refraining from seeking revenge is already a display of magnanimity, yet he desires to marry her? This seems implausible, does it not? I remain uncertain of his true intentions. The mention of Lu Beima left Chuyuel Li with a headache. Dealing with Lu Fengjin was manageable. But the arrival of Lu Beima was truly confounding. Please summon my elder brother to the study. I have matters to discuss with him. Despite her myriad of questions, Zissou nodded in acquiescence, understood. When Xu Xiaohe arrived in the study, Zissou finally had the opportunity to unveil the contents of the wooden box. The military token of the Northern Army. That represented a force of 100,000 soldiers. This token, when held, was fervently warm, capable of instilling fear in anyone. Had the King of Ink truly entrusted such a significant item to their young lady? Surely, it could not be a counterfeit, could it? Zissa was so shaken that she could hardly articulate her thoughts. It took a considerable effort for Chu Zio to regain his composure. He gazed at Chu Yueli and exclaimed, Ali, this military token is genuine. Naturally, Chu Yueli was aware of its authenticity, having accompanied Lu Fengjin on numerous campaigns over the years. She could discern the truth of such tokens at a glance. The very reason her face turned so pale upon acquiring it was due to its veracity. Had it not been for Lu Fengjin's arrival, she was uncertain how she would have confronted Lu Beima directly. The imposing presence of the King of Ink, with his sinister and cold demeanor, was not something everyone possessed the courage to face and refuse. What do you intend to do? His proposal for marriage, what could his true intentions be? Can you discern anything? Chu Zio asked, his expression filled with concern. He recalled vividly the battle of years past. Knowing full well that between the King of Ink and his sister lay only animosity, devoid of any affection. Could it be that he wished to marry her only to torment her daily as retribution for her disfigurement? Chu Zio would never allow his sister to fall into such a dire predicament. However, Chu Yueli shook her head, replying, Given the King of Ink's current strength, what need would he have to expend the resources of 100,000 troops merely to torment a mere young lady of the Duke's residence? Then what is his true aim? Chu Yueli lamented, I do not know. Both Chu Zio and Zissou were filled with anxiety. If even the most astute Misli could not fathom the situation, how could they hope to understand? Just as Chu Yueli finished her words, their guard, Chu Yi, hurriedly knocked on the door. Young master, young miss, someone from the palace has arrived. Chu Yueli and Chu Zio exchanged glances, their hearts tightening with apprehension. News traveled with such swiftness? Chapter 26. Moving forward, what path shall you take? I shall go and meet the palace emissary. Chu Yuli pressed the box into Chu Xiaohe's hands, imploring, Elder brother, I beg you to visit the Prince of Mo's residence personally and convey that. I, the ill-fated one who has been rejected, am unworthy of him. You are not the one who was rejected. It is clear that you yourself do not wish to marry Prince Jin. To refer to oneself as an ill-fated person is utterly disheartening. How could Chu Xiaohe possibly accept this? The very utterance of such words tugged at his heartstrings. This is the only excuse I could devise, elder brother. Time is of the essence. We must hurry. With a gentle push, Jiuli urged him onward. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chu Xiaohe, acknowledging the urgency, carefully secured the wooden box and promptly departed. Meanwhile, Chu Yuli hastened to the front courtyard, only to find that her visitor was none other than Xiao Momo, a close attendant of the favored consort Rue. She is not of the emperor's court. Chu Yuli sighed in relief and approached with measured steps. Momo, what an auspicious day it is for you to visit my humble abode. With a smile, Xiao Momo replied, Miss, our esteemed lady has recently acquired some exquisite tea and wishes to invite you to the palace for a tasting. Look, she has even prepared a carriage for you, which speaks volumes of her longing for your company. Not allowing Chu Yuli a moment to decline, Xiao Momo continued, the lady has been waiting for quite some time. Miss, please, let us go. In the Spring and Harmony Palace, a wisp of blue smoke curled gracefully from the incense burner. In the hands of consort Rue rested a delicately crafted white porcelain cup. Chu Yuli bowed slightly, saying, Ali dares not trouble you. It is merely that my grandfather's health has been rather poor of late, and I have been preoccupied with caring for him, which has prevented me from coming to the palace to pay my respects. I hope the lady can forgive me. Oh, the Duke's health has deteriorated again. Princess Rue appeared to be concerned, yet her tone swiftly shifted as she remarked, I had thought that Ali was attending to General Chu, for his injuries are so grave that he may never fully recover in this lifetime. Chu Yuli's gaze darkened slightly. Princess Rue feigned ignorance and continued to offer her consolation, saying, I truly fear that General Chu may not withstand this emotional turmoil. Ali, you must provide him with proper comfort. Rest assured, even if the Duke's residence were to lose its lineage, as long as I and Jean Eyre draw breath, I shall ensure that you and your brother face no grievances. Chu Yuli lowered her eyelids, concealing all emotions within. She replied coolly, Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, but my engagement with His Royal Highness Jean has been annulled. To avoid misunderstandings and unnecessary gossip, I shall handle matters pertaining to the Duke's residence with my elder brother, and there is no need for Your Highness and His Royal Highness to concern yourselves with it. What nonsense is this? Princess Rue regarded her with an even more benevolent smile. You and Jean Eyre have grown so close. Which soldier in the army is unaware of your nightly companionship? Given this closeness, how can the engagement be dismissed so easily? Your Highness, I implore you to tread carefully. Chu Yuli's expression shifted as a flicker of anger flashed in her eyes. Though I once had an engagement with His Royal Highness Jean, I have always acted with propriety and restraint over the years, and have never crossed any boundaries. I ask that you discern this clearly. Is that so? Princess Rue lifted her cup, the vibrant red liquid gliding along the rim. She smiled. Such matters have spread throughout the army. Which maid or eunuch in our palace is unaware? I dare say the entire populace of the capital is well informed. If Ali does not believe it, she can simply step outside to listen to what everyone is saying. Yet, she need not venture into the streets. A stroll within the palace would suffice to grasp the situation. Chu Yuli's face flushed crimson, angered by the slanders. For many years, my relationship with Prince Jean has been entirely innocent. It is perplexing which malicious woman, in her idleness, has taken it upon herself to fabricate such rumors to tarnish my reputation. The expression of Rue Fei darkened, nearly betraying her fury. Xiao Mama discreetly tugged at her sleeve, then turned to Chu Yuli with a smile, saying, Miss Li, it truly is not our intention to meddle. It is simply that outside, tales of you and our esteemed prince in the tent have been spread with such vivid detail. Oh, how shameful. Everyone speaks thus. We cannot ignore it. Can we? They claim your cries can be heard from afar. Tell me, if this is how the rumors have escalated, how will you carry on if you persist in breaking off the engagement with our prince? Chapter 27. Then, I shall vent your grievances. Chu Yuli's exquisitely beautiful face remained impassive, yet her 10 fingers, concealed within her sleeves, were clenched tightly. The two individuals before her, appearing benevolent, were in truth venomous at heart. Such trifling whispers could ruin a young woman's life. These people are indeed capable of murder without bloodshed. Ali, I am aware that Jean has been with that rustic girl, and it is this discomfort in your heart that has led you to act so willfully, causing General Chu to lose his military achievements and thus receive the imperial decree of annulment. Rue Fei set down her cup, a gentle smile gracing her face like a soft breeze. Rest assured, my dear, I visited the Jin Wang residence several days ago and ordered someone to deliver a thorough beating to that country girl, leaving her battered and bruised, thus avenging your grievances. Even if she dares to remain at the Jin Wang residence, I shall ensure she is dealt with appropriately, denying her any semblance of peace. From now on, you shall continue to be my beloved Ali, the esteemed princess of the Jin Wang family, cherished by us all. Otherwise, those malicious whispers outside might well drown you, and even the entire Duke's residence. She then added with a significant tone, fortunately, the Duke is bedridden and has yet to hear those vile slanders. Should some thoughtless servant carelessly speak of such matters before him, I fear the Duke might be so enraged that he could fall gravely ill, leaving you, Ali, in sorrow. Chu Yuli remained silent, yet the chill surrounding her intensified momentarily. After a moment's contemplation, she responded, by the way, the Emperor is hosting a grand celebration for Mo Wang tonight, and many will be in attendance. If you wish to avoid having these matters brought up in front of others, perhaps you should seek an audience with the Emperor before the banquet. As long as the betrothal remains intact, what need is there to fear idle gossip? After all, you will still be husband and wife, and everyone will understand. Thus, will Tua Ba Fei Yuan also be present at tonight's celebration? Yuli inquired, her expression remaining impassive. Rue Fei, unaware of her true thoughts, assumed she was merely sulking, and quickly replied with a laugh, that country girl is utterly unrefined. How could I allow her to partake in such a grand affair? Did the Empress not say she would help me vent my frustrations? If she does not come, how can I possibly find relief? Upon hearing this, concubine Rue felt a surge of joy. Ali wishes for her presence? That is but a trifling matter. I shall immediately send word to the prince's residence, ensuring she attends the banquet tonight. Finally, the girl has relented, and concubine Rue felt reassured. Rest assured, tonight, I shall ensure you are thoroughly satisfied, Ali. Very well. Chu Yuli replied with a slight smile, one that did not quite reach her eyes. I shall await the outcome. The two engaged in light conversation for the span of a tea, after which Chu Yuli found an excuse to depart. She had exhausted all her options, and with such a generous offer from the Empress, as long as she could relieve her grievances tonight, would she not obediently heed the Empress's wishes? Concubine Rue harbored no concerns. Just wait and see. Within 3 days at most, the Emperor will send word to me that the wedding is still on. Chapter 28. Why should one endure anyone? Yet, old Madame Xiao remains somewhat uneasy. The Emperor has been so trifled with. I fear he may become exceedingly enraged. Will he not hold the prince accountable? The Duke's residence is known for its loyalty and valor, and having severed their lineage, even if the Emperor were to be angered, he would likely refrain from punishing them severely. However, someone must bear the brunt of the Emperor's fury. Such sentiments would surely delight His Majesty, who would see his son as magnanimous. After all, the unruly antics of the Chu siblings have nothing to do with Jin heir. The Emperor would also perceive that Chu Shao possesses a narrow mind, unfit for greatness. After Jing'er and Chu Yu's wedding, the Emperor, for the sake of the kingdom's stability, will undoubtedly concoct an excuse to reintegrate the 100,000 troops of the Chu family under the command of Jing'er. At that juncture, the Duke's residence will indeed be utterly diminished in power, with all influence belonging to her son. However, the shrewd Mama Xiao harbored a tinge of unease. Yet, Your Highness has promised to confront Miss Li tonight regarding Tuoba Fiyuan. That wild girl is now the apple of Prince Jin's eye. Is Your Highness not concerned about breaking the prince's heart? Rue Fei replied nonchalantly. Once the dust settles and Jing'er weds Ali, I shall approach the Emperor to clarify matters. I will assert that Tuoba Fiyuan, for the sake of the common people, has nobly forsaken her kin and is thus a hero. Yet, she is now an orphan, utterly devoted to Jing'er. I will petition for her to be granted the status of a concubine, and Jing'er will be eternally grateful to me. How could she possibly harbor resentment? Upon hearing this, Mama Xiao's eyes brightened, and she could not help but exclaim, Your Highness is truly resourceful. This plan is indeed a win-win. No, it's a threefold success. Chu Yuli and Prince Jin shall still wed, Tuoba Fiyuan will become a concubine, and most importantly, the 100,000 troops of the Chu family will ultimately fall under Prince Jin's command. This scheme is nothing short of perfection. Just as Chu Yuli exited Chuana Palace, Zissou rushed towards her, exclaiming, "Miss, why are your eyes so swollen? Have you been crying?" Chu Yuli frowned. "They have gone too far." Zissou, clearly agitated, continued, "Miss, you have no idea what they just said to me. They actually dare to say that during my time in the military, I shared a tent with Prince Jin every night, and the soldiers could even hear my disgraceful cries from outside. Is that so? Miss you?" Zissou was taken aback. How could you? Yet Chu Yuli maintained an expressionless demeanor. Rumors and slander are more fearsome than a knife that can kill. Their malice is too profound. If I were to succumb to fear, it would only serve their wicked intentions. So, you mean to imply that all of this is orchestrated by concubine Rui? Given that we are still within the palace, Zissou dared not speak loudly, fearing that walls have ears. Yet her anger surged, wishing she could personally tear concubine Rui apart. Indeed, the women of the harem are heartless demons, capable of destroying a life with a mere utterance. Do they not feel the slightest twinge of conscience? Zissou hurriedly replied, "Yes." Chu Yuli glanced toward the distant palace walls. The courtyard was deep, and the walls seemed to soar into the clouds. Within those walls, the buildings sparkled with gold and jade. Yet one could only wonder how many vile hearts were concealed within. Chu Yuli's gaze grew increasingly frigid. The more you retreat, the more audacious and cruel some individuals become. If this is the case, why should I tolerate anyone at all? Chapter 29. Do you truly believe she would sit idly by? The rumors circulating both inside and outside the palace swiftly reached the Mo Wangfu. The outside world spoke with vivid detail, as if they were witnesses to the scene. And such vile words directed at a young lady are far more terrifying than a dagger plunging into her heart. Your Highness, you have not personally heard the malicious whispers. Those who spread such rumors show no regard for Miss Li's well-being. Their cruelty knows no bounds. After hearing Lu Yun recount the vile gossip, even the usually composed Jing Lei could not suppress his darkened expression. A woman, untouched by marriage yet sullied by the chaos of the military camp, is seen no differently than a courtesan in the eyes of the world. How disgraceful it is for the esteemed daughter of a duke to be likened to a woman of ill repute. Lu Yun was filled with righteous indignation. They never considered the implications for Miss Li, who, even if she were to become the Princess of Jin, would bear the burden of ignominy for life, forever unable to hold her head high. To achieve their aims, they would obliterate a young woman's reputation, a truly heinous act. Liu Beimao remained silent, his icy facade concealing a piercing gaze that shimmered with a chilling light. Lu Yun, exasperated, remarked, "Yet the clear beneficiary of this situation is undoubtedly Prince Jin. Miss Li had already secured an imperial edict for the annulment of her engagement. But with these rumors circulating, her only remaining options would be to marry Prince Jin or to take her own life. They are truly intent on driving this young lady to despair." Jing Lei interjected. "Although Prince Jin may be the rival of the Duke, he has always acted with a degree of honor. Surely he would not stoop to such a level of betrayal." Lu Yun retorted coldly. "Then who, pray tell, possesses such malicious intent?" As Jing Lei lifted his gaze to meet Liu Beimao's, he spoke softly. To humiliate Miss Li in such a manner serves two purposes. First, it establishes authority, ensuring she understands who her master is. Second, it avenges His Highness, the Prince of Jin. And third, it aims to secure everything for the Duke's estate on behalf of the prince. In this world, there is but one individual capable of such intricate schemes for the prince. Lu Yun's eyes brightened at the thought. Is it the esteemed concubine Rui? However, upon further reflection, he felt a surge of both anger and urgency. Turning to the silent man in black seated nearby, he implored, "Your Highness, if this continues, Miss Li is bound to wed the Prince of Jin. If she refuses, the gossip will inevitably reach the old Duke's ears, and he will forcibly marry her off to the Jin residence. Is she truly unable to escape her fate? Yet, to enter the Jin residence in such a manner would subject her to a lifetime of humiliation beneath concubine Rui and the prince, leading to an existence fraught with compromise and despair." Jing Lei also gazed at Liu Beimao, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. "Your Highness, do you possess any strategies to rescue Miss Li?" Although they remained unaware of why the prince sought the Duke's estate to propose marriage to Chu Yuli, it was evident that if he intended to pursue her, He ought to take her circumstances to heart. The woman he desired was being coerced into marrying another. Given the prince's temperament, it was miraculous he had yet to take matters into his own hands. Surely, he could not simply stand by and watch. Both Lu Yun and Jing Lei awaited the prince's directive. To their astonishment, after a brief silence, Lu Beima casually remarked, "Is the current situation truly a stalemate?" Lu Yun dared not speak, realizing the gravity of their predicament. Indeed, it was a deadlock. Lu Beima chuckled. "Do you truly believe that the lady I have chosen would simply sit idly by?" Chapter 30. Did you not claim that you have never laid eyes upon her? As night fell, Chu Yuli donned a gown of pure white. Zissou, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "Miss, tonight is a formal court banquet, and the empress may not take kindly to this. Is it not pleasing to the eye?" Chu Yuli inquired with a smile. Zissou shook her head. "It is indeed beautiful, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. Yet, if it is so lovely, why would the empress be displeased?" She stepped forward towards the front courtyard. Zissou followed closely. "The banquet is grand, and everyone will undoubtedly adorn themselves splendidly, vying for attention. Your simplicity may render you an outlier, and the empress might perceive it as a sign of your overly serious disposition. The struggles among the women of the harem revolve around standing out in a unique manner, which the empress detests the most. Fear not. Tonight the empress shall not be irked by me." As Chu Yuli arrived at the front courtyard, she spotted Chu Xiaohe standing beside the carriage, looking troubled. "Ali, do not attend tonight's banquet." Upon seeing Chu Yuli emerge, Chu Xiaohe hastily approached. "If I do not go, it would imply that I am indeed afraid of the rumors, hiding in shame at home, which would only serve to validate their credibility. But if you attend, you will undoubtedly face much criticism. Elder brother must toast to the emperor tonight and cannot remain by your side constantly. I am concerned. Elder brother need not worry. I am no longer the young girl in need of protection." Chu Yuli smiled, said no more, and stepped into the carriage first. Chu Xiaohe, resigned, followed suit. The path to the palace was not particularly long, yet the carriage moved at a sluggish pace, rendering the journey feel interminably drawn out, as if it spanned a lifetime. Upon entering the palace, Chu Xiaohu was indeed whisked away by a host of generals to indulge in drink. Initially, Chu Yuli harbored concerns that her elder brother might feel uncomfortable, for his unfortunate predicament was a well-known secret throughout the capital. Even if it was seldom spoken of openly, bad news travels fast, and there are always countless opportunists eager to spread it. However, as she observed her brother gradually becoming more cheerful, her worries began to dissipate. Zissou, watching from a distance, wore a worried expression as well. Yet, Chu Yuli reassured her, saying, "Do not fret. I have already been researching effective remedies, and in due time, I shall be able to heal him." Zissou nodded in agreement. It was heart-wrenching to see such a fine young man as the eldest master suffer due to the machinations of Tuoba Feiyuan. As the master and servant entered the imperial garden, they immediately felt the weight of curious gazes from all directions. They chose to ignore the scrutiny and took their seats under the guidance of a palace maid. Initially, the atmosphere was relatively subdued, but it soon gave way to hushed whispers. Ultimately, the focus of gossip turned entirely towards Chu Yuli. It was said that her reputation was quite scandalous, with her name echoing clearly across several military tents. One could only imagine the thoughts that occupied the minds of the soldiers upon hearing it. Look at her attire. While her garments are pristine and immaculate, her figure, I have heard that those tents are drafty, with the curtains often blown aside by the wind. Just imagine her in such a state. Good heavens, you've given me goosebumps. Could it be that the soldiers have seen her in all her glory? Would His Highness the Duke still have any desire for her? The news had spread like wildfire, and everyone was aware of her intimate connection with Prince Jean. If Prince Jean were to abandon her, would he not become a heartless scoundrel? Indeed. Thus, these so-called rumors seemed to play in her favor. Could it be that she had intentionally orchestrated their dissemination? How utterly shameless. To coerce the prince into marrying her, she would forsake her dignity. What a revelation. The crowd buzzed with speculation, ultimately arriving at a singular conclusion. The scandal that tarnished Chu Yu's reputation was not the result of malicious intent by others, but rather a calculated ploy of her own to secure her position as the Princess of Jin. When Lu Fengjin arrived, these murmurs inadvertently reached his ears, darkening his handsome visage with fury. Beside him, Tuoba Feiyuan appeared even more distressed. "Did you not claim to have never touched her? Lu Fengjin, do you dare to deceive me?" Chapter 31. It was all her scheme. After Tuoba Feiyuan had been struck, Lu Fengjin was indeed enraged. The two eventually reconciled, and at this moment, Lu Fengjin wished to avoid further conflict, explaining, "It is merely the folly of those with ill intentions. Only the foolish would believe such nonsense." "Do you truly believe it?" Tuoba Feiyuan glared at him, intending to voice her grievances, but soon noticed that the palace was becoming increasingly crowded. Before long, she felt a myriad of unfriendly gazes directed at her. "The second and third princes have arrived. I shall go and converse with them. A palace maid will arrange a seat for you. If you're uncertain where to go, simply mention that you're from the Jin Wangfu, and they will attend to you with due care." This marks the inaugural attendance of Tuoba Feiyuan at a court banquet. Despite the incessant turmoil across various nations in recent years, resulting in widespread suffering, the formidable strength of Dongling has fostered the most opulent capital. The imperial palace, a veritable embodiment of luxury, gleams with golden splendor. Even the lanterns adorning the trees are encrusted with golden threads, creating a scene of overwhelming wealth that truly broadens her horizons. Being associated with the Jin Wangfu, the palace maids treat her with considerable respect. However, the attendees of tonight's banquet are either royal relatives or high-ranking aristocrats, and the glances exchanged by the young ladies and gentlemen towards Tuoba Feiyuan carry an undeniable tinge of disdain. Though her martial prowess is not insignificant, she possesses keen hearing, allowing her to discern their whispers clearly. "Is this the woman who caused the Jin Wangye to forsake the daughter of the duke?" they murmur. But look at her. She appears so disheveled and unkempt, a far cry from Chu Yueli. Indeed, none among the maids in my household are as unattractive as she. Upon reflection, I must agree. She bears some resemblance to my two kitchen girls. One observes her hands, clearly accustomed to hard labor, and remarks, "She is quite unsightly." In stark contrast, Chu Yueli captivates even me, a girl, with her beauty. Her skin is exquisitely delicate and supple, a standard we could never hope to attain. It is perplexing that Prince Jin would forsake Chu Yuli for such an unattractive creature. As this sentiment circulated, the gazes of the onlookers inevitably gravitated towards the distant figure of Chu Yuli. Tuoba Fen, harboring a tumult of emotions, found herself unable to resist glancing at Chu Yuli. At that moment, Chu Yuli sat gracefully at her seat, the evening breeze tenderly lifting a strand of hair beside her ear. This delicate wisp cascaded down onto her exquisitely flawless visage, evoking a haunting beauty reminiscent of a painting from a celestial realm. The more Tuoba Feiyuan beheld her, the more incensed she became. She questioned herself, believing her own appearance was not lacking. It was merely the result of years spent in the desert, rendering her complexion less fair than that of the ladies from the capital. How could she be deemed unattractive? In the past, she had been celebrated as the most beautiful woman of the desert. The whispers of the other maidens persisted. "I know why Prince Jin has cast aside Chu Yuli." "Why? Haven't you heard? It is said that Chu Yuli has been by Prince Jin's side for many years, spending each night in his tent." Those words were too scandalous for me to utter. I leave it to your imagination. After so many years, even the most exquisite beauty can become tiresome. As for that rustic girl, isn't she just a novelty? How long do you suppose she can remain in the royal residence? Given her appearance, I wager her stay will not exceed a month. Tuoba Feiyuan was so furious she felt as if she might spew blood. She had been with Lu Fengjin for nearly 2 months. Were these people blind, or did they simply speak without thinking? However, the young ladies around her continued to gossip disdainfully. Chu Yuli had disseminated news of her romantic entanglement with Prince Jin, ensuring that the entire capital was aware of their affair. To quell the unrest, the emperor would undoubtedly hasten their marriage. How could this wild woman possibly remain for another month? By the first day of the following month, when Chu Yuli wed Prince Jin, she would have to pack her belongings and depart. Tuoba Feiyuan's expression darkened. The rumors outside were indeed instigated by Chu Yuli herself? This woman was utterly hypocritical and malevolent. Her ire was mounting uncontrollably, and she brusquely pushed aside the serving maid beside her, striding purposefully towards Chu Yuli. Chapter 32. Today, let us clarify matters. Chu Yuli was sipping tea. Despite the swirling rumors around her, she maintained an air of tranquility and grace. Her composed and dignified demeanor left no room for criticism. Just as she set down her cup, a sudden crash echoed as someone slammed their hand down, shattering the cup before her. The remnants of tea splattered everywhere, startling the young lady at the adjacent table, who gasped and quickly recoiled. "Chu Yuli, what do you mean by this?" Tuoba Feiyuan stood imposingly at the table, glaring down at her. Chu Yuli lifted her gaze slowly, casting a languid glance in her direction. At first glance, her expression appeared serene and untroubled upon closer inspection. However, it was imbued with a tempestuous undercurrent. Tuoba Feiyuan felt an instinctive urge to retreat. That night, she had been unable to clearly discern the events and remained uncertain whether it was indeed Chu Yuli who had attacked. Yet, Lu Fengjin had repeatedly assured her of their childhood acquaintance, claiming that Chu Yuli possessed no martial prowess whatsoever. Eventually, Tuoba Feiyuan came to accept this explanation, convinced that a master had stealthily intervened on behalf of Chu Yuli that night. "Miss Tuoba, what troubles you?" Chu Yuli inquired, her long lashes fluttering, exuding an air of innocence and purity. Yet, Tuoba Feiyuan felt an urge to retch at the sight. "Ajin has never laid a finger on you. Yet you spread rumors far and wide, claiming to be his." She exclaimed, "Chu Yuli, how can you be so despicably shameless?" Had Prince Jin truly never touched Chu Yuli? The onlookers harbored varied thoughts. Chu Yuli feigned ignorance to the murmurs around her, maintaining a serene smile as she replied to Tuoba Feiyuan, "The matters between Prince Jin and myself are not for you to question. Do you dare confront Jin in front of everyone?" This statement caused a flicker of emotion to cross Chu Yuli's eyes, which Tuoba Feiyuan perceived distinctly. She was indeed feeling guilty. Throughout her life, she had held such women in utter disdain. "Come, today, I shall compel you to clarify this matter before all." Tuoba Feiyuan seized her wrist, effortlessly pulling her up. It was evident that she possessed no martial prowess whatsoever. Tuoba Feiyuan grew increasingly convinced that it was her moment of carelessness that had allowed a hidden master to ambush her that night. Today, her adversaries dared not infiltrate the palace. She would see who else could come to Chu Yuli's aid. "Tuoba Feiyuan, what do you intend to do? Release me." Chu Yuli's face was etched with panic. Tuoba Feiyuan retorted with a cold laugh. "I intend for everyone to witness your hypocritical facade. Tuoba Feiyuan, this is the palace. Do not act recklessly. Let me go." Chu Yuli struggled fiercely. "I will not go, Tuoba Feiyuan. Release me. I refuse to meet him." As she struggled more fervently, Tuoba Feiyuan became increasingly convinced that it was all her own doing. If she were truly innocent, what was there to fear in confronting Ajin? Tuoba Feiyuan firmly grasped Chu Yuli's hand, drawing her along as the onlookers closely observed the unfolding spectacle, none daring to intervene. Although the gathering of men was distanced from the ladies, they were nonetheless within the imperial garden, not far apart. Before long, Tuoba Feiyuan brought Chu Yuli before Lu Fengjin, giving her a gentle push. Unexpectedly, Chu Yuli stumbled and fell to the ground with a resounding thud, rendering her momentarily unable to rise. Lying there with her hair slightly disheveled, Chu Yuli appeared not at all disheveled, but rather enchanting and pitiable, eliciting sympathy from those who beheld her. At least half of the men instinctively wished to assist the fair maiden, yet the thought that she belonged to Prince Jin, who was present, restrained them from stepping forward. Lu Fengjin cast a glance at the fallen Chu Yuli, then turned to Tuoba Feiyuan, momentarily bewildered. "You honor. What is it that you intend to do?" Chapter 33. Have you ever touched her? The imperial garden instantly descended into chaos. Just as Lu Beima arrived with Jing Lei and Lu Yun, they noticed the crowd gathered in curiosity, unaware of the commotion. A glint of intrigue flickered in Lu Beima's eyes as he turned to Jing Lei, saying, "See where Delu has wandered off to. We must have him witness this spectacle." "Understood," Jing Lei replied, promptly departing. Lu Yun, however, grew anxious, exclaiming, "Lady Li has fallen to the ground. Your Highness, will you not lend her a hand?" Lu Beima remained silent and continued to stride forward. He let out a cold hum, remarking, "General Chu is right here. If he is not anxious, why should you be?" However, Lu Yun retorted, "General Chu is still drinking, completely unaware of the events occurring near the young lady. Naturally, he is not in a hurry." Jing Lei shot him a glance, weariness etched upon his face. This fool, to have lingered by the prince's side for over a decade. What extraordinary luck he possessed. He too began to stride forward, choosing to disregard the incessant chatter of this bothersome individual. The epicenter of the commotion remained with Lu Fengjin and the two young ladies beside him. Lu Fengjin hastened over, intent on assisting Chu Yuli to her feet. "You truly have lingering feelings for her." Tuoba Feiyuan's temper flared, and with her characteristic demeanor, she felt no need to consider the onlookers. Lu Fengjin, being the prince, commanded respect from all present. Who would dare show him disrespect? Yet, as Lu Fengjin's stature rose, Tuoba Feiyuan felt an even stronger urge to stand tall before him. She was determined to ensure that everyone witnessed, without a shadow of a doubt. that even someone as esteemed as Prince Jean must indulge and appease her. Women in this world are far too fearful of their men, relegating themselves to a subordinate position. Why should it be so? If the world were devoid of women, there would be no men. Thus, why should society favor men above all? Today, she would open the eyes of everyone, making it clear how strikingly different she, Tuo Fei Yuan, was from those timid young ladies. You claimed you have never touched her. Yet, everywhere outside, there are rumors that you share her bed every night. You must clarify whether there is truth to these claims. Confronted so directly by a woman, and in such a harsh manner, Lu Fengjin could hardly contain his anger. A tempest of fury brewed within him, leaving him profoundly unsettled. No, Tuo Fei Yuan could clearly perceive his anger. If this matter remained unresolved today, it would allow Chu Yuli, that wicked woman, to triumph. You must clarify for me today. Have you ever laid a hand on her? Is she truly yours? You honor. Lu Fengjin's expression darkened gravely. At that moment, the fallen Chu Yuli gently spoke. Miss Tuoba, there is no need for misunderstanding. Over these years in battle, I have always accompanied my elder brother, Chu Xiaohu. When I discussed strategies with the prince at night, my brother was always present. I have never crossed any boundaries with Prince Jean. I implore you, do not slander me and tarnish my reputation. She and Prince Jean had been entirely innocent, never crossing any lines. The surrounding onlookers were taken aback. Where did those rumors originate? A rumor often has its roots in some truth. Thus, one cannot simply take her word for it. What does Prince Jean have to say? All eyes turned toward Lu Fengjin. Tuo Fei Yuan maintained an imposing demeanor. Lu Fengjin, I demand you tell everyone. Have you ever touched her? Chapter 34. You deceitful scoundrel. Dare you deceive me? Have you truly ever laid a hand on that young lady? Lu Fengjin's face burned with indignation. To have such a matter brought up in public, especially within the palace, was utterly disgraceful. His father could arrive at any moment, and if he were to witness this, Lu Fengjin standing in his father's eyes would undoubtedly plummet. What did you say? Tuo Fei Yuan could scarcely believe her ears. He had audaciously commanded her to leave. She had never shamelessly clung to him. How many times had she attempted to leave, only for him to plead and coax her to stay? And now, he actually told her to leave? So, did you truly touch her? Lu Fengjin, you deceitful scoundrel. You dare to deceive me. She rushed forward, intending to grasp his collar. This had long been their customary manner of interaction within the manor. Lu Fengjin had never been struck by anyone in his life. Tuo Fei Yuan was the sole woman who had dared to slap him. Each time he felt an urge to strangle her in his fury. He also inexplicably realized that such a woman was irreplaceable in this world. Though he was angry, he cherished her profoundly. Yet, at this moment, they were in the palace. If Tuo Fei Yuan's hand were to land upon his cheek, her life would be forfeit. That foolish woman. Thus, just as Tuo Fei Yuan was about to raise her hand, Lu Fengjin's expression darkened, and he suddenly swung his hand. With a resounding slap, he struck her face. The onlookers seemed unfazed, as if they had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Only Tuo Fei Yuan felt her entire world shatter with that one blow. The sky itself had collapsed. You hit me. She covered her face, moving from disbelief to despair, then to fury, her eyes turning a deep crimson. Lu Fengjin felt a twinge of regret. After having Tuoba by his side for so long, he couldn't bear to hurt her. He had never even raised a hand against her, let alone delivering such a humiliating slap. Just moments ago, he had truly been enraged. You struck me for this woman. The crimson in Tuo Fei Yuan's eyes deepened, and she seemed to lose her sanity, suddenly charging toward Lu Fengjin. You dare to hit me. You dare to strike me for this woman. Lu Fengjin, I will fight you to the end. She raised her hand, attempting to grasp Lu Fengjin. Perhaps Lu Fengjin was momentarily taken aback by her earlier slap. Failing to react swiftly, a sharp sting erupted on his face as Tuo Fei Yuan's hand caught him, leaving several crimson scratches that vividly marred his skin. The scene descended into chaos. The palace maids and eunuchs dared not intervene, and the guards refrained from acting, waiting for Lu Fengjin to handle this wild woman himself. Chu Yuli was about to rise when, unexpectedly, two large hands appeared before her. Looking up, she saw Chu Xiao's anxious expression, while another person regarded her with keen interest. Fearing any misstep, Chu Yuli hastily placed her hand in Chu Xiao's, rising with his assistance. She then inclined her body towards Liu Beima, greeting him. I pay my respects to the king of Imo. Liu Beima regarded her with an icy demeanor, his hawk-like eyes shimmering with an intimidating light that deterred any approach, a half-smile on his lips inducing a sense of unease. Ji wished to avoid any further interaction, instinctively stepping behind Chu Xiao. The tumultuous scene remained chaotic until a thunderous voice echoed, "Presumptuous! What is happening here?" And Lu's rebuke compelled everyone at the banquet to lower their heads in unison, kneeling. "We pay our respects to the Emperor. We pay our respects to Her Majesty the Empress." The arrival of her father sent Lu Fengjin's heart racing. He swiftly wrenched his hand from Tuoba Feiyuan's grasp, exclaiming in frustration, "The Emperor has arrived. If you wish to avoid death, kneel and pay your respects at once." Tuoba Feiyuan had never encountered the Emperor before. Yet, with everyone already kneeling, even her audacity could not compel her to act recklessly in the presence of the Emperor. "Your Majesty, the status is far superior to that of Prince Jin." Upon witnessing Lu Fengjin kneel, Tuoba Feiyuan hastily followed suit, murmuring, "I pay my respects to your Majesty." However, she neglected to pay homage to the Empress, and crucially, she did not regard the women of the harem as particularly esteemed. She averted her gaze from the Empress, who, in turn, lingered her gaze upon Tuoba Feiyuan for quite a while. Accompanying them was concubine Rui, who immediately noticed the bloodstains on her son's neck. Observing Tuoba Feiyuan's disheveled hair, clearly a sign of a scuffle, her heart sank. Alas, she had not yet intervened, and the foolish girl had already embroiled herself in trouble. A wave of unease washed over concubine Rui as her eyes fell upon Chu Yuli, who stood not far behind them. Although her hair was slightly tousled, she appeared unscathed, and her striking beauty rendered the disarray a charming embellishment. With the arrival of the Emperor and Empress, everyone promptly retreated after performing their bowing rites. Lu Fengjin bore injuries on his neck, and the Empress had just inquired about him, leaving him with no option to withdraw. "Father, mother, your son." The Emperor. Unexpectedly, before Lu Fengjin could finish his words, Chu Yuli stepped forward, gracefully kneeling down not far from him, and Tuoba Feiyuan with a thud. "Ali, what is the meaning of this?" The Emperor had watched Chu Yuli grow since her childhood. This girl, always well-mannered and gentle, had a striking appearance, and the Emperor bore a fondness for her. Although her insistence on breaking off their engagement had caused him some displeasure, it did not yet reach the point of disdain. Chu Yuli knelt and moved forward a few steps, her head lowered as she softly spoke. "Your Majesty, I am an innocent maiden, falsely accused of being a seductress corrupting the military camp. I humbly beseech Her Majesty the Empress to summon a matron to verify my purity." What? Both the Emperor and Empress were taken aback, nearly losing their composure. To have a matron confirm her purity was an immense humiliation for her. What could possibly compel this delicate girl to endure such disgrace? In front of a large crowd, the scene was utterly embarrassing. Lu Fengjin was at a loss for how to respond. He had just learned of the rumors circulating outside. Yet, if he explained, his father would accuse him of meddling in the affairs of young ladies, lacking ambition. If he remained silent, he would still face the immediate crisis. Just as he intended to assist Lu Fengjin, unexpectedly, Chu Yuli continued to kneel and move forward several more steps. She straightened her back, her gaze resolute, and her voice powerful. "Your Majesty, there are rumors circulating that I have been corrupting the military camp these past years. This is a calamity for both me and the Duke's residence, certainly not a trivial matter as mentioned by concubine Rui. If I cannot be vindicated today, I shall take my own life before the eyes of the world to prove my innocence." Chapter 36. Must those who are unloved perish? "Ali, cease your impudence," the Empress admonished sharply. Yet, as she gazed into Chu Yuli's eyes, she discerned a glimmer of something unusual. She gradually spoke. "It is merely a few trivial rumors outside. Why must we make such a fuss? Good-hearted individuals have never been in short supply. If one were to contemplate ending their life merely due to the idle chatter of others, how many times would one need to die in this lifetime to prove their innocence?" The Emperor finally grasped the situation and huffed softly, expressing his disinterest in such matters. "Since they are merely baseless rumors, why take them to heart? Rise, everyone." The Empress smiled and added, "Indeed, it is just the musings of others. Ali, do not take it to heart. Those who are pure will naturally remain untainted, and others will not take it seriously." The young lady felt similarly, believing it to be mere fabrications spread by well-meaning individuals, and she had not given it much thought until just now, when Miss Tuoba brought her here to demand proof of her innocence. What? A flicker of excitement passed through the Empress's eyes. This girl had indeed not disappointed her. Tonight's events promised to be quite entertaining. Yet she feigned shock and inquired, "Which Miss Tuoba possesses such influence as to compel you to prove your innocence?" The emperor's gaze fell upon the woman beside Lu Fengjin. Her appearance was unremarkable, lacking in comparison to the palace's young maidens, let alone the ethereal beauty of Chu Yuli beside her. The contrast was stark, as if one were in the heavens and the other on the ground. He cast a glance at Tuoba Fiyuan, who seemed to finally comprehend the circumstances, and quickly addressed him. I am the commoner Tuoba Fiyuan, paying my respects to your majesty. And to her majesty the empress. Father, on the day I quelled the Tuoba clan, is it you who brought Ali here, demanding her to prove her innocence? The emperor's expression darkened, unable to conceal his anger. You certainly possess the audacity. The weight of those words caused both Lu Fengjin and Rue Fei to feel a heavy thud in their hearts. Your Honor, be quiet, Lu Fengjin urged anxiously. However, Tuoba Feiyuan felt no remorse for her words. The imperial garden was vast, and at that moment, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a soft sound. Beyond that, there was an eerie silence. Each individual present harbored their own thoughts. Tuoba Feiyuan was indeed striking. And not everyone possessed the audacity to speak such words in front of the emperor, especially a mere weak woman. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, her words felt somewhat awkward. Even the emperor was taken aback. When had anyone ever spoken so boldly before him? Once Tuoba Feiyuan's words escaped her lips, it was too late for Lu Fengjin and Rue Fei to intervene. Their unease deepened, yet neither dared to voice their concerns. After an indeterminate amount of time, a gentle voice pierced through the stillness of the moonlit night. The bond between Prince Jean and Miss Tuoba is indeed enviable. But why must you involve innocent parties in your expressions of loyalty to one another? She gazed at Tuoba Feiyuan and Lu Fengjin, her eyes devoid of hatred, filled only with desolation and despair. Your love may be perfect, but is one dragged into this to prove my innocence? How am I to face the whispers of others in the days to come? You two may cherish each other, but does that mean I, the unloved, should simply perish? Chapter 37. Innocence is more precious than my life. The phrase the unloved instantly reminded everyone of the past engagement between Chu Yuli and Prince Jean. Chu Yuli's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet she remained kneeling upright, her gaze towards the emperor unwavering and resolute. Though her fate with Prince Jean had seemingly come to an end, they had shared a bond. And all she sought was for him and Miss Tuoba to refrain from causing her further anguish. Lowering her head, tears streamed down her cheeks, painting a poignant and desolate scene that evoked deep sympathy. Ali, please rise, commanded the empress, who had initially been an amused spectator but was now genuinely enraged. The heart of a man is often so callous. It is said that only the new lovers rejoice, while no one hears the weeping of the old. How was Chu Yuli's plight any different from her own? The emperor's harem was ever expanding, as he reveled in nightly festivities with those young maidens. Who could fathom the solitude she endured through those lonesome nights? Very well, very well. The empress glared at Tuoba Fiyuan, her fists clenched in fury. You and Prince Jean are in mutual affection. Splendid. Mother, Your Honor merely spoke in haste. Mother. Lu Fengjin's face was etched with anxiety. Your Honor had recently endured a beating. How could she withstand another 50 lashes? Mother, Your Honor is still young and naive. When I was her age, I was already wed to your father. The empress retorted. 16 years old and still a child? Absurd. Guards, take her away. Yes. 2 guards approached to escort Tuoba Feiyuan away. At that moment, Tuoba Feiyuan was genuinely terrified. She was no stranger to punishment. She wished to plead for mercy, but found herself unable to lower her pride. With so many eyes upon her, she pleaded for mercy, yet in the eyes of all, what worth did she hold? Lu Fengjin. She could only glare at her man, her fury palpable as she called his name. Lu Fengjin felt a tumult of emotions, both tenderness and irritation. She truly had not learned her lesson, time and again, and now, with this incident, he was at a loss for how to bring it to a close. In a moment of hesitation, Tuoba Feiyuan was forcibly removed. Lu Fengjin's heart ached profoundly. He longed to speak, but was gently restrained by Rue Fei's hand on his shoulder. Rue Fei, equally anxious, was consumed by a simmering wrath. She had never anticipated that Chu Yuli would invite Tuoba Feiyuan to the banquet for such a purpose. How had she managed to provoke Tuoba Feiyuan to such a degree while maintaining an appearance of innocence? Every detail was meticulously orchestrated. This girl, merely 17, possessed a mind so formidable. Rue Fei now wished for the turmoil to pass swiftly. She hurriedly approached Chu Yuli, attempting to assist her in rising. Ali, You have suffered indignities. Tonight is a celebration for the Ink King. Let us women not impede the Emperor's joy with the Ink King and all present. Come, Ali, I shall escort you to your seat, so you may rest well." However, to her surprise, Chu Yuli remained kneeling, perfectly upright, and Rue Fei found it impossible to lift her. Rue Fei's expression darkened, and she intensified her tone. "Ali, the Empress has already dealt with Toba Fuyuan. If you persist, it will be seen as willfulness." Yet, Chiuli looked steadfastly at the Empress and declared with unwavering resolve, "This humble daughter implores your majesty to command the maidservants to verify my identity. I have been raised in the Duke's household, steeped in literature and learning, and I regard the dignity of the Duke's house as more precious than my own life. The virtue of the noblewoman may seem inconsequential, yet the honor of our esteemed Duke's household must not be subjected to the deliberate slander of any individual." Chapter 38. The aura of a great general. The Empress furrowed her brow. "These are merely idle whispers. Why should we concern ourselves with them? Your Majesty is unaware," replied Chu Yuli. "The rumors have already spread throughout the palace today, and it is said that they have stirred a tempest beyond the city walls. Outside, it is claimed that during her time in the army, the noblewoman shared the same quarters as Prince Jean each night, with many soldiers bearing witness to her scandalous conduct." As Chu Yuli's words resonated, silence enveloped the gathering, each face flushed with embarrassment. Even the Empress felt a warmth rise to her cheeks. Such words, uttered in public, were undeniably mortifying. Yet, at that moment, the Emperor's gaze was fixed intently upon Chu Yuli. The words that no other maiden dared to utter flowed from her lips with clarity and without a trace of shame. In that instant, the Emperor perceived the indomitable spirit of a great general reminiscent of the late Marquis within this young girl, evoking profound reflection. "I understand now," he declared. "There are those with ulterior motives spreading malicious rumors, seeking to tarnish both Ali and the Duke's household." His eyes swept across the figure of concubine Rue. In that moment, she felt a chill run through her, her complexion paling drastically. Yet, she could not utter a word of defense. To speak now would only serve to incriminate her further. The Emperor's gaze then traversed the assembly, his voice cold yet commanding. "Let the wise put an end to these rumors. From this day forth, should I hear of anyone daring to propagate such tales again, they shall face dire consequences." The guests at the banquet trembled in fear, each one quaking at the Emperor's decree. In the distance, several young ladies suddenly found their legs giving way. Collapsing to the ground with a thud, the Emperor let out a cold huff. "A pack of miscreants." Chu Yuli observed him, her heart brimming with emotion, as she bent low and performed a solemn bow, expressing her gratitude. At that moment, a tear gently slid down her cheek, a drop she wished to conceal from all eyes. She swiftly raised her hand to discreetly wipe it away. An orphan, bereft of parental protection, with her elder brother rendered powerless, she felt as if everyone could manipulate her as easily as one would crush an ant. Yet she refused to submit. Convinced of her worth, she resolved to stand tall, even under the weight of the oppressive sky above. Raising her gaze, she unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of cold, yet complexly luminous orbs. A tightening sensation gripped her heart as she inclined her body slightly towards Lu Beima in a gesture of acknowledgement before joining Chu Xiaohe at their designated seats. However, there remained another kneeling figure on the ground, Lu Fengjin. The Emperor did not command him to rise, and for the time being, he dared not move. Standing nearby, Rue Fei was equally tense, as neither the Empress nor the Emperor permitted her to take her seat, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. Rue Fei was on the verge of tears. The Emperor was denying her son the chance to remain and partake in the banquet with everyone else. Her son had displeased his father. The banquet extended late into the night, as none dared to leave while the Emperor was present. By the time the Emperor took his leave, it was nearly midnight. Although the Prince of Mo wore a mask, the Emperor's demeanor suggested that he did not perceive the prince's appearance as a detriment. Thus, the selection for the heir apparent might require re-evaluation. Each minister harbored their own thoughts. In the dead of night, after indulging in a few too many drinks, Jili was assisted into the carriage by Zissou. As the carriage departed from the palace gates, Zissou could no longer contain her joy. "Miss, you predicted that the Empress would not be angry with you tonight. And indeed you were right. Not only is she not upset, but it seems she holds a particular sympathy for you." However, Chu Xiaohe did not share her exuberance. He gazed at Chiuli with concern. "Ali, while the Emperor may not voice it, he is well aware in his heart. This time, Rue Fei is likely unable to escape blame. You have thoroughly offended her." Chu Shaohe's words were not without merit. After the emperor had left the imperial garden that night, he swiftly kicked open the door to Rui Fei's chamber. Chapter 39. Perhaps it was merely a matter of employing the wrong methods. The door was struck with a resounding bang. The palace maids and eunuchs stood with their heads bowed, not daring to utter a sound, as if breathing another breath would lead to immediate execution. After so many years in the palace, who had witnessed the emperor in such a furious state? Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Rui Fei rushed forward, intending to support him. However, the emperor raised his hand, and with a sharp crack, a resounding slap fell heavily across Rui Fei's face. Stunned, she collapsed to the ground, completely dazed. In all her years within the palace, she had never been struck in such a manner. This was a singular occurrence. She even questioned whether she was ensnared in a dream. The emperor had struck her. Your Highness, Xiao Mama, filled with concern, hurried over to help her up. Yet, both master and servant dared not utter a single word. Xiao Mama cast a glance at the palace maids and eunuchs, and they understood, preparing to quietly withdraw. Yet the emperor thundered, none are permitted to leave. The palace maids and eunuchs trembled with trepidation, daring not to take even a single step forward. Rui Fei wept, her tears resembling blooming pear flowers. Your Majesty, what sin have I committed? Must you demean me before them? At this moment, you are concerned about your reputation? The emperor approached the chair and sat down, coldly scoffing. You care for your face, but what of others? Your reputation holds importance, yet that of others does not. I merely struck you once, and you could scarcely endure it. What you inflict upon others is a blow far sharper than any blade. Have you not considered that others too may falter? Your life matters, yet hers does not. Rui Fei wished to offer an explanation, yet under the emperor's piercing gaze, she dared not utter another word. It was then that Andalus scanned the crowd, declaring, return to your duties. Ultimately, this is a matter of the imperial household. Observed by so many, tomorrow, must we silence them? The commotion is too great. It cannot be allowed. The palace maids and eunuchs finally departed, and Rui Fei, in a hushed voice, said, Your Majesty, you have wronged me. I have done nothing. The emperor regarded her with a gaze as sharp as ice. I have no desire to meddle in the affairs of the harem. But do you truly believe me a fool? Upon hearing this, Rui Fei was so frightened that she knelt with a thud. Mama Xiao also knelt, trembling in fear. Rui Fei sought to explain once more, but Andalus interjected. Your Highness, I have already sent someone to investigate. The rumors regarding Lady Li and Prince Jean only began circulating today. They spread like wildfire, a tempest, and within half a day, they have echoed through the streets and alleys of the capital. In the palace, it is no different. Aside from the Empress's Kuan-Ning Palace, every other residence in the harem is well known. With every word Andalus uttered, the heart of concubine Rui sank further. She had not anticipated that the news released today would prompt Chu Yuli to act decisively and retaliate immediately. Had the timing been delayed by even a few days, there would have been no evidence left. Although Chu Yuli appeared delicate and frail, her actions were executed with astonishing swiftness, a fact that concubine Rui had never envisioned. Jean Eyre remarked that she was the most formidable strategist he had ever encountered, and now concubine Rui was finally experiencing the truth of that statement firsthand. Chu Yuli, this grudge, if not avenged, would render her unworthy of her own identity. Little did she know that Ali was so possessive, unable to tolerate any other woman by Jean Eyre's side. As a prince, Jean Eyre could not possibly have only one consort in his household. How could Ali, so petty, manage an entire royal residence? Chapter 40. This marriage cannot be retreated. Concubine Rui knelt before the emperor, gently grasping the hem of his robe. Looking up at him with a hint of sorrow, she implored, Your Majesty, I truly acted for Jean Eyre's sake, but was my conduct truly in error? Jean Eyre, being a prince, could not possibly have a solitary presence in the inner chambers. Yet Ali, unable to discern this, insisted on exclusive affection. As a man, Jean Eyre found the matters of the harem equally burdensome, much like Your Majesty. She paused for a moment before continuing, Your Majesty, you too are powerless regarding the affairs of the harem. You are fully aware of everything. The Empress has always held deep affection for you, and you have never let her down. However, Your Majesty is first and foremost a sovereign, and then our husband. You must balance various powers, often finding yourself at the mercy of circumstances. Even if the Emperor desires to be a devoted man, the entire nation does not permit it. The Emperor is not heartless. He merely acts for the sake of the common people. As for us women of the imperial harem, we understand that we should not indulge in the hope of being the emperor's sole favorite, yet we cannot help but admire his grandeur. What can we do? The emperor does not belong solely to the empress, he is also ours. How could Ali allow Jean Eyre to be her exclusive husband? Jean Eyre harbors feelings for Ali, and after so many years of companionship, those sentiments are deeply etched in her heart. Ali's capricious decision to break off the engagement has caused Jean Eyre immense sorrow, and as a mother, I cannot bear to witness this. Your Majesty, and Lu, please bring the emperor a cup of warm tea. Yet, the emperor merely gazes at the tear stains on Rue Fei's face, and his once turbulent heart gradually finds tranquility. Certain words, when heard by a third party, may evoke discomfort, yet they resonate deeply within those involved. Who says that rulers must be devoid of affection? Who truly understands their helplessness and constraints? Rue Fei's words effortlessly softened the emperor's heart. Men possess a unique capacity to empathize with one another. He suddenly realizes that Chu Yuli has indeed acted thoughtlessly in this matter. If, in the future, Jean Eyre were to become the emperor, would she insist on being the sole inhabitant of the harem? Alas, I have indulged in a few too many drinks this evening. My earlier actions were somewhat impulsive. At last, the emperor extends his hand, rising to assist Rue Fei. She wipes away her tears, concealing the resentment in her eyes. When she gazes upon the emperor again, her expression is filled with sorrow. Your Majesty, my actions may indeed be excessive, yet they are also for the sake of our royal family. Upon perceiving the emperor's raised brow fixed upon her, Consort Rue continued, Your Majesty must have heard about the unfortunate condition of General Chu. The emperor remained silent. Indeed, this matter represented the gravest disgrace for the duke's household. Consort Rue pressed on. I have heard that a man who has been thus compromised can no longer perform arduous tasks or exert his strength. If this is indeed the case, then the 100,000 troops of the Chu family army, under General Chu's command, would be rendered utterly ineffective. The emperor still said nothing, though his expression grew somber. Observing the emperor's demeanor, Consort Rue added, Should Ali wed Jean Eyre, Your Majesty could still allow General Chu to lead his 10,000 soldiers under Jean Eyre's banner. In this scenario, the military strength of the Duke's household would remain under royal jurisdiction. The emperor's thick brows furrowed. Indeed, the annulment of the engagement with Prince Jean made it inappropriate for her to marry another prince. Remaining in the capital, she would likely find no favorable prospects. Marrying a feudal lord, however, seemed to be the best destiny for Ali post-annulment. Thus, this marriage must not be rescinded. In Chapter 41, Ali can also protect her elder brother. On that day, General Chu requested the annulment of the engagement in exchange for his sister's hand, having demonstrated valor in battle. His condition was indeed a matter of concern. In a moment of compassion, I acquiesced. Yet, the emperor later regretted this decision. For allowing Ali to enter the imperial family would bring numerous benefits without harm to them. The plight of the 100,000 Chu family soldiers wandering aimlessly posed a significant risk. However, the crux of the matter was that General Chu was incapacitated. Consort Rue sensed the emperor's growing concern and softly suggested, Your Majesty, I may have a solution to assess General Chu's capabilities. If he truly is unfit, then the union between Ali and Jean Eyre must absolutely stand. Your Majesty, might I suggest you heed my advice first? Early in the morning, Zissou rapped on Chu Yuli's door. Miss, you should go check on the eldest young master. He began practicing with the spear at dawn and still refuses to rest. Chu Yuli sat up, the remnants of last night's wine clouding her mind. Is it so unusual for my brother to practice? He often trains for long stretches. 2 hours is merely a trifle for him. Zissou hesitated for a long moment before urging, Miss, please do go see the eldest young master. Upon Zissou's insistence, when Chu Yuli arrived at the courtyard, she found Chu Xiaohe still immersed in his spear practice. Little did she anticipate that just as she arrived, a sharp whoosh pierced the air. A silver spear soared through the sky, hurtling directly towards her and Zissou. Miss, be careful, Zissou cried in alarm, instinctively positioning herself in front of Chu Yuli. The spear penetrated only a mere half-inch into the ground before it clattered to the earth. Ali, Zissou, Chu Xiaohe, equally startled by his own actions, rushed over, his face etched with concern. Are you hurt? Zissou shook her head, still shaken. Chu Yuli, however, merely stared at the silver spear on the ground, falling into silence for a moment before meeting Chu Xiaohe's gaze. His eyes were dark and his lips pressed tightly together, devoid of words. Chu Yuli glanced at Zissou and instructed, Go prepare some breakfast. Understood. Zissou promptly turned to leave. Chu Yuli bent down, retrieving the silver spear and handing it to Chu Shaohe. He lowered his head, anguish etched across his features. I can no longer wield the Chu family spear. The martial arts of the Chu family are characterized by their robust and forceful techniques. Each thrust of the spear appears unassuming, yet carries the weight of a mountain, with every move capable of delivering a fatal blow. Mastering such skills demands considerable wrist strength to maintain control over the whirling silver spear. However, he has recently noticed that at critical moments during practice, the spear slips from his grasp. His strength is nowhere near what it once was. He can no longer hold onto the silver spear. Chu Yuli gently remarked, "Do not rush. Time is on our side, and things will gradually improve." Chu Shaohe, with a face full of dejection, replied, "Ali, you are well aware that after last night's turmoil, while the current predicament may have been alleviated, new challenges are likely to emerge swiftly. If our elder brother does not grow stronger, no one will be able to protect you. Ali can also protect elder brother." Chu Yuli smiled softly, feeling warmth in her heart. She wished to offer further words of comfort, but just then, Chu Yi hurriedly approached, saying, "Young master, young miss, grandfather has arrived. He is already in the front courtyard." Chapter 42. After all, I am a member of the Duke's residence. The arrival of Indifferent indeed ushered in a new dilemma. In 7 days, the third prince of Dongzhou would be visiting. It was said that the third prince had a penchant for martial prowess, prompting the emperor to arrange a grand martial arts feast in his honor. Chu Yuli lowered her gaze, contemplating the cup in her hand. Chu Shaohe, maintaining an impassive demeanor, inquired, "Grandfather, what precisely is a martial arts feast?" And Lu replied with a cheerful smile, "It is said that the third prince is accompanied by numerous skilled warriors, and he has brought along 2 formidable masters this time. Our Dongling cannot afford to lose face, so we must select champions from various noble families to compete with them. General Chu is the esteemed commander of our Dongling, renowned for his formidable reputation. Therefore, it is only fitting that His Majesty inscribe the name of your esteemed Duke's residence at the very top of the list." The Duke's residence? Chu Yuli seized upon the key point. The Duke's household is known for its unwavering loyalty, and the Chu family army has gained notoriety far and wide. Even the 3 princes of the Eastern Zhou hold General Chu in high regard. The emperor has declared that this battle is not only for the Duke's residence and the Chu family army, but also for the glory of Dongling itself. General Chu must triumph. Failure is not an option. Chu Yuli and Chu Shaohe exchanged glances, remaining silent. The emperor wishes for the elder brother to prove himself capable of leading the Chu family army once again. Should it be anyone else, a defeat would merely result in a loss of face, disappointing the masses. Contests always come with victories and losses. Is there truly a general who is invincible? Yet, Chu Shaohe's situation is different. News of his compromised health has spread like wildfire. If he were to lose, the populace would not accept the notion that defeat is part of a soldier's life. They would only believe that his condition is irreparable, and he would no longer be fit to lead the Chu family army. The emperor is intent on compelling the elder brother to voluntarily relinquish the Chu family army back to the royal family. However, once that happens, the Duke's residence will undoubtedly face genuine decline. So, Masterin, did the emperor mention what rewards might await in the event of victory? Chu Yuli asked with a smile that suggested eager anticipation. And Lu's thoughts were complex, yet his expression remained one of gentle warmth. Should one secure first place, the emperor would surely bestow generous rewards. Yet, even if Chu Shaohe were in perfect health, such a victory would be beyond reach. And Lu smiled enigmatically, exuding an encouraging demeanor. As it stands, the Duke's residence is left with only you 2 siblings supporting one another, since the Marquis and his associates. Alas, since then, the public's perception of the Duke's residence and its control over the Chu family army has somewhat waned. This is your best opportunity to quell the external murmurs. General Chu, you must seize it diligently. Chu Shaohe, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded and replied, "Thank you, Lord, for your guidance. I shall remember your words." After bidding farewell to Indifferent, Chu Shaohe secluded himself in his study, clutching his silver spear, not emerging throughout the day. Ultimately, Zissou sought out Chu Yuli. "Miss, the eldest master must be feeling quite disheartened at this moment. Perhaps you could persuade him?" "I cannot offer him much counsel. Such matters must be resolved within his own heart. After all, the wounds he bears cannot heal overnight, and my words would be futile." Zissou understood well that the eldest master's nature was exceptionally gentle. He treated others with kindness and sincerity, and most importantly, he was resolute in the face of adversity. With a deep sigh, Zissou observed Chu Yuli, who was engrossed in her tasks. "Miss, what are you engaged in?" Turning around, Chu Yuli revealed that she held a silver spear, diligently polishing it with red silk. Zissou was momentarily taken aback. "Mississippi." With a graceful sweep of her arm, the silver glimmered in the air. "It has been a while since I practiced, and I feel somewhat out of touch. Today, upon seeing my elder brother train with the spear, I felt compelled to seek his guidance. After all, I too am a member of the Duke's residence. How could I neglect mastering the Chu family spear techniques?" Chapter 43. Do you know how mad he once was? Tuoba Fiyuan was gravely injured this time. Not in body, but in spirit. In truth, although she endured 50 lashes that day, the one administering the punishment was quite astute, refraining from striking with full force. At the banquet, she dared to strike Prince Jin, who, in turn, did not order her immediate execution. This was a clear indication that she held a significant place in his heart. Had he truly wished her dead, he would have ensured her demise. And he too would have faced dire consequences. Were it not for this, after receiving a total of 80 lashes, she would have either perished or been left incapacitated. Yet here she was, merely nursing some superficial wounds. However, her dignity had been utterly shattered, both inside and out. For the past few days, she had remained confined to her bed, recuperating, while Lu Fengjin visited daily, only to be driven away each time by her wrath. Today marked the 4th day of his absence, yet concubine Rue made her entrance. Tuoba Fiyuan had previously harbored a natural animosity towards concubine Rue, yet after experiencing her punishment, she had become considerably more subdued in her presence. "Greetings, Your Highness." Tuoba Fiyuan shifted slightly, although her injuries did not affect her bones. The pain from her flesh wounds was excruciating. Each movement elicited a grimace. Concubine Rue regarded her with a somewhat indifferent gaze. "I have heard that you have been directing your ire towards Jin these past few days." Tuoba Fiyuan remained silent. While she felt a degree of trepidation towards concubine Rue, it did not imply that she would allow herself to be bullied. She was resolutely unwilling to endure any further humiliation. Rue Fei discerned her thoughts at a glance and could not help but emit a cold snort. "Do you truly consider yourself a person of significance? I must inquire. After departing from Prince Jin, what do you deem yourself to be? If you truly possessed any dignity, why do you find yourself languishing on this luxurious bed in the Jin residence at this very moment? Although the Jin residence is fortified with vigilance, it has never impeded your departure, has it? My lady, I have always wished to leave, but it was a Jin who insisted on keeping me here," Tuoba Fiyuan exclaimed. Her eyes tinged with red, her displeasure evident. "If you do not believe me, you may certainly inquire of a Jin. I harbor no intention of humiliating you." Rue Fei replied coolly, "I merely wish for you to perceive the truth. Without a Jin, you are nothing more than a beggar, devoid of worth." Noticing that Tuoba Fiyuan was about to retort, Rue Fei interjected coldly, "I have heard that in recent days, you have been attended to by blood swallow, ginseng, and Tianshan snow lotus daily. Do you comprehend the cost of such luxuries? Furthermore, before you depart, ensure that you repay for all that you have consumed and utilized from a Jin during your stay." At this, Tuoba Fiyuan fell silent, merely biting her lip tightly, her expression one of defiance. Leaning back in her chair, Rue Fei accepted the tea presented by Shou Mama and took a couple of sips. "As I stated, I do not seek to belittle you. Yet you, my dear, truly fail to recognize your own position. Do you believe that a Jin's singular favor grants you the liberty to act without restraint? Are you aware of the lengths to which a Jin went for Chu Yuli in the past? What did he do?" Tuoba Fiyuan's curiosity was instantly piqued. Rue Fei remained silent, and Shou Mama spoke on her behalf. "Miss Li has a fondness for playing the qin. In his quest to procure the finest ancient wood for her instrument, His Highness the Prince ventured perilously into the Tianshan Mountains, nearly losing his life in the process." Takba Feiyuan felt a sudden constriction in her heart. He, upon awakening, disregarding his own feverish condition, sought out Miss Li to take her to play in the snow. Ultimately, he succumbed to a severe chill and was confined to bed for over a month before recovering. Chapter 44. If you do not believe me, shall we wager? This time, Takba Feiyuan found herself at a loss for words. She could vividly imagine how, when Lu Fengjin undertook such efforts for Chu Yuli, witnessing her contented smile brought him immense joy. A wave of sorrow washed over her. a sense of injustice that made her want to weep. Yet Xiao Mama continued, "In that year, enough." Takpa Feiyuan bit her lip and turned her face away. Speaking in a hushed voice, "Do not speak further. These matters, she could clarify with a simple inquiry to Lu Fengjin. There was no need for them to deceive her. Thus, Xiao Mama's words held truth. Moreover, she had indeed seen the scars on Lu Fengjin's back, unmistakably the marks left by a beast's claws. She had once questioned him, as a prince of the realm, why he would allow himself to be so grievously injured. Yet, Lu Fengjin merely smiled gently and offered no explanation. It turned out, it was all for the sake of Chu Yuli. Rui Fei set down her cup and coldly scoffed, a mere daughter of a thief. Yet she holds herself in such high regard, believing herself to be unique, looking down upon all women in the world, even the Empress herself. Unbeknownst to her, she too is but one among the vast multitude of beings, nothing more than that. Ruere scoffed coldly, remarking on the night of the banquet when she deliberately neglected to pay her respects to the queen, her gaze brimming with contempt. What kind of being is the queen, if not astute enough to comprehend such disdain? Tuoba Feiyuan felt a chill seep into her heart. Yet Rue remained utterly unconcerned, her demeanor nonchalant. "Well, I harbor no fondness for the queen either. Your disrespect towards her does not incite my ire, so why the trepidation?" Tuoba Feiyuan remained silent, instinctively tightening her grip. Rue flicked her vivid red lacquered nails, coolly stating, "You believe Jinji harbors deep affections for you, yet in my eyes, it is merely a fleeting fancy. His infatuation with Alalai once was far more fervent than his current obsession with you. How much can a wild mountain girl like you truly understand? Why do you share this with me?" Tuoba Feiyuan's heart brimmed with bitterness. "Because I currently hold no affection for Chu Yuli, even to the extent of wishing her demise, and you, at present, are my finest pawn. Do not think to manipulate me, unless you wish to lose Jinji." Rue suddenly leaned forward, closing the distance between them. "Do you comprehend what Jinji finds appealing in you?" Tuoba Feiyuan remained silent. Rue continued, "Ah, do you not? It is not only you who knows. I have come to realize it as well." Tuoba Feiyuan's grip tightened further, her heart racing with unease. He was born a prince, of noble lineage, surrounded by young women, including Chu Yuli, all of whom displayed docility before him. Yet you, so brazen and flamboyant, differ greatly from all the women he has encountered, which is precisely why he is now utterly captivated by you. How astute is the esteemed Lady Rue, who, at merely a banquet, perceives everything with clarity. Yet, what you do not realize is that Chu Yuli is far from the gentle persona she projects. Her tenderness towards Jean Eyre was merely a reflection of her fondness during their youthful days. Now that she has resolved to part ways with Jean Eyre, she will undoubtedly oppose her at every turn. Ultimately, one must ponder the outcome. What will transpire? Tuoba Feiyuan seems to have grasped something, a sense of unease stirring within her. Lady Rue's smile, which initially radiated warmth and gentleness, gradually morphed into something chilling and ominous as she drew closer. "Unless you heed my counsel henceforth, I may yet secure Jean Eyre's affections for you. Otherwise, the moment Jean Eyre witnesses the untamed side of Chu Yuli, you shall be swiftly forsaken. Should you doubt this, shall we engage in a wager?" Chapter 45. Is it truly as straightforward as it appears? Upon exiting Tuoba Feiyuan's chambers, Mama Xiao could not help but remark, "That girl remains untamed at heart. Your Highness, do you truly believe she will heed your words?" The so-called wager proposed by the princess did not elicit a response from Tuoba Feiyuan. Mama Xiao was left to ponder her thoughts. Lady Rue, however, scoffed dismissively. "Do you really think she possesses any genuine nobility? It is but a facade, an attempt to distinguish herself from the rest. Forever yearning to be unique, she insists on showcasing her elevated status before all, dismissing everyone else. If she were truly capable, it might be acceptable. Alas, her ambition outstrips her reality, believing herself the center of the universe, only to find that she is nothing in the end, disdainful of women who cling to men, yet oblivious to whom she currently relies upon." The old matron chuckled, remarking that such a girl indeed holds a unique place in the princess life, which explains his affection for her. Rue Fei raised her gaze towards the distant sky, her emotions tangled. "Do you truly believe that Tuoba Feiyuan's arrogance and caprice reflect her genuine nature? Have you not observed the glimmer in her eyes when she encounters the emperor? This woman is far from the seemingly simple and forthright persona she projects. However, at this moment, my loathing is directed more towards Chu Yuli. Therefore, let us first remove Chu Yuli from the equation. Just as I stepped out of the misty rain pavilion, I encountered Lu Fengjin approaching. Mother? Upon seeing Rui Fei, Lu Fengjin was momentarily taken aback, and then his heart tightened. Mother, Yuan is still unwell. She cannot. Is this how you perceive me? As a malicious woman perpetually scheming to harm you? Rui Fei retorted, displeased. Lu Fengjin hastily replied, Mother, please do not take offense. That is not my intention. It is simply, Tuoba Feiyuan's haughty disposition makes her prone to speaking inappropriately and offending others, which troubles me greatly. Nevertheless, Mother merely wishes to ascertain how much her health has improved. In a few days, the third prince of Dongzhou will visit. It is said that he is exceptionally skilled in martial arts, and your father hopes you might be able to outshine him, bringing forth auspicious tidings. Is father intending for me to engage with the third prince of Dongzhou? Lu Fengjin's eyes brightened at the thought. Why not the fourth prince? He recalled the previous banquet where he had erred before their father, believing that the emperor still harbored resentment. To his astonishment, the emperor was willing to bestow upon him this remarkable opportunity for renown. The third prince of the Eastern Zhou, renowned for his martial prowess since childhood, was a celebrated general on the battlefield, known by all. Should he manage to defeat him, it would undoubtedly elevate his reputation among the people of Dongling. With your mother, how could your fourth brother possibly seize such an opportunity? The favored concubine Rui scoffed, unable to conceal her satisfaction. Lu Fengjin smiled and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mother. As long as you understand your kindness, in the future, my lord. In the distance, Qin Wu hurriedly approached. Upon noticing concubine Rui's presence, he quickly paid his respects to her before softly addressing Lu Fengjin. My lord, the Ink Prince has invited Miss Chu Yuli to his residence. Lu Fengjin's expression darkened. What could his fourth brother want with Li? Mother, I have urgent matters to attend to and must take my leave. He bowed and prepared to depart with Qin Wu. Concubine Rui wore an expression of displeasure. While he professed affection for Tuoba Feiyuan at critical moments, his thoughts were evidently occupied by Chu Yuli. Your beloved is in anguish, crying her heart out. Are you not concerned to check on her? Concubine Rui remarked coolly. Lu Fengjin paused, hesitating for a moment, yet ultimately replied, I shall. See her later. Do you intend to visit Chu Yuli? Concubine Rui inquired icily. Are you aware of who spread those rumors about you and Chu Yuli? Chapter 46. It turns out, this was all her scheme. What does mother mean by this? Lu Fengjin felt a sudden chill within. Do you genuinely believe that Chu Yuli has no feelings for you any longer? After years of acquaintance, could she truly so easily forsake you? Rui Fei approached him and said, Jiner, you are still quite young and have always been engrossed in warfare, lacking the experience necessary to discern the intricacies of human emotions. Lu Fengjin pressed his lips together, uncertain whether his mother was deceiving him. Yet on that day, Ali was forced to publicly demand verification of her identity. How humiliating that must be for a young lady. That is her terrifying aspect. Rui Fei snorted coldly. Is it because of this incident that you feel a twinge of compassion for her, thinking of her often these past few days? Lu Fengjin gazed at Rui Fei, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Indeed, over the past few days, he had found himself recalling Chu Yuli intermittently. How could his mother have guessed? Jiner, the true menace of Chu Yuli lies in her ability to perceive the thoughts of others, including yours. Rui Fei gently grasped her son's hand, her voice softening. After this incident, your mother was struck by your father. How could father lay a hand on mother? He was instantly filled with indignation. Rui Fei covered her face, as if the pain of that day still lingered. Yes, your father was convinced that I orchestrated it all. After the banquet, he came to Chuanhe Palace and, before all the palace maids and eunuchs, slapped me across the face. Father has gone too far. Lu Fengjin clenched his fists, overwhelmed by the sheer humiliation of it all. His mother attempted to explain, but your father would not believe her. Yet, she bore no resentment towards him. After all, even her own son chose to trust Chu Yuli over his biological mother. This revelation left Lu Fengjin rigid, a wave of guilt washing over him. Mother, the beloved concubine sighed softly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The matron, Xiuhua, spoke up. Your Highness, on that day, the Empress indeed invited Miss Li to the palace for a gathering, gently persuading her to reconsider her engagement with you. Miss Li declared that if the Empress summoned Tuoba Feiyuan at the banquet and subjected her to humiliation, she would comply. What did you say? It dawned on him that the Empress's sudden request for Yuan to attend the banquet stemmed from this very motive. Your Highness, many palace maidens were present on that day. If you doubt my words, you need only inquire. Xiaohua supported the beloved concubine, her eyes filled with sorrow. The empress's every action is for your sake. Her deep care for you led her to fall for Chu Yuli's deceit. Lu Fengjin's hand clenched momentarily, his gaze ablaze with fury. You, Chu Yuli. He had often contemplated these past few days how she had endured such profound injustice. Perhaps he ought to visit the Duke's residence to express his apologies on behalf of the Empress. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that this was all part of her scheme. Not only did she target Yuan, causing her to unjustly receive 50 lashes, but she also orchestrated a situation that led the Empress to publicly endure a slap from the Emperor, and she feigned the role of a victim. Your father has forbidden any further discussion of this matter, Jenner. Let it be considered past. Do not bring it up again. The beloved concubine smiled gently at him, urging him to take good care of Tuoba Fiyuan before she entered her carriage. Once the carriage departed from the prince's residence, Xiaohua inquired, "Does the empress believe that the prince will trust our words?" The old servant always felt that the prince still held a significant affection for Chu Yuli, although he seemed oblivious to it himself. Chapter 47. The unsettling gaze hidden beneath the mask. Just moments ago, as they departed, one could still see the plaque at the entrance of the prince's courtyard from afar, chasing Moon Pavilion. It was evident how fond he once was of Chu Yuli. Yet now, Tuoba Fiyuan has truly blinded the cautious Prince Jin, tempted by the allure of novelty, and has forgotten the past adoration he had for Chu Yuli. However, such fervor is fleeting, and should the prince realize that his heart still belongs to Chu Yuli, the future might prove challenging for the empress in dealing with her. Lady Xiao expressed her concerns, while concubine Rui scoffed. Would I grant her such an opportunity? The fact that Chu Yuli directly invited Tuoba Fiyuan to the banquet is undeniable. With a little investigation, it would not be difficult for him to confirm it, and there would be no reason for him to disbelieve it. In matters such as these, if even one aspect holds truth, it can shatter the facade of trust, leading one to judge other matters with bias. Nevertheless, I cannot bear to see that wretched Chu Yuli living so freely. After pondering for a moment, concubine Rui suddenly remarked, "The Duke's residence remains so tranquil. It must be that the old Duke is being concealed for rest and recuperation. He has not ventured out for days and likely remains unaware of his legitimate grandson's current predicament." The meaning of Empress is clear with just a glance from the noble matron. However, Chu Yuli is cunning, and in order to prevent the old Duke from hearing any news that might infuriate him and jeopardize his health, she must have put considerable thought into the guards. We cannot allow our people to make a personal visit. Recently, the Emperor had been furiously enraged. If the Empress were to attract any attention at this moment, the Emperor might once again direct his ire at her. Therefore, it is imperative that this matter remains entirely dissociated from the Empress. Rui Fei looked at her and inquired, "Do you have any suggestions, matron?" Chu Yuli felt a sense of unease today. "Do not worry. Regardless of what the Prince of Mo intends to do, my elder brother will always be by my side." Chu Xiao he walked beside her, easily sensing her discomfort. Yet, as Chu Yuli dismounted from the carriage, she turned her head to give a few instructions to Chu Yi. Though Chu Yi felt a twinge of concern, he could only respond affirmatively before turning to leave. It was only then that Chu Yuli gathered her thoughts, lifted her gaze, and beheld the imposing structure ahead. Mo Wang Fu. Lu Yun and Jing Lei had been waiting outside the gates for quite some time. Upon seeing their arrival, the two immediately approached. "Greetings, General Chu, Miss Li." Jing Lei maintained a serious demeanor. Lu Yun, however, was much more cheerful, beaming. "General Chu, Miss Li, the prince has been awaiting your arrival. Please, come in." With gratitude, the siblings entered the manor, taking the opportunity to admire the scenery of Mo Wang Fu along the way. The decor of the residence bore a striking resemblance to its master. It exuded a tranquil yet chilling ambience, a coldness enveloped in a certain majesty, beneath which seemed to lie an elusive aura that was difficult to decipher. In her mind, Gu Yunxi recalled the piercing gaze of the man behind the mask, reminiscent of the sharp eyes of a hawk. She pondered her own courageous nature. She had always been composed, even in the presence of the emperor, and could maintain her poise amidst the chaos of battle. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt an unsettling discomfort when met with the penetrating gaze of the king of Mo. Chu Zio's emotions were equally complex, and even Chu Yueli could sense his caution and wariness. The two followed Lu Yun Jinglei through the front courtyard, navigating two archways, and after traversing a lengthy corridor, they finally beheld a figure bathed in sunlight in the distance. Chapter 48. The accomplished youth he was practicing with a spear. His tall frame resembled a dragon, appearing as steadfast as a mountain, yet in the next moment, he moved with the swiftness of lightning. At first glance, the silver spear seemed to be wielded with tremendous force. Upon closer observation, it transformed into a blazing dragon, slicing through the air with a series of swift strikes aimed directly at the enemy's heart. With a resounding clang, the silver spear pierced the trunk of an ancient tree. The century-old tree shook violently, its leaves cascading down. In that instant, Chu Yuli felt her heart constrict, for she had seen clearly. That strike was nothing short of miraculous. It was far more intricate than it appeared. Beside her, Chu Zio's eyes lit up as he hastened forward, exclaiming, "Chu family's spear technique. Your Highness, how do you comprehend our Chu family's technique? Who taught you this skill?" Chu Zio remained fervently excited. Such remarkable technique. However, on that day, the Marquis offered a few pointers. Lu Beima replied nonchalantly, "Here, there are no such formalities. Does General Chu wish to test my spear technique?" A cryptic smile danced in Lu Beima's eyes. Chu Zio hesitated, pondering the implications. Chiuli remarked, "My elder brother is no match for the prince. His marksmanship is not of the Chu family style. I wonder from which esteemed master it has originated?" Lu Beima's somber gaze fell upon her, the corners of his lips curving into a subtle smile, as if amused. "Miss Li, you too possess knowledge of marksmanship?" "Indeed, my father, brothers, and uncles all practice, allowing me to glean some understanding. Yet, Alalai, this is unmistakably the Chu family technique. The movements appear languid, yet are as swift as lightning, and as heavy as Mount Tai. It is undoubtedly our Chu family's marksmanship. My brother, the princess technique is unequivocally distinct from ours." Chu Li gracefully approached the ancient tree, extending her hand to gently caress its trunk. The warmth seemed to linger. However, Chu Xiaohua appeared to have discovered something extraordinary. Striding forward to touch the very spot where Lu Beima's silver spear had pierced, his expression one of astonishment. "Why is it unscathed? Just moments ago, the prince's strike clearly penetrated. This robust trunk could scarcely be encircled by two arms. That strike had caused the tree to tremble violently, shedding a cascade of green leaves. Such immense force could hardly be wielded without extraordinary strength. Yet, this trunk bears not a single mark of damage. How could this be?" Chiuli's words provided timely clarity. "The prince's internal strength is the most formidable I have encountered, and I am in awe, Alalai." It was indeed a matter of profound internal power. Chu Xiaohua was filled with admiration. Such deep-seated strength was something he could never hope to achieve. Even with 100 years of practice, the young Prince Mo, barely the same age as him, has astonishingly mastered such formidable skills. It is truly unbelievable. Therefore, the marksmanship displayed by the prince. In his youth, he indeed received guidance from the loyal and valiant Marquis, and during moments of leisure, he infused his own insights and thus created a unique style of marksmanship, which bears a striking resemblance to the Chu family's techniques. The prince created this himself? This revelation left even Chu Yuli profoundly astonished. To develop such an impressive technique, one would require decades of practice. Yet Prince Mo is merely 23 years old, the same age as his elder brother. Such remarkable achievements at such a tender age are truly eye-opening. "Ali, I am in awe." She clasped her hands together, her admiration undeniably sincere. Lu Beimo regarded her with an inscrutable smile lingering in his eyes, both elusive and subtle. However, his gaze shifted, now focused on General Chu Xiaohe, as he inquired, "General Chu, shall we engage in a contest?" Chapter 49. What does the prince desire? Cherishing heroes and valuing heroes. Chu Xiaohe was eager to participate. Yet, Chu Yuli swiftly grasped his sleeve, signaling him with her eyes, "Elder brother, you have been afflicted with a fever these past 2 days. It would be unwise to overexert yourself. Do not worry, General Chu will not be overly fatigued." Lu Beima assured. No sooner had his words left his lips than a silver flash was cast from his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiaohe raised his hand to catch it. The silver spear felt cool to the touch, and with a mere flick, he could sense the lethal power emanating from it. What an exceptional weapon! Chu Xiaohe, a fervent martial arts enthusiast, immediately recognized that this silver spear was unlike any ordinary one. He raised his arm, and with a resounding clang, the silver spear seemed to possess an innate force, carving a chilling mark upon the ground. Geely barely had time to register the moment as a towering figure suddenly stood before her. Was it Jing Lei? Was he concerned that the icy aura emanating from her elder brother's spear might harm her? A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, accompanied by a tinge of complex emotions. The bodyguard of the Mo King appeared somewhat stern and taciturn, yet his actions revealed a meticulous and considerate nature. Peering past Jinglei's arm, Chu Yuli observed Liu Bei Mo nonchalantly, selecting a large blade from a nearby weapon rack. Chu Xiao he was brimming with excitement. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon." With a swift motion, the silver glimmer cut through the air as he leapt, thrusting the spear directly at Liu Bei Mo. Her elder brother's marksmanship was exceptional. However, since his injury, his strength had waned. The ordinary silver spear in his hand, burdened by the weight of his techniques, could easily slip from his grasp. Yet, the spear wielded by the Mo King, crafted from some unknown material, remained firmly in his hold amidst such vigorous maneuvers. In a fleeting thought, Chu Yuli saw her brother's silver spear poised above Liu Bei Mo's head. Seemingly unperturbed, Liu Bei Mo, at the moment the spear was about to strike, flicked his wrist. With a clang, the spear and blade collided, producing sparks and a gust of frigid wind. Lu Yun waved his hand, deflecting the incoming force. Jinglei spread his arms, immediately shielding Chu Yuli's face with his arm. However, the surge of energy lifted her long hair, causing strands to flutter gracefully in the air. Truly, she was the unrivaled beauty of the capital, dressed in white with a natural visage. She appeared as beautiful as a poem or a painting, captivating him to the point where he could not tear his gaze away. "Have you lost your eyes?" Jinglei shot him a glance. Lu Yun was startled, suddenly regaining her senses, hurriedly diverting her gaze and laughing. "Desire is inherent to our nature." Chu Xiao he retreated several steps, a faint ache in his palms, yet his face was alight with excitement and joy. "Brother, are you injured?" Chu Yuli dashed to his side. Having been easily defeated, it was rare to see his brother exhibit no signs of distress. Chu Xiao he shook his head, his attention fixed on Liu Bei Mo, hesitating to speak. Liu Bei Mo placed the large blade in Lu Yun's care and calmly remarked, "The third prince of Dongzhou is accompanied by 2 skilled warriors, one of whom is named Wu Dan, proficient with the spear. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, you are likely to encounter him." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao's eyes brightened. "Does the prince know that with my current abilities I would surely fail?" He sighed, not particularly surprised by the realization. However, Liu Bei Mo replied, "Unless, General Chu, you can thoroughly study Wu Dan's techniques before the competition." Chu Xiao he looked helpless. "I have never met Wu Dan, and I do not even know what weapon he wields. How can I? What does the prince desire?" At this moment, Chu Yuli, who had been silent, lifted her gaze to meet Liu Bei Mo's profound stare, sincerely stating, "If our duke's residence can assist, we shall spare no effort." Chapter 50. Therefore, Ali, you must take responsibility for this king. Thus, Lady Li, do you believe this king has ulterior motives? Liu Bei Mo spoke these words with an air of indifference, making it difficult to discern his feelings of either joy or anger. Chu Xiaohe was deeply concerned that Ali might inadvertently displease the king of Mo. However, the words of Chu Yuli had already escaped her lips. She merely expressed the belief that one should not receive rewards without merit, and hoped the prince could clarify this. Ah, how refreshingly direct. Such candor was indeed rare. Liu Beimao waved his hand, and Lu Yun promptly instructed his attendants to bring refreshments to the nearby pavilion. Liu Beimao gestured for the two to be seated. Chu Xiaohe and Chu Yuli exchanged glances before stepping forward. Just as they settled down, they observed Jing Lei taking up the silver spear previously wielded by Chu Xiaohe, demonstrating his skills outside the pavilion. Chu Xiaohe was completely captivated, while Chu Yuli furrowed her brow, unable to fathom Liu Beimao's intentions. Before long, Jing Lei completed a series of spear techniques and quietly stepped back. What does this mean for the prince? Chu Xiaohe felt a mix of astonishment and delight, tinged with anxiety. This spear technique was exquisite. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and engage in a friendly duel with Jing Lei. This was the spear style of Wudong, which Jing Lei had showcased in their competition 6 months prior. A hint of inscrutable emotion flickered in Liu Beimao's eyes. If General Chu is inclined, you may seek guidance from Jing Lei. However, should you consider your own dignity more significant than that of the Duke's residence, then you may disregard my suggestion. Chu Xiaohe understood that Ali disdained unsolicited assistance, yet the dignity of the Duke's residence was undeniably crucial. Moreover, he was certain that the spear techniques demonstrated by Jing Lei could be countered by the Chu family style, but his current diminished strength hindered him. Despite this, his competitive spirit flared within him. Chu Yuli felt a sense of helplessness. Her elder brother's fervor was truly becoming overwhelming. At last, she whispered, "Do be careful." All right. Chu Xiaohua immediately stood up, clasped his fists towards Lu Beima, and hurriedly left the pavilion, eager to discuss Wudong's marksmanship with Jinglei. Although General Chu held the title of elder brother, why must he always act according to his sister's whims? The prince jested, "It has always been I, the younger sister, who listens to my elder brother. Thus, are you implying that if I wish to propose, I must first seek General Chu's consent?" He raised an eyebrow. Chu Yuli's expression darkened immediately, and she replied, displeased, "Your Highness, do not jest in such a manner. My reputation is already tarnished. Should you continue, it would push me into an abyss from which I could never return. Do you care? The Duke's residence cares." This statement caused Lu Beima to press his lips together in silence. He said nothing further and personally poured her some tea. Chu Yuli hurriedly accepted it with both hands. Ali, this call made her hand tremble, nearly causing the cup to slip from her grasp. Lu Beima gazed at her somewhat pale face and smiled, saying, "With me, there are no convoluted schemes. I simply wish to marry you. And it is as straightforward as that." Chu Yuli's complexion darkened, ready to respond, but Lu Beima, with a smirk, continued, "You lured me to the northern frontier. Though you did not directly harm me, you have left me disfigured. Just look at me now, neither man nor ghost. In this world, I fear no maiden would wish to marry me." Chu Yuli was about to retort that there were numerous young women eager to wed him. Lu Beima interjected, "Thus, Ali, the happiness of my life has been shattered by your hands. You must take responsibility and become my consort." Chapter 51. Someone, strike him mercilessly. Chu Yuli departed the Mo Wang mansion, her mindset a mystery even to herself. In stark contrast, Chu Xiao was reluctant to leave, filled with a sense of longing. Enclosed within the carriage, he engrossed himself in analyzing the techniques he had just exchanged with Jinglei, utterly captivated. It had been ages since Chu Yuli had witnessed him smile so heartily. Without pause, Chu Xiao hastened towards his own courtyard, lost in thought. And Chu Yuli found herself concerned that he might stumble on the uneven path ahead. However, since her elder brother had sustained his injuries, he had not experienced true joy. Though he remained silent about it, she knew he had resigned himself to despair regarding his own life. Today's exuberance was indeed a rare occurrence. Once Chu Xiao had moved some distance away, Chu Yuli approached Chu Yi, inquiring, "What is the matter?" The elder replied in a hushed tone, "The uncle has arrived with his family, stating that he wishes to see the Duke." Chu Yi continued quietly, "A multitude has come." Clamoring for what? Chu Yuli's gaze darkened, and she promptly made her way towards the Huiyin pavilion where the Duke resided. Chu Yi followed closely behind. Hesitating as he explained, "Essentially, it seems that the eldest young master's health has deteriorated, and the Duke's household is in need of short. They are demanding the Chu family's inheritance." Chu Yuli had anticipated such an event would eventually unfold, yet she was taken aback by its swift arrival. As Chu Yu left hastily for the Huiyin pavilion, she indeed spotted a throng of people obstructing the entrance. They had yet to gain entry. A profound sigh of relief escaped her lips. However, she noticed that the guards at her home were laboriously attempting to hold back the crowd, with some even sustaining blows. It was only then that she observed a distinct handprint on Chu Yi's face, which she had overlooked in her earlier anxiety. A pang of sorrow welled within her. "I am truly sorry for the trouble you've endured." The individuals from her second uncle's household were neither to be struck nor driven away. They merely formed a human barrier. Yet, the opposing party, with their volatile tempers, was prone to violence, and Chu Yi and the others were unable to retaliate, placing them at a disadvantage. Although Chu Yi was merely a guard, having followed her and her elder brother for many years, he often engaged in battle himself, proving his valor. It was disheartening to see him suffer a slap. How could she not feel a sense of anguish? "Miss, I am unscathed. Do hurry along." Chu Yi flashed her a reassuring smile. As a subordinate, he considered himself fortunate to be genuinely regarded by the young master and miss, deeming a mere handful of slaps inconsequential. Nodding in understanding, Chu Yu momentarily set these concerns aside and hastened towards the crowd. Before she could reach them, the voice of her second uncle's eldest daughter-in-law, Lady Li, rang out sharply. "You refuse to let us see Lord Guogong. Have you already brought him harm? Clear the way. If you do not part, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." In her hand, a gleaming knife appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Just as she brandished the weapon, a soft, melodious voice floated from behind. "There's an assassin. Seize the assassin and strike with ferocity. The tone was gentle, even pleasing to the ear, reminiscent of a maiden softly reciting a verse. However, the phrase to beat to death is not merely a lyric. Chu Yi's eyes sparkled with determination as he promptly nodded and declared, "Understood." With a swift stride, he charged forward, disregarding the identity of anyone wielding a knife, deeming them an assassin. With a resounding thud, Li's figure was sent sprawling to the ground by a shoulder throw, from where he summoned it. A stick struck her back with force. Chapter 52. There are no bounds to killing. As Li let out a pained cry, another blow descended upon her. Overwhelmed by agony, her vision blurred and she struggled to emit any further sound, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. This sudden turn of events left the surrounding onlookers in a state of shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Just as the third strike was about to fall, Li's daughter, Chu Lingshan, regained her senses and let out a terrified scream. "They are killing. The Duke's residence intends to murder." Li's husband, the eldest son of the Earl of Yong'an, who was also Chu Yuli's cousin, Chu Yaozong, rushed over, seizing the stick from Chu Yi's hands, and exclaimed in fury, "You scoundrel! How dare you strike my wife? How dare you?" With that, he raised his hand, ready to retaliate. Chu Yi, knowing that he could not evade the impending blows when he had already struck Li, prepared himself. After all, it was a servant who had laid hands on the mistress of the neighboring household, which, despite being adjacent, still made her half a master of the Chu family. There are distinctions in status, and striking a master would inevitably invite punishment. Yet, since it was the young lady's command to strike, he would carry out the order without hesitation, regardless of the consequences. Chu Yaozong's hand was poised to land upon Chu Yi's face. Just as the palm was about to descend, suddenly, a delicate hand reached out and gently grasped Chu Yaozong's wrist. "Why does my esteemed uncle strike the people of the Duke's household? I implore you to clarify." It was that insufferable girl again. Chu Yaozong forcefully flung his hand, intending to cast her aside. After all, she had approached him of her own volition. If he were to send her sprawling to the ground, it would be her doing that had provoked him. Thus, he exerted all his strength in that motion, aiming to instill a sense of intimidation before all those from the Duke's household. With Chu Xiaohe rendered nearly a eunuch and the Duke's household devoid of capable individuals, did she not think herself easily subdued? Chu Yaozong had even concocted a plan for how he might feign innocence after tossing her to the ground in a most undignified manner. However, he never anticipated that despite his full exertion, he could not shake off Chu Yueli's grip. She remained steadfast, while he nearly stumbled and fell. "You wretched girl, do you not realize I am your uncle? Release me at once." Chu Yaozong felt a searing pain in his wrist, a sharp twinge in his palm. Perplexed as to what was amiss with his own body, Chu Yueli finally released her hold and smiled, saying, "It is only a matter of a cousin." "You." After being freed, Chu Yaozong found himself unable to maintain his balance and staggered back several paces. "You." He clenched his teeth in frustration, at a loss for words, particularly since his wife lay on the ground, having endured a couple of strikes, crying out in distress. "Madam." Chu Yaozong hurried over to rescue her. Chu Lingshan and two servants rushed to assist, as did relatives from his uncle's household, all hastening to offer their support. However, the crowd was so large that most of the people could not squeeze in. They merely sought to express their concern. You impudent girl. How dare you command others to strike me?" The disheveled Li, her attire dusted with gray, pointed a trembling finger at Chu Yuli, her entire being quaking with indignation. Chu Yuli seemed to finally comprehend the identity of the person before her, her expression one of astonishment. "Ah, it is indeed my esteemed aunt. I apologize. Upon seeing someone wielding a knife, I presumed an assassin had intruded and, in a moment of panic, ordered the apprehension. I genuinely did not recognize you. Nevertheless, dear aunt, what does it signify that you entered the Duke's residence with a knife?" She appeared genuinely perplexed, blinking her innocent eyes. "My grandfather is the Duke, bestowed with honors by the Emperor. If someone enters armed, lacking merit or royal lineage, they could indeed face execution without mercy." She scrutinized the knife in Li's hand, furrowing her brow. "Aunt, you are indeed holding a knife, are you not?" Upon hearing this, Li was so frightened that she hastily released her grip, the knife clattering to the ground. I do not know where this knife came from." Li truly had no knowledge. It seemed someone had thrust the knife into her hand moments earlier. How could she have brought a weapon into the Duke's residence? That would be tantamount to courting death. Her courage was not so great. Yet, from whence did the knife originate? Glancing back, Those who had come from the Baroness' residence all retreated, eager to distance themselves from suspicion, leaving the source of the knife a mystery. As the crowd grew increasingly uneasy, suddenly, a heavy grunt resonated through the air. With a slight heaviness in her gaze, Chu Yuli turned and approached the elderly gentleman seated in the wheelchair, respectfully inclining her body as she spoke. Second uncle. It has been quite some time. Are you in good health? Do you still acknowledge me as your second uncle? The stern voice of Lord Yongin resonated as he slammed his hand upon the armrest of the wheelchair, exuding an air of authority. Lord Yongin, Chu Guodong, was the younger brother of the Duke. Although he initially held no title, his youngest son, Chu Zhengnan, distinguished himself through valor in battle alongside Chu Yuli's father, the loyal Marquis, earning remarkable accolades. The Emperor, recognizing Chu Jingnan's contributions, had conferred a countship upon him, which had once garnered considerable prestige. However, it was a tragic fate that Chu Zhengnan met his demise on the battlefield several years ago. Out of respect for his service, the Emperor bestowed his noble title upon his father, Chu Guodong, thus granting him the rank of Count. Today, it appeared that the entire household of the Count was in attendance. Chu Yuli smiled at Lord Yongin, saying, "Your words are too weighty, second uncle. As an elder, how could I possibly disregard your presence? And what of Chu Xiaoa? It has been a considerable time since I arrived. Why has he not come to pay his respects to me?" Lord Yongin, emboldened by his son's achievements and his status as an elder, spoke without an ounce of politeness. Quickly summoned Chu Xiaoa. "I wish to ascertain whether he is truly in poor health." A shadow crossed Chu Yuli's eyes, and a surge of indignation welled within her. Though she maintained her composure, the Mo Wang Fu. How had Chu Xiaoha become entangled with those from the Mo Wang Fu? When had this occurred? Despite the outward appearance of cordiality between the Mo Wang and Jin Wang, they were, in reality, fierce adversaries. Did Chu Xiaoha not fear offending Jin Wang by associating with the Mo Wang? Oh, by the way, the engagement between Chu Yuli and Prince Jin has been annulled. They are now likely to have lost the support of Prince Jin, and instead, they have turned to cling to the favor of Prince Mo. Their urgency only underscores the fact that the Duke's residence is truly in decline. Earl Yongin snorted dismissively, regarding the young girl with disdain. "Hurry and bring him here. I have matters to discuss with my elder brother in front of Chu Xiaoha." Furthermore, he pointed at the dozen or so guards blocking the courtyard entrance, his temper flaring once more as he exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? I wish to see my own elder brother, and these ruffians dare to obstruct me." Uncle Heir did not know that their grandfather's health had recently deteriorated. The imperial physician had come to see him and instructed that he must not be disturbed during his rest. Thus, Ali had ordered guards to keep watch over the courtyard, forbidding any idle individuals from approaching. "You insolent girl, are you implying that our esteemed Earl is merely an idle person?" After receiving a couple of blows, Li Shi, having caught her breath, became brazen once again. "How dare you disrespect the Earl? What qualifications do you have to be a daughter of the Chu family? Such unfilial and unjust behavior. Today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your deceased parents." As Li Shi spoke, she strode up to Chu Yuli and raised her hand to strike her across the face. Chapter 54. "What? Are you a worm in my stomach?" The legitimate daughter of the Duke's residence, in the past, who would dare to bully her. Yet now, with the Duke gravely ill and bedridden, her parents gone, and her only reliance, her elder brother, rendered a useless invalid, it seemed that great aspirations were no longer within reach. Most importantly, she had previously been betrothed to the esteemed Prince Jin and was likely to become the noble Princess Jin. Everyone was eager to curry favor with her. However, following the recent commotion at the palace banquet, it became apparent to all that Prince Jin had found new affections, and she had been cast aside. Consequently, even the servants of the Earl's residence dared to bully Chu Yuli. "Miss, be careful." As Li Shi's hand was poised to strike Chu Yuli's face, Chu Yi swiftly stepped forward. He did not retaliate against Li Shi, resulting in the slap landing squarely on his neck with a resounding smack. Fortunately, Chu Yi was quite tall, and the blow merely grazed him. However, he felt a burning sensation at his neck, and his heart tightened. That slap was intended to mar the young lady's beauty. What an audacious and venomous woman. Yet, Li Shi glared at Chu Yi and angrily exclaimed, "Get out of my way, you wretched creature." Even under the chilling gaze of Chu Yuli, she felt a shiver run down her spine and instinctively recoiled behind Chu Yaozhong. "Husband, Chu Yuli, what do you intend to do?" Chu Yaozhong asked with fury. In Chu Yuli's eyes, there flickered a disquieting aura of murderous intent. Yet, upon closer inspection, she remained the same delicate young girl. The malice in Chu Yuli's gaze vanished in an instant. She ignored Chu Yaozhong and turned her attention to the Earl of Yong'an. Second uncle, my grandfather requires rest, as advised by Imperial Physician Qin, the royal physician. Do you not trust even him? Humph. Do you think that invoking Imperial Physician Qin will intimidate me into submission? The Earl of Yong'an was entirely unconcerned and stated bluntly, I have said what I needed to say. As Chu Xiaohe's health deteriorates, the lineage of the Chu family, stemming from his esteemed bloodline, stands on the brink of extinction. Today, I, the esteemed lord, have come forth to persuade my elder brother to agree to adopt the Yao family under his name, ensuring the continuation of the Chu family's legacy. Your sibling's obstruction may lead my elder brother to remain unaware of this matter. If you do not allow my elder brother to emerge and engage in a thorough discussion with me, you shall bear the burden of being a traitor to the Chu family. Perhaps this wretched girl is deliberately preventing the Duke from meeting us, wielding the Emperor's authority to command the lords, with the intention of seizing all of the Chu family's assets for herself. What connection does the Chu family's wealth have with you? Chu Yuli shot a glance at Li Shi. That fortune was amassed by her grandfather, her parents, and her two uncles. It bears no relation to your esteemed household. These individuals truly possess an audacious understanding of usurpation. Who claims it has no connection to me? Li Shi, with an air of righteousness, stepped forward and declared, once Yaozong is adopted by the Duke, he will become the Duke's eldest son. Therefore, everything within the Duke's household rightfully belongs to my husband. Quickly, summon the Duke. The Duke's estate cannot be monopolized by you worthless siblings. If the Duke is not brought forth soon, I shall resort to forceful measures. Chu Yuli could hardly contain her laughter, astonished at the audacity of Li Shi, who seemed to have presumed herself the mistress of the Duke's household. What audacity! Yet, Li Shi pressed on relentlessly, tightening her grip. Chu Yuli, do you still believe you hold a favored status in the heart of the prince, who is unaware that you have already been cast aside by him? You are now without support. If the esteemed Duke is not summoned soon, I shall have no choice but to seek guidance. How is it that this lady possesses such insight into my thoughts, as if she were a parasite residing within me? Amidst the commotion, a deep voice interjected. Then perhaps the lady could venture a guess as to how I intend to treat you at this moment? Chapter 55. Am I here merely to gauge your expression? The voice. Is it the esteemed Prince Jin? Did not Prince Jin renounce Chu Yuli? Why has he suddenly appeared at the Duke's residence today? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, who promptly bowed in unison. We pay our respects to the prince. Although Chu Guodong held the title of Earl, it was far inferior to that of a duke, especially in the presence of a prince. Though he could not rise from his wheelchair, he hastily commanded his attendants to push him forward, addressing Lu Fengjin with utmost respect. I am honored to meet your highness. Lu Fengjin smiled lightly. Earl, it seems I just heard a lady proclaim her comprehensive understanding of my affairs. Li's heart sank as she fell to her knees. Hastily explaining, I did not mean it that way, Does this imply, then, that I am hard of hearing? And no, I meant, you audacious woman. How dare you slander the prince's hearing? Seize her and administer 20 strikes. Qin Wu declared sternly. Yes. 2 accompanying guards immediately dragged Li away. Terrified, she nearly fainted, pleading for mercy. Your Highness, I was mistaken. Please spare me. I beg for your forgiveness. Lu Fengjin paid her no heed. Husband Chu Yaozong sought to plead for leniency. Yet Lu Fengjin directed his gaze towards Duke Yong'an, inquiring, Is there something you wish to express, my lord? Duke Yong'an dared not utter a sound, paralyzed by trepidation. With the Duke himself rendered mute, his household members hastily sealed their lips, not daring to breathe a word. Lady Li had genuinely endured 20 lashes, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness from the pain. The Duke's entourage could not fathom the nature of the relationship between His Highness the Prince of Jin and Chu Yueli. But in that moment, no one dared to broach the topic of Chu Yaozong's adoption. Once Lady Li's punishment was concluded, a group of individuals seized an opportunity to excuse themselves before Lu Fengjin, hastily departing. Chu Yueli observed this with clarity. Today, the Prince of Jin had been afforded face, and the matter was temporarily set aside. However, with Chu Xiaohe's health faltering, he was determined to seize the Duke's residence for himself. After their departure, Zissou, concealed in the depths of the courtyard, swiftly emerged to whisper to Chu Yueli, We did not disturb the Duke. I had people guarding inside, ensuring that none from the Duke's household were permitted entry. Chu Yueli nodded, gesturing for Zissou and Chu Yi to withdraw. Presently, The Duke's residence indeed appeared feeble. Yet fortunately, those close to Chu Yueli were capable individuals, and they could maintain stability for the time being. Nevertheless, from Lu Fengjin's perspective, the situation seemed precarious. Teetering on the brink of collapse, the cunning Lady Li had unexpectedly found herself in a position of isolation, a truly unforeseen turn of events. Once the Duke's entourage had distanced themselves, Lu Fengjin's gaze darkened, and he promptly launched into a sardonic tirade. Though the words were harsh to the ears, Chu Yuli remained unfazed. Leaning slightly, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, Your Highness. You presume that I was aiding you?" Lu Fengjin retorted with a cold snort. "My grievances with that cunning woman have nothing to do with you." Realizing that the prince's actions were not intended to benefit her, Chu Yuli felt a sense of relief wash over her, her smile brightening considerably. "I have matters to attend to. If Your Highness appreciates the scenery of the Duke's residence, please feel free to enjoy it. I shall take my leave." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, her steps light and breezy. However, Lu Fengjin's expression darkened. "You would leave me here? Did I come to the Duke's residence merely to gauge your mood?" Chapter 56. Transformed from head to toe, Chu Yuli appeared somewhat perplexed. "How could I dare to show displeasure to Your Highness? You mentioned that I need not express my gratitude, and you did not truly assist me. Should I then kneel and thank you with insincerity? Have you not wondered why I am here?" Lu Fengjin felt a surge of anger that nearly made him sick. What had begun as mere politeness had turned into her dismissing the favor he had extended to her, rendering it trivial. This woman truly knew how to seize an advantage. With a face as enchanting as a celestial being, unmarred by cosmetics, Chu Yuli maintained a calm demeanor as she asked, "Then, might I inquire as to Your Highness's purpose for being here? Of course, if you prefer not to divulge, I am not particularly inclined to press further." Lu Fengjin was so infuriated that he felt an impulse to confront her directly. The Ali he once knew was not like this. His frustration turned inward, directed at himself. Knowing full well that the woman before him harbored malicious intentions and a deeply scheming nature, having caused his mother to be publicly humiliated by the emperor, and nearly costing Yuana her life with a severe beating, he had resolved how to exact revenge through his fourth brother. Fully convinced that it had nothing to do with him, he had even been persuaded by his mother to refrain from seeking her out today. Yet, in the end, he found himself drawn to her once more. Even Lu Fengjin could not comprehend his own motivations. Perhaps he merely wished to witness how his fourth brother would torment this woman, thus allowing himself the opportunity to add insult to injury. However, Chu Yuli had fewer contemplations than him. Her thoughts were occupied with concern for Chu Xiaohe. Fearing that those individuals might take advantage of their distraction to affront and humiliate her elder brother, his heart, at present, remained exceedingly fragile. "If the prince has no pressing matters, then I shall take my leave," she stated, preparing to depart. In an instant, Lu Fengjin stepped forward, his tall frame blocking her path. "I have words to share with you," he declared. Chu Yuli, observing his movement, pondered how his agility compared to that of the third prince of Dongzhou. Ignoring her own thoughts, Lu Fengjin's ire could no longer be contained, his tone growing more forceful. "Chu Yuli, I am addressing you." Their destination was the side hall of the main residence. In the past, whenever Lu Fengjin sought out Chu Yuli, he would go directly to the Wanghua pavilion where she resided. Arriving at the side hall of the main house now, he felt inexplicably as though he had been turned away. "What is it that the prince wishes to discuss?" she inquired for the second time. The earlier uproar at the banquet had left no room for apology or anger. She remained composed and serene, her demeanor tranquil and gentle. This left Lu Fengjin feeling utterly despondent. Regardless of whether he expressed anger or frustration, it all seemed akin to striking a fist against cotton, failing to elicit even a ripple. It was as if he had become entirely insignificant to Chu Yuli. He even harbored doubts that, should he perish before her, she would shed a single tear for him. A sense of bitterness inexplicably welled up within him. After accepting the tea brought by a servant, Lu Fengjin took a slight sip, suppressing the turmoil in his chest, and fixed his gaze upon her. "Why has the fourth prince summoned you?" Lu Fengjin's expression darkened. "Do you dare to wager whether this prince believes you?" Chu Yuli, somewhat taken aback, queried in confusion. "What does your belief or disbelief have to do with me?" Lu Fengjin felt the stirrings of anger once more. Even he could not comprehend why. After years of amicable acquaintance with Chu Yuli, they now found themselves embroiled in disputes at every encounter. She was no longer gentle or understanding, but rather quick to retort and even scornful. She had transformed completely, inside and out. Chapter 57. 3 years, no contact. Lu Fengjin continued to endure with great restraint. He was no longer a mere youth. His demeanor should not be frivolous or impetuous. Ali, though we have had our misunderstandings in the past, we have known each other for many years. Today, I wish to avoid quarrels. Can we not engage in a civil discourse? Yet, he was a man of principle, and matters of jealousy must be set aside in the face of greater concerns. The Mo king currently commanded 30,000 troops in the northern frontier, with an indeterminate number of auxiliary forces still unaccounted for. One thing was certain: the entirety of the northern frontier now fell within his sphere of influence. The vastness and enigma of the northern frontier remain unknown to both you and me. While the battleground of the southern frontier is undeniably terrifying, the northern frontier is tenfold more perilous. Yet, he has successfully reclaimed the entirety of the northern frontier. Just from this, Chiuli could fathom the formidable strength of Lu Mo. Chiuli is not one to act capriciously, ultimately. Even she struggles to comprehend her true intentions towards the Ink King. My lord, the Ink King's actions at present do not seem to indicate any immediate schemes. It is worth noting that you possess your own army outside the city, which outnumbers the Ink King's personal guards tenfold. Lu Fengjin, too, found this perplexing. Among the several princes, who does not command a modicum of military power, while the main forces are stationed at the border garrisons. Each prince holds their own encampments near the capital. Though their numbers may be modest, they still command at least 20 to 30,000 personal guards. This arrangement is tacitly approved by the emperor. In times of distress within the capital, the responsibility to protect it falls upon the prince's personal guards. However, to maintain a balance of power, the emperor does not permit their troops to enter the city. Thus, each prince's guards remain stationed outside the capital's walls. Not only Lu Fengjin, but also his second and third royal brothers have their own forces. The Ink King's current influence should surpass that of the other princes. This is a conundrum that Lu Fengjin cannot unravel, and it is likely that the other princes are equally baffled. No one knows what Lu Mo is truly contemplating. The more elusive his thoughts become, the more daunting the Ink King appears. Lu Fengjin gazed at Chiuli. Ali, we have been together for many years. We are well aware of one another's true selves. If you do not stand by me now, do you intend to conspire with the enigmatic fourth prince? I fear you are courting danger, and in the end, you may find yourself stripped of all that you hold dear. The Duke's residence still commands an army of 100,000 from the Chu family. You understand well that if those 100,000 generals fall into the hands of the fourth prince, it would only serve to strengthen him. Only by joining forces can we withstand the threat posed by the King of Ink. Otherwise, we shall be picked off one by one, leaving neither of us a place to rest in death. Ali, I implore you, do not be so headstrong. Chu Yuli's thin lips pressed together, and she remained silent. It was then that Zissou, who had been waiting patiently nearby, could not help but murmur, the prince already has someone by his side. What more does he expect from my lady? Zissou. Chu Yuli cast a glance in her direction. Zissou pouted slightly, but refrained from further comment, though her heart remained discontented. When Lu Fengjin arrived, he had indeed pondered this matter. He lowered his eyelids, seemingly in hesitation, and after a considerable pause, he finally spoke. In that case, let us proceed with our original plan to wed. However, I have promised you honor that we shall marry on the same day, and for at least 3 years after our union, I shall not lay a finger on you. Chapter 58. Do you truly believe such words? Zissou's lips twitched, and she wished to speak, but upon seeing Chu Yuli's calm demeanor as she sipped her tea, she sighed softly and fell silent. Chu Yuli set down her cup and smiled, saying, Rest assured, Your Highness, I have no desire to marry you, nor do I anticipate your touch. Ali, do not be so willful. Look at the predicament in which you and General Chu find yourselves. At this juncture, only he can salvage the fortunes of the Duke's household. This woman is utterly devoid of support and has no way out. Why persist in your obstinacy? Were it not for my timely arrival today, the people from the Earl's residence would have barged into the Huayan pavilion, revealing the plight of Chu Xiaohe to the old Duke. If the old Duke were to learn that his only grandson has become half a cripple, how much longer could his frail body endure? He would surely be driven to his grave by the shock. Since the tragic loss of his 3 sons in battle, he has been consumed by grief and fallen ill for years. His survival these past years has depended solely on expensive medicine and attentive care, barely clinging to life. Such a duke cannot withstand even the slightest provocation. If the Earl's people truly intruded today, no one could guarantee how many days the Duke has left to live. Do you and your brother truly fear nothing? I cannot comprehend why the once astute and clever Chuyuli has recently become so dull-witted. Has jealousy so clouded your judgment that you would recklessly endanger the lives of your own family? Who can you rely on if you turn away from me? Lu Fengjin was somewhat agitated, yet Chuyuli's exquisitely beautiful face remained unperturbed. Not only did she disregard his words, but she also shifted the subject. Your Highness, if my elder brother were to be in perfect condition, how many moves would it take for you to defeat him? Lu Fengjin was momentarily taken aback, his recently ignited emotions still simmering within him. After a brief pause, he candidly replied, if I am in good form, I could secure victory within 20 moves. If not at my best, it would not exceed 30. However, I have heard from the King of Ink that had my elder brother faced the third prince of the Eastern Zhou in the past, he would undoubtedly lose within 10 moves. Did your fourth brother convey this to you? Lu Fengjin's expression turned incredulous. What had she and his fourth brother discussed? Why did his heart suddenly feel a faint pang of discomfort? Indeed, the King of Ink is aware that our Duke's residence is about to contend with the warrior of the Eastern Zhou's third prince. Hence he specifically summoned me and my elder brother to his manor for guidance. Chuyuli remarked with a smile. Lu Fengjin remained skeptical. She was an adversary of his fourth brother. Surely he would not be inclined to assist her. Ali, I have not deceived the prince. The King of Ink genuinely wishes to help us navigate this crisis. I have been contemplating this matter today. In truth, I am not so dependent on you for survival. Nor is our Duke's residence. She picked up the teapot and personally poured tea for Lu Fengjin, adding, thus, there is no need for the prince to fret over our Duke's residence. What exactly does your fourth brother require you to do? Lu Fengjin's gaze darkened. If she was not lying, then the King of Ink surely had ulterior motives. Nonsense. Lu Fengjin abruptly stood, towering over her as he fixed her with a penetrating stare. Are you implying that your fourth brother is infatuated with your appearance and thus unconditionally supports you? Ali, have you retained such naivety? Do you truly believe such words? Chapter 59. She will surely come to seek him. I naturally found it hard to believe, yet the King of Mo made no demands. Thus, I could not fathom his thoughts. In contrast to Lu Fengjin's excitement, Chuyuli appeared remarkably calm and composed. If you wish to learn about the third prince of the Eastern Zhou, you should seek me. If you desire to approach my fourth brother, consider the opinions of others. To my astonishment, she contemplated soliciting assistance from other men. Lu Fengjin felt as though his heart had been pierced. She belonged to him. How could she seek the King of Mo without fearing the gossip that would drown her? Why can't I seek Lord Mo? Chuyuli inquired, her expression one of perplexity. The Lord himself has stated that our Duke's residence is in disarray. In such times, what is wrong with seeking a strong ally? Why not lean on me? He was genuinely furious. Yet, Chuyuli found it amusing. The King of Mo's residence, at least for now, lacks a mistress, while you, my lord, have a fierce tigress in your household. Whose leg should I cling to requires some consideration. Am I to subject myself to torment in your abode? You. He scoffed, but Zissou could not contain her laughter, startling herself in the process. My lord, miss, allow me to fetch you some tea. She hurriedly retreated, fearful of laughing even louder. Lu Fengjin, filled with indignation, exclaimed, so from the very beginning, you had no intention of conversing with me sincerely. You deceitful woman. With a sigh, Chuyuli replied, my lord, you have wasted an entire cup of tea. How can you blame me? I have stated from the outset that there is nothing of substance for us to discuss. Chuyuli, I am aware that our noble house has fallen into disarray, and I find myself devoid of support. Lu Fengjin's face turned a shade of green in his fury. Indeed, she spoke of clinging to the thighs of other men. And suddenly, he felt engulfed in a wave of jealousy. He had never anticipated that Chuyuli, upon departing from him, could find solace in the arms of another. Never. After accompanying this prince for so many years, how could the esteemed Lord Mo desire such a woman? He retorted angrily. Yet, Chuyuli smiled softly. The Lord Mo did not express it in that manner. He lamented that having marred his appearance, no woman in the realm would wish for him. Thus he insists I bear responsibility for him. Nonsense, he exclaimed. If you are aware that I speak in jest, then why engage in such lengthy discourse with me? Are you not wary of squandering your precious time? You. Lu Fengjin seethed, gritting his teeth. This woman, with her nonsensical ramblings, was truly insufferable. How had he previously been oblivious to the fact that her temperament could be so grating? Enough. If you seek your own demise, I shall not hinder you. In 3 days, the Eastern Zhou prince shall arrive, and then I shall witness how your noble house suffers a loss of face before the world. Today, I had intended to devise a means for her and her brother to navigate through their predicament, given our past acquaintance. Yet, I am taken aback by Chu Yuli's utter lack of gratitude. If that is the case, why should I concern myself with this madwoman any longer? I shall simply wait. In a few days, I shall observe her as she comes to me, weeping, begging for assistance to save the noble house. She will undoubtedly seek my aid. When that time arrives, I shall not treat her with the same kindness as today. I shall ensure that Chu Yuli experiences the bitter taste of being driven to the brink of despair. Chapter 60. Who on earth wishes to be trampled upon? Although Zissou found the words of Lord Jean rather exasperating and absurd, it was undeniably ironic. He was clearly beseeching the young lady to marry him anew while maintaining an air of superiority, asserting that he had promised Tuoba Feiyuan not to approach their lady for 3 years. It made the young lady appear as if she were desperately weeping and clamoring to marry him, as though she were pleading for their wedding night. Such a spectacle was both infuriating and laughable. Yet, as she observed Lu Fengjin storming off in a fit of anger, Zissou couldn't shake her concern. "My lady, is it truly the case that the King of Ink genuinely wishes to assist us? He seems rather fearsome." It was not merely the terror of his masked visage, but rather the overwhelming aura he exuded, a mysterious and profound presence that instilled a sense of unease within her. One could not discern his intentions, yet it felt as if everything about oneself lay bare under his scrutinizing gaze, devoid of any semblance of privacy. This sensation of being ensnared beneath the talons of a hawk, utterly powerless to dictate one's fate, left her engulfed in despondency. "My lady, do you truly intend to seek refuge with the King of Ink?" It was uncertain. In the midst of the blurred lines between friend and foe, it was unwise to act rashly. However, the 100,000 troops of the Chu family under her family's command had indeed become the coveted prize in the eyes of many, with each faction eager to partake in the spoils. Even the emperor shared this ambition. The Chu army, meticulously trained by her parents and uncles, would undoubtedly face disintegration should another force encroach upon them. Furthermore, as they were not the royal guards, once thrust into the battlefield, this army, having been conscripted mid-journey, would inevitably be assigned the most perilous and arduous tasks. They were not the royal guards. Their loss would be deemed inconsequential. The Chu family army is destined to become mere instruments of slaughter on the battlefield, ultimately succumbing to the harshest of conditions, each one transformed into a wandering soul. No one will cherish their lives, nor will anyone care about their futures. Wherever they go, they will merely be pawns, easily discarded. The thought of her brothers, their youthful and radiant faces and loyal eyes, pierces Chu Yuli's heart like a knife. The Chu family army must not fall into the hands of others. She is determined to protect them. Even if death should come one day, it must be on the battlefield, with great fervor, rather than namelessly perishing in an inconspicuous corner where no one cares. Given this, why should I continue to endure in silence? I am also the cherished pearl of my parents, raised in a cradle of love and affection, who would willingly become the mud beneath someone else's feet. In 3 years without touching her? Bah, I fear you may not even have the opportunity to try. How utterly disgusting. Zissou widened her eyes in disbelief, her voice quivering slightly. "Miss, you just cursed." "Apologies, I momentarily lost my composure." Chu Yuli downed the last sip of her tea, set the cup down with a sharp clatter, and rose. "I shall see that elder brother. You take care of the servants of the Duke's estate." Zissou was taken aback, hurrying after her. "Are you suspecting?" "Today, when I went out with elder brother, the Duke's household immediately came knocking in an orderly fashion. Furthermore, while the Li family may lack decorum, they are exceedingly timid. How would they dare to approach with a knife? Thus, it is evident that there is someone orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. The servants of the Duke's residence have become quite unclean." Chapter 61. She would never sell her body. Lu Fengjin indeed left the Duke's residence in a fit of rage. However, not long after boarding the carriage, he could not resist lifting the curtain of the rear window to gaze at the slowly receding gate of the Duke's residence. His mood clouded. After an indeterminate period, he suddenly commanded, "Stop." Surprised, he inquired, "Where is the prince headed?" "The Duke's residence," came the reply, though it appeared quite grand. Everyone knew that following the incident involving Chu Xiaohua, the Duke's residence would soon falter. Chu Yi was undoubtedly aware of this as well. "Your Highness," Qin Wu approached from behind and softly suggested, "Shall I send someone to investigate what General Chu and his sister did at the Prince of Mo's residence today?" "The Prince of Mo's residence is heavily guarded. At this moment, even if my men were to go, the likelihood of obtaining any information is uncertain. Should they fall into the hands of the fourth prince and be presented before our father, I would be branded a traitor, scheming against my brother for power. Although my enmity with the Prince of Mo is well known, even to our father, the facade of peace must be upheld. Our father will not tolerate anyone disrupting this balance. Yes, I was reckless, Qin Wu conceded, yet noting the prince's current demeanor, he sensed a deep concern. Your Highness, are you worried that the lady may truly align herself with the Prince of Mo? The fourth prince would hardly desire someone who has been by my side for so many years, Lu Fengjin replied with a cold snort. Yet, that may not be entirely out of the question. Qin Wu was aware that his words lacked charm, yet as a man, he felt it was his duty to caution the prince. After all, the young lady was undeniably as beautiful as a celestial being. Lu Fengjin's frosty gaze bore heavily upon him, causing Qin Wu to startle and feel a wave of unease. He hastily clarified, Your Highness, I harbor no improper intentions towards the young lady. I beseech you to see it clearly. Lu Fengjin remained silent. Qin Wu continued, I merely speak the truth. The young lady's beauty is indeed unparalleled, a rarity among all in the capital. Such a breathtaking visage, coupled with her prior declaration of innocence in public, distancing herself from your highness, it is not surprising that the crown prince would take an interest in her. Would the emperor ever permit a lady who has severed ties with his son to marry another? What of the royal dignity? And what if the crown prince has no intention of marrying her, but merely seeks to possess her? In a more carnal sense. He dared not voice that thought aloud. Yet even Lu Fengjin questioned the credibility of his own convictions. His loyalty to Tuoba Feiyuan was unwavering, and he would never lay a hand on Ali. However, who could guarantee that other men did not harbor lustful intentions? After all, Ali was indeed the most exquisite maiden he had ever encountered. Lu Fengjin's palm tightened into a fist. The sensation of something so precious being coveted by others felt akin to having sand ground into his eyes, an unbearable discomfort. At last, he let out a cold hum. Although Chu Yuli is profound in her thoughts, she would not stoop to selling herself for the sake of a transaction. I have known her for many years, and I understand her well. She would never grow close to the fourth prince. Yet, Lu Fengjin did not anticipate that his words would soon come back to haunt him. 3 days later, the Eastern Zhou prince arrived, temporarily residing outside the city in a guest house, awaiting the reception from the Dongling royal family. Unexpectedly, the empress appointed Chu Yuli to attend to the 7th princess of Eastern Zhou, Tuoba Lu Li, who was traveling alongside the prince. Why must it be someone with the surname Tuoba again? Zisu held a deep disdain for that surname. Chu Yuli smiled and remarked, Tuoba Fei Yuan grew up in the vast desert, which borders Eastern Zhou. Perhaps they were once all Eastern Zhou people. What is so strange about sharing a surname? In a blink, the carriage came to a halt outside the guest house. As Chu Yuli alighted, her gaze fell upon the tall and slender figure standing not far from the carriage. The Mo Wang. Zisu also spotted him, her subconscious still tinged with hesitation. Although Chu Yuli felt somewhat surprised, she quickly composed herself and made her way towards him, saying, Your Highness, today. Suddenly, from within the guest house, a short knife whizzed through the air. Chu Yuli's brow furrowed slightly as she witnessed a dark sleeve sweep past. With a thud, the knife lodged itself deep into a nearby tree trunk. Lu Mo swiftly pulled Chu Yuli to his side. The speed was so great that her skirt caught beneath her feet, causing her to inadvertently tumble into his embrace. When Lu Fengjin arrived, he was greeted by the sight of Lu Beima holding Chu Yuli in his embrace. Qin Wu, who accompanied him, was left utterly astonished. This situation clearly transcended the boundaries between men and women. What are you doing? Lu Fengjin strode over, his anger palpable. Chu Yuli had already steadied herself and intended to extricate herself from Lu Beima's arms. However, upon hearing Lu Fengjin's accusatory voice, her legs weakened, causing her to lean back into Lu Beima's embrace. A hint of inscrutable amusement flickered in Lu Beima's eyes. A beauty had willingly sought refuge in his arms, and it was only natural to seize such an opportunity. He tightened his hold on her. Ali, do you know what you are doing? Lu Fengjin advanced, gripping Chu Yuli's arm and pulling her forcefully from Lu Beima's embrace. Let go. You're hurting me. Chu Yuli glared at him, displeased. What I do is none of your concern, Your Highness. Keep your hands to yourself. You, the 5th prince declared coldly. There should be no connection between you and Miss Li any longer. If you wish to avoid misunderstandings in the future, kindly refrain from touching her. Lu Fengjin glared at him, his voice icy. And what, pray tell, is the relationship between the fourth prince and Ali. Lu Beimo replied with a smirk. There is nothing particularly special. This prince merely harbors unrequited feelings for Miss Li. The onlookers were left astounded, nearly dropping their jaws at such an admission. To confess one's affections so openly? Surely this was too frivolous. Yet, the person in question, Chu Yueli, maintained an expression of indifference. It seemed that Lu Beimo's declaration stirred not even the faintest ripple within her heart. There was no question of being moved or unmoved. Who could truly decipher the thoughts of the Prince of Ink? In a moment of impulsiveness, I exploited him, and I cannot foresee the troubles that may ensue. This man is enigmatic and unpredictable. It is best to maintain a distance. However, Lu Fengjin, upon witnessing her indifference to the Prince of Ink's declaration, finally felt a sense of relief. For so many years, Ali's heart has belonged solely to him, a fact he knows better than anyone. Thus, his animosity towards Lu Beimo diminished somewhat. How crucial is a young lady's reputation? Fourth brother, I implore you to choose your words with care in the future. What does it matter to you? Lu Beimo huffed, striding toward the inn. A wave of tension coursed through Chu Yuli. The Prince of Ink was upset. Was it merely because she had shown no reaction to his declaration? This was the first time Chu Yuli had witnessed Lu Beimo's anger since their acquaintance. Although he uttered not a word, and his face bore no excess of expression, she instinctively recognized his ire. The final words he left her with carried an almost childish tone. What does it matter to you? Was this the phrase one would expect from the aloof and proud Prince of Ink? The commotion outside the inn had already attracted the attention of those within. As soon as the Prince of Ink entered, the third Prince of Dongzhou and the seventh Princess emerged from their chambers to greet him, and the atmosphere grew lively. Outside, however, Lu Fengjin continued to scrutinize Chu Yuli, his tone finally softening. Ali, what brings you here? He was aware of the fourth brother's displeasure and, given the competitive nature between them, felt a surge of happiness knowing he had gained the upper hand in Ali's heart today. Since he had arranged for Lu Fengjin to fetch her, why was the Prince of Ink also present? Upon entering, Jili finally uncovered the connection between the enigmatic Mo Wang and the third Prince of Dongzhou. To Obai, they were, astonishingly, old acquaintances, seemingly long-standing friends. It was peculiar to consider that someone as profound as Mo Wang could have close companions. At last, Chu Yuli also beheld the legendary third Prince of Dongzhou. To Obai, he possessed a tall and graceful figure, exuding an ethereal beauty. Unlike the cold and imposing demeanor of Mo Wang or the dashing charm of Jin Wang, he radiated a serene presence, akin to a celestial being untainted by the mundane world. His appearance indeed warranted the term celestial. Do you fancy this type? Upon noticing Chu Yuli gazing at Tuobai, Lu Beimo let out a disdainful hum. So you prefer handsome young men, do you? Chu Yuli felt a twinge of exasperation. Was Mo Wang experiencing jealousy? It would be wise to keep a distance from the jealousy of a formidable figure. Lowering her head, she murmured, the desire for beauty is universal. I beg your pardon, your highness. Lu Beimo's gaze turned even colder. Shallow, though chastised, Chu Yuli merely smiled, accepting the criticism with grace. Lu Beimo fixed his gaze upon her, a flicker of flame dancing in his eyes, anger. Yet, he refrained from speaking further. After stepping outside, he mounted his horse and departed. Lu Yun and Jing Lei pursued vigorously but failed to catch up. Emerging from the building was a maiden of exquisite beauty, akin to a lotus blossom. She was the seventh princess of Dongzhou, Tuobo. Lu Beimo's speed was such that even Jing Lei and Lu Yun could not match him, leaving Tuobo with only the fleeting glimpse of his departing figure, which vanished in the blink of an eye. What did you say to him that made him leave in such a huff? Tuobo glared at Chu Yuli, her anger causing her to stomp her feet. After finally encountering Brother Mo, she had barely exchanged a few words before he was driven away. This woman, who resembled a celestial fairy, was truly infuriating. Zissou, fearing that her mistress had unwittingly acquired yet another enemy, wished to offer an explanation but hesitated, being merely a maid. Am I ignoring him? Tuobo exclaimed in astonishment. How could she possibly be neglecting Brother Mo? It was Lu Beimo who, upon entering, had only engaged in conversation with the third prince, completely disregarding her. All she wished was to fetch him some delicious treats that she had brought all the way from Dongzhou. Yet after stepping into the room, she emerged to find Lu Beimo had already departed. No amount of chasing would suffice. Chu Yuli refrained from saying anything further. The gifts had been presented, the necessary words exchanged, and she merely awaited the conclusion of the pleasantries between Toba Yi and Lu Fengjin before hastily making her way into the city. Unexpectedly, a maid whispered something into Tuoba Lioli's ear. What? Brother Mo explicitly expressed his fondness for her. Tuoba Lioli's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, she drew a whip from her waist and cracked it fiercely against the ground. You, I challenge you to a duel. Chapter 64. From now on, I shall protect you. With a resounding crack, the whip's tail struck the earth, creating a fissure. Dust swirled in the air, revealing her formidable inner strength. Zis's heart raced with concern for her mistress, prompting her to rush forward to shield Chiyuli. Men were truly synonymous with trouble. What did the entangled romances have to do with her? As she observed Tuoba Lioli's whip, a sudden smile lit her face, as if a spark of inspiration had ignited within her. Indeed, Tuoba Lioli's whip, dark and glossy with a hint of subtle red luminescence, was crafted from an extraordinary and rare treasure. Upon receiving such praise from Chiyuli, the fury within Tuoba Lioli remarkably dissipated by half. She tenderly caressed her long whip, a proud smile gracing her lips. It is crafted from the hide of a fire lion beast, a creature of immense ferocity. Our warriors from the eastern Zhou labored for 3 days and nights to capture it. The princess must be held in great favor within the eastern Zhou for such a prize to be bestowed upon you. I dare say other princesses could not boast the same. Chiyuli chuckled. Indeed, my father dotes on me. The glimmer in Tuoba Lioli's eyes spoke volumes. Chiyuli continued, I truly envy you, princess, for having a friend like the Mo king, a doting elder brother in the third prince, and a father who cherishes you deeply. Unlike me, I possess nothing. Her gaze fell, a wave of melancholy washing over her. Observing the sorrow etched on her face, Tuoba Lioli felt a pang of sympathy. Do not be disheartened. You too shall encounter those who cherish you. I. Tuoba Lioli was not accustomed to comforting others, and faced with Chiyuli's distress, she found herself at a loss for words. Eventually, in a moment of determination, she hurried over and grasped Chiyuli's hand. Do not despair. From this day forth, I shall protect you. Zisu cleared her throat softly, her voice somewhat muffled. Unperturbed, Chiyuli discreetly kicked her. Zisu promptly lowered her head and retreated, not daring to utter a sound. Only then did Chiyuli turn to Tuoba Lioli and nod. I understand. I shall not be sorrowful. I will remain strong. Indeed. Tuoba Lioli held her hand, just as Tuoba Yi and Lu Fengjin emerged from the residence. Tuoba Lioli quickened her pace, leading Chiyuli to Tuoba Yi. Third Imperial brother, allow me to introduce my new friend. You have made a new friend again? Tuoba Yi's gaze fell upon Chiyuli's face. She was enchanting, captivating, and so beautiful that she seemed almost celestial. Even Tuoba Yi, who had encountered countless beauties within the royal family, could not help but be momentarily astonished. Yet, he merely glanced for a moment before smiling and asking, and who might this be? She is. Tuoba Lioli paused, suddenly realizing she did not even know her friend's name, though they had already formed a bond. Just a moment ago, caught up in the moment, she found herself not disliking the girl before her. Chiyuli leaned in and said, I am Chiyuli, the legitimate daughter of the Duke's residence, sent by Her Majesty to attend to the 7th princess. Then I shall call you Ali. Tuoba Lioli beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Ali, from now on, you shall accompany me, and I shall protect you. Chapter 65. Unless he gives up this pawn at last. They successfully escorted the 3rd prince of Dongzhou and the 7th princess to the Cheongqing Palace, designated for receiving distinguished guests. This little girl seemed to possess an inexhaustible energy. Miss, I find that the 7th princess appears to be sincere and genuinely interesting, Zisu remarked, initially filled with apprehension. To her surprise, the 7th princess and the miss had become friends. Chiyuli replied lazily, she is playful and impulsive. She is not a bad person, but ultimately, she belongs to the royal family. So, miss, you never truly considered befriending her, did you? Zisu expressed a hint of exasperation. Over the years, Miss has lived solely for Lu Fengjin, leaving her with scarcely any friends of her own. She had hoped that this time she might finally make a friend. The King of Ink stands as a thorn between her and me. As long as this thorn remains, genuine friendship will forever be elusive. Chiyuli closed her eyes, resting against the carriage wall. Unless one day, the King of Ink relinquishes his hold on me as a pawn, or she no longer harbors feelings for him. A pawn. Zisu listened, her heart racing. Yet, Chiyuli maintained her calm demeanor. Do you truly believe the King of Ink cares for me? Zisu remained silent. The king of ink was enigmatic, his true intentions inscrutable. Thus, such deliberate proximity could only suggest ulterior motives. However, Chu Yuli wished to steer clear of the subject. Aware that walls have ears and words can bring calamity, a banquet is to be held at the palace tonight, and my elder brother will also be in attendance. Accompany him and ensure his safety. Her elder brother, known for his straightforwardness, had recently encountered troublesome affairs, causing Chu Yuli great concern for his well-being. Zissou, being astute, provided her with a sense of reassurance. Zissou nodded in affirmation, I understand. Thus, that night, Chu Yuli found herself alone. As night fell, she first visited her grandfather. The duke's health had been deteriorating day by day. Despite the presence of a millennium-old ginseng, his spirit showed no signs of improvement. Steward Qin Fu had been by the duke's side for many years, and now that Chu Yuli had entrusted him with the management of the Huiyin Pavilion, he rarely appeared elsewhere in the estate. As he saw Chu Yuli off, Qin Fu could not help but inquire, Miss, is there still hope for the eldest young master's health? I am still researching effective remedies. Rest assured, Fu Bo, as long as we have faith, hope will undoubtedly remain. My elder brother is a man of virtue, straightforward and generous, devoted to his country and the people until his last breath. Like my parents and several uncles, he is a general who serves the nation and its citizens with unwavering loyalty. Such a good person, heaven would surely not be so cruel as to extinguish his lifelong hope. I understand. Miss, you need not worry. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect the Duke. Tonight, there is a banquet in the palace, and everyone is bustling within its walls. At last, she can enjoy a peaceful night. After bathing and changing, Chu Yuli emerged from behind the screen in a loose-fitting garment. Just as she picked up a military book to peruse, her gaze suddenly darkened. A skilled individual had entered the courtyard. She set down the book and hurriedly approached, flinging open the window. Under the moonlight, the figure appeared as tranquil as water, yet exuded the might of a dragon. He sat atop a tree, his long legs casually draped over a branch, the sturdy limbs strikingly elongated. It seemed that with a single step, he could effortlessly descend from the tree and stand before her. Chu Yuli felt her heart grow heavy. Beneath the moonlight, the half-mask he wore glimmered ominously. Could she pretend not to see him? Yet, she pondered, he was already present. If she truly feigned ignorance, he might not hesitate to kick down her door. In a situation where a solitary man and woman found themselves at such an hour, the outdoors felt at least safer than within. Chu Yuli closed the window and wrapped herself in a thin robe before stepping outside, making her way directly to the tree. Your Highness, what brings you to the Duke's residence at such a late hour? His elevated position compelled her to tilt her head back to converse, which was quite exhausting. Liu Bei-mo lowered his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at her. Since I harbor feelings for you, may I not seek your company for a mere chat? I am still an unwed maiden. Your Highness, I beseech you to speak with caution. The moment those words left her lips, a chill enveloped her. In the blink of an eye, his towering figure stood before her, casting away all light that fell upon her. Chu Yuli found herself enveloped in his shadow. An inexplicable sensation of being ensnared in a cage washed over her. He ought not to be called the Prince of Mo, rather. He should be referred to as the Demon King. His actions were dictated solely by his whims, entirely disregarding the well-being of others. Your Highness, it is quite late, and your visit, in such solitary company, could tarnish my reputation. Does the Duke's residence truly care for such matters? Liu Bei-mo seemed weary of this inquiry. Since you are aware, then, I am displeased, he interrupted. When I am displeased, I shall do what pleases me. Chu Yuli felt a vague headache brewing. Was it permissible for him to act upon his whims simply because he was unhappy? If I were to truly act upon my desires, where do you suppose we would be entangled right now? Your Highness. Chu Yuli's expression darkened as she glared at him, her tone firm. Exercise caution in your words. Liu Bei-mo stepped away towards a nearby pavilion, beckoning her with a gesture. Come here. Chu Yuli was too lazy to pay him any mind, yet she feared that he might truly act on a whim. After some contemplation, she decided to accompany him into the pavilion. The prince had arrived at such a late hour. What could be the reason? There was a banquet at the palace tonight, so why was he not there? Yet, the heavy scent of alcohol wafting from him suggested he had indulged within the palace walls. As they entered the pavilion, the aroma of liquor intensified, indicating he had consumed quite a bit. However, he remained silent, reclining on the stone bench with his long legs curled up, closing his eyes to rest. He lay in a languid, carefree manner, as if he were in the comfort of his own home. Seeing that he ignored her, Chu Yuli gently called out, Your Highness? He had come seeking her but offered no explanation for his visit. Lu Fengjin continued to purse his lips and keep his eyes shut, disregarding her. Chu Yuli waited in silence. Minutes turned into an entire tea session, yet he showed no signs of movement. She began to wonder if he had fallen asleep. Just as she was about to call him for the third time, Lu Fengjin's lips, tinged with the scent of alcohol, parted slightly. Ali, this is the only time in my life I have been trapped, and it is thanks to you. Do you know that? Chapter 67. To sleep in the boudoir, or here. Chu Yuli's heart sank. The King of Ink was merely 17 or 18 years old back then, a youthful figure, spirited and gallant. Though she was still quite young herself, she had already heard whispers of the king's renown. The most handsome man in the capital, his extraordinary beauty had captured the attention of the entire nation. His face was marred in the northern frontier, a consequence of the design by Chu Yuli, who lured him from the battlefield of Chizhou to the northern frontier, subsequently trapping him there without escape. I had no intention of harming the prince. During that battle, my sole desire was for him to leave the Chizhou battlefield to Prince Jin. Yuli does not seek to evade her responsibility. However, in the chaotic state of the northern frontier, someone had to restore order. Between Prince Jin and Prince Mo, she chose to allow Prince Mo to remain in the relatively safer Chizhou. In the end, Prince Jin returned triumphantly from Chizhou, becoming a war deity, while Prince Mo remained ensnared in the northern frontier for 5 long years. Do you hold a fondness for Lu Fengjin? Lu Fengjin inquired, not even lifting an eyelid. In the past, I indeed cherished him greatly, even to the extent of opposing the entire world for Lu Fengjin. Lu Fengjin furrowed his brow and finally opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon her flawless, snow-white face illuminated by the moonlight. And now, his eyes grew increasingly profound. Do you find it convenient to utilize this prince today? Forgive me. I would not mind being of service to you, however you wish to employ me. But I do not appreciate my woman pining for another man. Your Highness, first, I am not your woman. Second, I am not pining for any man. Yuli promptly corrected him. Lu Fengjin raised an eyebrow. If you are not yearning for him, then why resort to using me to provoke him? Chu Yuli pressed her lips together, hesitating for a moment before confessing, because I am unwilling to accept defeat. Lu Fengjin scrutinized her face once more. Why? He often remarked that in the future, no one would desire me, a notion I found utterly disagreeable. However, I usually remained indifferent. Today, I must admit, I felt somewhat impulsive. Lu Fengjin's gaze towards her was imbued with a complexity that was hard to decipher. After what felt like an eternity, he suddenly curled his lips into a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, so you too can be capricious." Chu Yuli truly wanted to roll her eyes at him, yet this time, she restrained herself. Lu Fengjin continued to gaze at her with amusement. Who among us does not harbor a touch of pride? Chu Yuli was merely a 17-year-old girl. After all, such a beautiful young lady, constantly belittled by Lu Fengjin's jests about her unworthiness. It was only natural for her to feel indignant. Yet, her remarkable intelligence rendered her more rational and composed than most of her peers, leaving her haughty temperament unexpressed. Do you still harbor feelings for him? Lu Fengjin inquired once more. To confess affection would surely provoke his ire, while denial might only incite further pursuit. Yet he continued to scrutinize her. How do you know that I am in a good mood? I do not know, nor do I wish to know, Your Highness. I implore you. Chu Yuli's words were lodged deep within her throat, unable to escape, for she witnessed the prince turn over, seeking a more comfortable position. Closing his eyes as if preparing to sleep. Your Highness. Lu Fengjin did not so much as flutter his eyelids. His voice tinged with a raspy quality indicative of inebriation. I am quite weary. Would you prefer that I sleep in your chamber tonight, or remain here? Chapter 68. Is there anyone who can manage him? That is something I hope never to encounter. Chu Yuli was flustered, regardless of whether it is the boudoir or here. It is my courtyard. Your Highness, how could a young lady such as myself allow you to spend the night in my courtyard? Are you suggesting that I wish for you to sleep in my boudoir? Lu Fengjin's voice dropped to a deeper timbre, laced with a hint of nasal tone, sounding as though he were on the verge of slumber. Chu Yuli felt a mix of anger and urgency. She had never encountered such a brazen man. How could the prince so casually tarnish her reputation, knowing he could never truly marry her? Did he truly care nothing for her well-being? What distinguished him from the others? She had thought he would at least exhibit some irritation, become angry, and depart in a huff, allowing them to go their separate ways henceforth. Yet, to her surprise, Lu Fengjin showed no signs of anger whatsoever. Returning to Beijing, he would ultimately remain a feudal prince. Such words were, of course, beyond Chu Yueli's courage to utter. The true nature of the Mo Wang, whether friend or foe, was still shrouded in uncertainty. As for Lu Beima, his eyes were firmly shut, breath steady, and she could even hear the faint sound of snoring escaping from his nostrils. He had truly fallen asleep, on a bench crafted from stone, far too short to allow him to stretch his legs. Chu Yueli had never found herself in such a helpless situation when faced with another. He was impervious to mockery, threats, and inducements, completely unyielding. She felt utterly powerless against him. Ultimately, she could only flee from beneath the pavilion, glaring at the distant tree, and huffily remarked, "Can someone manage your prince?" A flash of lightning leaped from the tree and lightly landed before her, resignedly replying, "Miss Li, I have never dared to manage my prince. He lay in the courtyard of an unwed maiden, and you do not care?" Chu Yuli's usual composure was utterly shattered by Lu Beima this evening. Jing Lei found it inconsequential. "This matter is known only to the three of us, and I shall keep it to myself." Chu Yuli truly wished to roll her eyes at him. Does silence imply that this event never transpired? Yet Jing Lei harbored a different notion. If the young lady fears gossip, she should promptly agree to marry our esteemed prince. I cannot fathom why you all jest about such matters. But I am certain that the emperor would never permit a maiden who is called off her engagement to his son to wed another son of his. Has your prince considered this? Her expression was grave, yet to her surprise, Jing Lei mirrored her seriousness. The prince has contemplated this. He has. Chu Yuli was somewhat taken aback. Jing Lei's gaze did not seem feigned. Of course, the prince has thought it over. Although he has not disclosed his plans to us, having been by his side for many years, I am well acquainted with his character. Jing Lei regarded Chu Yuli with earnestness, his demeanor sincere, which rendered her reluctant to counter his assertions. However, the crux of the matter remains. Regardless of whether Prince Mo has a plan, she has never entertained the idea of marrying him. She had never even interacted with Lu Beima. What feelings could possibly exist? To be so unjustly ensnared by him was utterly absurd. Is there no one who can reign in this incorrigible prince? Chapter 69. He must loathe her before leaving, she reminded him. Your Highness has consumed considerable strong liquor tonight, and the wind is quite fierce. Please, miss, attend to him and ensure he does not catch a chill and fall ill. Chu Yuli took a moment to compose herself. After a brief pause, she stepped outside and enlisted 4 trusted guards to stand watch at the entrance, instructing them that no one, save for Zi Su and Chu Yi, was to enter. Chu Yi did not inquire about the reason, nor did the 4 guards. Lu Beima was indeed in a deep slumber, likely fatigued from recent events, occasionally emitting soft snores. As Chu Yuli approached him with a blanket, poised to cover him, she suddenly froze. The formidable figure had turned onto his side while she was preoccupied with her arrangements. Now he lay in profile, with half of his mask pressed beneath him, revealing the other half of his flawless visage. Beneath the moonlight, his face bore a striking yet gentle contour. At first glance, it resembled a mountain, but upon closer inspection, it appeared as a masterpiece. His inky brows were thick and elegantly arched, while his prominent nose exuded an air of valor. Yet his long eyelashes cast a fan-like shadow over his eyes, imbuing them with an enchanting allure. His lips, tinged with the scent of wine, glistened enticingly under the silvery moonlight, reminiscent of 2 blooming rose petals, vivid and seemingly imbued with a delicate fragrance that was utterly tantalizing. A breeze swept through at that moment, tousling the strands of hair at his temples, gently cascading over his exquisite features, adding a touch of melancholic charm. Unbeknownst to herself, Chu Yuli instinctively extended her hand, yearning to smooth the disheveled strands from his captivating face. When she finally realized what she was doing, her fingertips were less than half a finger's breadth from his face. After hurriedly yet cautiously covering the great demon king with a blanket, she swiftly exited the pavilion, not daring to linger even for a moment. The most handsome man in the capital. It was indeed true. Just half of his face revealed an unparalleled beauty that she had never encountered before. It was breathtaking yet unsettling. In her youth, she had been unaware of the weight carried by the title of the most handsome man in the capital. Now, she finally understood its significance. But she had orchestrated the situation that led the King of Ink to the northern frontier, causing him to lose his exquisite visage. For an ordinary person, the loss of beauty would be a tragic fate, let alone for such a stunning figure as the foremost handsome man. Had his face remained intact, the titles of beauty in the capital would have had no relevance to Prince Jean and several other princes. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, struggling to regain her composure. She had caused him to be disfigured. He must despise her deeply, right? He had even mentioned that the only time he had been trapped in his life was due to her actions. Surely, the King of Ink must harbor a profound hatred for her. Thus, was all the recent turmoil part of his plan for revenge? With this disquieting thought in mind, Chu Yuli not only closed the door, but also shut all the windows before collapsing onto her bed, tossing and turning in restless sleep. Just as dawn approached, she finally succumbed to slumber. Yet, in her dreams, she could not shake the feeling that someone was watching her. Chapter 70. Exceptional men are not limited to him alone, the great demon king. Chu Yuli abruptly opened her eyes, her breath coming in chaotic gasps. To her relief, she saw Zissou tidying up the room. Yet, her heart sank again with an unsettling thump. Zissou, when did you arrive? Last night. I just came in not long ago. Miss, you were sleeping so soundly that you didn't hear me knock, so I brought in some water. Zissou did not wish to disturb her, yet today as matters were of great importance and required her to awaken. Last night, you did not come in? Chu Yuli felt a fine sweat beating at her temples. Last night, she distinctly sensed someone watching her, lingering by the bedside. Those eyes sharp as a hawk's and as cold as glacial ice, utterly terrifying. Zissou shook her head and replied, last night. Miss instructed Chu Yi to guard the courtyard gate. None of us entered. Chu Yuli pondered this for a moment before suddenly recalling something. Throwing back the covers and rushing out of the room. The courtyard was eerily quiet, devoid of anything. Beneath the pavilion, there was likewise nothing. Not even the blanket she had draped over him last night seemed to remain. Miss, the palace is hosting a martial arts tournament tomorrow, and the eldest young master is set to duel Wu Dan. Today, he has risen early to practice his spear. The queen has sent word, requesting your assistance in arranging the food and beverages for the event. Zissou hurried after her, saying, I see the time is getting late, miss. You should hurry and freshen up, preparing to meet the queen. Chu Yuli nodded, but could not help glancing once more at the long bench by the railing beneath the pavilion. Zissou, did you just arrive this morning? When you came in, did you see anything? Zissou shook her head. It was the same as usual. Yet, in truth, Zissou knew that a special guest had visited Wanyue Pavilion last night. However, since the miss had instructed her not to inquire, she refrained from asking. My lady, I have observed that ever since the banquet, the queen has taken quite a liking to you. It would be wise for you to prepare for your entry into the palace promptly. Do not risk offending her. Indeed. The queen's demeanor towards Chu Yuli has markedly improved compared to the past. As for the banquet's culinary arrangements, there is no need for undue concern. The imperial kitchen will prepare a comprehensive list for review. The queen merely needs to glance over it and indicate any dishes she wishes to modify. Nevertheless, she has included Chu Yuli in her considerations. Elite, you personally went to receive the 7th princess of Dongzhou yesterday. Did you happen to see the 3rd prince? The queen inquired suddenly. Chu Yuli nodded and replied truthfully, I did see him. The smile in the queen's eyes deepened. I have heard that the 3rd prince of Dongzhou is exceptionally handsome, resembling a celestial being. Is that true? Having never encountered a true immortal, Ali could not ascertain the veracity of this claim, yet she did acknowledge that the 3rd prince was indeed strikingly attractive. What of Lord Jean? The queen pondered before clarifying, Ali, I do not mean to evoke sorrow by mentioning Lord Jean. It is simply that within the imperial city, few men can rival his appearance. That is why I reference him as a standard. Please do not take offense. Naturally, there was no offense taken, for Lord Jean was indeed a rare beauty in the capital. However, the image of the half-face she had glimpsed beneath the pavilion last night flashed through Chu Yuli's mind, an enchanting visage that would be difficult to forget in this lifetime. It was truly remarkable. The queen chuckled. It appears that exceptional men are not limited to Lord Jean alone. Ali, his disinterest in you is his own loss. You possess a bright future ahead. The queen smiled at her, yet that smile bore an enigmatic quality in Chu Yuli's eyes. Chapter 71. How to break the impasse. However, the queen did not pursue the topic of the 3rd prince of the Eastern Zhou. Instead, she sighed softly and shifted her tone, saying, Ali, your mother was an extraordinary heroine during her lifetime. Although I reside within the depths of the palace, I often hear tales of your mother and your father, the valiant Marquis, on the battlefield. I have long admired your mother. It is a pity that I never had the opportunity to truly get to know her. Chu Yuli remained silent, simply listening intently. The queen, aware of the girl's meticulous nature, chuckled. Ali, there is no need for you to overthink. I genuinely harbor affection for you. What you expressed at the banquet resonated deeply within me. Your Majesty flatters me, Chiuli replied softly. The queen sighed again. Seemingly helpless, is it not true that what you said is also what I wish to express? The grievances of the inner palace. How could the men of this world ever comprehend them? Chiuli fell silent once more. The queen, of noble status, could not openly criticize the emperor, nor could she endorse such sentiments. Words can bring calamity. The queen gazed deeply at her before smiling. I understand that you have just endured a great calamity, and now you tread cautiously, hesitant to open your heart to me. She took Chu Yuli's hand, her smile growing ever more tender. Fear not, Ali. In time, I shall care for you on behalf of your mother. As time reveals one's true nature, you will come to understand my affection for you. Chu Yuli hurriedly replied, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your misplaced kindness. For many years, Zissou has followed Chiuli, who is well-versed in various fields of knowledge, including the study of medicinal herbs. It can be said that the young mistress once held deep affections for Prince Jean, diligently learning and training in all matters that would aid him. The young lady of their family is, without a doubt, a connoisseur of history and expertise in numerous disciplines. Otherwise, how could Prince Jean have achieved such renown as the formidable warrior of Dongling? Yet, the young mistress never sought to display her talents. Content to remain the person behind Prince Jean, unknown to many, her prowess hidden from view. Over time, even Prince Jean himself became oblivious to her capabilities, as familiarity bred a sense of inevitability. However, at this moment, Zissou pondered another matter. Mistress, why has the Empress suddenly begun to curry favor with you? You are aware that the Empress is attempting to ingratiate herself with me? Yet Chiuli remained focused on the path ahead. Be mindful of your surroundings. Zissou's voice was soft, but she pressed further. Mistress, can you discern the Empress's intentions? Chiuli closed her eyes, leaning against the carriage's wall to rest. Without evidence, I prefer not to speculate. Zissou refrained from asking further. The following morning, Chu Yi drove the carriage to the courtyard of Wangyue Pavilion. Mistress, the eldest young master is ready and can depart for the palace at any time. Did my elder brother practice with his spear all night? Today marks the day of the martial arts exhibition, and Chiuli understood better than anyone just how anxious Chu Xiao was. His wrist strength indeed pales in comparison to the past. Though his techniques have been honed, his power falls short. How can he overcome this predicament if his spear slips from his grasp? Chapter 72. The Royal, the Ruthless. As they boarded the carriage, Chu Xiao's expression was indeed grave. Chu Yueli smiled reassuringly, saying, Elder brother, there is no need for concern. The techniques imparted by Lord Thunder are remarkably effective. Wouldn't you agree? However, Chu Xiao gazed at his right hand, replying helplessly, the techniques are commendable and should certainly counter Yuden. Yet I beheld Yuden the night before. His physique is formidable, and his strength boundless. I fear that with a single strike, he could send my silver spear flying. But Lord Thunder's techniques will ensure that your silver spear does not clash directly with Yuden's long spear. Consequently, he should not have the opportunity to dislodge your silver spear. She countered. Alalai, do you possess such profound insight into techniques? Chu Xiaohua inquired, astonished. Chu Yueli replied with a smile. I have delved into the techniques of various schools and can recite martial arts texts from memory. I can discern techniques at a mere glance. Chu Xiaohua was filled with admiration. Their Alalai was indeed a prodigy, proficient in everything. If she were to learn martial arts, she would undoubtedly become a master. Alas, Alalai appeared so delicate, as if a gust of wind could topple her. She might not be suited for martial training. It was his fault for being the elder brother, and now he was injured, lacking the strength to protect her. Alalai, do not worry. I will safeguard you with my life, no matter the cost, he vowed. I have never worried, elder brother. There is no need for you to risk your life for me. I am capable of protecting myself, she replied. Yet, Chu Xiao still seemed somewhat fatigued. The day I saw you wielding the silver spear of the Great Demon King. The Great Demon King? Chu Xiao asked, bewildered. Chu Yuli was momentarily taken aback before hastily speaking. What I meant to say, Prince Mo, is that on the day my elder brother wielded your silver spear, I observed the techniques were exceptionally fierce, and it seemed unlikely that the spear would slip from his grasp. Might it be that the silver spear of the Mo residence is lighter than ours at the Duke's estate? If that is indeed the case, I shall immediately command someone to thin the spear, which could potentially alleviate its weight. It is not merely a matter of weight. Prince Mo's silver spear. Chu Xiao, he found himself at a loss for words. Yet he felt an inexplicable magical essence emanating from that spear. When held, it felt as though it melded seamlessly with his being, eliminating any fear of it slipping from his hand. Within the Mo residence, there exists an array of divine weapons. And that ebony-silver spear, its true composition, whether it be ebony gold or genuine silver, remained a mystery. At first glance, it gleamed with a silvery sheen, and upon closer inspection, it exhibited a profound, lustrous black. It seemed to shimmer with multiple hues under the sunlight. Chu Xiao he had never encountered such an extraordinary weapon, and even now, as he recounted the experience, there was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Nevertheless, he resolved to grip the spear firmly this time and vowed it would not escape his hold again. Taking a deep breath, he shook off his earlier despondency and reassured his sister, Ali, "Do not fret. Trust in our elder brother. He will surely triumph over Wu Dan." Chu Yuli chose not to expose his fa of strength, but merely smiled, refraining from further comment. The martial arts competition was held in the Taihe Square of the palace. By the time Chu Yuli and her elder brother arrived, a considerable number of imperial descendants and nobles had already gathered in the square, including family members from various estates, both male and female, the majority of whom were present. The crowd was thronging. Zissou could not help but exclaim, "Having entered the palace on numerous occasions, I have never witnessed such a grand spectacle. In the past, there have been occasions when envoys from foreign lands were received, yet none of those events matched the grandeur of this one." The emperor not only summoned high-ranking officials and nobles, but also invited representatives from some of the prominent families in the capital. As Ji gazed upon the seemingly endless throng, a heavy weight settled upon her heart. If her elder brother were to falter before such a multitude, the rumors of his disgrace would be vindicated. In that case, he would surely lose the dignity to continue leading the Chu family army. Was this the emperor's intent? Chapter 73. Had she once bewitched you in such a manner? The royal court is devoid of compassion. When one is deemed useful, the court bestows high offices and generous rewards, flattering and appeasing them. Suddenly, Chu Yuli hastened towards Chu Xiaohe, tugging at his sleeve. Noticing her pallor, he quickly reassured her, "Ali, do not fret. Elder brother will undoubtedly triumph in this battle. Even if, by some misfortune, he does not prevail. As long as he exerts his utmost effort, the emperor shall not hold our duke's residence accountable." Chu Yuli looked up at him, her heart heavy with sorrow. Poor elder brother, devoted to his country and its people, unwaveringly loyal to the emperor, a mere martial general who lacked the cunning to navigate the complexities of human nature, striving earnestly to bring glory to his nation. Little did he know that this Taihe Square had been meticulously crafted by the emperor as a grave for his reputation. Yet, she could utter nothing. Her brother possessed a patriotic spirit, much like their parents. Such a brother, with his candid and straightforward disposition, treating others with sincerity, is indeed a rarity. She did not wish for his innocent heart to suffer a blow. "It matters not. I merely wish to convey that regardless of victory or defeat, as long as one has strived, there is no shame in it." Yes, no shame. Chu Xiaohe and his sister took their seats together. Although a smile lingered on his face, the furrow of worry between his brows remained unyielding. The long spear may slip from his grasp. Ultimately, his elder brother lacked confidence. A martial general devoid of self-assurance is bound to be hindered by psychological burdens in his performance. Chu Yuli slightly furrowed her delicate brows, her hand instinctively resting on the long spear that Chu Xiaohe had set aside. Upon noticing this, Zissou promptly stepped forward, saying, "Mississippi." She shook her head at Chu Yuli. "Do you still remember what you promised the Duke?" Chu Yuli pressed her lips together and lowered her gaze, ultimately relinquishing the spear. The atmosphere began to buzz with life as courtiers arrived with their families, followed by the sons and daughters of royal kin and nobility, all arriving in succession. The scene was indeed bustling. The people from the Jin prince's residence also made their appearance. As soon as Lu Fengjin arrived, he spotted a striking figure amidst the crowd. Whenever she was present, she effortlessly captured the attention of most, particularly the men. However, upon seeing Chu Yuli today, Lu Fengjin experienced a moment of revelation. She was not adorned in a gown, but rather donned a fitted ensemble. The attire, tailored to perfection, accentuated her exquisite curves, fully revealed in the sunlight. Despite her poised and graceful demeanor, devoid of any suggestive allure, it was infuriating how she seemed to ensnare the very essence of both soul and body at first glance. Even seated, she could captivate men. Lu Fengjin felt a surge of frustration, pondering how he had previously overlooked the depth of her character. dressed so provocatively. Whom was she attempting to entice? That wretched man had been fixated on her for quite some time. Was he truly unaware? Raising his eyes, he observed that his fourth brother, who had walked behind him upon entering the palace, was now comfortably seated and even sipping tea. Meanwhile, he remained rooted in place, simmering with unexpressed anger. Chapter 74. Unable to endure any longer. His gaze resolutely refused to linger on the direction of the Duke's residence, yet he noticed Lu Fengjin still standing beside him, showing no inclination to take a seat. Lu Fengjin furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, "What troubles you? Are you still unwell?" After receiving a beating, she had spent several days recuperating in bed, only recently managing to walk with difficulty. Initially, Lu Fengjin had urged her to rest a few more days, but she insisted on accompanying him, and he had chosen not to oppose her. Lu Fengjin lowered her head, glaring at him, somewhat vexed. "Do you not sense that I am different today?" Lu Fengjin appraised her from head to toe. She had indeed made an effort with her appearance today. Adorned with makeup and wearing an exquisite ensemble of vibrant purple court attire, which he had admired when he first saw her. However, now, just a short distance away, was the Duke's residence, where that woman, jewelly, clad in plain attire, sat within his line of sight. It seemed impossible to overlook her. Her delicate visage radiated an ethereal whiteness. Any attempt to disregard her was in vain. In her presence, any other woman would inevitably pale in comparison. The once appealing Lu Fengjin, under the shadow of Chiuli, appeared somewhat diminished, her complexion darkened and lacking luster. "I am fond of you, not for your looks. Please, take a seat," he endeavored to soften his tone. The color of Lu Fengjin's dress is somewhat too vibrant. Her complexion lacks sufficient fairness, rendering her appearance less than radiant in this attire. Had I known, it would have been preferable for her to don her usual attire, which is more practical. Yet, her typical ensemble seems to lack a certain allure that is inherently feminine. Out of the corner of Lu Fengjin's eye, he noticed Chu Yuli engaged in conversation with Chu Shaohe, compelling him to glance back. Suddenly, a hand reached out, obstructing his view. After years of familiarity with her, has he truly grown weary? Lu Fengjin, infuriated, could hardly contain herself. Lu Fengjin, his handsome face flushed with irritation, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Be silent." Lu Fengjin spoke without any intention of lowering her voice, her words resonating clearly for those around them to hear. Lu Fengjin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and his tone inadvertently grew more impatient. Lu Fengjin, already ill-tempered, found her anger ignited in an instant. "Lu Fengjin, are you telling me to be quiet? You, who sneak glances at other women, have the audacity to demand my silence?" Her voice, elevated in anger, silenced the crowd momentarily. Many in attendance, intimidated by the prince's status, refrained from uttering a sound, wary of incurring his wrath. Conversely, others were keenly observing the unfolding drama. Lu Fengjin's reputation was well known throughout the capital. She had truly made a name for herself, becoming the focal point of attention wherever she went. Naturally, this attention was largely due to the anticipation of witnessing her misfortunes. Lu Fengjin was acutely aware of the multitude of gazes, both overt and covert, directed towards them, and his own ire flared in response. This girl, why can't she learn to keep her mouth shut? Must she bring him to disgrace before she feels satisfied? The first time, he found her candidness endearing. The second time, he tolerated it. By the third instance, his patience was utterly exhausted. Chapter 75. This is just the beginning. Lu Fengjin, I am speaking to you. He remained silent, and Lu Fengjin's fury intensified. His silence, did it imply an admission that he had been secretly watching Chu Yuli? If you were so enamored with her, why did you provoke me in the first place? Go seek her out. Have you said enough? Lu Fengjin's voice bore a barely perceptible hint of ferocity, though his expression remained relatively composed. Yet Lu Fengjin would not relent until she received a public apology from him. He was the one in the wrong. What right did he have to speak to her in such a manner? Lu Fengjin. With a sharp crack, the atmosphere grew tense, rendering even the sound of breathing nearly inaudible. Lu Fengjin's cheek instantly swelled and turned red. She stared at Lu Fengjin, utterly stunned. He struck her again. The first time. At the banquet, he had hit her, but even then, Lu Fengjin could discern that it was unintentional. Afterward, he had been shocked himself, his eyes filled with astonishment and regret. But this time, after striking her, Lu Fengjin's gaze was frigid and devoid of compassion, laced with a chilling ruthlessness. You suddenly. She felt a wave of cold wash over her, her anger dissipating, replaced by a profound despair. He had struck her, yet he showed no remorse whatsoever. You once professed that you would love only me in this lifetime. You promised. At this moment, Tuoba Feiyuan's voice was barely audible. She did not dare to raise it even a little. Lu Fengjin no longer cared for her. That fierce and ruthless glance from him had made it abundantly clear to Tuoba Feiyuan that he truly did not care for her anymore. Indeed, Qin Wu promptly restrained Tuoba Feiyuan, and upon noticing her desire to resist, he remarked, "Miss Tuoba, if you do not wish to be dragged out and lose all dignity, I advise you to behave yourself." Tuoba Feiyuan ceased her struggles. Although filled with reluctance, she complied and left. After her departure, the crowd in the square gradually resumed its lively chatter. However, around the seating of the Jing Wangfu, everyone dared not utter a sound, for the pressure was immense. The prince, his face darkened, was sipping tea, clearly still seething with anger. At this moment, who would dare to provoke him with even the slightest disturbance? Fortunately, although the duke's residence was not far from the Jing Wangfu, it was not too close either. Zissou leaned toward Chuli's ear and whispered, "I thought that with that woman's temperament, she would certainly cause an uproar. Why did she leave so obediently this time? It is utterly illogical. No, if she had continued to make a scene, that would have indeed been unreasonable," Chuli replied calmly. Zissou, puzzled, asked, "Miss, why?" "Tuoba Feiyuan is a peculiar individual. Even I cannot see through her for the time being," Chuli said as she lifted her cup to sip her tea. "However, I am certain she is far more complex than she appears." Her inability to comprehend was rooted in the belief that Tuoba Feiyuan possessed profound thoughts. Otherwise, she would not have been capable of many of her actions. Yet, each time she appeared, she indeed exhibited a rather foolish demeanor. This individual is inherently contradictory, resembling a fusion of two distinct personas, one wise and profound, the other brash and unthinking. At present, she remains inscrutable to me. Has the esteemed Prince Jin grown weary of her? Although Zissou harbors no fondness for Lu Fengjin, she finds solace in their misfortunes. Chu Yuli, however, chuckled and remarked, "This is merely the beginning." Subsequently, she disregarded Zissou and personally poured tea for her elder brother, Chu Shaohe. "Elder brother, have some tea." Chu Shaohe remained unresponsive. Chu Yuli called out again, "Elder brother, please, have a sip of tea." "Very well." Chu Shaohe nodded but did not reach for the cup. Instead, he grasped the long spear resting beside him. His eyes reflected a vacant emptiness, his mind adrift. Chu Yuli exchanged glances with Zissou. With such anxiety, how could one hope to prevail? Chapter 76. Perhaps, my lord is simply unattractive. Just as Chu Yuli and Zissou pondered how to console Chu Shaohe, Lu Yun approached from the direction of the Mo Wang residence. "General Chu," Lu Yun said, leaning slightly towards them. "Lady Li." After offering a smile to Chu Yuli, Lu Yun presented a long wooden box to Chu Shaohe with both hands. The length of the box piqued Chu Shaohe's curiosity. "What is this?" A flicker of anticipation ignited in his eyes, though he dared not presume, as it seemed improbable. Yet, the recent actions of the Mo Wang seemed to defy many odds. Lu Yun opened the box, and indeed, to Chu Shaohe's astonishment, he retrieved the ebony silver spear and presented it before him with both hands. Chu Zio suddenly stood up, his excitement palpable. "Your Highness, are you willing to lend me the silver spear?" To his surprise, Lu Yun merely shook his head. "No." Chu Zio's face immediately fell in disappointment. If he was unwilling to lend it, why entice him in the first place? Alas, how he longed for it. Lu Yun, of course, noticed the disappointment in his eyes, yet the smile on his lips deepened. "General Chu, this ebony spear, His Highness wishes to present it to you." Chu Zio was taken aback, nearly springing with joy. He quickly glanced towards the distant seats of the Jin Wangfu, only to see Prince Jin conversing with his second elder brother, Lu Jingrong, seemingly oblivious to their side. The ebony spear left him in a quandary. He was uncertain whether he should accept such a gift. After all, one should not receive rewards without merit. "Lord Lu Yun, this spear. My lord merely hopes that the general can assist him with a matter. Thus, this spear is bestowed upon you," Lu Yun explained. Chu Zio hurriedly inquired, "What does His Highness wish for me to do?" Such an overt attempt to woo them to the Duke's household placed considerable pressure on them. However, with the Duke's household currently at odds with the Jin Wangfu, and himself in a precarious position, safeguarding Ali in the future would not be easy. For the sake of Ali and his grandfather, it was indeed time for the Duke's household to seek a new ally. Chu Zio held a profound respect for the Mo Wang. Admiring a hero who reclaimed the perilous northern frontier, in the hearts of the soldiers, he was a great hero. Yet, he was reluctant to entangle the Duke's household in the power struggles of the princes at this juncture. This matter was indeed fraught with difficulty. Lu Yin chuckled. General, there is no need to be troubled. His Highness merely hopes that you will, in the presence of Miss Li, speak a few kind words on his behalf, so that she may cease to harbor such disdain for him. What? Chu Xiaohe was taken aback, and beside him, Chu Yuli's expression darkened. What scheme was this great demon concocting now? After regaining his composure, Chu Xiaohe hastily clarified, Lord Lu Yun, please convey to His Highness that Miss Li holds no disrespect towards him. I implore you to convey this to him. Lu Yun sighed, feeling utterly helpless. My lord says that Miss Li refuses to bestow even a hint of a smile upon him, presumably due to his lack of physical appeal. How could this be? I hope that you might speak a few kind words for my lord, so that Miss Li may not detest him so fiercely. Then, my lord would be most content. With that, Lu Yun placed the black gold spear into Chu Xiaohe's hands and promptly withdrew, bowing slightly as he departed. Chu Xiaohe stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to respond. At that moment, Liu Beimo raised his cup and gestured towards him. Chapter 77. A marriage alliance may not be a path less traveled in the span of a single cup of tea. Chu Xiaohe had reluctantly accepted the black gold spear from the King of Ink. One must yield when receiving favors. Once Liu Beimo resumed his conversation with the Rome King, leaving no time for Chu Xiaohe, he quickly turned to Chu Yuli. Ali, please do not continue to disdain the King of Ink's appearance. He was once regarded as the most handsome man in the capital. Even your elder brother could not help but steal glances at him. His beauty is beyond your imagination. Elder brother, I. Before Chu Yuli could finish her words, Chu Xiaohe interjected. The prince has sacrificed his appearance for the sake of the people in the northern frontier, for the stability of the realm. You, my dear brother, are well aware of your fondness for handsome men, yet one must not view Prince Mo through a lens tainted by superficiality. It would only lead to his feelings of inadequacy. Inadequacy? Chu Yuli nearly doubted her own hearing. If the Dark Lord were to feel inadequate, then surely no man in this world could possess confidence. With the kind of aura he exudes, it mattered not that he had marred half of his visage. Even if his entire face or whole being were rendered unrecognizable, the notion of inadequacy would remain utterly foreign to him. However, she found herself unable to articulate this to her elder brother, for he would never comprehend. Thus, Chu Yuli feigned enlightenment, nodding in acquiescence, and gently replied, I understand. Elder brother, when I next encounter Prince Mo, I shall remember to smile at him more often. Coincidentally, not far away, Liu Beimo's profound gaze was directed towards this very spot. With a sense of helplessness, Chu Yuli shot him a glare, only to quickly lift the corners of her lips into an alluring smile under the watchful eyes of Chu Xiaohe. What a bewitching smile it was. In an unnoticed corner, Lu Fengjin slammed his cup onto the table with a resounding thud. This woman dared to cast flirtatious glances at Prince Mo. Smiling like a courtesan, Lu Fengjin was genuinely furious and deeply troubled. He had never claimed to disregard the Duke's residence. It was she who had repeatedly pushed him away. He was never one to be so heartless. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the venue grew lively. The entourage of the third prince of Dong, Zhou, had arrived. Many were witnessing the Eastern Zhou's third prince for the first time. It was said that in recent years, this prince had garnered the especial favor of the Eastern Zhou emperor, and it was conceivable that he might one day ascend to the throne. Numerous young ladies had adorned themselves meticulously today, with the intent of attracting the third prince. To their astonishment, the prince was indeed extraordinarily handsome, causing their hearts to flutter in disarray. Miss, I sense a peculiar shift in the demeanor of the young ladies today. There seem to be some rumors circulating outside these past few days. Zissa leaned closer to Chu Yuli, lowering her voice. What rumors? Chu Yuli's gaze was fixed on the Eastern Zhou entourage, particularly on Tuobo Lioli, who was beckoning to her. Zissou continued in hushed tones. I just overheard some palace maids mentioning a potential alliance between Eastern Zhou and our Dongling. It appears the intended bride may very well be this third prince. Understanding dawned upon Chu Yuli. No wonder the ladies were so extravagantly dressed today. Although it was a martial arts tournament, the young women were adorned with exquisite makeup, and many had even donned their finest attire. It seemed the news of the potential alliance had been circulating for some time, yet their household had been preoccupied with many matters and had not paid attention. For most young ladies, the prospect of marrying the Eastern Zhou's third prince could lead to the possibility of becoming the queen, indeed a promising path to glory. She instinctively glanced at Tuoboe, only to find his gaze directed toward her. Chapter 78. The distinction between a principal wife and a concubine after a moment of surprise. Chu Yuli swiftly composed herself and smiled at Tuoboe. Not long after, the emperor and empress arrived, accompanied by concubine Rui, concubine Ning, and concubine Zhuang. These ladies had all been side consorts in the royal residence prior to the emperor's ascension. Each had proven her worth by bearing sons, a matter of great significance within the royal lineage. Thus, their positions within the harem were currently secure. Concubine Zhuang was the mother of the second prince, Lu Jingrong, while concubine Ning was the mother of the third prince, Lu Shanfeng. As for the Ink Prince, his mother was concubine Yu, who differed from the other consorts in temperament. Concubine Yu was naturally reserved, shunning the limelight and the competition for favor within the palace. Over the years, she spent half her time at Changlu Palace, praying for the emperor and her son, and the other half at Wugong Mountain, engaging in daily recitations and meditations, rarely attending court banquets. The other consorts largely kept their distance from concubine Yu, who maintained a low profile in the harem. In stark contrast, the other consorts exuded a sense of grandeur. The empress, however, appeared somewhat subdued. Her attire today lacked the ostentation of the other princesses. Once a formidable presence in the harem, the empress had wielded considerable power, even dismissing the other princesses with an air of superiority in earlier years. Her once towering demeanor diminished after the illness of her eldest son, the crown prince. He had not yet been granted a princely title when he succumbed to a strange ailment, passing away after a year of suffering. Her youngest son, the 14th prince, was still quite young at merely 6 years of age. The emperor had conferred princely titles upon 6 of his sons, and aside from the renowned Ink Prince and the cautious prince, who had achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield, the other princes also had their own commendable accomplishments. It can be said that several princesses have sons upon whom they can rely, while the queen's 14th son is still too young and has yet to achieve any notable accomplishments. Whether he will eventually rise to prominence remains uncertain. The influence of the princes is gradually growing, yet the queen's son remains feeble, lacking even the ability to protect himself. Since the death of the first prince, the queen's standing in the harem has plummeted. Although she appears to wield considerable power, there are many instances where the concubines bypass her to seek the Empress Dowager's favor. Thus, the queen's authority in the harem is far from secure. The concubines may outwardly show her respect, yet internally, none are truly submissive. Nevertheless, despite any dissent, she continues to dominate in public. For instance, when the ministers pay their respects, they merely address the emperor and the queen, with no one daring to pay homage specifically to the concubines in such a setting. This exemplifies the distinction between a legitimate wife and a concubine. After the crowd had bowed, and Delu commanded everyone to take their seats, and the martial arts competition commenced. In the first match, a valiant warrior under Prince Rong challenged one of the third prince's warriors, Qi Jin. This Qi Jin wielded a pair of formidable hammers, which collectively weighed over 100 pounds, yet he lifted them with remarkable ease, clearly showcasing his immense strength. Zissou could not help but whisper, "The two lords beside Prince Mo are each more formidable than the last. Why do they not take the field?" Not only did Lu Yun and Jing Lei refrain from combat, but it was also rumored that Prince Mo had no intention of participating. The one who stepped forth to challenge the third prince was Prince Jin. Chu Yuli could not resist casting a glance at concubine Rui, who was sipping tea, her lips curling into a composed and joyful smile, radiating a confidence that suggested she had orchestrated the selection of competitors. Thus, when the elder brother faced off against Yuden, was it also the will of Princess Rui? Chapter 79. How did you achieve this? Qi Jin ascended the martial platform, wielding a pair of enormous hammers. The other contender was Yang Shu, a formidable general under the command of King Rong. Standing at an imposing 9 feet tall, he possessed a distinct advantage in stature. With a large blade that cut through the air with ferocity, he appeared somewhat cumbersome, yet his heavy footsteps revealed him to be a master of internal martial arts. "Miss, who do you think will emerge victorious, the man from King Rong or that valiant warrior Qi Jin?" Zissou could not help but inquire. Beside her, Chu Xiaohua chuckled heartily. Qi Jin practices external martial arts, while Yang Shu has honed his skills in internal cultivation. It is truly difficult to predict the outcome. Chu Yuli cast him a sidelong glance, remarking, "Elder brother seems to be in quite a cheerful mood, does he not? What is it about?" "Oh, merely a few idle words," he replied. Yet, the mirth in Chu Xiaohua's eyes was unmistakable. Even Zissou found herself uplifted by his jovial demeanor, a smile blossoming within her gaze. The young master had received the exquisite black gold spear from the Mo King, which undoubtedly lifted his spirits. His confidence was indeed a sight to behold. Would the young master care for some tea? Zissou inquired, pouring him a cup. However, Chu Yi remained visibly anxious. Young master, we are about to enter the arena of our duke's residence. You should drink less. Why the fuss? Zissou shot him a glance and laughed. Did you not see how composed the miss is? If she remains unperturbed, then it signifies that the young master is destined to win. Chu Yi glanced at Chu Yuli, who indeed bore a smile in her eyes, appearing calm and self-assured, as if she were certain of the young master's victory. Yet, from where did such confidence arise? The young master's current physical condition and strength leave Chu Yi quite concerned. Chu Yuli smiled and reassured. There is no need for anxiety. My elder brother shall prevail. And what about this round? Asked Zissou. Chu Yuli cast a serious glance at the two opponents on the stage. After the exchange of pleasantries, the duel commenced. With a resounding clash, the heavy blades met, sparks flying in all directions. The audience was visibly tense, particularly the ladies, whose gasps and occasional shrieks punctuated the air. Chu Xiaohe expressed his astonishment. How can one perceive this? He had heard of Yang Shu, who wielded a large sword, yet practiced internal martial arts. A practitioner of internal techniques for over a decade would not simply alter their training regimen midway. If one excels, they achieve a harmonious balance. If not, they risk diminishing their prior skills. Should one fail to master the new while the old deteriorates, it spells trouble. It is likely that Yang Shu has reached the pinnacle of his internal cultivation and, unable to break through, seeks external methods for a potential breakthrough. As soon as Chu Yuli's words fell, a sudden explosion resounded from the stage. The two massive hammers struck Yang Shu's sword, which, unable to withstand the force, was sent flying. Both Yang Shu and his sword plummeted from the platform, crashing heavily to the ground. Chu Yi, standing beside Chu Xiaohe, widened her eyes in disbelief, her mouth agape in shock. 10 moves. It truly was 10 moves. Miss, how did you achieve this? It really was 10 moves. Chapter 80. Do you understand the concept of reversal? Chu Yuli had declared Yang Shu would be defeated in 10 moves, and indeed, the 10th move led to his downfall. Both Chu Yi and Chu Xiaohe were left utterly astonished. Zissou appeared entirely unfazed, murmuring, "What is so strange about it?" The young lady could discern moves and predict victories by the age of 12. It is merely your lack of understanding of her. Chu Zio and Chu Yi were left utterly astounded. 12 years old, a mere child, what could she possibly comprehend? Yet, despite their incredulity, they found themselves inclined to believe Zissou's words. However, how could a 12-year-old girl possibly possess such abilities? Eldest brother, it's your turn next. Shouldn't you gather your thoughts? Chu Yuli reminded him. Rising to his feet, Chu Zio grasped his ebony spear, casting a reassuring glance towards Chu Yuli before proceeding. Zissou couldn't help but sigh. The eldest young master is truly kind-hearted. He never wishes for you to worry, regardless of the circumstances. Chu Yi had already followed Chu Zio to the foot of the martial arts platform, where he stood guard. As Chu Zio ascended the stage, whispers erupted from the crowd below. Although their voices were subdued, the collective murmur was quite cacophonous. Chu Zio could hear the gossip, predominantly revolving around rumors of his frail condition and weakened limbs. Yet, he adhered to Chu Yuli's admonition, maintaining focus to meet the challenge ahead. Though he was the eldest, he had grown accustomed to heeding Al's counsel over the years. Upon taking the stage, Chu Zio faced off against WDN. Although Chu Yuli did not accompany Chu Yi, she too stood, exhibiting a demeanor of palpable tension. Even Miss Li appeared anxious, further fueling the suspicions circulating in the minds of the onlookers. It seemed that the esteemed eldest son of the Duke's residence was indeed in a precarious situation. Your Highness, did we not present the ebony spear to General Chu? Why does Miss Li appear so concerned? Does she doubt Professor Jinglei's techniques? Lu Yin feels a tinge of disappointment. When will Miss Li wholeheartedly trust the Mo Wang mansion? Lu Beimao merely cast a glance at the slender figure, remaining silent. Lu Yin wished to speak further, but Jing Lei interjected with a hum, saying, "Do you understand what a reversal means?" A reversal? Lu Yin pondered these words as the competition on stage commenced. The martial prowess of Qi Jin had already been witnessed. Yet it was said that Wu Dan's skills were equally formidable, if not superior, marking him as the foremost expert beside the third prince of the Eastern Zhou. Everyone concluded that the injured Chu Xiaohe would undoubtedly fall to Wu Dan. The emperor, observing the contest, felt a swirl of complex emotions. He had anticipated a victory in the previous match, only to be taken aback by an unexpected defeat. This duel between Chu Xiaohe and Wu Dan was expected to end in Chu Xiaohe's loss. He had heard from several martial generals of Wu Dan's impressive abilities. Yet, at this moment, he found himself wishing for Chu Xiaohe's victory. After all, how could their Eastern Ling maintain its dignity after 2 consecutive losses? However, if Chu Xiaohe were to win, the plans he and concubine Rui had devised would also be thwarted. At this juncture, the emperor was indeed in a quandary. While the two combatants engaged in an increasingly fervent exchange, those who initially deemed Chu Xiaohe's defeat inevitable gradually rose to their feet, eager not to miss a single move of the bout. Both wielded silver spears, and the stage was adorned with glimmering silver light. None could have anticipated that such a contest could be so captivating. The silver light is more dazzling than the sunlight, radiating brilliance. Unbeknownst to them, the two figures on stage have exchanged numerous moves. Chapter 81. Yet, the pillars of their nation, it seems that, from an indeterminate moment, a few impassioned young men in the audience have begun to chant softly, "General Chu." Gradually, the fervent cries swell, becoming a crescendo, "General Chu, General Chu, General Chu." Even the young ladies, gazing upon that tall figure on stage, find their eyes increasingly tinged with the hues of blossoming affection. After all, he is the son of the loyal and valiant Marquis and the renowned beauty of the northern borders, Ming Runan. His sister now stands as the foremost talented woman of the capital. How could he, as the elder brother, be lacking in allure? Yet, previous rumors regarding his injuries have heightened concerns about his well-being, overshadowing the fact that General Chu is also a strikingly handsome man. General Chu. Chu Yuli appears quite anxious, clenching her fists while calling out. The young lady's emotions are inexplicably stirred, and soon, some of them join in the chant, "General Chu, General Chu." The emperor too feels a surge of excitement within. After all, he is the Grand General of Dongling, a cornerstone of the nation. Why would he wish for his defeat? Suddenly, the emperor clenches his fist tightly, silently declaring, "General Chu, you must prevail." Beside him, the revered concubine Rui wears an expression of profound discontent. Was it not said that after Chu Xiaohe suffered his injuries, he stood no chance against Wu Dan? Why does it appear now that the two are evenly matched, with General Chu wielding his silver spear even more gracefully? Lu Beima also observes the two on stage, his dark starry eyes narrowing slightly. With a gentle whisper near his ear, Jing Lei remarked, "Your Highness, General Chu does not employ my techniques. Rather, he wields the Chu family's spear from the Duke's residence." "I am aware," the prince replied, "and that is precisely why Lu Beima is so entranced. The reputation of the Chu family's spear technique is formidable. However, Chu Zhao, at this moment, lacks the requisite strength, thus diminishing his might. This is why his contest with Wu Dan remains at a stalemate. He could have utilized the techniques taught by Jing Lei to counter Wu Dan's spear play, yet he chose to employ the Chu family's method, indicating a profound affection for it." The prince turned his gaze towards the duel, inquiring, "Who do you believe will prevail?" Jing Lei responded softly, "Chu Zhao is not what he once was, yet the Chu family's spear technique is indeed remarkable." Lu Beimo remained silent, his expression contemplative. Not far off, Zissa wore an anxious expression, leaning closer to ask, "Miss, do you think the young master can win?" The young lady appeared unusually tense, as if uncertain of the outcome. Unexpectedly, the ever-nervous Chu Yuli lifted her gaze and offered Zissou a reassuring smile. Zissou was momentarily taken aback, her heart easing significantly. He can win. Although the intensity of the battle was palpable, if the young lady asserted victory, it must assuredly be so. Nearby, Tooba instinctively clenched his fists, acknowledging the equal prowess of the two combatants. The outcome seemed to hang by a thread. Suddenly, a sharp clang resounded as the two silver spears collided head-on. Chu Zhao's figure swayed, appearing as though he might be toppled. In an instant, the crowd below fell into a hushed silence, each individual gripped by trepidation. As despair loomed over the crowd, the seemingly faltering Chu Zhao, at the very moment of his impending fall, executed a remarkable somersault, soaring into the air. With a thrust of his spear, he aimed directly at Wu Dan's shoulder. Startled, Wu Dan narrowly evaded the strike, preparing to retaliate when a clear voice resonated from below the stage. "You have lost, step down." A pang of apprehension gripped Wu Dan, prompting him to withdraw to the side. Upon glancing down, he noticed a modest tear in his garment, inflicted by Chu Zio's silver spear. However, his shoulder remained unscathed, untouched by even a drop of blood. Chapter 82. This princess demands you to kneel and beg for mercy, such remarkable marksmanship. Thank you, General Chu, for your mercy. Wudong, clutching his long spear, bowed deeply to Chu Zio. I concede with utmost respect. Chu Zio returned the gesture with a smile, saying, this silver spear was a gift from Lord Amo, possessing unparalleled sharpness and inherent power. Were it not for this, I might not have emerged victorious. Wudong approached quickly, clapping Chu Zio on the shoulder, his laughter ringing even more heartily. General Chu, your magnanimity and sincerity are commendable. I, Wudong, admire you. You are the true warrior of Dongling. And Lu stepped forward with a beaming smile, declaring, in this battle, General Chu is the victor. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Even the emperor could not restrain his delight, exclaiming, excellent, excellent. General Chu, you truly embody the spirit of a warrior from Dongling. Reward shall be plentiful. Though Wudong had lost, his countenance radiated joy, showing no trace of disappointment or dismay. It is truly remarkable to have one's opponent concede gracefully even after a defeat. The young ladies observed the gaze of Xiao He, and their admiration deepened. As for the scandalous rumors regarding his character, they are but fabrications, likely spread by those with malicious intent to tarnish the reputation of the Duke's household. Such individuals possess wicked hearts. General Chu's victory today was resplendent, and the clarity of everyone's vision rendered those rumors impotent. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Xiaohe bowed, preparing to descend from the stage, when suddenly a delicate voice rang out, wait. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they turned to see a maiden in crimson attire rising from beside the third prince of the Eastern Zhou. She stepped forward, pointing at Chu Xiaohe, and proclaimed loudly, this princess wishes to challenge you. It was Princess Tuoba Lioli of Eastern Zhou. Tuoba Yi replied coolly, you are no match for him. Sit down. Third brother, how could Tuoba Lioli accept such a dismissal? This man had defeated Wu Dan, her brother's most formidable warrior. She was unwilling to relent. This princess insists on competing with him. With a swift motion, Tuoba Lioli unsheathed her flame whip from her waist. Taking a few steps forward, she suddenly leaped into the air, and the whip, imbued with her inner strength, glowed a fierce red. A blazing streak of light hurtled toward Chu Xiaohe on the stage, and Lu, still on the verge of descending, was taken aback by the fiery assault, his spirit nearly fleeing in fright. In a swift motion, Chu Xiaohe sidestepped to position himself in front of Lu, pulling him back several paces until they came to a halt. Master, are you injured? Lu shook his head, shaken yet unharmed. As Tuoba Lioli approached once more, he whispered softly and hastened away. Chu Xiaohe did not retaliate, but merely shifted his footwork to evade her. Observing his avoidance, Tuoba Lioli grew arrogant, proclaiming, why? Are you afraid of losing to this princess? Today, I shall make you kneel and plead for mercy. With that, she lashed out again with her whip. Fuming, Chu Xiaohe retorted, Princess, should you continue to be so disrespectful, I shall not hold back any longer. Prepare yourself. Yet Tuoba Lioli disregarded his warning, unleashing another fierce strike, relentless with each blow. Chu Xiaohe's gaze darkened as he noted her unwavering advance. His patience began to wane. Chapter 83. Of age for marriage, a hush fell over the crowd. Tuoba Lioli's fiery whip clattered to the ground, severed in two. It was but a single move. She had lost, spectacularly. Staring blankly at the broken whip, she was utterly bewildered. How could she possibly be defeated in a single strike? In the palace, aside from a few royal brothers, she dared not challenge. She was invincible, having bested all opponents. Even Wudong had proven no match for her. How could she be bested so easily by this man before her? Hong Chui, Tuoba Lioli's maid, nodded and promptly ascended the stage to assist her. Princess, the third prince commands you to rest. I shall not. The third prince is displeased, Hong Chui whispered, though Tuoba Lioli was headstrong. She held a particular fear of Tuoba Yi, forcing her to bite her lip and cast a fierce glare at Chu Xiaohe. He, too, had not anticipated her weakness. Had he known, he would have shown restraint, sparing her such humiliation. At this moment, Tuoba Lioli had already taken her seat. Upon seeing him approach, she furiously seized her cup and hurled it at him, exclaiming, this princess does not wish to see you, begone. Chu Zio had never been adept at charming young ladies, and found himself momentarily at a loss. Regret washed over him as he thought, Ali. I did not know she possessed such meager martial skills. He cast a glance at the broken fire whip in his hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. The weapon had been ruined, a humiliation too severe to bear. Ignorance is no sin, he reflected. For it was the seventh princess who instigated this. My elder brother need not take offense. Chu Yueli took the severed fire whip from his grasp and smiled, saying, Once today's competition concludes, I shall accompany you to her and offer my apologies on your behalf. Although Tuoba Yuli's martial prowess was not particularly weak and she had cultivated internal techniques, in the presence of true masters like his elder brother and Wu Dan, she was indeed insignificant. Perhaps, having been favored in the palace previously, she had grown accustomed to being indulged, her true capabilities obscured. The image of Tuoba Yuli, her eyes brimming with unshed tears yet stubbornly refusing to let them fall, was etched into Chu Xiao's heart. It was a matter of deep concern for him. However, today was not the right occasion for apologies. This matter would have to be set aside for now. The final match, the most anticipated battle of all, was about to commence. Lu Fengjin and Tuoba descended onto the martial stage as if they had rehearsed this moment. Prince Suanjin, renowned for his exceptional martial skills and revered as the god of war of Dongling, had long been admired by this prince. Today, he was honored by the opportunity to engage in a friendly exchange of techniques. Tuoba Yi's eyes sparkled with a hint of mirth, his enchanting phoenix eyes seemingly aglow, captivating the maidens in the audience, who could not help but feel their hearts flutter. Lu Fengjin, clad in deep gray-fitted attire, showcased his long, straight legs and striking demeanor, inciting a frenzy among the young ladies. The duel between these two exquisite gentlemen was not merely a contest of skill. It was a sumptuous visual feast for the onlookers. The climactic battle was on the verge of commencing, as everyone eagerly awaited this grand spectacle. However, before Indelu could announce the start of the competition, Rui Fei, seated at the emperor's lower right, suddenly rose and cheerfully declared, Your Majesty, this contest draws the attention of the world, and I am honored to be part of it. Yet, I have a humble request. The emperor regarded her with a wave of his hand. Rui Fei continued to smile. Jiner has reached the age of 22, a suitable time for marriage. However, he has harbored affections in his heart but has hesitated to express them formally, which has delayed his nuptials until now. What did Rui Fei mean by this? Wasn't Prince Jin previously betrothed to Miss Li of the Duke's residence, only to amicably sever the engagement just before the wedding? Was Rui Fei now suggesting that the emperor grant a marriage between Prince Jin and Tuoba Feiyuan? After a moment of confusion, all gazes converged on Chu Yuli. Zissou also watched the young lady intently. Chu Yuli's pallor further confirmed the suspicions of the crowd. Rui Fei was indeed seeking a marriage proposal for Prince Jin and Tuoba Feiyuan. Indeed, upon hearing the words of concubine Rui, she boldly implored the emperor, saying, Your Majesty, as a mother, my heart yearns for my son. I humbly request that if Jiner manages to achieve even a modicum of victory in the contest, you would bestow upon him the honor of marriage, allowing him to wed the lady of his affections. Of course, in the ultimate showdown, victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. There is no such thing as a partial triumph. Concubine Rui's words were merely a gesture of courtesy towards the third prince of the Eastern Zhou. The emperor regarded her, and concubine Rui smiled gently. After a moment's hesitation, the emperor suddenly laughed heartily, exclaiming, Very well. I grant your request, beloved consort. However, the empress's expression was far from pleasant. Concubine Rui was once again scheming. The onlookers in the hall exchanged glances, their sentiments tinged with sympathy. Having recently broken off the engagement with Chu Yuli, it was now brazenly suggested that the emperor grant a marriage to Tuoba Feiyuan, a notion that was profoundly hurtful to Chu Yuli. Zissou's eyes flared with indignation. They are utterly outrageous. Chu Xiaohai looked at his sister with deep concern, feeling helpless yet compelled to gently reassure her. Ali, pay them no mind. Chu Yuli nodded slightly, lowering her gaze in silence. Zissa bit her lip, seething. I hope Jin Wang loses spectacularly. Let us see how he seeks the emperor's favor for his union with Tuoba Feiyuan. Those two shameless scoundrels. After all, concubine Rui had stated that a marriage could only be requested upon victory. Should they lose, the notion of marriage would become utterly moot. She could not bear to witness the affection between Lu Fengjin and Tuoba Feiyuan, for they had wounded their esteemed young master and young lady. On stage, after the customary exchanges, the fierce contest commenced. Zissou and Chu Shaohai observed with utmost caution, yet it appeared that the strength of both parties was rather evenly matched. In the Eastern Zhou dynasty, the third prince's swordsmanship was enigmatic, revealing him to be a master of concealed prowess. Prince Jin, being a formidable warrior, indeed possessed martial skills that were profound and unfathomable. For a time, the two engaged in a fierce battle, neither willing to concede. Zissou leaned closer to Qiuli and whispered, "Miss, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Qiuli shook her head, "I do not know." Zissou, interpreting her silence as anger, attempted to console her, "Miss, you need not concern yourself with them. If, by misfortune, Prince Jin were to win, you could simply regard it as a farce. But do take care not to let it distress you." Unexpectedly, Qiuli responded with a hint of melancholy, "If he triumphs, I fear the Duke's household shall be devoured by the favored concubine." Miss. Zissou was taken aback, as was Chuxio, both wearing expressions of astonishment. What could such words imply? Qiuli closed her eyes briefly, exhaling softly before continuing. "Although the favored concubine despises me, she would never allow Tuoba Feiyuan to wed Prince Jin as his primary consort. A woman of such lineage holds no worth in her eyes, save for her potential to assist in countering other women. The granting of marriage is beyond Tuoba Feiyuan's merit. The favored concubine may harbor disdain for me, yet she has never relinquished her hold over the 100,000 troops of the Chu family." Chapter 85. To utilize this prince. This prince shall later demand compensation. Who, then, is the favored concubine intending to bestow upon Prince Jin? A sense of unease crept into Chuxio's heart. Alalai, could it be that the favored concubine still has her sights set on you? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. The favored concubine was unwilling to relinquish their 100,000 Chu family troops. Regardless of past grievances, once the emperor's decree was pronounced, any previous misunderstandings would dissipate into thin air. Yet, given the tumultuous relationship between Ali and Prince Jin, how could a union be conceivable? If Ali were to wed Prince Jin, her temperament would render a harmonious life unattainable. Zissou, having come to this realization, found her complexion paler than even Chu Yuli's. "Miss, what shall we do? We cannot allow Prince Jin to prevail. Should he triumph, he could invoke the emperor's earlier promise of marriage, compelling the emperor to acquiesce. At that point, the miss would be inexorably bound to the Jin manor. This mother and son, in their pursuit of the 10,000 troops from our duke's estate, will resort to any means necessary. What shall we do? If Prince Jin were indeed to win, both the miss and the duke's future would be irrevocably lost. However, the combatants on the stage had yet to determine a victor. Though Tua Ba-yi was formidable, the title of war god bestowed upon Lu Fengjin was not without merit. Moreover, over the years, he had often received unexpected guidance from Chu Yuli during his martial training, ensuring his skills were far from negligible. Chu Yuli was acutely aware of his prowess. When masters engage in combat, the outcome remains indistinguishable. It ultimately hinges on who might err first. What if that unfortunate individual were Tua Ba-yi? Suddenly, Chu Yuli rose to her feet. Chu Shaohe and Zissou exchanged bewildered glances. "Ali, elder brother, Prince Mo just presented you with the black gold spear. You have yet to extend your gratitude properly." Chu Yuli poured 2 glasses of wine and glanced at Chu Shaohe. "Your victory owes much to Prince Mo. If you do not express your gratitude in a timely manner, it may seem insincere." With that, she raised her glass and made her way towards the seats of Prince Mo's residence. Chu Shaohe found himself in a state of heightened tension, deeply affected by the duel between the two individuals on the field. Was this truly the moment to express gratitude? Yet, Ali had already set forth. It was unreasonable for him to allow her to present a toast to the king of Mo alone. What would others think? Surely, rumors would circulate about Miss Li's infatuation with the king. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chu Shaohe promptly took a cup and approached Lu Beima. "I extend my heartfelt thanks to your highness for generously bestowing these formidable weapons, aiding our Duke's residents in achieving victory. This cup of wine is offered by Ali in your honor." Chu Yuli had already arrived before Lu Beima, observing the drink in her hand. A glimmer of inscrutable amusement flickered in Lu Beima's eyes. "So, Ali, have you truly made your decision? This may very well be your final opportunity to wed him." Chu Yuli was momentarily taken aback, her heart echoing with profound astonishment. The formidable demon king had discerned her thoughts with uncanny accuracy. His mind was a terrifying labyrinth, and she found herself regretting her decision to approach him at this moment. Chu Shaohe remained oblivious to their conversation, He comprehended each word. Yet the overall meaning eluded him entirely. No one paid him any heed. At that moment, Chu Xiao was but a mere ornament. Lu Beima, with a hint of a smile dancing at the corners of his lips, lifted his cup and rose to engage in a toast with Chu Xiao. However, perhaps due to having indulged a bit too much earlier, he stumbled, his towering figure collapsing onto Chu Yuli. Chapter 86. Helping her. Hurting himself, Chu Yuli was taken aback, as this deviated from her plans. In the blink of an eye, the imposing figure of the king of Mo had unexpectedly fallen upon her, pinning her down. Zisu, terrified, rushed forward to assist her mistress. In the midst of a bustling crowd, being pinned down by a man is utterly disgraceful. The surrounding women quickly flushed with embarrassment, while the men gaped in astonishment, secretly seething with envy. How delightful it would be if it were they who held her down. On the stage, Lu Fengjin's eyes blazed with fury, his grip tightening around the sword in his hand, yearning to thrust it into the man who lay atop Chu Yuli. Even if he were the fourth prince, he deserved death. How could he remain sprawled over a li, refusing to rise? What did he take her for? With a sudden clang, Lu Fengjin felt a jolt in his hand as the sword slipped from his grasp, soaring through the air and embedding itself with a thud in the ground not far from Lu Beima and Chu Yuli. The blade quivered violently, and the venue fell into a profound silence. The esteemed Prince Jin had lost. Ali. It was only then that Chu Xiao snapped back to reality, hastily yanking Lu Beima off Chu Yuli. He then reclined against his chair, half closing his eyes, his voice raspy. I apologize for earlier. I was a bit lightheaded. I hope Miss Li and General Chu will not take offense. Chu Yuli appeared shaken, her complexion pale and her body weak. Indeed, the King of Ink had come to her aid, and quite significantly so. She had initially intended to feign a stumble into the arms of the King of Ink, merely hoping to provoke a reaction from Lu Fengjin on stage. However, such an act would surely tarnish her reputation, branding her as a wanton woman seeking the king's embrace. Yet, despite this, she would willingly sacrifice her own honor rather than marry into the Jin Wangfu and jeopardize her brothers in the duke's household. Unbeknownst to her, the king of Mo unexpectedly aided her, boldly toppling her in the gaze of the assembled crowd. While it may have appeared to be a drunken mishap, those with discerning eyes, such as the likes of Consort Rue, would undoubtedly spread whispers of the king's lasciviousness. Although he had assisted her, he had inadvertently tarnished his own reputation. How could the Dark Lord ever repay such a favor? Consort Rue was seething with rage, her face turning a deep shade of green. Chu Yuli, that wretched woman must have orchestrated this entire affair, disrupting Jin Heir's composure. Otherwise, with Jin Heir's formidable prowess, defeat would have been inconceivable. The Emperor's countenance was equally grim, and he cast a fierce glare at Consort Rue, filled with pent-up frustration. This was the revered god of war from Dongling, a warrior of such stature, reduced to losing his weapon and suffering such a disgraceful defeat. Consort Rue felt a chill run down her spine, daring not to meet the Emperor's gaze any longer. And Lu, feeling helpless, comforted Lu Fengjin before wiping the sweat from his brow and forcing a faint smile. This battle, let us take a moment. Little did they know, standing upon the martial stage, Tuoba laughed and declared, this prince still wishes to challenge another. Chapter 87. Dare you accept the challenge? The third prince seeks to challenge yet another? Who could he possibly wish to confront? The onlookers below began to murmur in excitement. Lu Baimu, concealed behind his mask, fixed his eagle-like eyes upon Tuoba's face, radiating an ominous glow. This audacious fool dares to act recklessly. Yet, Tuoba deliberately averted his gaze, his eyes landing on the seats of the Duke's residence, his smile becoming increasingly composed and charming. I have observed General Su Wen's exceptional martial skills, truly impressive. Indeed, this prince wishes to seek the general's guidance. May I inquire if the general is willing to oblige? However, as he spoke those words, his gaze momentarily fixed upon Chu Yuli's face. Just moments ago, Lu Beimo had pinned her beneath him, causing Lu Fengjin to lose focus and ultimately falter. Yet, this young woman seemed unaware that after years of knowing Lu Beimo, he had never permitted any other girl to approach him so closely. She was the singular exception. How intriguing this situation was. The look in his eyes as he regarded Chu Yuli was laden with a sense of provocation. Defeating your elder brother in a single move. How amusing indeed. A chill ran through Chu Yuli's heart. What grievance had they ever caused the third prince of the Eastern Zhou for him to humiliate them so? Chu Xiaohe was about to rise when Chu Yuli suddenly grasped his wrist, her fingers tightening. Given her brother's current condition, challenging the third prince might not even yield a single successful counter, yet it was certain he would not withstand more than 3 moves. She had yet to fully comprehend the true extent of the third prince's capabilities, as he had clearly held back. It was not implausible that he could defeat her brother in 1 move. Why was the third prince so intent on bullying them? Ali? Chu Xiaohe furrowed his brow, sensing that the third prince awaited. Brother, you have already fought 1 round. You must be weary. Allow me to take this battle. Jiuli rose to her feet. Zis's face turned pale with fear. Miss, it is fine. I shall handle this. Jiuli ascended the martial stage. This girl knew nothing of martial arts. Why was she going up there? Liu Beimo fixed his gaze on her slender figure, her fitted attire accentuating her perfect contours, showcasing her delicate yet resilient form from every angle. Indeed, she was a rare beauty among countless others. Tuoba gazed at her, a deeper mirth flickering in his eyes. Lady Li, this prince does not engage in combat with a delicate maiden lacking the strength to even grasp a chicken. Why not summon General Chu? Is it a matter of disdain towards this prince? How could one dare? However, my elder brother has just endured a battle and is weary. I too have learned the Chu family's spear techniques and wish to seek counsel from the third prince. Chu Yuli clasped her hands in salute, smiling as she inquired, might the third prince's reluctance to spar with me stem from a lack of respect for the young ladies of Dongling? Tuoba Yi's gaze flickered momentarily. This clever girl had deftly turned his words against him. Very well, since Lady Li is so earnest in her invitation, this prince shall oblige, as you wish. Third brother. Below, Tuoba Lioli grew anxious and exclaimed, Ali is unfamiliar with martial arts. You must not bully her. She then turned to Chu Yuli and urged loudly, Ali, come down quickly. My third brother's martial prowess is quite formidable. This is not a jest. Chu Yuli cast a glance downward, surprised to find that this headstrong princess genuinely cared for her in such a critical moment. It seemed she truly regarded her as a friend. Chapter 88. This tongue requires discipline. Do you question whether this prince dares? Tuoba erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing jest in existence. Lady Suan Li, so resourceful, could it be that you wish to engage in a battle of wits with this prince? I harbor no interest in such literary pursuits. Fear not, third prince. Though I am well versed in literature and possess a wealth of knowledge, I shall not take advantage of those whose strength lies in brawn rather than intellect. There is no need for concern. The utterance plunged the audience into a momentary silence, which was abruptly shattered by a fit of laughter. Even Tuoba Lioli, after a brief pause, succumbed to hearty laughter. Having known her third imperial brother for many years, she had never witnessed him at such a disadvantage in front of a lady. Tuoba pursed his lips and cast a sidelong glance at Chiuli. Scoffing, pray tell, Miss Li, what shall we compare? Marksmanship? He gestured with his hand. Without hesitation, a figure from the audience stepped forward, responding, third prince, weapon. He hurled the spear he held onto the stage. Tuoba effortlessly caught it, twisting his wrist with a resounding clang as the spear stood upright beside him. The entire martial arena trembled, dust swirling in the air. Yet, the ground beneath the spear bore not a single crack, remaining utterly unscathed. Such formidable inner strength. Chu Yuli instinctively took a couple of steps back, and concern rippled through the spectators once more. The third prince's prowess seemed even greater than when he had faced the cautious Prince Jean earlier. There was no doubt that he had been provoked. Could this delicate Miss Li withstand such force? It was feared that a single strike could shatter her to pieces. Chu Xiaohe and Zissou stood anxiously at the foot of the arena, fully aware that the third prince was displeased by his earlier display of strength. Tuoba coldly declared, Miss Li, I grant you 3 moves. Draw your weapon and make your attack. The third prince had yet to grasp the nature of the contest. Combat requires strength and technique, not explanations. He snorted derisively. Chu Yuli replied, though it is indeed a contest, the third prince has already sparred with Prince Jean. It would be rather dull to engage in the same manner once again. Third prince, shall we engage in a duel in an alternative manner? Feel free. As long as it is a contest of skill, Tuoba cannot possibly employ any significant tactics against her. While he does not take advantage of women, this little girl certainly needs to be taught a lesson. However, Chu Yuli turned around, gazing at the maidens below, and smiled. Are there any young ladies willing to lend me a sheer veil? The lighter the fabric, the better. A sheer veil? What purpose does it serve in a duel? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, and some maidens were already contemplating retrieving one. Just then, the empress beside the emperor chuckled. I happen to have a piece right here. The matron understood the cue and promptly took it, presenting it to Chu Yuli. Chu Yuli inclined her body slightly towards the Empress and said, "Your Highness, I beg your pardon, but regarding this sheer veil." The Empress replied with a smile, "Use it as you wish." With a smile of acknowledgement, Chu Yuli then approached the stage once more. Borrowing a long sword from a guard, she proceeded to cut the delicate silk into countless strips. "What is the meaning of this?" Tuoba furrowed his brow. Chu Yuli grinned. "Third Prince, each stack here consists of 10 layers of sheer fabric. I intend to challenge your spear technique. With one thrust, you must pierce through 8 layers. There cannot be either more or less. Furthermore, piercing through 8 layers means that each layer must be divided perfectly in 2, without the slightest entanglement, yet the 9th layer must remain entirely unscathed." She lifted her gaze, meeting Tuoba Yi's profound starry eyes, and smiled gently. "Third Prince, do you dare to accept the challenge?" Chapter 89. Just like playing house, the audience was taken aback, engaging in fervent discussions. The weapon in use was the spear, which requires a certain finesse. It is inherently more challenging to control than a sword. Yet, even with a blade, to accurately slice through 8 layers of gossamer, so delicate as to rival the wings of a cicada, within 10 layers, is an utterly impossible feat. Furthermore, these 10 layers are stacked closely together, leaving no space between them. Such a trial, in all the realms beneath heaven, is indeed unattainable. Suddenly, comprehension dawned upon the assembly. Though Chu Yu's contest was labeled a martial challenge, in truth, it hardly qualified as such. Nevertheless, it was a contest, a test of marksmanship. Since the endeavor was beyond everyone's reach, it bore no distinction for her or the Third Prince. If all were to fail, a draw would suffice, and a draw is, after all, a rather dignified outcome. Cunning to the extreme, Tuoba likely grasped this notion as well, exclaiming in frustration, "Well, this prince shall ensure your defeat is both convincing and complete. To aspire for a stalemate with him? This young girl harbors quite the fanciful notion." He cast a glacial gaze towards Ndelu. Ndelu, trembling slightly, lifted one stack of gossamer and said, "Third Prince, please, spare this old servant." One thrust in his direction, and he feared not only the gossamer would be severed, but his very life as well. No sooner had Ndelu uttered these words than a flash of silver glimmered before him. Startled, he nearly lost his footing. Upon inspection, he found several layers of gossamer had been pierced, split asunder. Counting carefully, he finally held up the sole remaining piece and proclaimed loudly, "The Third Prince has pierced through 9 layers." Tuoba felt a twinge of resignation. While the weapon was suited for combat, employing it to slice through gossamer proved to be quite the conundrum. Where could one find such precise force? However, the 9th layer, when compared to the 8 layers demanded by Chu Yuli, is merely an additional layer. Yet, observing Chu Yuli, it becomes apparent that she either fails to sever even a single layer or cuts through them all. The outcome is unmistakably evident and hardly requires comparison. The spectators below the stage find themselves imbued with a sense of helplessness. It appears that achieving a draw against the Third Prince, Dong Zhou, is a formidable challenge for Chu Yuli. At this moment, she personally descends to the stage and addresses Chu Shaohe, "Elder brother, may I borrow the black gold spear?" Chu Shaohe, unable to hesitate, promptly hands her the spear, though concern lingers in his heart. Nevertheless, avoiding a direct confrontation with the Third Prince is already a commendable outcome. Should she lose, losing to the Third Prince is hardly a disgrace. And Lu is truly anxious. This young girl, lacking in martial prowess, is still recklessly engaging in this endeavor. One can only hope the spear does not end up either on the veil or upon herself. He trembles with trepidation. Meanwhile, Tuoba, witnessing his distress, cannot help but chuckle. It seems that Lorden lacks confidence in Miss Li's spear skills. Perhaps I shall take over the task. He takes the stack of veils from Ndelu's hands. Ndelu exhales deeply, hastily retreating to the side. The emperor below remains quite worried and cannot refrain from admonishing, "Ali, be cautious not to injure the Third Prince. He is a distinguished guest. A careless misstep could jeopardize the harmony between our two nations. In these tumultuous times, it is far better to have an ally than to create another foe. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Ali is gentle in her movements. She could hardly harm the Third Prince," she replies, casting a smile at Tuoba, her expression deepening with mirth. "Third Prince, I appreciate your assistance." As Tuoba's expression darkened, before he could finish his sentence, that audacious girl had already shot forth, piercing through the delicate layers of gauze in his hand with a swift motion. It was so nonchalant, as if she were merely playing a game. Chapter 90. Utterly, a fool's errand. Is this it, the conclusion? The audience below was utterly astonished. This was far too casual. Tuoba lowered his gaze to the remnants of gauze in his hand, and suddenly, his heart tightened. Several layers had been pierced, yet it was evident that some remained unscathed. And Lu hurried over, personally counting the layers, and in the end, his eyes widened in disbelief. 8 layers, truly. 8 layers. Finally, he turned to the emperor below, his hands trembling with excitement. Your Majesty, Lady Li, has pierced through 8 layers. There are still 2 layers intact. Lady Li has emerged victorious. Below the stage, the crowd fell into a profound silence. A deathly stillness enveloped them. Chu Yuli of the Duke's Manor had triumphed over the third prince of Dongzhou. Words eluded them, as this outcome was entirely unexpected. Amidst the silence, a sudden burst of applause shattered the tranquility. Ah, how intriguing. Truly intriguing. Lady Li has indeed proven herself to be a paragon of intellect, unmatched by those who are merely brawn without brains. Ha 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 ha. The King of Ink laughed heartily, exuding an air of audacious dominance, bordering on arrogance. Tuoba Yi's face turned pale, his glare directed fiercely at him. This insufferable wretch. How he longed to strike him down. Yet, the others dared not laugh. Even the emperor refrained from laughter, though his mood was undeniably buoyant. Such a situation was most inappropriate. Having mastered a technique of breath control, had managed to compose his emotions. He inclined his head towards Chu Yuli and remarked, Miss Li, not only is your mind astute, but your martial prowess is equally refined. I am truly in awe. This skill, while its quality remains ambiguous, is undeniably formidable in its precision. One cannot discern whether it is genuine prowess or mere fortune. The audience below seemed to regard Chu Yuli as merely fortunate, for her seemingly casual strike bore no semblance of a seasoned martial artist's finesse, lacking even a whisper of inner strength. Merely snorted, choosing not to respond. The emperor, with a hearty laugh, declared, Ali is still young and inexperienced. Please forgive her, third prince. His tone conveyed a palpable sense of joviality. Feeling less irked, clasped his fists in preparation to depart. Unexpectedly, however, Chu Yuli passed by him and approached the edge of the martial stage, where she knelt before the emperor. Ali? The emperor was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recollected himself, exclaiming with a smile, Excellent. A generous reward awaits. Yet, he refrained from elaborating on the reward in front of the third prince, mindful of the delicate situation following the latter's defeat. Oh, the emperor raised an eyebrow, curious about her request. In front of the assembled crowd, this young lady could not possibly make an unreasonable demand, could she? Chu Xiao, he felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of what Ali was contemplating. Meeting the emperor's gaze, Chu Yuli spoke softly yet resolutely. Ali has recently received word that a small nation at the southern border is stirring once more. My maternal grandfather and uncles are currently holding their ground in the southern frontier. Every day, my elder brother is consumed with concern for our grandfather and uncles, losing sleep over their safety. Ali earnestly beseeches the emperor to permit my brother to lead the Chu family army to the southern frontier, to lend support to our grandfather and uncles, safeguarding the southern borders and protecting our homeland. The imperial consort's eyes darken with disapproval. This wretched girl seeks to divert the Chu army. Does she truly believe that by doing so, the Chu army will evade falling into the hands of others? Such thoughts are nothing but delusions. Chapter 91. Ali, do you consent? The emperor does not respond immediately, pondering various matters. Although Chu Xiaohe has never heard Ali express such desires, he comprehends her intentions as soon as she speaks. Chu Xiaohe hastens to the platform, kneeling beside Ali, and proclaims loudly, I implore your majesty to allow me to lead the Chu army to the southern frontier, to defend our eastern Ling territory. The emperor's gaze deepens, lost in contemplation. The imperial consort observes the emperor, her smile growing softer. Your majesty, what are your thoughts? The emperor reflects for a moment, but says nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Just as the imperial consort is about to speak, the empress interjects. Indeed, the duke's household has always been loyal and brave. Among the younger generation, only General Chu and Ali remain. I have watched them grow since childhood, and seeing General Chu venture to the southern frontier now stirs a sense of reluctance in me. These two young souls have yet to establish their families. As for the Prince of Jin, he has found a suitable match, and I am genuinely pleased for him. Ali and the prince have been friends since childhood. With his happiness, it is only fitting that Ali too finds her own joy. However, the prince is still unmarried. So I urge the empress to tread carefully with her words. The imperial consort's expression immediately turns grave. That wretched woman, with every word, subtly insinuates that her son is unworthy of vying for Chu Yuli. The empress feigned surprise, stating, "Did I not hear that the Duke of Jin's household has already welcomed a young lady? Since it is merely hearsay, lacking any substantiated evidence. After spending so many years in the palace, does she not understand the essence of prudence and circumspection better than anyone else? Enough. This clamor is utterly unbecoming." The emperor's countenance darkened significantly. With foreign dignitaries present, it was truly disheartening to witness these two women openly mocking one another. The emperor's displeasure silenced the empress and concubine Rue. Nonetheless, he harbored his own thoughts. The empress and concubine Rue were not entirely incorrect. General Chu and Ali had indeed reached the age of suitable marriage, and the adage of establishing a family before embarking on ventures, even to the southern borders, should be adhered to. Chu Xiaohe and Chu Yuli felt a weight in their hearts. The empress and concubine Rue shared a somber mood. This matter had unexpectedly fallen into the hands of the empress dowager. Chu Yuli's gaze flickered slightly as she was about to speak. Suddenly, from a short distance behind, Tua Bai burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "So, Miss Li is yet unmarried. That is indeed splendid. Miss Li, this prince harbors affections for you. Might you consider forming a union with this prince?" "What? The third prince of Dongzhou is proposing to Chu Yuli?" Half of the young ladies in attendance gasped, rising in astonishment. The third prince was precisely the object of their visit today. Even the emperor was left agape. A sudden crash echoed from a certain seat as someone crushed their cup in disbelief. Yet, Tua Bai merely gazed at Chu Yuli. It is rare to witness the meticulous thoughts reflected in that girl's eyes, a fleeting moment of astonishment. Suddenly, he felt that this matter seemed more intriguing than he had originally imagined. The smile at the corners of Tuo Bai's lips became even more enchanting. "Ali, this prince is currently unattached and has no beauties in the residence. Would you be willing to marry this prince and become his royal consort?" Chapter 92. It seems that I still have feelings for him. Naturally, Chu Yuli was unwilling to agree. However, some matters cannot be dismissed with a mere declaration of unworthiness. The third prince of Dongzhou stated that he would respect Miss Li's choice, but hoped she would reconsider. The deference shown by the third prince was considerable. Yet, is marriage not a matter dictated by the emperor's word? Moreover, royal unions traditionally entail a princess marrying a prince. For a legitimate daughter of a duke's residence to be favored by the third prince is indeed a stroke of fortune. How could she even contemplate refusal? One wonders what she is thinking. The public chatter suggests that Chu Yuli may be somewhat ungrateful. "Ali, do you know the third prince from before?" Chu Xiao, he inquired tentatively. Chu Yuli shook her head. "I have encountered him, but he harbors no intentions towards me. Today's meeting was purely coincidental." Coincidental? Yet, a royal marriage is a matter of great significance. It cannot simply be dismissed as an accident. Could it be that just because Ali triumphed over him, he feels aggrieved and thus orchestrates such a scene? The third prince of Dongzhou does not appear to be an impulsive individual. Chu Yuli discerned her elder brother's thoughts at a glance, shaking her head in confusion. What is he truly attempting to achieve? This is no trivial matter. However, Chu Xiaohu harbored his own thoughts. Having witnessed the third prince's conduct today, he felt that the third prince was a person of integrity and his character appeared commendable. The caliber of one's martial prowess often reflects one's moral standing. Furthermore, at the age of 23, well past the age deemed suitable for marriage, it was rather telling that there was not a single beauty in his residence, indicating that he was not a man overly inclined towards lust. Chu Yuli glared at him. "Brother, what are you trying to imply?" Chu Xiaohu was aware that his sister was in a foul mood, yet as her elder brother, his foremost wish was to see her happiness. He believed that the third prince's appearance was not inferior to that of the Jin Wang, and his character seemed to surpass that of the Jin Wang, with their status being comparable. If you, Ali, are willing, the third prince might indeed be a commendable choice. After all, having broken off her engagement with the Jin Wang, it would be challenging to find another suitable match in Dongling. Could the third prince signify a new turning point in Ali's life? "Ali, brother." Chu Yuli shot him a glare, exasperated. "I'm so annoyed." Chu Xiaohu was taken aback. After being Ali's brother for so many years, he had never realized she could be so temperamental. He immediately became flustered and tried to console her. All right. If Ali does not fancy the third prince, I shall say no more. I won't bring it up again. Please, Ali, do not be upset. He gently patted Chu Yuli's back, soothingly murmuring, I was wrong. Truly wrong. Ali, please do not be angry. Do not be angry. It appeared that Ali still held a fondness for the Jin Wang, as even such an outstanding gentleman as the third prince could not capture her interest. But what to do about the Jin Wang? Alas, what a predicament. Lu Fengjin felt utterly defeated today. He never anticipated that he would lose. However, not only did he succumb to Tuoba Yi, but his defeat was also exceedingly humiliating. Even his weapon slipped from his grasp. Rui Fei was so enraged that she nearly fell ill. Do you still harbor feelings for Chu Yuli? If she remains in your heart, why did you abandon her for that wild girl? Jeaner, what are you truly thinking? Your mother is utterly perplexed. Chapter 93. So, whom does he truly favor? Lu Fengjin himself was uncertain of his own thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he finally murmured, I grew up alongside Ali. My feelings for her are merely those of siblings. Before encountering Tuoba Feiyuan, he was steadfast in his belief that he loved Chu Yuli. Yet, after Tuoba Feiyuan's appearance, everything felt refreshingly new and irresistibly intriguing, an experience he had never encountered in his over 20 years of life. While a visage as captivating as Ali's is indeed rare, the intriguing essence of Yuaner is unparalleled in this world. Rui Fei scoffed. If your feelings are merely fraternal, why were you so influenced by her today that you lost the competition? It is because my skills are inferior. Nonsense. You and that Eastern Zhou's third prince were evenly matched. It was Chu Yuli who deliberately caused that scene, leading to your defeat. This revelation left Lu Fengjin astounded. Mother, are you saying that Ali did it on purpose? Of course it was intentional. The son, a mere warrior, once had Chu Yuli as his strategist. He focused solely on valiantly combating the enemy, while everything else was meticulously arranged by Chu Yuli. Now, Rui Fei harbors doubts. For all these years, has Chu Yuli orchestrated everything for her son's benefit, or is she intentionally plotting against him? She has raised Jin Heir to possess an upright character. Could this not be attributed to Chu Yuli's influence? That woman knows you too well, Jin Heir. She understands precisely how to handle you. Consider this. When you are locked in a fierce contest with the third prince of the Eastern Zhou, when has she ever offered a toast to the Mo King, and yet she chooses this critical moment to approach him? Rui Fei gazes at her beloved son, feeling both disappointed and helpless. At that moment, who among them was not anxiously watching your duel? Who had the leisure to engage in toasts? Lu Fengjin pondered this, and his expression darkened. It is indeed true. He found it strange that while Ali was watching intently from the sidelines, she suddenly rushed over to the fourth prince's side. The truth was, it was all a scheme against him. Such a malicious intent. What could her ultimate goal be? Revenge. Such a simple truth, and yet you fail to grasp it? Rui Fei tightened her grip on the silk handkerchief, gritting her teeth as she declared, I truly underestimated this wretched girl's jealousy. Jin Heir, she relishes your suffering. She seeks to seize everything from you. However, Ali grew up alongside him. He was 4 or 5 years her senior, having witnessed her maturation into adulthood. He never perceived Ali as such a ruthless individual. Yet today, it was indeed because of Chu Yuli that he faltered and ultimately faced defeat. Could it truly be that she has harbored such intentions? I, her son, shall never abandon Yuan. Suddenly, he recalled the moment he had struck Tuoba Feiyuan. At that time, her eyes were filled with disappointment. She must have been deeply saddened. Mother, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave for now. I shall visit you again on another day. Lu Fengjin departed abruptly, vanishing in an instant. Rui Fei was both exasperated and helpless. Her son had not even heard her plans in full. My lady, do tell. Does the prince favor Chu Yuli, or does he prefer Tuoba Feiyuan? The matron was equally perplexed. Rui Fei felt somewhat dejected. I cannot discern it either. In the midst of it all, an inexplicable anxiety began to stir within her. Chapter 94. The heart remains in turmoil. Tuoba Feiyuan's letter was quite succinct. Merely a few lines. It expressed that what she sought was never wealth nor power, nor was it fame or status. She desired only his genuine affection. Yet today, she could not perceive such sincerity, only the presence of other women in his gaze. If he could not commit to a lifetime of companionship, what use was such love? Thus, she chose to leave. Lu Fengjin was consumed by regret, hastily mounting his steed to pursue her. In the dead of night, Tuoba Feiyuan found herself unable to exit the city. When Lu Fengjin finally located her, she was leading her horse, lingering at the city gates, likely waiting for dawn to depart. Thank heavens, you are still here. Lu Fengjin leaped down from his horse and embraced her tightly. Yet this night, Tuoba Feiyuan did not resist. She remained quietly in his arms, devoid of any sentiment in her eyes. Lu Fengjin soon discerned something amiss and promptly released her, lowering his gaze to meet her calm, unruffled gaze. Yuan, are you still angry? Does the prince believe I should not be angry? Tuoba Feiyuan chuckled coldly, pushing him forcefully. Lu Fengjin, caught off guard, stumbled back as she retreated 2 steps, distancing herself from him. Your Honor, allow me to explain. What is there to explain? In front of everyone, you commanded me to leave. Lu Fengjin, now that I have departed, is it not precisely what you desired? That was not my intention. I was merely, truly infuriated at that moment. Do you understand why I caused such a scene? Tuoba Feiyuan glared at him. Lu Fengjin was momentarily taken aback. Why? At last, Tuoba Feiyuan could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face. In a choked voice, she confessed, because I feel utterly insecure. You make me feel unsafe. You harbor other women in your heart. Lu Fengjin, I have long expressed that I, Tuoba Feiyuan, am not like those women. I do not scheme, nor do I seek to decipher people's hearts. I do not know how to win your affection. I will not, like those women, calculate every step or tread cautiously. I seek neither your fame nor your status. I would willingly remain by your side, without a name or claim. And why is that? Because I love you. In this life and beyond, I love only you. But what about you? Her words nearly shattered Lu Fengjin's heart. She was indeed one of a kind. Had she wished to manipulate, she could have been as cunning as Chu Yueli, but she possessed no such guile. If she did, would she behave so recklessly and unreasonably? Such a heart, unmotivated by fame or fortune, seeking only genuine reciprocity, is indeed the rarest treasure. I apologize, Yuan. It is my fault. Lu Fengjin held her close, murmuring softly, I almost missed the most pure and sincere girl in this world. I am truly sorry. I shall never allow you to feel sorrow again. Tuoba Feiyuan finally embraced him, sobbing quietly. But do you still harbor feelings for Chu Yuli? The mere mention of those 3 words stirred a wave of agitation within Lu Fengjin. Could Tuoba truly seek her hand in marriage publicly? Was she really destined to wed in the Eastern Zhou? Lu Fengjin had never envisioned a day when Chu Yuli would be given to another. Jin. Tuoba Feiyuan lifted her head from his embrace, gazing at him intently. Lu Fengjin lowered his eyes, meeting her glistening gaze, and helplessly replied, I no longer harbor any affection. How could I be enamored with a woman so calculating? My feelings have indeed faded. Yuan, in this life and the next, I desire only you. Yet, why did the mere thought of Chu Yuli possibly marrying Tuoba still churn his heart with unease? Chapter 95. We had agreed to wait until after our marriage. However, this night felt somewhat different. She insisted that Lu Fengjin remain in her chamber. Jin, tonight, I do not wish to part from you. After closing the door to her chamber, she faced Lu Fengjin, shedding her garments one by one. Lu Fengjin was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing crimson. Yuan, did we not agree to wait until after our marriage too? He could have easily dismissed such hesitation. After all, he was a prince. And many noblemen had taken women into their lives upon reaching adulthood. Yet, having known Chu Yuli for many years, he had cultivated a habit of remaining chaste in her presence. Ali, perhaps her character leaves much to be desired, filled with cunning and guile. Yet in this particular aspect, her integrity is remarkably high. She has never allowed Lu Fengjin to touch her and has made it clear to him that they must wait until their wedding day. Lu Fengjin's habit of self-restraint has been cultivated by Chu Yuli, even when he finds himself enraged with Tuoba Feiyuan. At times tearing her garments in a fit of anger to frighten her, he ultimately never truly desires her. Lu Fengjin even harbors doubts that among all the adult males of the imperial family, he is the only one who behaves this way. A flaw instilled in him by Ali. As long as your heart is solely mine, and you promise never to touch another woman in this lifetime, I am willing to offer myself to you. Tuoba Feiyuan approached him, grasping his hand, attempting to press it against her chest. Lu Fengjin found himself somewhat entranced. You honor. I cherish you. Thus I must honor you. To engage in such actions with you before our marriage would be a form of harm. After offering her a few soothing words, he urged her to rest well before taking his leave. Yet, deep within, he felt a lingering restlessness. Must he stand idly by as Ali weds Tuoba? After Lu Fengjin departed, Tuoba Feiyuan's maid, Lanji, entered the room. Tuoba Feiyuan glanced at her. "It is I, Fei Yuan," came the voice, markedly different from usual. A sudden tension gripped Tuo Fei Yuan's heart as she hurriedly shut the door, drawing Lanji into the innermost part of the room, whispering, "Sister, he does not desire me. Does he no longer care for me?" Not so. The Lanji of this night was, in truth, not Lanji at all. She was Tuo Fei Yuan's sister, Tuo Mingyu. She is proficient in the art of disguise. So much so that even Lu Fengjin failed to detect any signs. Tonight, Tuo Fei Yuan, initially petrified by Lu Fengjin, found herself utterly despondent after being expelled from the martial arts competition, believing she had met with total failure. Had it not been for her sister's timely intervention, she would never have contemplated the idea of running away from home. What should I do next? He still harbors feelings for Chu Yuli. Must I endure this injustice in silence? Sister, I cannot bear this humiliation. Just as they had reconciled, Tuo Fei Yuan's temper flared once more. She was never known for her patience. It matters not. Prince Jin appreciates your temperament, at least for the time being. Jilan was also taken aback that her sister's irksome disposition had caught Lu Fengjin's attention. The man's taste is indeed rather peculiar. A prince, accustomed to a life of luxury, who has never known hardship, has become addicted to it after experiencing some distress. Truly an oddity. Chapter 96. This grudge must be avenged. He currently finds your genuine nature quite appealing. Ensure he does not perceive any ulterior motives behind your actions. What he cherishes most now is your purity and candor. Do not allow this purity to be tainted in his eyes. Tuo Mingyue narrowed her eyes and coldly declared, "Chu Xiaohe and Chu Yuli have brought ruin upon our family. We must avenge this grievance." Yet, they currently lack the strength to seek revenge, relying on Lu Fengjin's influence for assistance. However, sister, after we exact our vengeance, will I still be able to be with the Jin? Tuo Fei Yuan inquired softly. Have you truly fallen for Lu Fengjin? Tuo Mingyue frowned. Tuo Fei Yuan lowered her head in silence. If he still harbors feelings for you, becoming a princess would indeed benefit our quest to restore the Tuoba clan. However, if you merely linger by his side without any recognition, what can you truly achieve? Then, I shall simply persuade a Jin to take me as his princess. Lu Fengjin adores her so. If she were to voice her desire, he would undoubtedly acquiesce. Foolishness. Tuo Mingyue scoffed coldly, expressing her displeasure. What is it that he finds appealing about you? Is it not simply because you are unlike other women, seeking neither fame nor fortune, but only sincerity? Sister, his affection for me extends far beyond that. Tuo Fei Yuan retorted, somewhat indignant. Sister, you are not me. You cannot fathom how well a Jin treats me. I will prove to you that whatever I desire, a Jin will provide. Let it go. Lu Fengjin and Rue Fei are not foolish. They are more aware than anyone who can aid him. If Lu Fengjin is to take a wife, the position of Princess Jin can only be occupied by Chu Yuli at present. Sister, you are not a Jin. How can you presume to make decisions for him? I alone know what occupies his thoughts. Tuo Fei Yuan grew anxious, and as her agitation rose, her temper flared uncontrollably. She would never concede that she was inferior to Chu Yuli. Is it merely because she is more beautiful? Yet, could Lu Fengjin be so superficial? A Jin himself has stated that beautiful exteriors are commonplace. It is the intriguing soul that is truly rare. A Jin is drawn to her character. Observing the unwavering resolve in her sister's eyes, Tuo Mingyue was about to speak further when a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed from outside. Tuo Mingyue was momentarily taken aback and quickly remarked, I should not linger here for long. Julien will awaken soon. Remember, all you need to do is hold on to Lu Fengjin's heart. The rest is of no concern for the time being. Before departing, Tuo Mingyue took a moment to give her sister, Tuo Fei Yuan, a thorough admonition. This sister of hers was merely a spoiled girl, indulged by their father and brothers. There was nothing particularly extraordinary about her. Yet, Lu Fengjin was fond of her just the same, which suited Tuo Mingyue perfectly. As Tuo Mingyue left, a knock resounded at the door. It was Julien. Tuo Fei Yuan, initially quite impatient, recalled her sister's advice. She was a unique and kind-hearted woman, unshackled by societal norms. The stern expression she was about to adopt instantly transformed into a smile. It's late. You need not attend to me. Go rest. And do not see yourself as a servant. Here, there are no rigid rules. Upon hearing this, Julien was deeply moved and replied, Yes, I understand, Mississippi. You should also retire early. Although many spoke ill of Tuo Fei Yuan, deeming her unworthy of Prince Jin, Julien found her to be quite admirable. She never regarded herself as inferior, often willing to share meals with her, displaying none of the airs of a mistress. Such a commendable lady was surely deserving of the prince's affection. However, what Jillian did not realize was that once she departed, the smile on Tuoba Feiyuan's face vanished in an instant. How long must she continue this charade? Even the servants were expected to greet her with cheerful faces. Was her sister's suggestion truly a jest? As the daughter of the formidable Tuoba who in the vast desert, did she truly need to be cordial to a mere maid? Chapter 97. What does he hold in his hand? Why does Tuoba insist on marrying Chuyuli? Even those around him are left in the dark regarding this matter. Third brother, did you know Ali before? Tuoba Liuli inquired with great curiosity. Tuoba shook his head. Anxious, Tuoba Liuli pressed on. Then why do you wish to marry Ali? She appears utterly terrified of you. Lady Li possesses a beauty that is unparalleled. During your years in the Eastern Zhou, when have you encountered a woman more striking than she? With a calm smile, Tuoba replied, a gentleman seeks a graceful lady. Is it so strange that I wish to marry her? Among those young women, there is no shortage of beauty, each varying in form. Yet third brother has scarcely cast a glance at any of them. Tuoba Liuli felt an unsettling notion that her brother's sudden declaration to marry Ali was amiss. Could it be that Ali has bested you, and you harbor resentment, seeking revenge? The more Tuoba Liuli pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Are you well acquainted with her? Tuoba furrowed his dark brows. If my memory serves me right, you have only just met her. How can you claim she is a good person? Is it wise to trust others so readily? Without fear of deception? What would Ali have to gain by deceiving me? She doesn't even wish to befriend me. It's I who have been persistent. Tuoba Liuli pouted, feeling somewhat deflated. She doesn't want to befriend you? Tuoba raised an eyebrow, finding this rather curious. Given Chuyuli's status, it would only benefit them in the Eastern Zhou, yet she seems to exhibit reluctance that even Liuli can perceive. How intriguing. What manner of person is this woman? She is merely indulging me, fearing that I might trouble her elder brother, but in truth, I understand that she is reluctant to entangle herself with me. Tuoba Liuli let out a sigh, feeling somewhat helpless, yet I cannot fathom why her indifference makes me perceive her as sincere, in stark contrast to those around me, who are utterly hypocritical. Sitting by the table, resting her chin on her hand, she mused, I am a princess. Why does she not wish to befriend me? Truly, a peculiar ally. Tuoba remained silent. Tuoba Liuli continued, but she is genuinely a good person. Third prince, do not torment her, for she is quite helpless in this situation. I've heard that her elder brother has suffered an injury. How pitiful. You are aware of this? Of course, I am aware. This matter has been the subject of much gossip since my arrival. Alali's affection for Prince Jean has found its attention diverted elsewhere, and that new flame has even harmed her brother. Yet Alali appears tranquil, seemingly unfazed. Tuoba Liuli gazed at her with a peculiar fondness, though she could not explain why. In contrast, Tuoba lacked her overflowing sympathy. Outside, a sudden chill permeated the air, causing Tuoba to furrow his brow as he rose and exited the room. The third prince Wudan and Qi Jin hurriedly approached, with Wudan exclaiming, Third prince, it is Prince Mo, the last to emerge. Tuoba Liuli's eyes brightened at the sight of the dark figure gracefully perched atop the treetop. That silhouette, that body, so strikingly elegant that it evokes reverence, exudes an alluring charisma that dazzles the senses. Indeed, it is Brother Mo. Tuoba Liuli's breath became erratic, but in the next moment, she was suddenly seized by terror. Brother Mo. What is that in his hand? Chapter 98. Seeking someone. Only trial will reveal the Moonslayer blade. The weapon that Prince Mo wielded was, astonishingly, the legendary Moonslayer blade. This blade, weighing over 100 pounds, was shrouded in darkness and emanated a chilling glow. On the battlegrounds of the northern frontier, this blade instilled fear in the hearts of all enemies. He holds the Moonslayer blade. He truly possesses the Moonslayer blade. Tuoba Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wudan, bring this prince his weapon. How dare this wretched being approach with the Moonslayer blade? Had he known he would come, he never expected it to be with such fervor. Tuoba Yi was beside himself with exhilaration. He had never witnessed the true power of the Moonslayer blade. Clearly, Chu Yuli held a position of immense significance in the heart of this wretched being. Wudan, he called out again. Wudan, pale and trembling, replied, Third prince, no, you mustn't. It will lead to death. Get lost. Useless fool. Tuoba dashed into the room, seized his star-picking sword, and burst forth. From the treetops, Lu Beima cast a cold glance his way before turning and soaring gracefully towards the palace exit. Wretched being today. This prince shall make you kneel and beg for mercy. Tuoba's eyes shone with determination as he leaped into the air, chasing after him atop the treetops. Third brother. Third prince. The remaining individuals were left in a state of shock and fear. Why would Brother Emo seek to kill the third prince? Tuobal Yoli was nearly frightened to tears, yearning to grasp a weapon. Yet how could she possibly confront her beloved Brother Emo? Princess, remain here. Qi Jin, pursue them swiftly. Wu Dan was the first to dash out, with Qi Jin hastily following suit. Left behind, Tuobal Yoli was in a state of distress, torn between the urge to rescue and her reluctance to touch Brother Emo. But what if Brother Emo truly intended to harm the third prince? Were they not good friends? Why then did he seek to slay the third prince? What grievance could the third prince have caused Brother Emo? At the city gate, several guards, looking up, beheld two figures, a black and a white, gliding effortlessly overhead. The guards were immediately incensed. Damn it! How dare they float about the palace with such impunity? Do they think we are lifeless? Yet in the blink of an eye, the black and white figures had vanished into the distance, like phantoms. Had they just imagined it? Where did they go? Did something truly pass by just now? If it were indeed a person, how could they move with such grace? Could it be a ghost? In the distance, two individuals hurried towards them. Wu Dan, wielding a command tablet and a long spear, sprinted forth. Shortly thereafter, the valiant Qi Jin and the seventh princess arrived as well. The guards at the gate were left in a state of astonishment. The situation was utterly bizarre. Should they inform Masterin? As night deepened, Chu Yuli stored away the newly crafted pills, instructing Zisu to deliver them to Chu Xiaohe. These pills are to be taken one in the morning and one in the evening, just as the previous ones. Do not forget. I understand. I shall deliver them to the young master at once. However, Zisu remained somewhat hesitant, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue. Speak, urged Chiyuli, gazing at her intently. After a moment's hesitation, Zisu finally spoke. Miss, how can we ascertain whether the eldest young master's condition has improved? Well, we shall have to seek someone to test it, Chiyuli replied. Test it. Zisu's eyes widened in astonishment, her face turning a deep crimson. Blushing, she nodded and turned to leave. Chiyuli returned to her military texts, yet her mind was still troubled and restless. Ultimately, she found herself unable to concentrate on her reading and decided to extinguish the lamp and retire for the night. Just as she settled onto her bed, an urgent impulse drove her to spring up and hastily fling open the window. Chapter 99. If I ignore him, perhaps he will leave on his own. Someone attempted to assassinate the third prince. A tightness gripped Chiyuli's heart. The third prince resided in Tongqing Palace, albeit in a relatively secluded corner of the imperial residence. Yet, even within its confines, he had fallen victim to an assassination attempt, placing the Eastern Ling under serious scrutiny. Had the emperor dispatched anyone to investigate? No. Chu Yi shook his head. Chiyuli furrowed her brow in disbelief. None? Such a significant event, how could they not send someone to look into it? The palace guards, while not directly identifiable, included a few familiar faces who could keep abreast of happenings within the palace. However, beneath the emperor's watchful eye, none dared to openly inquire, resulting in only sporadic snippets of information. This evening, the guards on duty happened to be acquainted with Chu Yi, but it was merely a coincidence. Not only was Chiyuli perplexed, but Chu Yi too found it incomprehensible, who possessed the audacity to strike against the third prince of Dongzhou under the very nose of the emperor. Is it an attempt to ensnare them in injustice and sow discord between the two nations? It is indeed perplexing that the third prince declared that he would not pursue the matter. This situation is truly curious. As Chu Ili was departing, Chu Yuli instructed, do not inquire about the affairs within the palace for the time being. Understood. Given such a significant incident, the palace is bound to reassign personnel for security. Should one seek information now, and if discovered by the emperor's men, it would inevitably link to the incident involving the third prince. The consequences of such accusations could be dire and unpredictable. After Chu Yi departed, Chu Yuli sat beside the bed, pondering for a considerable time. Yet she remained unable to comprehend who wielded such influence to leave the third prince of Dongzhou battered and bloodied, while he still forbade any pursuit of justice. Unable to resolve her thoughts, she decided to set them aside for the moment. She extinguished the candlelight and prepared to rest. Yet, at the very moment she lay down, her enchanting eyes snapped open anew, prompting her to stride back to the window and fling it open with a swift motion. A wave of metallic scent invaded her senses, carried by the evening breeze. Beneath the moonlight, a figure clad in dark ink stood like a specter. He sat beneath a tree, the hue of his robe so deep that it obscured any visible wounds. However, the pungent smell of blood left no doubt that his injuries were severe. A large blade lay carelessly on the ground, glinting ominously. Chu Yueli cast but a glance before hastily closing the window with a resounding thud. Perhaps, at last, she had unraveled the earlier enigma. The third prince had indeed been injured by the Dark Lord. Yet it was evident that the Dark Lord himself bore wounds as well. Would he not simply depart if left unacknowledged, feeling bored? In this place, she is unable to accommodate the injured king of ink. The Duke's residence desires no association with this affair. Might it be possible to depart promptly? Chapter 100. What do you truly desire? Chu Yueli appeared before Lu Beima after the passage of a fragrant incense stick. Observing the bloodstains at his feet, a dull ache began to throb at her temples. Sitting in her courtyard, she allowed the blood from her wound to continue flowing for a full incense duration, anticipating that he would eventually succumb to his own discomfort and depart. Yet, he steadfastly remained. Should he bleed profusely and perish here, would the blame not inevitably fall upon the Duke's residence? Recently, calamities had beset the Duke's household one after another, with troubles knocking at their door, and it would only be a matter of time before they could no longer endure. Lu Beima lifted his gaze to regard her. The visage concealed beneath the mask was unmistakably clear to Chu Yueli, pale as parchment, indeed lacking in vitality. Yet, as the words escaped her lips, she instantly regretted her utterance. Was she not proclaiming to the world that the King of Ink had sustained injury at her hands? Rumors regarding her and the king would undoubtedly proliferate. Leaning against the tree trunk, Lu Beima continued to observe her in silence, though it was he who was wounded and bleeding. His gaze upon Chu Yueli conveyed an unsettling detachment, as if this matter bore no relevance to him whatsoever. He even ventured to jest. Have you considered how to accommodate this king? Chu Yueli was nearly exasperated to the point of fury. I possess neither the authority nor the audacity to make decisions on your behalf, my lord. Might I kindly request that you take your leave? Are you attempting to drive me away? His expression darkened slightly. Even the self-proclaimed title of this king has been discarded, as if his very soul has been wounded. Yet, she remains unfazed. After experiencing Lu Fengjin's betrayal, her sentiments towards men have grown rather indifferent. Your Highness, the boundaries between men and women must be respected. My courtyard indeed does not welcome you. If you wish to visit the Duke's residence, please enter through the main gate. My elder brother will surely host you with great hospitality and may even summon a physician to tend to your injuries. I can no longer move. Lu Beima exhaled, closing his eyes, appearing as if he were merely resting. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Ali, I permit you to carry me outside and leave me at the entrance of your Duke's residence. But if anyone else dares to lay a finger on me, they shall face merciless consequences. Chu Yueli gasped sharply. For those words, merciless consequences, he spoke with utmost sincerity. She truly felt powerless against him. What do you intend to do? Surely, you cannot let him perish here, especially with the horrifying pool of blood on the ground. I am weary. You must decide for me. He smiled, albeit with traces of blood at the corners of his lips. Yet his smile was unexpectedly enchanting. Even Chu Yueli found herself momentarily entranced. After a brief interval, a dull ache returned to her head. Time slipped away, and finally, she resigned. I can tend to your Highness's wounds, but once they are attended to, can you promise me that you will leave promptly? That would require me to have strength, Ali. I am utterly fatigued and unable to move. He continued to smile. It was clear he was subtly hinting that she must support him. Chu Yueli felt a strong urge to kick him away, yet she lacked the courage to do so. At last, Chu Yueli took a deep breath, calming herself before bending down to retrieve the large blade from the ground. This weapon could not be left here. It deserved to be handled with care before she departed with it once he had recovered. However, upon noticing her intention to grasp the shuriweb blade, Lu Beima's gaze darkened, and he warned in a hoarse voice, "Be cautious. Do not touch it." Chapter 101. I believe everyone quite likes me. Lu Beima seized Chu Yueli's wrist, yet her fingertips had already clasped the hilt of the shuriweb blade. A wave of icy air surged forth, compelling her to instinctively release her grip. Are you all right? A hint of concern flickered in Lu Beima's eyes. Chu Yueli shook her head and inquired, "Why are you so anxious, Your Highness? Can this blade truly harm me?" Crafted from a millennium of cold iron, it emanated a chilling aura that could disrupt the breath of those with insufficient martial prowess. Yet, Chu Yueli displayed no signs of distress. He narrowed his eyes, So, for those without inner strength, there is no danger? Lu Beima paused, pondering whether this assertion held any truth. He himself was uncertain. No one had yet dared to touch his shuriwe blade who lacked martial skill. Even the likes of Jing Lei and Lu Yun were capable of handling it. Others, however, dared not approach. There were instances where individuals attempted to counter the cold aura of the Millennium Iron with their own inner strength, only to be forced to cough up blood on the spot. Yet, what would happen if one possessed no inner strength at all? Could it be akin to Ali? Lu Beima scrutinized her unperturbed visage, narrowing his eyes further. Your Highness, may I rise? Chu Yuli, however, had dismissed the shuriwe blade from her thoughts and focused solely on him. Lu Beima chuckled. I am unable to move. Ali, would you assist me? That is not advisable. Here I remain, bleeding, awaiting the morrow when my lifeless body may be discovered in your courtyard. Chu Yuli felt an overwhelming urge to kick him, barely restraining herself from doing so. Does the prince not realize that such brazen insolence is exceedingly irksome? I truly cannot comprehend it. Lu Beimo, with an expression of nonchalance, remarked, It seems everyone rather appreciates my company. Geely had never encountered such unabashed audacity. The pool of blood upon the ground indeed grew larger. If their conversation persisted, she would undoubtedly have to summon someone to dispose of his corpse by dawn. With a heavy heart, Chu Yuli bent down to steady Lu Beimo's arm. She noticed a frown etched upon his brow. Was there an injury on his arm? Lu Beimo smiled gently. My dear Ali, you possess an attention to detail that is remarkable. I am not yours, my prince. Please, choose your words with care. She moved to the opposite side, cautiously assisting him to his feet. Must one always tread carefully with words? Must one be cautious before the emperor and the ministers? And even here, in your presence? Is living truly such a burdensome affair? Lu Beimo grasped the shuriwe blade, using it to support his imposing, sturdy frame. A small portion of his weight rested upon Chu Yuli, while the majority was borne by the blade. Were it not for the delicate frailty of her form, he would have been tempted to lean entirely upon her. Her body felt so soft. Lu Beimo momentarily lost himself in thought. Soon, they entered the room. Chu Yuli assisted him into a chair, and the shuriwe blade was carelessly discarded to the side. It was then that she realized how heavy the blade was. Enough to topple the chair beneath its weight. Your Highness, I will fetch some medicine. Do not wander off. After a moment's contemplation, she added, If you change your mind and wish to leave, that is permissible as well. Chu Yuli shot him a glare before departing. Upon her return, she found Lu Beimo reclining on a bench, eyes closed, seemingly lost in slumber. With a heavy heart, she carefully unfastened his garment, revealing a deep sword wound that extended from his shoulder to his chest. The depth of the injury took her breath away, prompting a sigh of resignation. Yet Lu Beimo, somewhat defiant, remarked, Rest assured, that fellow is wounded tenfold worse than I. Anxiety tightened in Chu Yuli's chest. So, you truly inflicted grave harm upon the third prince? Why? Is he not your friend? Chapter 102 Ali. You are more callous than he on that day at the residence. It was evident that Tu Ba Yi and Lu Beimo were old acquaintances, conversing without reserve, resembling longtime friends. However, Lu Beimo could not muster a smile now, as she tended to his wound with strong liquor. The burning alcohol, pressed against the injury with clean cloth, felt akin to a knife slicing deeper into his flesh. It seemed the prince was not immune to pain. Casting a glance at him, Chu Yuli, though feigning disdain, endeavored to be gentler in her ministrations. I am not dead. I am well aware of pain. He furrowed his brow, stifling a groan. Ali, are you truly concerned for my well-being? Indeed, a pang of concern tugged at her heart. His body bore not just this singular wound. It was marred with an array of scars, sword cuts, knife wounds, and arrow injuries, each telling a tale of its own. Is the battlefield in the northern frontier truly so perilous? This marks Chu Yuli's first encounter with the hostilities of the northern frontier. Previously, she had only heard tales of the Demon King, who was rumored to be a harbinger of death in the north. Yet, a harbinger of death is still a person. Flesh and blood. Forgive me. Why utter an apology? Chu Yuli glanced up at him momentarily before resuming her ministrations to his wounds. Had it not been for my machinations, the prince might not have found himself ensnared in the northern frontier for 5 long years. Ali, have you ever been to the northern frontier? He suddenly inquired. Chu Yuli shook her head. Lu Beimo sighed softly. Had you ventured there, you would comprehend that even without your schemes, I would have gone to the northern frontier. She regarded him with surprise, her gaze meeting his serious expression, which bore an uncommon hint of compassion. The northern frontier is a confluence of various powers, perpetually embroiled in conflict. The common folk endure relentless suffering. Men are conscripted as laborers, the elderly and children face untimely death, and women are subjected to unspeakable horrors. Before my arrival, the populace was in constant flight, living in fear, with incidents of starvation rampant, and, disturbingly, even instances of cannibalism. A tightness gripped Chu Yuli's heart, her fingertips trembling slightly. Lu Mo grasped her wrist gently and remarked with a smile, "That is all in the past. Though the northern frontier remains impoverished and arduous, peace has been restored, and the people are now striving to cultivate the land, with men farming and women weaving. I am confident that brighter days will soon dawn." Ji found herself momentarily taken aback. Such tender words, spoken from the lips of the great demon king, seemed utterly harmonious. Unless witnessed with one's own eyes and heard with one's own ears, it is simply unimaginable. For the first time, I found this formidable Dark Lord to be rather down to earth. As Chu Yuli was about to apply medicine to his wounds, she realized that her hand had been firmly clasped in his. After she meticulously cleaned his injuries and began to apply the healing ointment, Lu Mo suddenly declared, "He wishes to marry you, hence I gave him a beating." What? The Dark Lord's thought process leapt too swiftly for Chu Yuli to keep pace. Were he not Toba, I might have directly ended his life. Killing him would spare you from distress, Your Highness. Yet he is both Toba and the third prince of Dongzhou. I do not slay friends. And if he were to perish in Dongling's capital, it would ignite a war between our nations, causing suffering for the common people. Thus, he merely gave Toba a sound thrashing, without taking his life. Chu Yuli gazed into his profound, dark eyes. Your Highness, there is no need for you to explain. You are to be my future bride. It is only proper that I offer you an explanation. Lu Mo replied earnestly. You personally vowed to marry me, Ali. You are even more heartless than Lu Fengjin. The promise you made to me has been forgotten in an instant. Chapter 103. Ali, I am deeply aggrieved. What did you say? Chu Yuli was nearly frightened by his words. Can such things be said so recklessly? Your Highness, please be cautious with your words. If this gets out, I shall be vilified. I only mention it in your presence. I have never spoken of it to anyone else. Lu Mo closed his eyes once more. Concealing everything within their depths, I am truly aggrieved, Ali. Your Highness, please do not jest. Chu Yue's expression darkened. When had she ever uttered such words about marrying him? Since her childhood, her heart had already belonged to Lu Fengjin, and she had never interacted with the Prince of Mo. Lu Mo fell silent, closing his eyes as if resolutely deciding to sleep. No matter what Chu Yue did to tend to his wound, he remained indifferent. Only occasionally, when the injury was aggravated, would his dark brows furrow slightly. Chu Yue carefully bandaged his wound, but he seemed to have already drifted off. I will leave once I wake up. But you cannot sleep in my chamber. I already have. Thus, why linger in unnecessary entanglements? Chu Yue realized that this man truly had no intention of departing. Well, if he wouldn't leave, surely she could. After tidying up the medicine box, Chu Yue prepared to exit. Yet, just as she reached the door, she heard the man behind her speak in a husky voice. You truly promised to marry me when you grew up. She halted, her brows knitting together in anger. My lord, please. The window swung open, and he had already vanished, along with the moonslaying blade, leaving her feeling inexplicably uneasy. Although the Demon King often spoke frivolously, there had been a hint of grievance in his previous words that did not seem to be mere jest. Had she really agreed to something with him? It was inconceivable. As far back as she could remember, when had she ever spent time with the fourth prince? Now the Prince of Mo? Perhaps he had mistakenly confused her with another girl he had courted, unfairly placing the blame upon her. Despite his demeanor, which seemed less than unreliable, who could truly know? After giving a thorough beating to the third prince of the Eastern Zhou, it was indeed quite reckless. Her mind was cluttered with countless thoughts, though she could not discern their exact nature. It was all rather chaotic. Ultimately, just as she was on the verge of slumber, a vivid image flitted through her mind. She kissed him lightly, drowsily proclaiming, When I grow up, I shall marry you. Suddenly, Chu Yuli's eyes flew open, drenched in cold sweat. It was merely a dream. She exhaled deeply, relief washing over her. How frightening it was to dream of kissing the Dark Lord and declaring her intention to marry him once she matured. Truly, she had been brainwashed by the Dark Lord. Chu Yuli yanked the blanket over her head, completely enveloping herself. Yet, a lingering phrase echoed in her mind. Ali, I feel wronged. Please, no more. Her head throbbed painfully. Early in the morning, Zissou pushed open the door to Chu Yuli's room. Zissou was struck with terror at the sight of a large pool of blood, enough to claim a life. When Chu Yuli was roused from her slumber, still in a daze, she noticed someone by her bedside and, without a second thought, blurted out, "Dark Lord, did I truly say I would marry you?" Chapter 104. Is there such foolishness? Zissou was momentarily stunned. She recognized who the Dark Lord was, but the idea of her young mistress marrying him? Zissou pondered for quite some time. Setting aside the fact that the masked Mo Wang could be rather intimidating, he seemed to treat their young mistress decently enough. On the day of the martial arts competition, he had genuinely assisted her. She had witnessed it firsthand. However, dear mistress, Mo Wang is still far too complex. He may not be suitable for you. In truth, Zissou wished to convey that the royal matters are exceedingly intricate. If possible, from now on, let us refrain from considering men of royal lineage. Moreover, the incident involving Prince Jean has made it evident to them that marrying a prince or nobleman inevitably means sharing one's husband with other women in the future. Such a notion is utterly unacceptable to the young ladies of their family. When the young lady was but a child, she harbored a secret affection for Prince Jean, and many aspects had not crossed her mind at the time. Zissou recognized that her words might sound harsh, yet they are undeniably true. Having suffered heartbreak this time, the young lady ought to gain clarity regarding her circumstances, whether it be Prince Jean or Prince Mo. It is improbable that there will be only one consort in the residence. Thus, dear young lady, let us dismiss these individuals from our considerations. Conversely, upon observing her bewildered expression, Chu Yueli smiled gently and reassured her. Having endured such heartache, I have naturally come to see things clearly. I shall no longer entertain thoughts of noblemen from royal families. As for the third prince of the Eastern Zhou, he was severely beaten by Prince Mo last night, so it is unlikely he will pursue me for some time, although I remain uncertain about Tuobayi's intentions. His absence is indeed fortuitous. Whatever his thoughts may be, we can only respond to challenges as they come. Was it truly Prince Mo who struck him? That pool of blood outside. Zissou need not inquire. It is undoubtedly the work of Prince Mo. No wonder the young lady dreams incessantly of the formidable Demon King. Chu Yueli waved her hand, wishing to dismiss the events of the previous night. Zissou refrained from probing further. After many years of companionship, their understanding as mistress and servant had become remarkably attuned. Even if Chu Yuli remained silent, Zissou had already surmised much. Regardless of whether to inquire or not, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. By the way, miss, last night, Tuoba Feiyuan left a note and departed. As she accompanied Chu Yuli out, Zissou suddenly remarked, "Left a note and ran away? You seem to be quite well informed." "It would be a pity if you weren't a spy," Chu Yuli chuckled. Zissou glanced at her. "Isn't it all for you, miss? I've honed these skills since childhood." Their young lady was remarkably astute and formidable. She could not afford to be a mere naive damsel. She needed to possess some competence, lest she be looked down upon by her lady. "Miss, does Tuoba Feiyuan truly wish to leave? She possesses the Prince Jin's token. If she genuinely desired to depart, why linger at the city gate?" Zissou huffed disdainfully. "I know, that woman is merely putting on an act. She speaks of pure and unique intentions, but to Zissou's eyes, she is nothing but a scheming vixen." Unable to restrain her murmurs, Zissou continued, "What kind of war god is Prince Jean, if he cannot even see through such trivial ploys? Are children raised in the royal family truly this foolish?" Chapter 105. To unravel the secrets of your body. He is not foolish, but rather, he is currently blinded by love. When he eventually regains his clarity, he will likely discern many truths. However, these matters no longer significantly concern her. "I shall visit my grandfather, Zissou. Do remind my brother later to take his medicine without fail." Mississippi. As she was about to step out of the courtyard, Zissou called out to her, "Miss, perhaps you should first pay a visit to the young master." Thus, Chu Yu departed for the Qinghui Pavilion of Chuzhou. Zissou had summoned her because this morning, the Empress Dowager had sent a collection of portraits. Upon Chu Yu's arrival, she found Chu Zio seated at the table, lost in thought while gazing at the array of images. Yet, his eyes never truly lingered on the portraits. This morning, Mama Su had personally delivered the images at the break of dawn, Zissou whispered. Chu Zio looked at Chu Yu, his expression somewhat awkward. "Ollie, the Empress Dowager hopes that I will choose a lady of my liking and marry soon." During the martial arts competition, the Emperor had just mentioned that the Empress Dowager should pay attention to his elder brother's marriage, and now, these portraits had arrived with such alacrity. as if they had been meticulously arranged in advance. Chu Yu approached, examining each portrait closely. They depicted the daughters of high-ranking officials, some of whom hailed from esteemed families. However, when it came to matching the heir of the duke's household, their lineage seemed slightly inadequate. Neither Chu Zhao nor Chu Yu placed much significance on these social standings. Yet the royal family was particularly meticulous about marital alliances. These young ladies appeared to be hastily selected to placate his elder brother. The decision made yesterday had already yielded results today. This seemed rather uncharacteristic of the Empress Dowager. A frown gradually creased Chu Yu's brow. The Empress Dowager, accustomed to the secluded life of the inner palace, had always turned a blind eye to the intrigues therein. She certainly would not have prepared such arrangements in advance. It appears that someone sought the Empress Dowager last night, though it remains uncertain whether it was concubine Rui or the Empress herself. The Empress? Chu Xiaohe is perplexed. Concubine Rui might understand. Yet why does the Empress also concern herself with my marriage? Recently, the Empress has been inclined to cultivate ties with the Duke's household. Some matters need not be articulated too explicitly, but Chu Yuli is perceptive enough to grasp the implications. If the Empress is invested in her marital prospects, it stands to reason she would be equally concerned about my elder brothers. However, the 14th prince is still but a child. How long must the Empress scheme before he is capable of shouldering the burdens she intends to bestow upon him? The fate of a mere 6-year-old in the palace remains uncertain, and the pivotal question looms: can he grow up unscathed? Presently, the several princes wield considerable power, each more formidable than the last. Even the ministers tacitly acknowledge that the position of crown prince will only pertain to the current princes. The 14th prince, at such a tender age, coupled with the evident decline in the emperor's health over recent years, raises concerns that the emperor may not live to see the 14th prince mature and may need to designate a crown prince soon. Does the empress's orchestration of these events hold any significance? One must prepare for unforeseen circumstances to remain invulnerable. Regardless of her schemes, she must first devise a plan. Yet the empress finds herself in a precarious position within the palace. Based on my estimation, these portraits were gifted by concubine Rui, and among them are several fathers who belong to the faction of Prince Jin. Chu Xiaohe furrows his brow. Why does concubine Rui concern herself with my marriage? Given the discord between you and Prince Jin, it is impossible for me to establish a favorable relationship with her faction. Chu Yuli shook her head and said, I fear that concubine Rui has never intended to cultivate a harmonious relationship with us. Brother, these ladies have come to expose the secrets of your condition. Chapter 106. Do you wish to see her? Only if I grant permission. Though Chu Yuli's words were rather harsh at this juncture, her brother could no longer afford to remain steadfastly naive. Their noble household was now teetering on the brink, vulnerable to collapse at the slightest misstep. Indeed. Chu Xiaohe fell into a profound silence, his expression darkening. That cunning woman, concubine Rui, had cunningly employed the palace's machinations against him. Ali, I cannot marry. Once wed He left his sentence unfinished. The martial arts competition, arranged by Ali, had resulted in a resounding victory for their noble household, significantly diminishing the external doubts surrounding Chu Xiaohe. However, should he marry now, the secret of his condition would be irretrievably compromised. Whenever Chu Xiaohe beheld his sister's radiant smile, an inexplicable tranquility would envelop his heart. Though she appeared frail, in the eyes of many, she was a steadfast anchor amidst the storm. Yet, some may never truly recognize this truth. Does Ali truly wish for me to lead troops to the southern frontier? The situation in the south has grown increasingly dire in recent years. The disarrayed forces are emboldened by our grandfather's advancing age, sensing his inability to maintain order in the southern territories. Indeed, the southern frontier requires your presence, but your health must take precedence. You need to recuperate thoroughly. Chu Yuli continued to reassure him. As for the matter of marriage, I shall devise a solution. You need not fret. As Zissou exited the Qinghui pavilion, she could not help but express her concerns. Miss, since this matter has been brought to the forefront, it is likely to be implemented swiftly. If you wish for the eldest young master to lead the Chu family army to the southern frontier, the emperor will undoubtedly arrange for his marriage beforehand. Zissou's fingers intertwined anxiously as she continued. Miss, this situation is urgent and far from the ease you suggest. You are merely comforting the eldest young master. Do not alarm him. Let him focus on studying the conditions in the southern region, for it will surely prove useful in due time. Chiuli spoke softly, gazing at Zissou. Do you truly have a solution? Zissou questioned, her uncertainty palpable. Qiuli, an ordinary individual rather than a deity, acknowledged the limitations of her capabilities. Not every challenge could be effortlessly resolved. However, let us refrain from troubling my elder brother with this matter for now. This afternoon, I shall visit the Empress Dowager to seek her counsel and gain further insight. That afternoon, Qiuli entered the palace. Yet she found no opportunity to meet with the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager and concubine Rui had gone to the Changle Palace to offer prayers. Qiuli waited for an entire half-day. As night fell, Mama Su approached her, stating, "The Empress Dowager is fatigued today and lacks the energy to meet with you. Miss Li, do you have something of great importance to discuss? If not, I may convey your message on your behalf." Qiuli inclined her body slightly and replied, "I merely wish to inquire about the Empress Dowager's health, having heard of her discomfort. Since she is resting, I shall return another day." Mama Su smiled and said, "Very well, please take your time, Mississippi. I must attend to the Empress Dowager, so I shall not accompany you." Qiuli nodded. And just as she departed from the Empress Dowager's Yongshou Palace, someone followed her from behind, asking, "Do you wish to see the Empress Dowager?" "Regrettably, unless I grant permission, you shall have no opportunity to meet the Empress Dowager." Chapter 107, Love and Hatred Towards Her. Rui Fei chuckled. "Do you harbor such animosity towards me now? Why must you feign sincerity before me?" That day, she had orchestrated her own public humiliation at the hands of the emperor. A grudge that Rui Fei had long harbored and could never forget. Rui Fei discerned the fury and resentment in Qiuli's gaze. Yet Qiuli maintained an impassive expression as she regarded Rui Fei. After a brief moment, Rui Fei suddenly smiled. "You little girl, so young yet far more composed than I. No wonder Gina relied on you so in the past. Your Highness flatters me, yet I wonder what guidance you might impart?" Qiuli inquired with an unchanging countenance. "I had intended to humiliate you, but alas, while I may not favor your character, I do truly admire your talents." Rui Fei ambled towards the Spring Harmony Palace, beckoning. "Come along, I have matters to discuss with you." Qiuli glanced at the young maid trailing beside her and instructed, "Kindly inform my maid to wait a moment, as I shall pay my respects to Her Highness in the Spring Harmony Palace." "Yes." The maid curtsied and turned to leave. In the side chamber of the Spring Harmony Palace, soon only Rui Fei, Qiuli, and the attending matron remained. As Rui Fei savored her tea, her elegantly adorned phoenix eyes swept over Qiuli before she coldly remarked, "If everyone knows of your presence here, I would not dare to bring harm upon you." "Would I?" The young girl, meticulous in her actions, treads cautiously, step by step, truly remarkable. Rui Fei's sentiments towards Qiuli are indeed a mixture of love and resentment. She despises the girl's meticulousness, yet is enamored with her capabilities. Should such a woman be by her son's side, what concern would there be for his future accomplishments? Qiuli remains composed, with a gentle smile, courteous and elegant. Rui Fei sighed before stating, "Enough, the past is not worth my contention. Today, I wish to discuss a transaction with you." Qiuli replied calmly, "Your Highness, please feel free to instruct me." Thus, she merely listened to Rui Fei, rather than engaging in any negotiation. Discussing transactions within the palace is a perilous affair, one that could easily displease the emperor. Rui Fei, instead of showing anger, smiled, "I truly have a fondness for you. If you are still willing to marry Gina, Lord Jean has already sought another, Your Highness. It is best not to mention this matter. What does he understand? That rustic girl is unworthy even to hold your shoes." This is not the first time Rui Fei has expressed such sentiments. Her affection for Qiuli as a daughter-in-law and her disdain for Tuoba Fiyuan have never been concealed. Moreover, Ali, I am not negotiating with you. You must understand that you lack the standing to engage in discussions with me. Qiuli remained silent, holding the tea tray with poise. Rui Fei continued, "General Chu's marriage has now been put on the agenda, and I will not relent on this matter. You should be well aware of this, Ali. The current distinction lies solely in whether this marriage is arranged by me or through the hands of the Empress." She smiled softly and continued, "What is the situation with General Chu now? This matter is well understood by Tuoba Fiyuan and Jiner, as it is by you and me. Whether the Empress is aware, I cannot say. However, if she were to orchestrate his marriage, she would inevitably come to understand everything in the end." Qiuli set down her teacup and gazed at her. "So, Your Highness, what is your intention?" Chapter 108. Only your child is qualified to inherit the throne. I hope for your grand wedding with Jiner. As for General Chu, I have arranged for him a new bride, a woman of both grace and wisdom, devoted to supporting him as a virtuous wife. Before Chu Yueli could respond, Rui Fei continued, Of course, if you, Ali, are unwilling to reconcile with Jiner, then this new bride of General Chu may very well be a headstrong and domineering person. In that case, it is possible that General Chu's secrets will become known to all. Furthermore, your duke's residence is currently tranquil, yet should this new bride stir up trouble, even the duke may find it challenging to cope. Ali, I merely suggest this as a possibility. She smiled with a serene and gentle demeanor. Ali, what do we women seek in this life? Is it not the pursuit of a formidable husband, one who can bring us a lifetime of wealth and luxury? Jiner may have strayed momentarily, but we both know it is merely a fleeting folly. You are well aware of how deeply he once cherished you, and his current infatuation with that rustic girl is merely a fleeting fancy. Soon enough, he shall grow weary of her. Chu Yuli cast her gaze downward, remaining silent. Rui Fei continued, in truth, with your intelligence, dear A. Li, you must understand that marrying a man of royal blood condemns you to share him with other women throughout your life. Rui Fei observed her closely. Although Chu Yuli did not speak, Rui Fei could sense the overwhelming resistance within the young girl. To speak candidly, in my youth, I too dreamed of a life of eternal companionship, hand in hand with my beloved, growing old together. Yet, these notions are ultimately mere fantasies of a woman's heart. Since ancient times, which sovereign has ever been capable of loving only his beauty and not his kingdom? If even the princes are thus, the emperor's case is even less hopeful. Ali, do you wish for your husband to lead a life of mediocrity, merely existing for your sake? Or would you rather he rise above, earning the admiration of thousands? Let the musings of a young girl remain hidden within her heart. As one matures, such ideas inevitably transform into reality. At this moment, Rui Fei gazed into Chu Yuli's eyes, devoid of resentment and animosity. She said softly, when you have children in the future, you will come to understand that all those notions of love are truly insignificant. Your life will revolve around your children. As for your husband? Huh. She let out a derisive laugh. Chu Yuli looked at her, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Rui Fei chuckled. Have I startled you? Yet, tell me, which woman in the harem does not harbor such thoughts? Ali, as long as you agree to my request, I too shall grant you a favor. In the future, only your child shall possess the right to inherit everything. Do you comprehend? Chu Yuli pressed her lips together, remaining silent, her expression seemingly grave. Rui Fei continued to persuade her. Ali, your highness, his heart only belongs to Tua Ba Fei Yuan. Even if I acquiesce, what difference would it make? You cannot even persuade him. Moreover, he has promised Tua Ba Fei Yuan to spend a lifetime with her. Do you wish for me to marry him only to live in solitude? Chu Yuli spoke softly. This matter requires careful consideration. Very well. I shall grant you 3 days to ponder it thoroughly. Chu Yuli gazed at her, a look of turmoil upon her face. Rui Fei smiled. Then let us extend that to 10 days, shall we? In the end, Chu Yuli did not express her agreement or disagreement, but merely wore a solemn countenance and departed after offering her respects. Xiao Mama observed her retreating figure from a distance, whispering, Your Highness, do you think she has truly been swayed by your words? Chapter 109. The worth of experience. For the time being, she was certainly not persuaded. Yet she was an astute individual. Rui Fei watched Chu Yuli's distant silhouette, her figure still graceful, though her steps appeared somewhat burdened. Only I can assist their noble house. She understood this better than anyone. The Empress is no benevolent character. Engaging with her could bring either fortune or calamity, the outcome uncertain. However, I am different. As long as she bears my grandchild, I will undoubtedly stand by her side. Weighing these factors, am I not far more reliable than the Empress? Thus, the Empress believes that the young lady will undoubtedly acquiesce. Yet, her previous actions have consistently reflected resistance. Even Xiao Momo remains uncertain. It is not entirely implausible, one must observe. What if she is merely biding her time? Xiao Momo harbors concerns regarding this possibility. After all, this girl is excessively contemplative. 10 days is ample time for her to devise numerous schemes. Indeed, Xiao Momo promptly instructed her subordinates to maintain surveillance on the Duke's residence. Upon her return, she overheard Rui Fei saying, Summon Jiner to the palace, I have matters to discuss with him. As Jili exited the palace gates, Zissou and Chui awaited her anxiously, their hearts aflame with worry. Rui, does the Empress have? Outside the palace, amidst the throng of voices, Zissou, feeling vexed by Chu Yuli's silence, lamented, For the sake of our Duke's military power, that woman truly spares no effort. Yet, it may not solely be for our military authority. While she may dislike Rui Fei's assertions, There is an undeniable kernel of truth within them. Ruerong Fei desires me to assist Prince Jin. In her eyes, she has never held Tuo Ba Fei Yuan in high regard. Can that wild girl truly compare to you? Miss, who is unaware of the countless accomplishments of Prince Jin on the battlefield, many of which were facilitated by our young lady. Just as in the recent campaign to eradicate the Tuo Ba clan, it was indeed your strategic prowess that secured such a resounding victory. Ruerong Fei must have thoroughly inquired into how much her son relied on you in the past. Without you, Prince Jin is but a shadow of himself. I have an unsettling feeling that Tuo Ba Fei Yuan's actions are rather dubious. Chu Yuli closed her eyes, gently massaging her temples, as if guided by an unseen force behind her. Yet the Tuoba clan has perished. Who could possibly guide her now? Zissou, summon Chui. Yes. Chu Yi soon arrived. Chu Yuli instructed, send someone to investigate whether there are any remnants of the Tuoba clan that have escaped detection. Understood, miss. Chu Yi accepted the command and promptly departed. Miss, are you concerned that Tuoba Fei Yuan's intentions extend beyond merely seizing Prince Jin? Zissou inquired, somewhat taken aback. I am uncertain. However, I possess an unsettling premonition, Chu Yuli replied, shaking her head. Zissou sighed, lamenting that such a realm of understanding was utterly unattainable for her, harboring deep resentment towards Lu Fengjin, who had abandoned their mistress. The following morning, as Chu Yuli rose, Zissou hurriedly knocked on the door, her face a mask of panic. Miss, you must come to the front courtyard at once. Something has happened to the eldest young master. Chapter 110. Is today considered settled? Tuobal Yuli arrived, fortuitously encountering Chu Xiaohe as he was about to depart. For Tuobal Yuli, it was a case of an enemy meeting, and without uttering a single word, her whip lashed out at Chu Xiaohe. By the time Chu Yuli arrived, the two were already engaged in conflict. However, it was abundantly clear that only Tuobal Yuli was actively attacking, while Chu Xiaohe remained in a state of evasion, not retaliating even once. Seventh Princess, let us speak calmly. Chu Yuli urgently intervened. Today, Tuobal Yuli wielded a common whip. Although it appeared somewhat exquisite, it paled in comparison to her previous fiery whip. As Tuobal Yuli was about to strike with her whip, she was startled by the sudden approach of Chu Yuli, prompting her to quickly retract her hand, fearing that the residual force of her whip might harm Ali. However, her gaze towards Chu Xiaohe remained filled with animosity. I share no common ground with this person. There is nothing to discuss. Ali, step aside. I do not wish to cause you harm. Seventh Princess, my elder brother. Seventh Princess, it is indeed you who has ruined my whip. Since you seek not revenge, allow me to engage you in a fair contest, granting you the opportunity to avenge the destruction of your whip. Chu Xiaohe, eager to depart, had no desire to entangle himself with Tuobal Yuli. He glanced at Chu Yuli and said, Ali, step aside. Elder brother, you mustn't. Chu Yuli furrowed her brows and shook her head. Her brother's martial prowess far surpassed that of Tuobal Yuli. The previous incident of destroying Tuobal Yuli's whip had already bred resentment in her. Should he defeat her again, the girl would likely harbor an enduring hatred for their noble household. The noble house was already beset by turmoil, and she wished to avoid further conflict. With no other option, Chu Yi reluctantly offered his longsword with both hands. Elder brother. Chu Yuli shot him a glance, suddenly comprehending the situation. Chu Xiaohe smiled, but said nothing. Rest assured, miss, the general would never truly harm the seventh princess, Zissou murmured, having come to understand Chu Xiaohe well. A person as good-hearted as the eldest young master would never bully a girl whose martial skills were vastly inferior to his. Yet, Chu Yuli simply sighed and replied, Go on. Tuobal Yuli was already itching for a challenge. The last time, her overconfidence had led to her defeat at his hands. This time, she vowed to show no mercy. General Chu, prepare yourself. With a swift flick of his ebony whip, the tip sliced through the air, carrying an icy chill as it aimed directly at Chu Xiaohe. Chu Yuli shut her eyes. A sharp crack resonated as Tuobal Yuli's whip descended upon Chu Xiaohe's chest, the end of the whip also striking his neck. The coldness grazed his face, and a crimson line instantly appeared on his handsome visage. Tuobal Yuli was horrified, and Chu Yi stood in shock. Only Chu Yuli and Chu Xiaohe maintained their composure. Good heavens! Their young master, who was strikingly beautiful, now bore a bloodied mark on his face, with crimson droplets cascading down his chin. Zissou was nearly moved to tears by the sight. Chapter 111. Ali, do you despise me? I did not mean to. Tuobal Yuli's gaze was fixated solely on the bloodstain on Chu Xiaohe's face, her mind utterly bewildered. She had never intended to mar his countenance. After all, he was naturally so charming. The thought of ruining such beauty was dreadful. Yet, he remained unfazed, as if indifferent to his injury. This only intensified Tuoba Lioli's feelings of guilt. Does the princess still harbor resentment? Chu Xiaohe inquired. Tuoba Lioli, feeling entirely passive, shook her head. No, I no longer resent it. Is that a clean slate then? Very well. In that case, I have official matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I understand, but could you allow me to apply some medicine first? Chu Yuli, feeling a pang of sympathy, struggled to express her emotions openly. She feared that if the wound were not treated promptly, it might leave a dreadful scar. Chu Xiaohe, however, chuckled and said, a mere scratch. Why should we concern ourselves with it? He then bowed to Tuoba Lioli, leaped onto his horse, and galloped away in an instant. After paying his respects to Chu Yuli and Tuoba Lioli, Chu Yi hurriedly pursued him. Soon, the two had vanished without a trace, leaving only Tuoba Lioli standing dazed in place, feeling a chill enveloping her. Seventh Princess, please join me for tea in the side hall, Chu Yuli gently suggested. Despite Chu Yuli's repeated calls, Tuoba Lioli remained unresponsive. Finally, Chu Yuli approached her, grasped her hand, and was startled to find it cold as ice. Devoid of warmth. Seventh Princess? Chu Yuli urged her into the side hall and instructed someone to bring tea and snacks. After Tuoba Lioli consumed an entire cup of hot tea, she turned to Chu Yuli and, in a hoarse voice, said, Ali, I did not mean it. I truly did not intend to hurt him. I understand, Chu Yuli replied, nodding with a gentle gaze. However, Tuoba Lioli was on the verge of tears. Ali, do you despise me? It was my brother who intentionally provoked you. Otherwise, with your skills, you could scarcely have touched a thread of his clothing. Realizing how icy Tuoba Lioli's hand had been, Chu Yuli acknowledged that this headstrong seventh princess harbored no ill intentions. Thus, she felt no animosity towards her. Zissou felt a twinge of discomfort, yet knowing that her mistress was genuinely unperturbed, she too chose to let it go. Let this matter come to a close. She entered Chu Yuli's chamber and presented a wooden box that her mistress had painstakingly crafted throughout the night. Tuoba Lioli appeared somewhat dazed as the wooden box was presented to her. Instinctively, she accepted it and inquired, Ali, what is this? Open it and see, replied Chu Yuli. Lowering her gaze, Tuoba Lioli opened the box. At that moment, she was utterly astonished. How could this be? Her fire whip remained intact. No. The broken section had been adorned with golden threads, intricately embroidered to depict a soaring eagle. The craftsmanship was so lifelike that it seemed as if a real eagle was taking flight. Princess, would you like to give it a try? Chu Yuli suggested. Tuoba Lioli was on the verge of losing her senses. Upon hearing her words, she swiftly grasped the whip. With a resounding crack, she struck it against the chair. Chapter 112. Truly shameless. Zissou felt a throbbing in her forehead, a headache brewing. Why not test the whip outside? Once again, chaos ensued. Alas, Tuoba Lioli, belatedly realizing her destructive tendencies, recognized that she might have caused a mess. Yet the joy of her fire whip being restored overshadowed all else. I truly believed that I had lost it forever. After a brief tremor of her slender frame, she suddenly turned and embraced the now standing Chu Yuli. Ali, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm so grateful to you, and I'm sorry. Sob, sob. Chu Yuli almost lost her balance from the sudden embrace. After Zissou overlooked the scene, she shook her head. Without disclosing the situation, Zissou cautiously swept away the wood shavings from the ground and urged the servants to depart swiftly. He had also ruined his appearance. Chu Yuli said nothing, waiting until her tears had subsided before she smiled and inquired, would you care to sample the pastries from our dongling? My family chef is quite skilled. A piece of pastry was presented to Tuoba Lioli, who took it and began to eat, sobbing intermittently, leaving Chu Yuli both amused and exasperated. At last, she managed to soothe the girl's emotions. Suddenly, Tuoba Lioli grasped Chu Yuli's hand and asked, where has he gone? Who? My elder brother? Tuoba Lioli nodded earnestly. Ali, please take me to find him. I must apologize to him in person. Chu Yuli chuckled softly. That is unnecessary. As long as there are no lingering resentments, it is sufficient. My elder brother has a straightforward and forthright nature. He will not dwell on such matters. But his face, it is merely a superficial injury. It shall heal in due time. Moreover, as a man, even if he bears a faint scar, he will not be concerned. Tuoba Lioli longed to express that she did care, for it was ultimately her fault. General Chu has gone to the hunting grounds, has he not? I heard from the third prince that your Dongling will soon host the autumn hunt. The third prince initially wished to participate and witness the prowess of Dongling's warriors. But he is unsure if he will recover in time for the hunt. Jiuli felt a stir of concern, I heard. The third prince has been injured? How severe is the injury? Lu Beima only acknowledged that he had wounded Tuoba Yi but had not conveyed the extent of the injuries. Tuoba Yuli replied, "It is nothing grave, merely flesh wounds, with no damage to the bones or tendons. However, there are numerous wounds, and he will have to endure some suffering. Indeed, Brother Emo is also at the hunting grounds today. Ollie, we should go. I must seek out General Chu to apologize." Jiuli had initially hesitated, wishing to avoid any entanglement with the Dark Lord. However, Tuoba Yuli insisted on going, and ultimately, she had no choice but to accompany her. The royal hunting ground, located on the outskirts, is vast, and it was uncertain whether they would encounter the Dark Lord there. She was somewhat concerned about the wound on her brother's face, as she still had not applied the medicine she had brought. Typically, the hunting grounds were not heavily guarded, but with the autumn hunt festival approaching, additional soldiers had been deployed for patrols. This time, it was Chu Xiaohe who was in charge of the inspections, and as his sister, Chu Yuli was not hindered by the guards. "Ollie, I will inquire about General Chu's whereabouts. Please wait for me for a moment," Tuoba Yuli said before departing. As Chu Yuli stood beneath the tree, watching Tuoba Yuli walk away, a sudden, pert voice emerged from behind her. "You truly cannot resist pursuing him. How shameless." Tuoba Feyuan approached her briskly, coldly stating, "Didn't you claim that you no longer have feelings for him? Why have you followed him here? Chu Yuli, you are nothing but a hypocrite, professing disinterest while yearning deeply in your heart. It is utterly repugnant. These young ladies of the boudoir certainly are adept at saying one thing while doing another." They feigned a withdrawal from their engagement, yet continued to cling to Lu Fengjin. Even today, upon learning that a Jin had come to the hunting grounds, she pursued him here. Had it not been for her sudden whim to follow along, today, that wretched creature would have succeeded in her schemes. Did she think to entice a Jin in my absence? Not a chance. Tuoba Fei Yuan regarded her with a gaze laden with disdain and sarcasm. "You shameless hussy. Don't presume I am unaware of your intentions. Seeing my uniqueness that endears a Jin to me, you wish to imitate my ways, first breaking off the engagement, then entangling yourself with him, oscillating between rejection and allure? Such a charade. Do you not find it utterly revolting? You wish to emulate me. But can you truly achieve it?" In the autumn sun, under the sweltering heat, Tuoba Fei Yuan had just completed a round of exertion, beads of sweat dotting her face. In stark contrast, Jiuli appeared refreshingly pristine, resembling a celestial being untouched by the mundanity of earthly existence. The sight of her only intensified Tuoba Fei Yuan's ire. In such a scorching autumn, while everyone else was drenched in sweat, how could she appear so immaculate? Her hair seemingly untouched by the elements? Tuoba Fei Yuan's words dripped with venom, yet Chu Yuli remained composed, gazing at her with an expression devoid of any ripples of emotion. "What is this? Have I struck a nerve, leaving you speechless?" Tuoba Fei Yuan scoffed. Chu Yuli's elegantly thin lips curled slightly, a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. "Indeed, my apologies for being so transparent to you. You." Tuoba Fei Yuan could scarcely fathom that this woman would stoop so low as to admit such a thing. "Chu Yuli, you are repulsive." How could Tuoba Fei Yuan endure such blatant disregard? In the days of her desert sojourn, which woman did not bow and address her as young master with utmost deference? Despite having several elder brothers, they had never held any heirs before her. Rather, they indulged her to the core. Those women, raised in seclusion and achieving nothing of substance, rely solely on vying for favor from men to attain glory throughout their lives. Without the protection of a man, they are not. Such hollow beings, devoid of worth, dare to brazenly challenge me. Do you know how I brought ruin to your elder brother? Chu Yuli, believe it or not, I can also bring your downfall." Tuoba Fei Yuan exclaimed in anger. Chu Yuli's gaze darkened slightly, her 5 fingers hidden within her sleeve gradually tightening. She regarded Tuoba Fei Yuan, her eyes, though still sparkling like precious gems, revealed an inexplicable glimmer of menace. For a fleeting moment, Tuoba Fei Yuan felt a surge of unease, but as quickly as it came, it was eclipsed by a deeper fury. Chapter 114. It was a Jin who assisted me in dealing with him. Chu Yuli studied Tuoba Fei Yuan, her lips curling into a cold smile as she retorted, "Are you intent on ruining my face? Do you think I would shy away from such a challenge?" The fire of rage into Oba Fei Yuan's eyes blazed even brighter. Do you believe that even if I were to destroy you, a Jin would dare to be angry with me? Then give it a try, Chu Yuli replied, a hint of frivolity dancing at the corner of her eyes. Tuoba Fei Yuan was truly incensed. Chu Yuli, you are courting death. She raised her hand and lunged forward, her fingers extended like claws, aiming for Chu Yuli's exquisite face. Just as her hand was about to make contact, Chu Yuli raised her own hand to shield herself, appearing merely to protect her visage. However, Tuoba Fei Yuan suddenly felt an icy chill rushing towards her. Ah! Tuoba Fei Yuan shrieked, stumbling backward several steps. Her neck, it burned fiercely. She reached out and wiped her hand, only to find traces of blood. Her neck bore scratches, seemingly inflicted by her own fingers. How could this happen? Turning her gaze to Chu Yuli, she noticed that the latter had her hands raised in front of her, just now lowering them. Her face remained unscathed. Who is it? Show yourself. Tuoba Fei Yuan abruptly scanned her surroundings. Yet, apart from two patrolling guards in the distance, there was not a soul in sight. Should I attempt again? Chu Yuli regarded her, her lips slightly moving, still wearing that enigmatic smile. What other accomplices do you possess? Tuoba Fei Yuan retorted angrily. Chu Yuli replied with a calm smile. Were you not wounded by your own hand? Being this foolish, do I still need any accomplices? You. Tuoba Fei Yuan continued to scrutinize her surroundings. No matter how hard she tried to observe, she could not discern what was amiss. Finally, her gaze settled on Chu Yuli's face, the fury in her eyes burning fiercely, turning her gaze increasingly crimson. Yet, suddenly she smiled. Huh. You have schemed so diligently to entice a Jin, but to what avail? A Jin harbors no feelings for you. Do you truly remain unaware? Chu Yuli had never wished to entangle herself in such matters. Arguing like a madwoman held no interest for her. She found it utterly tedious. Ignoring her, Chu Yuli attempted to walk away. Behind her, Tuoba Fei Yuan coldly remarked, My martial arts are far inferior to those of Chu Xiaohe. Do you truly believe that I could have wounded him and marred his body? Chu Yuli paused in her steps. This has always been a perplexing matter for her. She had attempted to inquire with her elder brother, but he was reluctant to mention it. Assuming he was merely heartbroken, she refrained from bringing it up again. Tuoba Fei Yuan was taken aback, instinctively retreating a half step. However, upon realization, she questioned herself. Why should she fear Chu Yuli? That despicable creature, utterly defenseless. Why should she be afraid of her? With that thought, Tuoba Fei Yuan straightened her posture, her underlying smugness becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. Of course. It was Ah Jin who aided me. What did you say? Chu Yuli's 5 fingers abruptly tightened. A chill surged, causing Tuoba Fei Yuan's breath to falter. Though her heart raced in disarray, she gritted her teeth and declared, On that day, I aimed to kill Chu Xiaohe, but he wounded me instead. It was Ah Jin who ensnared him, allowing me to land a fatal blow. Chapter 115. I shall end your wicked life. It was Lu Fengjin. How could it be Lu Fengjin? Chu Yuli's breath became erratic, a surge of blood swirling within her chest. Observing her pale visage, Tuoba Fei Yuan reveled in the knowledge that her words had struck a nerve, her delight growing. With a mocking sneer, she continued, Do you have any idea how utterly despondent Chu Xiaohe was at that moment? I doubt he ever dreamed someone would intervene and so ruin his body. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Ah Jin was not only despairing, but also filled with righteous indignation. That expression is etched in my memory for eternity. How entertaining, truly delightful. Ha ha. Tuoba Fei Yuan laughed unabashedly. Chu Yuli trembled all over, her fingers clenched tightly, sharp nails nearly embedding themselves into her own flesh. Her elder brother had never revealed to her that the incident was connected to Lu Fengjin. It is because the elder brother fears her sorrow. He himself has sunk into a despair so profound, yet he still must consider her feelings. How could such a noble and kind-hearted individual endure such cruelty from them? Those despicable wretches. A chilling aura suddenly coalesced in Chu Yuli's palm. Just as she was about to strike, an enraged growl erupted from behind. You wicked woman, you have gone too far. Today, I shall end your life in vengeance for General Chu. It was Tuoba Yuli. Today she had harmed Chu Xiaohe, who had never uttered a word of complaint. His steadfast and virtuous demeanor filled her with immense regret. She never imagined that the rumors were true. His body had indeed been ruined by others. This venomous woman dared to bully an honest soul. Infuriated, she cracked the fiery whip against the ground, creating a fissure. With a surge of determination, Tuoba Yuli unleashed the whip and leaped towards Tuoba Fei Yuan, aiming another strike. Tuoba Feiyuan could hardly believe that someone would dare to attack her. Momentarily stunned, she barely had time to react before the whip's tail was upon her. In a state of panic, Tuoba Feiyuan retreated swiftly. The whip's tail lashed out, tearing her sleeve. A searing pain shot through her arm, causing her to involuntarily scream. Yet Tuoba Liuli was not finished. With a flick of her wrist, the whip cracked once more, targeting Tuoba Feiyuan again. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tuoba Feiyuan hastily stepped back, no longer daring to underestimate her opponent. However, she did not anticipate the formidable power of Tuoba Liuli's fiery whip, which bore an icy chill. As it struck, the wind sliced through the air like a knife, inflicting excruciating pain upon her arm. Impudent! Do you know who I am? I am the... Enough of your prattle. Prepare yourself. Tuoba Liuli paid no heed to her identity. Such a malicious woman deserved to be dealt with harshly. Standing to the side, Chu Yuli's crimson gaze gradually softened, and the icy aura in her hands dissipated unknowingly. She forcefully closed her eyes, suppressing the ruthlessness within her. Lu Fengjin. How splendid. After years of sincere guardianship, not only had she misguided her affections, but she had also harmed her dearest elder brother. Lu Fengjin, Tuoba Feiyuan, this debt shall be settled with you both. Tuoba Feiyuan cried out in agony as the whip struck her shoulder, yet it remained coiled around her, rendering her unable to escape. Soon, a deep gash appeared on her leg, blood gushing forth. Tuoba Feiyuan screamed once more. In the distance, a figure, upon hearing her cries, rushed towards her with utmost speed. Chapter 116. Why be a good person when one can be a dog? Stop! From afar, Lu Fengjin heard Tuoba Feiyuan's wretched screams and abandoned all else to hasten towards her. Upon hearing his voice, Tuoba Feiyuan called out desperately, "Ajin, save me!" Lu Fengjin, consumed by urgency, was on the verge of reaching her. Fourth brother? Upon gazing at the tall figure standing before him, Lu Fengjin was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by fury as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Fourth brother, Yuan is being bullied. I am on my way to rescue her, so please step aside." Bullied? Lu Beima raised an eyebrow, his smile devoid of warmth as he retorted. This prince only sees the Eastern Zhou's seventh prince wishing to engage in a friendly competition with your esteemed Wang Fu. Where is the bullying in that? Is it acceptable to slander others simply because one lacks skill? Fourth brother. Lu Fengjin seethed, his teeth clenched in indignation. This was evidently an act of bullying, not a mere contest. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the distance. It hurts. Ajin, save me. Tuoba Feiyuan had never anticipated that this headstrong princess would resort to violence without a hint of mercy. Her arms and legs were now marred with wounds, although not severe. They were excruciating. The fiery whip lacerated her skin, searing with pain akin to being engulfed in flames, infinitely more tormenting than an ordinary whip. Tears streamed down her face, and despite hearing Lu Fengjin's voice, he was inexplicably delayed in coming to her aid. What was he doing? That wretched man. I am on the verge of being beaten to death. In her rage, Tuoba Feiyuan wept uncontrollably. Lu Fengjin, in a state of urgent despair, shouted, "Fourth brother, if you do not step aside, do not blame me for being impolite." He raised his hand, ready to act. However, Lu Beima merely crossed his arms and chuckled. "Isn't that young lady calling for a wretched man? Fifth brother, surely you do not mean to suggest that the wretched man she refers to is you?" Lu Fengjin was taken aback, his face flushing a deep crimson. Tuoba Feiyuan truly is something. Such a manner of address, when shared in private between the two of them, is merely flirtation. Yet to utter it publicly is undeniably somewhat embarrassing. However, he cannot simply disregard her. The sound of her cries suggests she is gravely injured. "Fourth Imperial brother, it seems you truly are that wretched man." Lu Beima raised an eyebrow, scoffing. A decent person would not choose to be a dog. "Fifth brother, you are beyond redemption. Fourth Imperial brother, I have no time to jest with you. Step aside." In the distance, Tuoba Feiyuan let out several more agonizing screams, and Lu Fengjin, feeling a pang of heartache, could no longer afford to linger in this entanglement. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and struck towards Lu Beima. Lu Beima deftly sidestepped, easily evading the blow. Lu Fengjin had no intention of truly engaging in combat. Seeing him yield, he immediately rushed forward. Upon glancing up, he noticed Tuoba Liuli's blazing whip had just struck Tuoba Feiyuan's leg. After a pained scream, Tuoba Feiyuan fell to the ground, rolling in distress a pitiful sight. Yu Yin, Lu Fengjin, drenched in sweat, was consumed by anxiety. Yet, the chilling presence behind him was maddeningly inescapable. The two began to clash fiercely. Tuoba Fian had anticipated Lu Fengjin's rescue, but to her dismay, he was entangled with King Mo and could not reach her in time. As she beheld Tuoba Liuli, whip in hand, approaching her, she felt a mix of anger and panic, nearly succumbing to tears. Chapter 117. Ajin, annihilate them you dare. You dare to strike me again, and Ajin will not spare you. Tuoba Fian was truly terrified, thoroughly frightened by the beating she had endured. Upon arriving in the capital, apart from the unreasonable Rue Fei and the queen who had ascended through the aid of men, no one dared to treat her with such disdain. When had she ever been subjected to such humiliation? Even the Chu siblings had refrained from openly confronting her thus far. Tuoba Feiyun never anticipated that she would encounter a girl even more savage than herself today, who mercilessly lashed her with a whip. Was there truly no one to intervene in such blatant bullying? Chu Yueli, how dare you allow someone to strike me? I shall inform Ajin and have him eliminate both you and your brother. I will see to your demise. What does it matter to me? Leaning against the tree trunk, Chu Yueli cast her a sidelong glance, saying, Surely you do not believe that I possess the ability to command even the princess of Dongzhou? Furthermore, in your martial exchanges, your skills were lacking, leading to your defeat. You have brought shame upon Dongling, and as a citizen of Dongling, I have yet to hold you accountable. You, this princess shall see whom you can call for aid. Tuoba Liuli raised her hand and struck her yet again with the whip. This time, Tuoba Feiyuan lacked even the strength to evade. Collapsing to the ground as she endured the lashes, crying out in pain, Ajin, Ajin, did you not despise women who rely on men the most? Why do you now seek a man's assistance for your rescue? Chu Yueli let out a cold snort, her eyes glimmering with mockery. With someone like you, who seeks refuge in the might of others, how dare you look down upon anyone else? Perhaps you should first examine your own reflection. Tuoba Feiyuan immediately clenched her teeth, resolutely refusing to utter another word to Lu Fengjin. Bullying the honest, this is your fate. The whip of Tuoba Liuli fell upon her once more. Tuoba Feiyuan, with tears glistening in her eyes, could scarcely believe that beneath the emperor's reign, such egregious acts could transpire. Do you have no regard for the law? When you tormented General Chu, did you ever consider the weight of those two words? The thought of Chu Zio's upright gaze pierced her heart with a pang of guilt. Today, she too had wronged General Chu. She deserved to be punished. Thus, she wielded the whip with greater ferocity. Tuoba Feiyuan was on the brink of fainting from the pain. Not far away, a sigh echoed. Eldest brother? A sharp ache gripped Chu Yuli's heart. Remembering Tuoba Feiyuan's words and the plight of her brother, ensnared by Lu Fengjin and wounded by Tuoba Feiyuan, despair and fury welled up within her. The malice in her eyes nearly overwhelmed her. Had it not been for Tuoba Liuli's arrival today, Tuoba Feiyuan would surely have met her demise. Yet, she ultimately regained her composure. As Tuoba Liuli beheld him, guilt swelled within her, and the whip in her hand inadvertently ceased its assault. Seizing the moment, Tuoba Feiyuan scrambled to her feet and raced frantically towards Lu Fengjin. Upon witnessing this, Lu Beima retracted his palm wind and gracefully descended nearby. Lu Yun promptly presented a chair for him to sit upon, his captivating starry eyes glimmering with amusement at the unfolding drama. Ajin. Tuoba Feiyuan reached Lu Fengjin, collapsing into his embrace, weeping pitifully. Ajin. They struck me. They banded together against me. Wowa. Ajin. Kill them. Help me eliminate them all. Wowa. Lu Fengjin gazed at the few individuals approaching slowly, his eyes finally settling on Chu Yueli, his anger causing them to redden. You conspired with them to bully you on her. Chu Yueli, you have gone too far. Chapter 118. I would rather believe them than you. The person I struck has no connection to Ali. Tuoba Liuli stepped forward. Unable to tolerate anyone mistreating the siblings Ali, Lu Fengjin glared at her, his eyes radiating a chilling aura. His profound internal energy compelled Tuoba Liuli to experience a tumultuous wave of blood surging within her. She faltered slightly, retreating 2 steps. Behind her, someone stepped forward and gently supported her. However, after aiding her, they immediately released their hold, without any hint of overstepping boundaries. General Chu. Tuoba Liuli was somewhat taken aback. She had just struck him today, yet he not only bore no resentment but even shielded her in her moment of peril. Chu Xiaohua indeed stood protectively behind Tuoba Liuli, stepping forward to block the oppressive chill emanating from Lu Fengjin. Lu Fengjin had no intention of harming anyone. Although he was furious, he had not lost his reason. Tuoba Liuli was the 7th princess of the Eastern Show. Should he injure her, the amicable relations between their nations would be irrevocably shattered. Tuoba Feiyuan, witnessing his apprehension, felt both furious and anxious. This woman has wounded me so deeply, Ajin. You must kill her to avenge me. You honor. Tuoba Feiyuan had intended to harm Ali first, while the 7th princess was merely trying to save Ali. Chu Xiaohua would never lie, but he firmly believed in this statement, thus it could not be deemed a falsehood. Chu Yuli gazed at her elder brother, a myriad of emotions surging within her. He had always shown her unwavering favoritism, not out of partiality, but from a profound trust in her. Tuoba Luli emerged from behind Chu Xiaohe, glaring at Tuoba Fei Yuan, indignantly exclaiming, "Indeed, it is this barbaric woman who seeks to harm Ali. I am merely avenging her." "You lie." It was Chu Yuli who injured me. Tuoba Fei Yuan trembled with rage. She lifted her chin, directing Lu Fengjin's gaze to the scratches adorning her neck. "Ajin, you see for yourself, these wounds were inflicted by Chu Yuli's minion. She dispatched a skilled adversary to lurk nearby, inflicting such harm upon me." Skilled adversaries lurking in the vicinity? The crowd's thoughts diverged. However, it wasn't long before someone let out a cold laugh. "So, there are indeed experts lying in wait within this hunting ground? 5th brother, this area falls under your jurisdiction. How is it that you failed to notice their presence? You must prepare a satisfactory explanation for our father." Lu Fengjin's countenance darkened considerably. This was the southern wing of the hunting ground, under his command. He had summoned Xu Xiaoyi today for patrol duties in the northern wing, but they had convened here to discuss certain matters. Only moments ago, he had been with Xu Xiaoyi. He had just ordered an inspection of the premises. Where could these experts have come from? Tua Ba Fei Yuan, now frantic, implored, "Ajin, why do you not believe me? She truly brought skilled fighters, just as that night." In truth, Lu Fengjin was also unaware of what transpired that night between Tua Ba Fei Yuan and Ali in the side hall. In the end, it was Fei Yuan who sustained the injuries. Later, he contemplated the possibility that it might have been Yuaner who orchestrated the ruse herself. Yet, how could his straightforward and innocent Yuaner possibly devise a scheme to entrap others? This time, Tuoba Feiyuan mentioned the presence of skilled individuals nearby. However, he had just personally surveyed the area. If such experts truly existed, and he failed to detect them, it would be nothing short of a humiliation for him. "Yuaner, cease your nonsensical chatter." Upon hearing this, Tuoba Feiyuan was nearly driven to the brink of fury, almost spitting blood. "Do you doubt me? Lu Fengjin, would you rather place your trust in them than in me?" Chapter 119. Your Highness, do not flatter yourself. Not far away, 2 guards approached with trepidation, their expressions laden with hesitation, yet evidently bearing something to convey. Lu Fengjin cast a fleeting glance at the 2. With a thud, the guards knelt before him. One of them speaking, "Your Highness, just now, we were patrolling nearby, and we witnessed the dispute between Miss Tuoba and Miss Li very clearly." Upon hearing this, all eyes immediately turned to the 2 guards. Lu Fengjin's expression darkened as he coldly inquired, "What did you observe?" The 2 exchanged uncertain glances, still hesitant. Matters concerning their masters were not their place to meddle in, yet the woman's behavior was undeniably oppressive. The guard who had spoken earlier gritted his teeth and declared, "Your Highness, I saw Miss Tuoba attempting to mar Miss Li's visage." Miss Li, frightened, raised her hand to shield herself, and somehow, Miss Tuoba ended up injuring her own neck. What? Did she intend to ruin Ali's face? Chu Xiaohe swiftly approached Chu Yuli, pointing at Tuoba Feiyuan, trembling with rage. Yes, it was she who first cast aside her dignity. Tuoba Feiyuan glared at the pair of siblings, fuming. How dare you even mention it? Though her body was marred with injuries, she could not afford to lose her composure in front of these men, even if it meant enduring excruciating pain. Especially with Prince Imo not far off. Today, knowing that Ajin was here, you took the initiative to pursue him, attempting to seduce him. With your despicable nature, do you still have the audacity to speak of shame? You came here to seek me out? Lu Fengjin was taken aback. He had thought that Ali had completely abandoned him, yet to his astonishment, she still harbored thoughts of him. A whirlwind of emotions surged within Lu Fengjin, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Not far away, the figure seated on the chair emanated a chilling aura. Lu Yun, frightened, retreated a couple of steps. Feeling uneasy, Miss Li had actually taken the initiative to seek out His Highness Jin. Alas, the prince is quite furious. The days ahead for him and Jing Lei may not bode well. Chu Xiaohua couldn't help but cast a glance at his sister. Just a few days prior, he had sensed that Elise still held feelings for Prince Jin, but knowing Elise's proud nature, how could she possibly pursue him all the way here? Her pride forbade such actions. Just when no one could fathom the reason, a sudden mocking laughter echoed from not far behind Chu Xiaohua. It was Tuoba Liuli. Initially, Tuoba Liuli merely chuckled, but soon she could no longer contain her laughter, erupting into a series of guffaws. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. I find this utterly amusing. How can there exist such self-righteous individuals in this world? Tuoba Fiyun glared at her, her body battered from the blows, wishing fervently to end her life immediately. Just wait. One day, she will personally see to her demise. Tuoba Liuli has etched this grudge deep within her heart. Do you not find it laughable? You dare to associate with such a shameless person. Could it be that you? Do you understand why I am with Ali? If Ali truly sought Lord Jin, would she need to involve me in her quest? Tuoba Liuli approached Chu Yuli, casting a cold smirk at Lu Fengjin, and said, I suggest you spare yourself the delusion. For Ali is not here to seek you. Chapter 120. It turns out, it is not for you. What nonsense are you spouting, 7th princess? Lu Fengjin harbored no affection for her, though the injuries on Yuan were superficial and not life-threatening. The fact that this Eastern Zhou 7th princess dared strike her in his presence was utterly intolerable. Tuoba Liuli held no fondness for him either. He mistreated General Chu, proving himself to be no virtuous man. Thus, her tone towards him was laced with disdain. Ali and I are here in search of General Chu. What concern is it of yours? Moreover, who knows if you even belong here? You claim that you and Ali have come here to find General Chu? A deep voice intruded upon their conversation. Tuoba Liuli was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that Brother Mo was also present. In the past, whenever Liu Beima was around, Tuoba Liuli's attention would be entirely captivated by him. However, today, perhaps due to the vexation caused by Tuoba Fiyuan, she astonishingly forgot to greet Liu Beima. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. Indeed, I had intended to seek out Ali to accompany me on a leisurely exploration, but unexpectedly encountered General Chu at the Duke's residence. I was still irked about the martial arts competition, and in a moment of carelessness, I inadvertently injured General Chu. Observing Chu Zio, one could easily discern the fresh wounds adorning his neck and chin. Yet, at this moment, the blood had already dried and was hastily cleaned, no longer appearing as terrifying as before. Tuoba Liuli also gazed at Chu Zio, feeling a lingering sense of guilt towards him. She continued, I harmed General Chu. Yet he not only bore no resentment, but also comforted me, assuring me that it was inconsequential. He is truly remarkable, and my heart feels heavy with remorse. The more I pondered, the more regretful I became, prompting me to bring Ali here to personally apologize to General Chu. Upon hearing this, Chu Zio hurriedly replied, such a trivial injury is of no significance. Princess 7 need not dwell on it. Tuoba Liuli let out a sigh. It was precisely because of his kindness that her heart ached even more. She glared at Lu Fengjin and huffed. We came here specifically to find General Chu. Who could have foreseen that you and Brother Mo would also be here, along with this unreasonable woman? Tuoba Liuli fixed her gaze on Tuoba Feiyuan, exclaiming in frustration, had I known you were here, I would never have allowed Ali to accompany me. Truly, this is unfortunate. Lu Fengjin's face flushed crimson, a mix of anger and discomfort. Just moments ago, he genuinely believed that Chu Yueli had come here for him. Oh, it appears that Ali has not come for you, Lao Wu. Ali harbors no feelings for you, so you need not feel burdened. These words from Liu Beima carried an unexpected hint of delight. Lu Fengjin glanced at him and then at Chu Yuli, perpetually perplexed about the nature of their relationship. It seemed that the 4th prince truly bore no intention of seeking vengeance against Ali. At this moment, Chu Yuli leisurely remarked, I indeed did not know that Lord Jin was present here. However, even if I had, it would not deter me from coming. For your affairs bear no relevance to me. Lu Fengjin felt a tightness in his chest, increasingly vexed yet unable to articulate a single word. Tuoba Feiyuan, witnessing this, grew anxious. What about the debt they owe me? Are we to simply let it go? Chapter 121. The flower of the desert. Lu Fengjin felt a throbbing headache. Just moments ago, he had indeed entertained the notion that Chu Yuli had come to seek him out. After Tuoba Liuli had pointed out his self-indulgence, Lu Fengjin now felt exceedingly awkward. Moreover, the wounds on Tuoba Fiyun were still seeping blood, and the sight of it pained him. Yet Tuoba Feiyuan was relentless. Seeing his inaction, the tears she had long restrained finally cascaded down her cheeks. Is this how you protect me? Lu Fengjin, I disdain you. You honor. Refrain from being so brazen. Chu Yuli coldly glared at Tuoba Feiyuan, her expression devoid of emotion. In the future, if you lack the capability, refrain from acting recklessly. If you initiate the conflict and cannot prevail, do not claim to be victimized. How do you differ from the rogues and thieves on the streets? Chu Yuli, you initiated the confrontation. No matter how much you say, the fault lies with you. Your man indulges you, leading you to believe that everyone else in the world does the same. Chu Yuli is not fond of quarrels. Thus, even while uttering such words, her expression remains remarkably serene, as if merely discussing the weather. Nevertheless, her words strike at the heart. Moreover, did not Miss Tuoba repeatedly declare her disdain for women who rely on men? If Miss Tuoba seeks vengeance, why does she not take action herself, but rather implores Lord Jin to punish others on her behalf? This statement caused all eyes to converge upon Tuoba Feiyuan's face, some curious, some scornful, and others filled with disdain. Lu Fengjin gazed at her as well, finding her somewhat different from the Tuoba he had come to know. Previously, he admired her for her unique, haughty spirit, her unwavering defiance shining through her eyes, unafraid even of one as lofty as a prince. Yet, Chu Yuli's words gradually dimmed the warmth in Lu Fengjin's gaze toward Tuoba Feiyuan. The brilliance he once admired seemed to fade in her presence. How could Tuoba Feiyuan endure such a look from Lu Fengjin? Her pride, as the daughter of the Desert Eagle, was shattered in an instant. The patience and pretense her sister, Tuoba Mingyue, had taught her were completely forgotten. She glared at Lu Fengjin, her eyes reddening. Very well, I, Tuoba Feiyuan, have never relied on a man. Today, I shall avenge myself without your assistance. She finished speaking and turned away, never casting another glance at Lu Fengjin. Yet, from the fleeting expression in her eyes, Lu Fengjin discerned the stubbornness and pride he had first encountered. A torrent of memories surged within him, and in an instant, he felt a renewed tenderness for Tuoba Feiyuan. Gazing at Chu Yuli, he hesitated before saying, I apologize. She is headstrong, and it is because she cares for me too much, believing that you. He pressed his lips together before continuing, Ali, ultimately, this is all my fault. I am sorry, please forgive me. With those words, he departed, offering no farewell to Liu Beima, Chu Xiaohe, or the seventh princess of the Eastern Zhou. Tuoba Lioli watched his retreating figure with disdain, thinking, is this the so-called extraordinary flower of the desert that the world praises? To me, she appears to be merely a spoiled, mad girl. Where is the uniqueness? Chu Yuli raised an eyebrow in surprise. The flower of the desert? Chapter 122. This woman finally remembers him. Tuoba Lioli scoffed, indeed. There are rumors circulating that Lord Jin has taken a fancy to a haughty and aloof flower of the desert, which is why he would abandon you. She left the thought unfinished, but Chu Yuli smiled and interjected, he would abandon me, would he not? Ali, those are merely the misguided words of the unknowing public. Do not be upset. Tuoba Lioli did not wish to see her distressed. However, Chu Yuli remained unfazed. Smiling serenely, what do I have to be upset about? This is simply the truth. Ali. Chu Yuli was not interested in hearing any words of comfort. She truly did not require solace from anyone. With no choice but to hastily change the subject, she inquired, what are the people outside saying? Upon mentioning this, Tuoba Lioli became even more incensed. Those men were utterly blind, believing that this desert blossom possessed an unparalleled pride. They claimed her temperament was peculiar and unlike that of any other woman in the realm. Some even suggested that she disdained the act of paying respects to the empress, as if she looked down upon all women who relied on men. The incident at the court banquet, where Tuoba Feiyuan had assaulted Prince Jin, had now become the talk of the town. The young ladies deemed this woman barbaric, arrogant, and unreasonable. Yet, to their astonishment, the men found her demeanor refreshingly intriguing. Ultimately, with Prince Jin's esteemed status, not only did the young lady hesitate to confront him, but even the high-ranking men bowed in deference. Yet, here was a woman unafraid of him, one who dared to strike him. This audacity rendered her an object of curiosity among the men. What might arise from such intrigue? At least half, if not more, would likely harbor some fondness for her. She had effectively stepped over Prince Jin to make a name for herself. However, Chu Yuli was reluctant to speak ill of others, especially in the presence of men, and to slander her fellow maidens. Not far away, Lu Beima let out a grunt. Finally, this woman had remembered him. Chu Yuli inclined her body toward him, saying, "I have the honor of meeting your highness." Lu Beima, anticipating her words, was taken aback when, after her greeting, she simply walked away. She left. After exchanging a few words with Chu Zio, she truly departed with Tuoba Liuli. The chilling aura emanating from the prince startled Lu Yun, prompting her to hastily retreat in avoidance. As Lu Yun fled, Jing Lei stood helplessly, resolutely enduring the prince's wrath with his own body. This fury must find an outlet eventually. However, when would the young lady ever display even a modicum of warmth towards their lord? Her indifference truly vexed those who lingered by the prince's side. Lu Fengjin exerted considerable effort to coax Tuoba Feiyuan onto his carriage. Yet she persistently averted her gaze from him. With a hint of exasperation, Lu Fengjin pleaded, "Your Honor, you initiated the conflict. It is neither just nor reasonable for me to demand an explanation from them. If I were to insist on a reckoning, it would be tantamount to leveraging my position unjustly. Can we not engage in a rational discussion?" A surge of indignation welled up in Tuoba Feiyuan as she retorted, "Are you implying that I lack reason? It was they who conspired against me, and you truly fail to see what is before your eyes? Have you not noticed the myriad of injuries adorning my body?" She resolutely vowed never to shed tears before these contemptible men. As the daughter of a desert eagle, she was inherently different from ordinary maidens. She could not afford to weep. Yet, gazing at Lu Fengjin now, her heart brimmed with resentment. "Lu Fengjin, I forsook everything and ventured far for you. Yet what have you done for me? You dare not even utter a word in my defense while I am being wronged. What purpose does your princely status serve? You honor, if you possess reason, who would dare to mistreat you? I would never let it pass." However, Tuoba Feiyuan abruptly flung aside the curtain of the carriage and leaped down without hesitation. As Yuan, Lu Fengjin rushed out. He witnessed Tuoba Feiyuan forcefully dismount one of the guards from his steed. She seized the horse and, with a flick of the whip, galloped away. Yuan, where are you going?" Lu Fengjin's heart ached at the sight of bloodstains on her garment, prompting him to hastily mount his horse and pursue her. Tuoba Feiyuan was an adept equestrian, having been raised on horseback since childhood. By the time Lu Fengjin caught up with her, she had already entered the bustling marketplace and come to a halt, having collided with someone. As Lu Fengjin approached, he overheard Tuoba Feiyuan embroiled in a dispute. "It was not my intention to bump into you. Your child dashed out on his own. What does that have to do with me? Why don't you mention that he startled my horse, nearly causing me to fall off? You insolent girl. How can you be so unreasonable? You injured my child, and yet you play the victim." On the ground sat a child of about 7 or 8, seemingly unhurt but clearly frightened, crying and causing a scene. Just as Lu Fengjin was about to intervene, a bright, melodious laughter suddenly rang out. "Isn't this the famed desert flower, Miss Tuoba? Desert flower?" This appellation was unfamiliar even to Tuoba Feiyuan, yet it was quite pleasing to the ear. "And you are?" she inquired, sizing up the speaker. The man before her was tall and slender, adorned in a golden silk robe embroidered with flowing clouds, secured at the waist with a silver belt featuring a cloud motif. His demeanor was extraordinary and exuded an air of nobility, unmistakably indicating that he was no ordinary individual. Tuoba Feiyuan felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if she had encountered him before. Has Miss Tuoba forgotten this prince? During the banquet that night, we shared a fleeting moment. This prince, in the current world, how many men would dare to refer to themselves as such? As Tuoba Feiyuan regarded him once more, realization dawned. "You are the Prince Ning?" Prince Ning, the third son of the reigning emperor, Lu Shangfeng, possessed a charming disposition and an elegant bearing, though not as strikingly handsome as Lu Fengjin. He was indeed a man of considerable allure. Lu Shangfeng nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, it is this prince." His gaze then shifted to the trembling mother and son nearby, clearly intimidated by his presence, before returning to Tuoba Feiyuan. Chapter 124. The dogman can hardly bear my happiness upon hearing this. The woman immediately burst into tears. "Your Highness, please discern the truth. It was this girl who recklessly rode her horse and collided with my son. The matter, whether right or wrong, could easily be clarified by sending it to the Dali Temple for investigation." Lu Shangfeng did not even cast a glance at the frightened pair, focusing solely on Tuoba Feiyuan with a smile. What does the young lady think of this? It was indeed necessary to conduct a thorough investigation. They were clearly the ones who had frightened her horse. Tuoba Feiyuan let out a cold huff, regarding the mother and son with disdain. However, the feeling of someone standing up for her was undeniably gratifying. Today, her foul mood had lifted significantly, especially when Lu Shangfeng draped his robe over her shoulders. Countless onlookers gazed at her with envy. Even the esteemed prince treats her with utmost courtesy, his tone laced with an air of deference that is undeniably enviable. The woman continues to plead for mercy, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you are mistaken, Your Highness." As for the Dali Temple, though she has never personally witnessed it, she has heard tales. To be taken there, she fears she would suffer greatly. Her life may be of little consequence. But her young son, how could she possibly consign him to that hellish place? 2 guards, prepared to drag them away, are halted by the arrival of Lu Fengjin, who speaks with a commanding voice. "Hold on. 5th brother?" Lu Shangfeng raises an eyebrow. Tuoba Feiyuan scoffs, refusing to even glance in his direction. "3rd imperial brother. This child is far too young to be sent to the Dali Temple." Lu Fengjin approaches Tuoba Feiyuan, suppressing his fury. "You honor. Your reckless dash through the marketplace was indeed inappropriate. We bear responsibility in this matter." He had pursued her through the streets, astonished by her exceptional riding skills, which surpassed his expectations and nearly eluded him. Naturally, he had to consider the safety of the townsfolk and could not afford to go too fast. Yet Tuoba Feiyuan was heedless, and he knew trouble would ensue. "This is all my fault. Had I not chased after you honor, she would not have accidentally collided with you." "Lu Fengjin, what nonsense are you spouting? They charged out themselves and frightened me." "You honor." Lu Fengjin genuinely wished to avoid further conflict. Although he held the title of prince, his noble status should never be wielded to oppress the common people. He ignored Tuoba Feiyuan and focused on Lu Shangfeng, 3rd brother. If this matter escalates to the Dali Temple, it is likely to reach Father's ears. Do you truly wish to disturb him? Allowing the Dali Temple to interrogate 2 defenseless commoners is precarious. If it remains undisturbed, all is well, but should someone raise a stir, it will undoubtedly incite public outrage. He glanced around and continued, "Today, the streets are bustling with activity, and many have witnessed the incident. Do you genuinely intend to investigate, 3rd brother?" Lu Shangfeng's gaze flickered. This situation did not necessitate his intervention. It was merely an act of convenience to extend a personal favor to Tuoba Feiyuan, since it was a misunderstanding. He acknowledged his error. Indeed, the attitude of the guards towards the woman and child instantly softened. After handing over some silver, the woman hurriedly departed, fearful of being taken to the Dali Temple. Lu Shangfeng observed the furious Tuoba Feiyuan and remarked with a smile, "Miss Tuoba, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. It is simply that." He cast a glance at Lu Fengjin. Though he did not finish his sentence, the implication was clear to all. Tuoba Feiyuan gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Fengjin, indignantly exclaiming, "You wretched man. You cannot bear to see me at ease, can you?" Chapter 125. In due time, one would not even possess the qualifications to be a concubine. However, Lu Shangfeng remarked, "So, Miss Tuoba, you are currently residing in 5th brother's residence? Yet, this nameless and formless arrangement is never favorable for you." He feigned sudden realization and laughed. "In that case, 5th brother, are you and Miss Tuoba nearing a happy conclusion? When do you plan to invite me, your 3rd brother, to partake in this celebratory feast?" Lu Fengjin's expression darkened slightly, while Tuoba Feiyuan's countenance turned decidedly grim. Who among them was unaware of the fact that the favored concubine, Rui Fei, cherished the daughter-in-law? Chu Yuli? Moreover, Lu Fengjin, ever obedient to his mother, lacked the courage to assert his own will. He had once vowed to share a lifetime with her. Yet he and Rui Fei were conspiring to bring Chu Yuli into their household. Initially, he had claimed that even if he were to marry Chu Yuli, she would forever be his sole love. At first, she, in her navet, had acquiesced to this promise. Today, before Chu Yuli had even crossed the threshold, he was already aiding her in belittling his own standing. Once Chu Yuli became a part of the family, what place would he hold within the royal residence? Tuoba Feiyuan felt a wave of despondency wash over her, coldly retorting, "Prince Jin, you are of unparalleled nobility. How could a girl of my humble origins dare to aspire to your station? Then, does this imply that you and the 5th prince are not as the rumors suggest?" "Certainly not." Tuoba Feiyuan denied vehemently. Lu Fengjin glared at her, wishing to speak but at a loss for words, his heart ablaze with frustration. To his astonishment, Lu Shangfeng interjected, "Since the lady is not tied to the 5th prince, might I have the honor of inviting you to my residence as a guest for a few days? I have heard tales of your unmatched skills in archery and horsemanship in the vast desert. I would be eager to learn a thing or two from you. 3rd brother, your honor belongs to me. Lu Fengjin exclaimed in anger. Who says I am yours? Tuoba Feiyuan shot back defiantly. Lu Fengjin, you may disregard your dignity, but I shall not. I have no ties to you whatsoever. Lu Shangfeng's flattery was not lost on Tuoba Feiyuan. She had no desire to vie with other women for a man's affection. She, Tuoba Feiyuan, was not without her own admirers. She gazed at Lu Shangfeng and smiled. Since your highness is so sincere, I shall respectfully comply. Please, your highness. Lu Fengjin was utterly astonished that she had truly accepted the invitation of the third prince. Was she foolish? Did she not realize that the third prince merely sought to place him in an embarrassing position? Tuoba Feiyuan snorted coldly. Who do you think I am? On what grounds do you summon me at will and dismiss me just as easily? Let me make it clear. I, Tuoba Feiyuan, can certainly live without you. Do not presume I am like Chuyu. Only a woman of her ilk would treasure you as a gem, desperately clinging to you with no shame. I am not that kind of person. Hypocritical and disgusting. I disdain her even more than I despise you. However, Lu Fengjin paid no heed, pulling her aside. His teeth clenched in frustration. Do not act willfully. If you follow the third prince to his residence and my mother finds out, you can forget about ever being with me again. Do you think my father would allow a woman as fickle as you to remain in my princely manor? Don't even think about becoming a concubine. At that point, you wouldn't even qualify to be a mere maid. Chapter 126. One cannot shamelessly return to plead with him. Lu Fengjin did not understand whether she was genuinely foolish or willfully obstinate to such an extent. You honor, I truly like you, but I am a prince of a nation. I cannot possibly take a woman who has resided in my elder brother's manor. Did you think that Tuoba Feiyuan would truly be unable to live without you? Tuoba Feiyuan was infuriated. How could he say that she wouldn't even have the qualifications to be his maid? A maid? Who desires such a status? She turned to leave. Behind her, Lu Fengjin felt a chilling sensation enveloping him as he watched her resolutely departing figure. Suddenly, he sensed an utter depletion of strength within himself. After enduring various pressures for such an extended period, desperately striving to remain by her side, what had he ultimately gained? Her forthrightness, grandeur, and authenticity, at this very moment, appeared to have morphed into capriciousness, ignorance, and folly. Strangely, he was overcome by a profound weariness, a reluctance to pursue her any further. Tuoba Feiyuan's steps slowed as well, for she sensed that the man behind her was no longer in pursuit. Was he resolved not to chase after her? Of course, she did not genuinely intend to head to the Prince of Ning's residence. Her sole desire was to provoke Lu Fengjin, to compel him to kneel and confess his wrongs, vowing never to cast another glance at Chu Yueli again. As Lu Fengjin remained silent behind her, Tuoba Feiyuan found herself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to continue onward. At that moment, his hoarse and weary voice broke the silence. I said I would never take a woman who has stayed in my elder brother's residence. Do you truly fail to comprehend? His tone was devoid of anger or agitation. It was remarkably calm, even imbued with a profound sense of exhaustion and a despair she had never witnessed in his eyes. If you must go, then let this be the end between us. Lu Fengjin turned his face away, a hint of moisture glistening at the corner of his eye, yet he bore it in silence. His words dripped with an indescribable chill. The third prince merely seeks to use you to humiliate me. He will never treat you sincerely. Take care of yourself, and do not be easily deceived. Suddenly, he leapt onto his horse, grasping the reins firmly, and galloped away. Tuoba Feiyuan stood there, utterly stunned. What does Dogman mean? Does he no longer want her? Has he truly abandoned her? How dare he? Yet he has indeed left. Lu Shangfeng had approached Tuoba Feiyuan without her noticing, standing beside her as they both gazed at the receding figure, the mirth in his eyes deepening. Lady Tuoba, it appears that the fifth prince is rather displeased. Should you not attempt to appease him? Why should I comfort him? Tuoba Feiyuan felt a heaviness in her heart, but her words were defiant. He conspired with outsiders to bully me first. Why should I be the one to soothe him? It is not as though I am unwanted. Yet, inexplicably, she felt an overwhelming sadness. Has that dogman truly forsaken her? As she prepared to depart, she suddenly remembered something and swiftly removed her robe, returning it to Lu Shangfeng. Afterward, she mounted her horse and rode away. Chapter 127. Could it be that he harbors feelings for you? Lu Shangfeng observed the blood-stained garment, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he carelessly tossed it to a nearby guard. The guard, watching Tuoba Feiyuan's retreating figure, scoffed coldly. Does she really think she is someone of importance, daring to decline your invitation, your highness? Who does she think she is? That is of little consequence. Lu Shangfeng mused, harboring his own thoughts. It is said that this desert flower possesses unparalleled equestrian skills. Did you see how she arrived? Even the fifth prince could not keep pace with her. Among the ladies, her prowess is indeed unmatched. Your Highness means to suggest that you wish to invite her to join our autumn hunting party at the Ningguang Manor? Every year, the autumn hunting teams emerge victorious, largely due to the presence of General Chu from the Duke's residence, resulting in the consistent triumph of the Jin Wangfu's team. Although the Emperor has not explicitly stated it, it is an unspoken truth that the victor of the annual autumn hunt will gain possession of the command token of the Hulong army that year. The Emperor's intentions are quite clear. The Hulong army must not belong to any single prince, lest one dominate the capital. Consequently, the command token is subject to change at any moment. However, in recent years, it has consistently remained in the hands of the Jin Wang, who currently oversees the capital's security operations. This year, with the Jin Wang's relationship with the Duke's residence deteriorating, it seems unlikely that General Chu will join the Jin Wang's team. Yet, he now has the addition of a desert flower. Should Tuoba Feiyuan join the Jin Wangfu's team, their chances of victory would significantly increase. Nevertheless, they appear to be embroiled in internal strife. Lu Shangfeng chuckled, saying, if we can secure this desert flower, perhaps the command token of the Hulong army will indeed change hands this year. However, it seems that the girl is pursuing the Jin Wang. With the absence of Chu Zhao and the presence of Tuoba Feiyuan, the Jin Wangfu's team may not necessarily face defeat this year. With the captivating Chu Yueli by their side, reconciliation may not be as attainable as they hope. Lu Shangfeng was in high spirits today. Come, let us pay a visit to the Duke's residence. Wait for me. Chu Yueli frowned. She had little rapport with the Ning Wang, so waiting for her seemed unnecessary. Upon entering the hall, she found Lu Shangfeng and Chu Zhao still enjoying their tea. As she stepped through the door, her graceful approach seemed to stir a gentle breeze, wafting softly from outside. Even Lu Shangfeng, accustomed to the beauty of various women, could not help but be struck by a fleeting sense of astonishment. Chu Yuli approached gracefully and inclined her body slightly, addressing Lu Shangfeng with a respectful greeting. I have met the prince. He was indeed a prince, although a guest. His high status commanded authority. Chu Yuli took a seat beside her brother, choosing to remain a silent companion rather than engaging in their conversation. The Ning Wangfu had sent gifts, some of which were reportedly from the prince's mother, Lady Ro. Lu Shangfeng discussed matters pertaining to the autumn hunting festival with Chu Xiaohe, expressing his desire to invite him to join his team. However, Chu Xiaohe replied that the Duke had not been in good health lately and would need to care for their grandfather, making it unlikely for him to participate in the hunt this year. After some back and forth, Lu Shangfeng could not press further, merely encouraging Chu Xiaohe to consider the invitation before departing that night. The two siblings personally saw off the entourage from the Ning Wangfu. As Chu Xiaohe observed the grand procession, an inexplicable sense of anxiety washed over him. The Ning Wang had made such a grand gesture in presenting gifts, which felt rather inappropriate. Ali, what could he be thinking? He pondered. Was such an extravagant offering merely to invite him to join the Ning Wangfu's team? This display led him to a chilling thought. Betrothal. The mere notion sent a shiver down his spine. Ali, could it be that he harbors feelings for you? Chapter 128. Could it be that he has truly relinquished her? Only someone deluded would believe he had any intentions towards her. Chu Yuli turned and walked towards the estate, her pace measured and serene. Once betrothed to Prince Jin, the scandal surrounding their affair had stirred much gossip. Could the Ning Wang genuinely hold affection for her? Even if I were to entertain any notions, my role upon entering would merely be that of a concubine. You cannot be a concubine. Chu Xiaohua's countenance darkened as he immediately responded. If Ali does not wish to marry, she may remain in the Duke's residence for a lifetime. My brother will guard her eternally. I shall never allow you to suffer as a mere servant. To be a concubine not only condemns one to a life of shame, but also ensures that any children born will forever be overshadowed by the legitimate offspring. In the end, they merely seek to toy with your affections, without any loss to themselves. Chu Xiaohua fell silent. In previous years, the decision was always made regarding which prince's entourage to join, requiring no contemplation. Choosing the right prince was an art form. A poor choice could alter the Duke's future path. Ali, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Chu Xiaohua, as was his habit, sought his sister's opinion. After a moment's reflection, Chu Yuli replied, Not at present. I need more time to contemplate. Regardless, we shall not go to the Jin Prince's residence, perhaps. Who says we will definitely not go to the Jin Prince's residence? A flicker of something crossed Chu Yuli's eyes. Chu Shaohua was taken aback and exclaimed, "The Jin Prince's residence has been so oppressive towards us. We certainly cannot go." "Not necessarily." Chu Yuli lowered her gaze, concealing the resentment within. She had not forgotten Tuo Ba Fei Yuan's words. It was Lu Fengjin who had ensnared her brother, providing her with the opportunity to ruin his life with a single blow. The hand concealed within her sleeve slowly clenched into a fist. Why must her kind and gentle brother endure such suffering? Those two, having conspired to destroy her brother's happiness, had no right to live in peace. "Ali, I am well. This matter may not be ours to decide." As Chu Yuli finished speaking, Zissou hurried in, exclaiming, "Young master, Miss Shiomomo has arrived." Tuo Ba Fei Yuan had lingered outside the duke's residence for the better part of the day. She had been loitering at the entrance for quite some time. It was impossible for the household not to have noticed her presence. Yet, within, Lu Fengjin had shown no sign of acknowledgement. Surely, he was aware of Prince Ning's admiration for her, and with such pride, did he not fear she might visit the prince's residence? Tuo Ba Fei Yuan was furious, yet a tinge of unease also crept in. The way that man had spoken today, declaring it to be the end, bore a countenance of genuine despondency. Could it be that he truly intended to forsake her? Chapter 129. A lifetime of unfulfilled aspirations after waiting for yet another half hour. Tuo Ba Fei Yuan could no longer endure the wait. Before nightfall, she hastily approached the duke's gates. No one obstructed her path. Who among them did not recognize her as the apple of the duke's eye? Who would dare to stand in her way? Yet, the absence of opposition only served to vex Tuo Ba Fei Yuan further. What did Lu Fengjin truly mean? Why had he yet to emerge to meet her? The two guards stationed at the gate trembled slightly, saying, "Miss, the duke is unaware of your wait. I have been here for quite some time." "How could I not know?" Tuo Ba Fei Yuan retorted, her face flushed with anger. "Did you not think to inform him? Are you utterly incapable?" The two guards felt a wave of grievance wash over them. They were certainly not without life. However, this woman was notoriously willful. Who would dare to speak out of turn? "Miss, we shall promptly inform the duke." One individual hastily entered the door. "Dogman, how dare you bully me?" Tuo Ba Fei Yuan could no longer contain her anger, stepping through the threshold and arriving at the entrance of Lu Fengjin's Moon Pursuit Pavilion. Upon seeing the three characters inscribed as Moon Pursuit Pavilion, her fury ignited. With a swift motion, she seized the sword from the guard stationed outside and, in a single leap, cleaved the plaque above her head in two with a resounding crack. Yet, this act of vengeance was not enough. As the plaque fell, she stomped upon it vehemently, delivering several forceful blows. The intensity of her actions exacerbated her wounds, causing a dull ache that turned her complexion pale. When Lu Fengjin emerged in response to the commotion, he beheld her standing atop the broken plaque, a mixture of rage and resentment etched across her features. Yuaner, seeing her still clad in the attire from when she was injured, stirred warmth within him, prompting him to approach her. After all, she bore grievances. "You waited for me for half a day?" Lu Fengjin expressed his astonishment. "You weren't you with the third imperial brother? Wasn't that meant to provoke you?" Though Prince Ning held a special affection for her, Tuo Ba Fei Yuan was not the kind of woman to waver in her loyalties. She raised her gaze, glaring at Lu Fengjin with reddened eyes. "If it weren't for your incessant support of the Chu siblings in bullying me, would I have any reason to be angry with you? Is your anger truly directed at me, rather than an infatuation with the third imperial brother?" A warmth surged through Lu Fengjin's heart, melting away the frost of despair that had long settled within him. "Of course, I am merely seeking to provoke you. Although Prince Ning has admired me for some time, do you truly believe I am the kind of person to be fickle? Dog man, after all this time. Do you really see me as akin to someone like Chu Yuli?" After Chu Yuli and Lu Fengjin's engagement was called off, she swiftly turned her affections to that so-called Mo Wang, publicly displaying their intimacy during the martial arts tournament. This scandal spread like wildfire, reaching even her ears. Fortunately, Mo Wang was said to be quite unattractive, rumored to be a hideously disfigured creature. A wretched woman paired with an ugly monster truly seemed like a match made in heaven. The very thought of Mo Wang's appearance, which could not even compare to a mere finger of Lu Fengjin, relieved some of the pent-up frustration within Tuo Ba Fei Yuan. Ultimately, Chu Yuli was far inferior to her. The best she could choose was a disfigured oddity, sealing her fate to never rise above her station. Chapter 130. It felt as if everyone had abandoned her. Lu Fengjin opened his mouth, intending to defend Ali, insisting that she was not as she seemed and was certainly not of that nature. Ali. In truth, she was quite remarkable. As for Ning Wang, he merely sought to exploit her for his own humiliation. This girl genuinely believed he had feelings for her. However, Tua Ba Fei Yuan did not visit the Ning Wang's residence, nor did she fall for his tricks, waiting outside for half a day instead. Just this alone was enough to bring him joy. As for her words, there was no need for rebuttal. They were inconsequential. It was all in the past, Yuaner. From now on, let us cherish our time together. No one can tear us apart. Lu Fengjin embraced her, filled with contentment. Moving forward, refrain from seeking out Ali to quarrel. She is not truly bad. How dare you speak up for her? Tua Ba Fei Yuan pushed him away, ready to erupt in anger. Part of her fury stemmed from Tua Ba Fei Yuan's departure, while another part, he could not quite articulate. Suddenly, he felt as though he had been cast aside by everyone. Lu Fengjin was filled with excitement. Thus, regardless of what Tua Ba Fei Yuan said, he refrained from rebutting her. It was a relief that she did not visit the residence of the third prince. Had she truly gone there, his mother and father would undoubtedly never permit him to keep Yuaner in the manor again, leading to an irrevocable separation between him and Tua Ba Fei Yuan. In high spirits, Lu Fengjin promptly invited Tua Ba Fei Yuan inside and sought a female physician to tend to her injuries. Furthermore, having spent the entire day outdoors, she had hardly eaten anything. And now, fatigued, famished, and wounded, her complexion appeared exceedingly pale. Lu Fengjin, feeling a surge of compassion, hastily ordered the preparation of dinner. "My lord, urgent news," Qin Wu announced from outside the door. "I shall return shortly. You may eat in the meantime," Lu Fengjin replied gently, casting a reassuring glance at Tua Ba Fei Yuan before stepping outside. With no one else present, Qin Wu hastily reported, "My lord, today the Ning prince lingered at the duke's residence for almost half a day." "Half a day?" Lu Fengjin's brow furrowed, his tone turning somewhat frosty. "I fear he has learned that Chu Zio will not be joining my esteemed hunting party this year and seeks to undermine me. This relentless third prince. Unable to gain favor from our father, he finds himself inferior in every external matter and seizes any opportunity to oppose me. The third prince, seemingly gentle, is, in truth, the most malevolent of all. Having failed to entice Yuaner to his residence today, he has now set his sights on Chu Zio." "Indeed." Qin Wu recalled something and hurriedly remarked, "My subordinates have seen Lady Xiu visit the duke's residence to escort Miss Li away. It must be Her Highness, the concubine Rui, who intends to persuade Miss Li to set aside personal grievances and allow General Chu to rejoin our Jin Wangfu's ranks as he once did. However, I wonder if Miss Li will acquiesce. If she refuses, does that imply our Jin Wangfu's defeat is inevitable?" Tua Ba Fei Yuan emerged from the room, glaring at Qin Wu. "Is it only General Chu Xiaohe who excels in horsemanship and archery?" Chapter 131. Dare to test her. Qin Wu did not wish to utter words of despair. Yet the prowess of General Chu was undeniable. He was only slightly less capable than their own prince, a distinction that was hardly significant. It is essential to understand that a team requires 5 members, and with the absence of Chu Xiaohe, their collective strength would be considerably diminished. The individuals from the Ning Wangfu have been watching them closely, and over the years, Ning Wang has nurtured numerous formidable talents whose abilities are not necessarily inferior to those of the Jin Wangfu. Should Chu Xiaohe depart from their ranks and align himself with Ning Wang, the balance would shift unfavorably against them. With a sigh, Qin Wu continued, "Concubine Rui has invited Miss Li to the palace tonight. It is not impossible for her to sway Miss Li's decision. It is widely known that General Chu is swayed by Chu Yuli. If she consents, General Chu will certainly comply. Do you dare to approach that woman?" "Chu Yuli?" Tua Ba Fei Yuan glared furiously at Lu Fengjin. Qin Wu regarded Lu Fengjin with a troubled expression. After all, concubine Rui was still striving to secure Miss Li's agreement. The audacity of Tua Ba Fei Yuan to forbid the prince from seeking assistance from the duke's residence is nothing short of self-sabotage. Is it truly the case that only the individuals from the duke's household possess the skills of archery and horsemanship? Tua Ba Fei Yuan let out a cold scoff, dismissively stating, "Moreover, the current Chu Xiaohe has transformed into an androgynous specter. What strength does he possess to compete?" Tua Ba's words did not sit well with Qin Wu, who held a degree of discontent regarding her remarks. General Chu, having fought valiantly alongside their prince on the battlefield for years, was a hero in his own right. It was a pity that a hero was being disparaged. Qin Wu held deep respect for Chu Xiaohe, and Tuoba Feiyuan's ruthless condemnation was indeed cruel. How many brothers in the army harbored resentment towards her? She showed no remorse for her words, even going so far as to belittle General Chu. Even Qin Wu found it intolerable. However, with the prince's indulgence, he dared not voice his objections. Tuoba Feiyuan coldly remarked, "Have you forgotten that I am renowned as the flower of the desert?" The title of Flower of the Desert weighed heavily on Lu Fengjin's mind. It seemed that this moniker had spread in recent days, though he had paid it little mind. He was surprised to find that it mattered to her. Nevertheless, having narrowly escaped losing to Oba Feiyuan today, he was inclined to support her every word. "Are you implying that my equestrian skills are unparalleled in the desert, merely lacking an opportunity to showcase them before you?" Tuoba Feiyuan spoke with a tone that seemed to emanate from her very nose. "You have witnessed my brother's prowess in archery and horsemanship, have you not?" Lu Fengjin nodded earnestly in response. Her elder brother's horsemanship and archery are indeed remarkable. He can shoot down 2 soldiers with a single arrow, displaying undeniable prowess. My elder brother and I both learned this skill from our father. Yet his proficiency pales in comparison to mine. Is that truly the case? Not only did Lu Fengjin's eyes light up, but even Qin Wu felt a jolt in his heart. "Miss Tuoba, is what you say true?" Although he held disdain for Tuoba Feiyuan's character, if she were indeed as formidable as claimed, then the Jin Wangfu would require no further assistance at the upcoming autumn hunt. Chapter 132. What if I refuse your request? Do you think the title of Flower of the Desert was easily earned? Tuoba Feiyuan cast a disdainful glance at him. Shall we compete and see? Since Gui'er has been injured today, it would be unwise to push her further, Lu Fengjin replied, fully trusting her. If her brother's archery was so exceptional, then her own skills must be equally impressive. At last, he felt liberated from the need to seek help. At this moment, the thought of approaching Chu Yuli again filled him with an indescribable discomfort. Yet, why wouldn't Chu Xiao join his team? Would she truly choose Ning Wang? Or might she unexpectedly align with Mo Wangfu's group? Chu Yuli had spent a considerable amount of time in the Spring and Harmony Palace of Concubine Rue. Initially, Concubine Rue merely engaged in idle chatter, keeping her own concerns to herself. Chu Yuli, in turn, simply accompanied her in sipping tea, refraining from any inquiries. After indulging in tea for no less than half an hour, Concubine Rue finally smiled and remarked, "You are far more composed and calm than I had anticipated." Chu Yuli lifted her gaze, meeting the eyes of the esteemed concubine with an impassive demeanor. "Your Highness, you flatter me," she said hastily. "I am but a humble servant, and I beseech you to elucidate your intentions. Surely you comprehend the purpose of my summons," the concubine retorted, having been seated for an extended period. Displaying less composure than a mere maid, Chu Yuli remained silent. To claim ignorance at this juncture would be disingenuous. Yet, she found little interest in the topic at hand. Her elder brother's health had recently deteriorated, and she feared that even Prince Jin harbored doubts regarding him. Otherwise, the prince would have personally visited her residence to confer with her brother. Chu Yuli managed a faint smile. "Is it not always thus in past years? Jin is concerned you might still harbor resentment against him. Is that not why he has implored me to serve as an intermediary?" The concubine chuckled, though her laughter lacked genuine warmth. "My dear, you must understand how much I cherish you. That wild girl in his household shall never be permitted to ascend as the princess of Jin. She lacks the requisite qualifications." Chu Yuli acknowledged the truth in this statement. The concubine continued candidly, "I have taken a liking to you. Firstly, because General Chu leads the Chu army and could serve as Jin's right hand, beneficial to both the Prince of Jin and the Duke's household. Secondly, your intellect is unparalleled. I have yet to encounter a woman as astute as you. With you by Jin's side, I can rest easy." However, Chu Yuli resolutely declined. "Your Highness, my fate with Prince Jin has reached its conclusion. I cannot wed a man who holds no affection for me. Prince Jin is not my destined partner, and I kindly request that you refrain from broaching this matter again." Jiner merely, "Your Highness, actions speak louder than words. Today, I was nearly disfigured by Miss Tuoba, yet Lord Jin only concerned himself with whether she was injured." Chu Yuli lowered her gaze and said, "Your Highness, I have long since given up on Lord Jin. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." She truly stood up, ready to depart. Rui replied, "If you wish, I can assist you in dealing with that wild girl. However, Ali, while I hold you in high regard, my patience has its limits. Please consider this well. I can only grant you a day's time." Yuli raised an eyebrow. "If I refuse, what will you do, Your Highness?" Chapter 133. She actually dared to speak her mind. "What will you do?" Such words, of course, Rui would not utter. As Chu Yuli left, her mood was evidently poor. Maid Shio watched her retreating figure and quietly remarked, "Your Highness, she harbors deep resentment. Is there truly any possibility with our lord?" Unexpectedly, Rui appeared quite cheerful, saying, "If there were no resentment, then indeed, there would be no possibility. Her grievances indicate that she still cares for Jeaner, which causes her to feel wronged." Upon hearing this, Maid Shio's eyes lit up. "So that is it, Your Highness. Your insight is remarkable. It is easy for you to discern this." Rui, holding a tea tray, let a glimmer of sharpness pass through her eyes. "However, this girl is still rather proud. Such pride must be tempered by me. Otherwise, once she enters the household, I will truly be unable to manage her." Chiuli exited Chuanha Palace, where Ziso had been waiting by the palace gate. Upon seeing her emerge, I promptly followed. The two of us dismissed the young palace maids and walked along the path of the inner palace. Zisu whispered, "Miss, just now?" Two young maids were intently observing this side of Chuanha Palace. Chu Yuli nodded, remaining silent, prompting Zisu to also refrain from speaking. Indeed, as soon as they had distanced themselves from Chuanha Palace and had yet to set foot on the main thoroughfare leading out of the palace, a young maid hurriedly approached, stating, "Miss Li, the Empress requests your presence." As Chi Li followed the young maid into Qian Kuan Palace, she found the Empress engaged in a game of chess with the 14th prince. Though merely 6 years of age, he had been rigorously trained since childhood, presenting himself with the demeanor of a little adult. After greeting the Empress and the 14th prince, Chu Yuli entered and immediately performed her curtsy. The Empress nodded, smiling as he departed. Then, turning to Chu Yuli, she said warmly, "Ali, please, take a seat." The palace maids served tea to Chu Yuli, and subsequently, all palace maids and eunuchs, except for the diligent Lan Mama attending to the Empress, were dismissed. Zissa waited outside, unable to enter and catch even a fragment of their conversation. The sky darkened, it was getting late. The Empress glanced at the hour, noting the deepening night. She smiled and remarked, "Ali, as a young lady, it is indeed quite inconvenient for you to be outside at this hour. To spare you any trouble, I shall be brief." Chu Yuli lowered her gaze, concealing any emotions that might flicker in her eyes, and replied, "Your Majesty, please proceed." "Ali, what are your thoughts on the 14th prince?" the Empress inquired. "He is endowed with exceptional talent and possesses the aura of a ruler," Chu Yuli responded. The Empress, upon hearing this, appeared greatly pleased. "Yet, I heard Chu Yuli say, however, at such a tender age, to stand alone and bear responsibilities. I fear it may take another decade." The Empress furrowed her brow and replied, "Ali, speak candidly. I absolve you of any wrongdoing. A decade hence, who can ascertain whether this court will remain as it is?" Chu Yuli pressed her lips together and remarked, "Recently, I have perused some medical texts, which offer considerable insight into the preservation of vitality for the elderly. If it pleases your Majesty, I would be delighted to share my findings with you when I am at leisure. However, the texts do state that no matter how proficient the medical arts, they can merely delay the aging process, yet cannot defy the decree of fate. Thus, while nurturing health is commendable, the pursuit of longevity is futile. I humbly implore your Majesty not to harbor excessive hopes." The Empress was taken aback, her fingertips trembling slightly, nearly causing her to drop the cup. Lady Lan swiftly took the cup from her hands and placed it on the table. Internally, Lady Lan felt a wave of anxiety. Miss Li's words had crossed a line, yet they were delivered with such sincerity. Did she dare to speak so openly with the Empress? Was this young lady considering aligning herself with Her Majesty? Chapter 134. Not necessarily. Without a place to stand, the Empress remained astonished for quite some time before her emotions gradually settled. She comprehended Chu Yueli's words. Although the 14th prince was indeed formidable, his youth rendered him inadequate. The Emperor, in declining health, might not survive another decade to establish a successor. Chu Yueli's insinuation, though veiled, was clear enough for all to discern. Such remarks could warrant a death sentence. How audacious of her! The Empress exhaled slowly, and after a while, she inquired, "Ali, have you been coerced into this predicament by concubine Rui?" "Indeed, and yet, not entirely so." Chu Yueli gazed at her calmly and remarked, "There will always be some paths to tread and explore." The Empress pressed her lips together, refraining from immediate response. The girl was merely 17. Yet her audacity was quite remarkable. However, it was likely that she had been cornered by concubine Rui, compelled to resist. It was said that when Prince Jean embarked on his campaigns, he would always bring you along, and you, Were you not the strategist by his side? I am merely my elder brother's strategist. Wherever he goes, I follow. This statement sparked a glimmer of insight in the Empress's eyes. Was Ali hinting at something for me? As for General Chu, my elder brother is honest and straightforward, solely devoted to the welfare of the people. Chu Ali promptly interjected. The Empress did not take offense. Instead, she appeared contemplative. Then, Ali, what does it mean to truly be loyal to the people? As long as he is a wise ruler, my elder brother will naturally remain loyal to him. Chu Ali's stance was unequivocal. She would not permit her brother to be entangled in the palace's intrigues. Nurse Lan seemed poised to speak, but the Empress waved her hand and smiled. Ali, many matters in this world are beyond one's control. However, at this moment, I find myself somewhat perplexed. Might you alleviate my concerns? Without granting Chu Ali the chance to decline, the Empress continued. The 14th prince is still quite young, and my days in this palace have indeed been arduous. Even the minor concubine Rue, emboldened by her son's achievements outside, has begun to exert her influence within the palace. She quickly added, Ali, we are all kin here, so I shall speak candidly. Ali, since I cannot temporarily rely on the 14th prince, how shall I endure? Your words carry weight, Your Majesty. You are the sovereign of the 6 palaces, destined to share prosperity with the emperor. The notion of mere survival does not befit the queen. However, the queen's heart tightened immediately. However, what? Chu Yuli lowered her gaze, seemingly hesitant. The queen hastily interjected. Ali, we have already broached this subject. Do not keep me in suspense. When I regain my power, I shall ensure that concubine Rue does not bully your noble house. Chu Yuli sighed, then lifted her eyes to meet the queen's gaze. After all, Ali is not of royal blood. How could she dare to meddle in imperial affairs? Yet, I recently observed the 8th prince at a banquet, reflecting on how robust and imposing he has become. She sighed softly. The 8th prince is also unfortunate. After consort Lien gave birth to him, her health deteriorated, and she soon departed from this world. Had consort Lien been alive, the 8th prince would have had his mother's support. With his current talents, he could have achieved similar accomplishments as Prince Jean or Prince Mo. Alas, with consort Lien gone, no one acknowledges the brilliance of the 8th prince. She regarded the queen quietly. Your Majesty, do you not agree? Had the 8th prince enjoyed the affection of a caring mother, he might have secured his place within the royal family in the future. Chapter 135. A sense of grievance that tugs at the heart. The queen personally escorted Chu Yuli to the entrance of the Qian Kuan Palace. It is late at night. I cannot accompany you further, for I fear it may cause you trouble. However, my health has not been well of late. Ali, having perused so many medical texts, you must remember to visit me often, to enlighten me on the ways of nurturing vitality. Chu Yuli hastily replied, certainly. Ali shall remember. It is to be feared that Rue Fei holds her in high regard, yet the Jin Wang Yi, alas, is truly lacking in ambition. For the sake of a rustic maiden, he has forsaken Chu Yuli. In time, he shall surely regret his decision. Your Highness. Lan Mama discreetly dismissed everyone and quietly inquired, is it truly necessary? Will the 14th prince be displeased? He is still young and lacks understanding. Once the realm is stabilized, it shall eventually belong to him. Yet, Yuli has indeed illuminated a clear path for her, one she had never contemplated before. Given the current circumstances, which are decidedly unfavorable for her, this route may very well be her only avenue of hope. Mama, please prepare some pastries for the 8th prince to join me for breakfast tomorrow. Yes, Your Highness. Zissa followed closely behind Yuli, not daring to utter a word. To personally see off their young lady is a privilege afforded only to the emperor and the empress dowager. Miss, have you promised her something? Yuli shook her head. She is the empress. If she wishes me to act, there is no need for me to agree. It suffices that she compels me. Then what of her? I merely offered a reminder. I did not take any concrete action. Rue Fei summoned Chu Yuli to the palace, while Chu Xiaohe, being a male, was not permitted to accompany her. Upon seeing Chu Yu leave in safety, Chu Xiaohe let out a sigh of relief. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered. Is Rue Fei seeking you regarding the autumn hunt? Indeed, but I have declined, Chu Yuli replied as she settled into her chair. After a night of toiling outside, fatigue washed over her. Chu Xiaohe observed her eyes, which reflected a faint weariness. Rue Fei will not relinquish her pursuit easily. She has granted me a day to contemplate. Chu Yuli closed her eyes, gently massaging her temples. Chu Xiaohe, deeply reluctant to witness her distress, suggested, alas, perhaps I should join the team from the Jin Wangfu. Although our Guogong residents may never reconcile with the Jin Wangfu, there is no need to foster animosity. Elder brother, when Tuoba Feiyuan harmed you, Lu Fengjin also intervened, did he not? Ali, this matter has nothing to do with Prince Jin. He turned away, unable to meet her gaze. Elder brother clung to the notion that Lu Fengjin was uninvolved, merely fearing that I might seek revenge. Yet, you are aware that our Guogong residents' strength pales in comparison to the past. Opposing Lu Fengjin would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Chu Yuli inhaled deeply, her chest still aching. The pain stemmed from her brother's grievances. You fear that my relationship with Lu Fengjin may be affected. Thus you willingly swallow all this injustice, hoping to prevent any rift between us, do you not? But dear brother, you could not have anticipated that despite your silence in the face of your suffering, he continues on his path, associating with other maidens, casting me aside. Chapter 136. Let oneself become the useful one. Chu Yuli felt unworthy of such a remarkable brother in this lifetime. It is precisely for this reason that she must protect him. I am aware that my elder brother is a good man, however. I have indeed marred the body of Tuoba Feiyuan. In the future, should she bear children, she will be unable to nurture them like a typical mother. This remark caused a flush to rise on the handsome face of Chu Xia, while Zissou and Chu also felt a twinge of heat on their cheeks. Only Chu Yueli maintained a calm demeanor, showing little emotion. Although Lu Fengjin did not intend to harm you, he remains an accomplice. Moreover, with Rui Fei eyeing us covetously, we have reached a point where inaction could lead to our demise. Ali, what do you intend to do? A sense of unease crept into Chu Xia's heart. Chu Yueli's gaze darkened momentarily, but she soon lifted her delicate lips into a smile directed at him. It's nothing. I merely pondered that we must find a permanent solution. One of us is a consort of the emperor, and the other is his son. No matter how hard we strive, we ultimately remain mere subjects. Chu Xiaohe wished for his sister not to sacrifice her future happiness for the sake of revenge. Chu Yueli felt a tightening in her heart. Her elder brother's disappointment in the royal family stemmed from his realization of their merciless nature. When you are of use, they will exhaust all means to employ you. Yet, once you are deemed worthless, they will not only abandon you but, when necessary, eliminate you. A myriad of bitterness washed over Chu Yueli's heart. Yet she managed to smile. Very well, I understand, elder brother. I shall not act recklessly. However, the emperor will not easily permit us to take the Chu family army to the southern wilderness. We must devise a foolproof strategy. Ali, does elder brother wish to participate in the autumn hunt? Chu Yueli shifted the topic. Chu Xiaohe was momentarily taken aback before responding. It hardly matters. Which faction does my elder brother wish to join? Nodding in agreement, Chu Xiaohe added, we must return to the hunting grounds for further inspection. After escorting Chu Xiaohe out, Zissou attended to Chu Yuli as she bathed and dressed. Observing her mistress's porcelain-like skin, Zissou's gaze darkened slightly. Miss, must we truly rely on others? Having overheard the conversation between her mistress and the eldest young master, Zissou felt a sense of despondency. The adversaries were of royal descent. Their efforts seemed akin to ants attempting to shake a tree, utterly futile. This sentiment was indeed disheartening. Not at all, Chu Yuli replied, submerging herself into the warm bath, closing her eyes and allowing the rising steam to caress her face. They may belong to the royal family, but that does not equate to the entirety of the royal authority. Their power pales in comparison to the true strength of the empire. Mississippi. What do you mean? Zissou was momentarily bewildered, her thoughts entangled by the implications of those words. Though the emperor may appear cold-hearted, he was ultimately a wise sovereign. Capable individuals would be duly recognized, while the ineffectual would be cast aside. To avoid such a fate, one must strive to become the indispensable one. After some time, Chu Yuli finally opened her eyes. Rui Fei has granted me a day, yet she is known for her inconsistency. I fear she may act tomorrow. Be vigilant at the Huiyin Pavilion tomorrow. Chapter 137. The only capable one. Chu Yuli had forewarned of impending events for the following day, and indeed, the Duke's residence erupted in commotion. The members of the Duke's household have arrived once again. This time, in addition to the youngest son who perished on the battlefield, the other 2 sons and 3 daughters-in-law have accompanied them. However, today, they were stopped at a distance from the Qinghui Pavilion, not even permitted a step towards the entrance. Outrageous. The old Duke slammed the armrest of his wheelchair and exclaimed furiously, who dares to obstruct me? Who has given you such audacity? The one intercepting them this time was Zissou. After bowing slightly to everyone, she quickly explained, "Esteemed Duke, you may not be aware, but our Lord Duke has not been in good health lately. Physician Qin has visited and instructed that no idle individuals be allowed to disturb his rest. I hope for your understanding. You insolent girl, do not attempt to intimidate me with Physician Qin." The old Duke retorted, "I am the Duke's own brother, not an idle person." He glared at Zissou, "Step aside, or I shall make you pay dearly for your insolence." At that moment, the eldest daughter-in-law, Lady Li, stepped forward, raising her hand to strike Zissou's face. "How dare a wretched girl be so brazen before our Duke? You must be tired of living. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your master." Yet, she never had the chance to land a blow, for her raised hand was swiftly seized and restrained by Chu Yi. "You dare to touch me?" Lady Li seethed with rage. Her husband, Chu Yaozong, rushed forward, ready to retaliate, but was effortlessly pushed aside by Chu Yi. You have such audacity. How dare a mere servant lay hands on a master?" Lady Li ground her teeth in fury. Zissou maintained an impassive demeanor as she stated, "My lord, we are but servants of the Duke's residence and must naturally heed the commands of our masters. The eldest young master and miss have instructed that no one is to disturb the Duke's rest, and we dare not disobey. Are you resolute in denying this lord entry to see his own brother?" Yet, the old lord did not express anger. Instead, he merely scoffed coldly, an air of disdain upon his countenance. "Is it merely due to the prowess of this dog that you presume to deter me? Do you believe that only those of the Duke's household possess the ability to fight?" This dog referred, of course, to Chu Yi. Who could be unaware that Chu Yi was the foremost guardian beside Chu Zhao, a formidable master in his own right? With Chu Yi guarding the premises, Chu Yueli had no genuine concern that they could breach the defenses. However, to their astonishment, the old lord coldly declared, "If someone stands in my way, the third family's kin, why do you not have these gatekeepers dispatched, so that I may see my elder brother?" The mention of the third family caused both Chu Yi and Zissou's hearts to tighten as they looked up, finally perceiving the woman standing behind everyone. Clad in simple attire, and with her hair styled in a modest bun, she appeared to be no more than 25 or 26 years old. While not particularly striking, her face radiated a sense of righteousness. As she stepped forward from behind the crowd, her expression was one of serene detachment mingled with a hint of resignation. Clearly reluctant to involve herself in this matter, yet feeling compelled to do so. She was the third mistress of the lord's estate, Ning Anren. It was true that several sons of the old lord had been raised in idleness, accustomed to a life of ease and indulgence, frequently basking in the glow of the Duke's residence during the time when the old lord had yet to attain his title. All of this is attributed to his youngest and most distinguished son, Chu Zhongnan. He is the only son of the elder who has accomplished anything noteworthy. From a young age, he exhibited a talent for martial arts and possessed an upright character. Eventually, he became a companion to the father of Chu Yueli and Chu Zhao, the valiant duke, and on the battlefield, he consistently achieved remarkable feats. However, what sets him apart even further is that he married a wife who, like him, was trained in martial arts from a young age, this very lady, Ning Anren. The prowess of Lady Ning is known to the members of the Duke's household. Though it remains a mystery to others, she surpasses her husband, Chu Zhongnan, in skills. Chapter 138. Just break his legs. Chu Yi felt a wave of dread wash over him. Although he had never had the opportunity to spar with Lady Ning, he had often heard stories of her prowess, noted as a master archer and horsewoman within the military. Chu Yi was acutely aware that he would never stand a chance against her. Moreover, as a remarkable woman, he held her in high esteem and dared not engage her in combat. Ever since General Chu Zhongnan met his demise on the battlefield, Lady Ning had seldom appeared in public. It was said that she devoted her days to meditation and lived a life of tranquility, detached from worldly affairs. Yet, she remained a member of the Duke's household, and should the elders summon her, she could not decline. As Ning Anren approached him, Chu Yi clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Madam, I trust you are well." He had encountered her in the past, but at that time, he was just a youth. Now he had matured into adulthood. Lady Ning had chosen to live in seclusion for many years, and seeing someone salute her in the manner of a soldier stirred a sense of nostalgia within her. "This young man, my uncle wishes to meet the Duke, for they are indeed brothers. I kindly ask you to facilitate this meeting and allow my uncle to enter and converse with the Duke. It is not her intention to come here today, and to resort to violence would be exceedingly difficult for her. Her husband was once a general under the loyal and valiant Marquis, and she too is associated with the Marquis's household. Now, to engage in conflict with the Marquis's offspring and servants would be unjust. Chu Yi recognized her predicament and hurriedly said, Madam Ning, we are not in a position to decide this matter. Perhaps you could wait for a moment until my young lady. What right does that yellow-haired girl have to make me wait? The elderly gentleman thundered, striking the armrest of his wheelchair with great force. Old Third's family, why do you not hurry and make this scoundrel kneel in submission? Ning Anren, with an expression devoid of emotion, replied, I beg your pardon. The female guard, Mei Dong, immediately presented her spear with both hands. Ning Anren accepted it, and with a twist of her wrist, the spear vibrated slightly in her grasp with a resonant clang. Such inner strength. Chu Yi was jolted back a step. He quickly steadied himself, meeting Ning Anren's gaze, and urgently said, Madam Ning, the Duke is the father of Zheng Nan, and thus he is my father as well. I am bound by filial duty. I apologize. With a powerful shake of her arm, Ning Anren aimed the spear directly at Chu Yi's heart. He hastily drew his sword to parry, but with a resounding clash. The blade could not withstand the might of Ning Anren's spear. He was forced back several steps, nearly losing his balance. Before he could adjust his internal energy, Ning Anren's spear was already striking down upon him once more. In a moment of urgency, Chu Yi hastily raised his sword to defend himself. With a resounding clang, blades collided, sending sparks flying. While Ning Anren remained composed, Chu Yi was already being forced back, his breath ragged. Chu Yi, be careful, Zissou exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Ning Anren's appearance was entirely unexpected. Without her, the combined strength of those in the Marquis's residence would be insufficient to match even a single finger of Chu Yi. This Madame Ning possessed formidable martial prowess. She was a true general on the battlefield. As Chu Yi appeared on the verge of defeat, Zissou was frantic. What should she do? If she summoned the guards from the Duke's residence, the commotion would surely attract the Duke's attention. Zissou was in a state of desperation. Meanwhile, those from the Marquis's residence continued to cheer wildly. Li Shi, witnessing Chu Yi's repeated setbacks, was elated, shouting with glee, Good. Teach that scoundrel a lesson. No. Don't kill him, just break his legs. Chapter 139. That battle was truly fierce. Ning Anren had no intention of actually breaking Chu Yi's legs. However, with the Marquis present, she was determined to bring him down today. With no other choice, she summoned her strength once more, this time intent on knocking Chu Yi to the ground, wishing to end their entanglement. The longer they fought, the more injuries her young brother would sustain. He was no match for her. After parrying 2 strikes, before Chu Yi could regain his composure, he felt Ning Anren's spear bearing down upon him once again. This time, the spear, infused with overwhelming internal force, pressed down like a mountain, leaving him gasping for breath. Chu Yi's skills were certainly not lacking. It was simply that Ning Anren's prowess was truly exceptional. As Chu Yi raised his sword to block, he was swiftly overwhelmed by an internal force, causing him to kneel on one knee, completely unable to rise. Chu Yi, Zissou and the 2 guards immediately rushed over to rescue him. Ning Anren, with one arm free, merely flicked her wrist, sending the 2 guards flying through the air. Zissou was also thrown back violently, her feet unable to keep pace with the momentum of her body, and she was on the verge of crashing to the ground. Unexpectedly, someone behind her caught her gently. Miss. No one had noticed when Chu Yi arrived. Zissou quickly regained her composure and exclaimed, Miss, Madame Ning has come. Although Madame Ning was not as renowned as their own lady, she was indeed a formidable expert. In the past, their lady often spoke of Ning Anren's achievements, and it was said that Madame Ning's martial skills surpassed even those of her husband, Chu Zhengnan. Whenever General Chu went to battle, they fought side by side, and the extent of Madame Ning's contributions to her husband's military prowess remained unknown. Yet, Madame Ning had never sought recognition, always standing in the shadow of her husband, which was why her fame was modest. However, everyone in the military knew she was a force to be reckoned with. Aunt Anren, please cease at once. Chu Yi approached Ning Anren. Ning Anren withdrew her spear and took a step back. Chu Yi stumbled, nearly collapsing. Chu Yi steadied him. Strangely enough, though Chu Yi's support felt gentle and seemingly without strength, Chu Yi felt an immense sense of relief, as if his breath had suddenly returned to him. Moments ago, I nearly found myself overwhelmed by Madame Ning's formidable spear. Miss. Chu Yi immediately rose, eager to shield her from potential harm, fearing that Ning Anren might inadvertently injure her. Chu Yi smiled calmly, addressing Chu Yi. You are no match for Aunt Anren. Step aside. A flush crept across Chu Yi's face. For her mistress's words rang true. She was indeed not a match, far from it. Reluctantly, she took a step back, yet dared not retreat too far. Anxious that her mistress might suffer in the presence of Madame Ning, Chu Yuli turned to Ning Anren with a smile, inquiring, "Aunt Anren, it has been years. How have you been?" Her uncle, Chu Zhengnan, had once been a valiant general under her father, the loyal duke. In that fateful battle, her parents met their demise. And so did her uncle, along with 2 others, resulting in a devastating loss for the entire army. Since then, Chu Yuli had not laid eyes on Ning Anren. In fact, not only had she been unable to see her, but even the members of the Bo Yi mansion had not encountered her for several years. Ning Anren clasped her fists together and bowed respectfully, saying, "Young miss, it has been a long time. Thank you for your concern." Chapter 140. Strike with vigor. Upon witnessing Ning Anren cease her attack, the elder master became agitated. "What are you doing, third branch? Quickly subdue that wretched creature. If anyone dares to obstruct me further, toss them out immediately. I wish to see my own elder brother, and these meddlesome outsiders have no place here." Li Shi chimed in, "Indeed. Third branch, do act swiftly. Have you turned a deaf ear to the master's words? He is the father of your husband. Your own father. Moreover, the duke's residence currently lacks descendants. It won't be long before the duke bestows our esteemed Yaozong as his heir. At that time, our Yaozong shall become the legitimate son of the duke's household, and I shall be the rightful daughter-in-law. Third lady, do you not heed the words of both me and my husband?" Ning Anren felt her ears ringing, her heart in turmoil. She gazed at Chu Yuli with indifference, saying, "Miss, my lord merely wishes to meet his elder brother. It is not an ill intention. I kindly ask you to step aside." She and her husband held deep respect for the couple of the loyal and brave marquis. Thus they cherished Chu Xiaohe and Chu Yuli since childhood and wished to avoid conflict with them. Yet, in this situation, she felt powerless, after all. She was merely the daughter-in-law of another. "I implore you, miss, do not put me in a difficult position." Ning Anren tightened her grip on the long spear. Chu Yi hurried over, fully aware of the spear's potential lethality. With just one thrust, it could claim the lady's life. Although Ning Anren dared not harm the young lady, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to teach her a lesson. Even if he could not best Ning Anren in a confrontation, he could not bear to witness the young lady being mistreated. Lady Li continued to shout, "Third lady, why do you hesitate to act? Do you not heed my lord's commands? You have no offspring. My lord allows you to remain in our household solely out of respect for your late uncle. Should you disregard my lord's wishes, do you believe he will not cast you out?" Chu Yaozong snorted in agreement with his wife's assertion. Lady Li continued her cold threats. "If you are expelled from the family, and you wish to be buried alongside your uncle a century hence, that would be nothing but a delusion." Ning Anren's complexion suddenly changed dramatically. She could disregard everything, but she held a profound concern for her husband's well-being above all else. She gazed at Chu Yueli, expressing her helplessness. "Miss, the master is also my father. If I do not comply, it would be an act of filial impiety. I implore you." The command token was present, and Ning Anren acknowledged it. In an instant, Chu Yueli produced an object from her hand and raised it before her. Upon seeing it, Ning Anren's expression sharpened. With a clang, her long spear struck the ground as she knelt on one knee. Ning Anren obeys. Indeed, Ning Anren rose, stowing her spear, and prepared to depart. Li's voice erupted in fury. "Third family's daughter, do you dare to defy the master's words?" The elder was equally enraged. "Third family's daughter, do you wish to remain in this household?" Ning Anren approached them, her voice tinged with resignation. "Father, forgive my seeming disloyalty. The nation comes before the family. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains, and I must obey. I hope for your understanding." With that, she took her spear and truly departed. Mei Dong followed closely behind her. The master and servant moved with remarkable agility, exhibiting a hint of joy in their strides. It was evident that Ning Anren was reluctant to be embroiled in such matters. After their departure, Chu Yueli narrowed her eyes, coldly surveying the members of the elder's household. "Chu Yi, among these people, only the elder is untouchable. The rest, their status pales in comparison to mine. And I am unaware of who has come today. Attack them, strike them hard. Just ensure that the granduncle remains unharmed." Chapter 141. She alone bore the weight indeed. At this moment, Chu Yi was invigorated, having somehow procured a stick. After Madame Ning's departure, He reclaimed his position as the foremost expert in this realm. He struck fiercely. His blows elicited shrieks from the Li family. They resonated with the agonized cries of Chu Yaozong. He pursued the second son, Chu Guangzhu, and his wife, He. As they scurried about in panic, sparing neither the young nor the old, delivering a strike to each, their screams echoing through the air. Li, in her fury, was on the verge of tears. You wretched dog. Do you not recognize whom you are assaulting? Stop. Cease this at once. You cur. Halt. I am the legitimate son of the Duke, and you dare show me such disrespect. The rightful heir of the Duke perished on the battlefield, known to all. Who are you, a mere scoundrel, to impersonate our lord? I shall end your life. Chu Yi was truly reckless, swinging his stick with abandon, leaving chaos in his wake. The elder watched in fury, nearly choking in exasperation, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Ultimately, the family hastily assisted their ailing elder and fled, their retreat marked by utter disarray. Zixu observed their flight and could not suppress her laughter. Let us see if they dare return. A band of vile individuals. Of course, they would return. Who knew whom they might bring next time? Chu Yuli tucked away the command token. Zixu, in resignation, lamented how she had become entangled with such loathsome relatives. Miss, how did the eldest son's token end up in your possession? Queried one. This is the command token of the Chu family army. Before her retirement, Ning Anren was a member of the Chu family army. She is no longer in the military. Yet fortunately, her unwavering loyalty to the Chu family remains intact. Upon seeing the token, she recognizes it immediately. She had requested it from her elder brother last night. Chu Yueli smiled and said, I will visit grandfather. You all stay here to guard against any unexpected developments from that family. Although they have mostly accepted the benefits from concubine Rui to intimidate him, this family still harbors ambitions for greater advantages and genuinely wishes to meet the Duke. After all, the plan to adopt Chu Yaozong into the Duke's family has never changed. Securing the entirety of the Duke's residence far surpasses the benefits that concubine Rui could offer. Chu Yueli entered the Huayan pavilion. Recently, the old Duke's health has indeed deteriorated. During the day, he is only lucid for about 5 or 6 hours. The majority of the time, he is in a deep slumber. Chu Yueli personally took his pulse, while the old steward, Qin Fu, looked on with deep concern. Miss, the Duke has been eating very little these past few days, often unable to swallow even porridge. I fear that if this continues, his body will not withstand it. Understanding his worries, Qin Fu personally saw her out. Upon hearing this, Qin Fu felt his heart shatter, nearly brought to tears. Yet, Chu Yueli calmly comforted him, saying, Uncle Qin, grandfather has been ill for so long, with his afflictions hard to bear. That he has endured until today is already a blessing from heaven. We need not be too sorrowful. Everyone must face such trials at some point. Qin Fu looked at her, his heart heavy with sympathy. Miss, though you are suffering inside, you still have the grace to comfort this old man. I truly feel I am not even a fraction of your worth. After all, you are merely a 17-year-old girl. When the esteemed couple and their 2 uncles departed, it was only the young lady who bore the weight of the family, meticulously arranging the affairs of her elders. Only Qin Fu was privy to the fact that after she had set everything in order, she retreated to weep alone for an entire night, her cries echoing with heart-wrenching sorrow, leading to a severe illness. At that time, she was merely 11 or 12 years old. Chapter 142, Without Trying. How can one know failure? Qin Fu felt his eyes moisten, wanting to speak, but at a loss for words. Countless sentiments ultimately condensed into a single phrase. Miss, you must take better care of yourself. Chu Yuli nodded in acknowledgement, yet said nothing further as she departed. Upon exiting the Huiyan pavilion, she encountered Chu Yi hurrying towards her. Miss, the bandits from Hung County have risen in rebellion once more. Last night, they slaughtered several innocent civilians. A constriction gripped Chu Yuli's heart. How much had been stolen? How many citizens had suffered? They did not steal anything. They simply killed the civilians and set fire to a row of houses before departing. This revelation deepened the furrow in Chu Yuli's brow. Bandits entering the county town solely to commit murder and arson without stealing? Wasn't that rather peculiar? It seemed like a provocation. Were they seeking vengeance? Miss, the bandits were driven away by Lord Jin a year ago, with the eldest young master at the forefront. But if they seek revenge, why target Hung County? Why not come to the capital to assassinate Lord Jin and the eldest young master? What were these bandits truly contemplating? With bandit activity, the court would undoubtedly dispatch troops to suppress them. Who would they send this time? Chu Yi went to the hunting grounds to find Chu Xiaoa, thus entrusting this matter to Zissou. Chu Yuli glanced at her. To the military camp? Is the emperor planning to dispatch Prince Jin to quell the bandits outside Han County? Last year, Lu Fengjin served as the commander to suppress the bandits. So doing so again this year is not surprising. However, such trifling bandits hardly warrant the personal involvement of Prince Jin. A mere general would suffice. Zissou shook her head and replied, No, it is said that Tuoba Feiyuan wishes to demonstrate her equestrian and archery skills to everyone. Jiuli pondered for a moment and snorted lightly. So, they no longer require our elder brother and wish to have Tuoba Feiyuan take his place. That is fine. As long as they do not provoke our duke's residence, we shall enjoy our peace. She entered the apothecary to continue her research on elixirs. Zissou followed closely behind. Miss, has the eldest young master decided which faction he wishes to join? Must he join someone else's faction? Our duke's residence is also qualified to form its own team. Zissou, startled, nearly jumped. The duke's residence? Where would we find so many capable individuals? Today, upon meeting Madame Ning, I suddenly felt that perhaps it is not entirely impossible. But it would only be the eldest young master and Madame Ning. Compared to them, Chu Yi falls short. How could just the two of them form a team? Zissou still found it unrealistic. Moreover, considering the quarrel between our house and the Earl's, no matter what, Madame Ning is associated with the Earl's residence. How could she possibly join our duke's team? Chu Yuli, however, smiled gently. It is all contingent upon human effort. Without attempting, how can one know it is unfeasible? Zissou murmured, there are still 2 spots left. Whom shall we recruit to fill them? Chapter 143. This strength seems somewhat off. If even Tuoba Feiyuan can participate, how could the duke's household, brimming with talent, fail to assemble a team? However, while forming a team is a simple task, securing the top position proves to be quite the challenge. Zissou was acutely aware of the prowess of the Jin Wangfu, and the Ning Wangfu should not be underestimated either. Yet, there was one team about which she had absolutely no knowledge. Zissou thought it prudent to devise a way to discreetly inquire about the participants from the Mo Wangfu. She should merely make an effort to gather information without taking unnecessary risks, ensuring that the people of the Mo Wangfu remained oblivious to her inquiries. The enigmatic Demon King was not someone she wished to provoke. Nevertheless, should the duke's household participate, they must secure first place to demonstrate their strength before the emperor. Otherwise, it would be utterly futile. If she could uncover this information, she would be keen to know who would comprise the Demon King's team. Miss, shouldn't we also investigate the capabilities of Tuoba Feiyuan? Zissou expressed her doubts, having heard that her archery skills surpassed even those of her elder brother, Tuoba Chi. Where did you hear that? Chu Yueshi frowned. Tuoba Chi was renowned as the foremost archer of the desert, and during his brother's pursuit of him, he nearly met his demise at Tuoba Chi's hands. The notion that Tuoba Feiyuan's archery skills could eclipse those of Tuoba Chi was indeed intriguing. At that moment, Tuoba Feiyuan was indeed in the military camp of Lu Fengjin, diligently practicing her archery on horseback. Her training method involved riding while shooting arrows, commanding others to toss fruits into the air, and swiftly galloping ahead to shoot them down. A total of 30 fruits were thrown, of which Tuoba Feiyuan struck 25, leaving 5 to fall to the ground. Tuoba Feiyuan was greatly dissatisfied, her small lips pouting defiantly. Her archery skills were already quite exceptional. It was merely due to her prolonged absence from bow and arrow that her hands had grown unpracticed. Nonetheless, I found her performance quite commendable. To claim that her archery surpassed that of Tuoba Chi would be a stretch. However, in the eyes of Lu Fengjin, love rendered one blind to flaws. Among the maidens, her prowess in archery was indeed rare and remarkable. No, it was unacceptable to allow any missed targets. Tuoba Feiyuan, full of indignation, declared, once more. She mounted her horse and rode off to practice with her brothers. Once she had distanced herself, Qin Wu cautiously approached Lu Fengjin. A look of concern etched on his face. My lord, regarding to Tuoba Feiyuan's archery skills. He hesitated for a considerable time, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Tuoba Feiyuan had claimed to be the flower of the desert, asserting that her archery prowess surpassed that of Tuoba Chi. Yet, having witnessed her performance firsthand, it was evident that even Qin Wu surpassed her, let alone the likes of Tuoba Chi and Chu Xiaoa. Thus, Tuoba Feiyuan could not be permitted to join their ranks. Her current skill level would undoubtedly hinder the group. Lu Fengjin also regarded Tuoba Feiyuan, a layer of undeniable brilliance glimmering in his eyes. However, he did not share the same sentiment. In every team, the presence of men was predominant, making the inclusion of a maiden rather rare. Tuoba Feyuan's archery skills were not something an ordinary girl could rival. Allowing her to broaden her horizons was not without merit. However, did you truly believe that our team lacked the capabilities to compensate for her minor shortcomings? It is indeed rare to witness Tuoba Feyuan's indomitable spirit. In the past, it was precisely this pride that ignited his affection for her. Now, he once again perceives that untamed essence within her. Chapter 144. She is the flower of the capital. Qin Wu has come to a profound understanding. For the current prince, Tuoba Feyuan possesses an unparalleled prowess that surpasses that of other young ladies, and that is sufficient. As for whether her capabilities are adequate to join their ranks, the prince remains indifferent. What matters to him is that his beloved is extraordinary, and he is determined to ensure her happiness. A decree has arrived. Not far off, a rider hastened towards them. As the individual dismounted with agility and approached Lu Fengjin, he reported breathlessly, "Your Highness, a message has arrived from the palace. The rebels in Hung County have risen in chaos, slaughtering over 10 innocent citizens. The Emperor commands you to lead troops to Hung County at once and eliminate the rebels within 3 days." Lu Fengjin received the imperial edict with both hands. Before he could respond, the attendant quietly added, "Your Highness, this opportunity has been secured for you by concubine Rue. Please seize it well and achieve a resounding victory." "I understand, thank you," Lu Fengjin replied with a respectful gesture. The attendant swiftly remounted and departed. The rabble in Hung County hardly warrants the prince's intervention, but Qin Wu contemplated and remarked, "This subordinate comprehends. It is widely rumored that the prince relied on Miss Li's strategies during his previous campaigns. The princess intends for the prince to lead the troops independently to quell the rebels, thereby silencing the critics. It is widely understood that their relationship with the duke's residence has soured, and thus, it is improbable that Chu Xiaohe and Chu Yueli, the siblings, will accompany them to Hung County. The common folk remain unaware of whether the bandits are truly worthy of the prince's intervention. However, if the prince himself were to lead the expedition, the populace would undoubtedly perceive it as a formidable battle. Your Highness, the princess has paved the way for you. This conflict marks your first engagement since parting with Miss Li, and we must secure a resounding victory. Very well. I shall ensure that not a single bandit remains standing." A glimmer of determination shone in Lu Fengjin's eyes. "It is imperative that the world recognizes my past achievements were not solely due to the presence of a Li. Immediately, prepare the troops. We shall march to Hung County without delay." "You intend to go to war?" A flicker of something crossed Tuoba Feyuan's gaze, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. "I wish to join as well." She had heard her fair share of rumors circulating outside. They claimed that the reason for Prince Jin's undefeated record in battle was the strategic counsel of a certain Miss Li within his ranks. That hypocritical wretch, Chu Yueli, must have spread those tales, claiming all the credit for herself. This time, she would not have the opportunity to accompany a Jin into battle. Henceforth, the one to advise him would be Tuoba Feyuan. She was determined to elevate a Jin's reputation, ensuring that all would know he had a female Zhuge by his side, whose name was Tuoba Feyuan. "You wish to join?" Lu Fengjin hesitated momentarily. "Your Honor, the bandits outside Hung County are numerous. While I am confident in my ability to annihilate them, the endeavor will undoubtedly entail peril, and I do not wish for you to take such risks. Chu Yuli, that woman who is utterly incapable, has accompanied you into battle. In terms of martial prowess and strategy, I far surpass her. Why then am I not allowed to go?" Chu Yuli is, in truth, devoid of understanding, merely possessing a beguiling facade. Yet outside, she has fabricated an image as the foremost talented woman in the capital. In reality, after parting ways with a Jin, she is left with nothing and is essentially insignificant. She lacks even the qualification to accompany a Jin into battle. Tuoba Feyuan silently vowed to seize this opportunity, to achieve merit and establish her name. She must proclaim to the world that she, Tuoba Feyuan, is unlike those sheltered women. She is not only a flower of the desert, but also a flower of the capital. Chapter 145. Uprooted in one breath, Lu Fengjin's army advanced towards Hung County, arriving the following day, reportedly engaging in the eradication of bandits just outside the city upon their arrival. They took the initiative to strike so swiftly? It was during the evening of the third day. Indeed, my lady, from yesterday morning until now, 2 full days have passed, and the army has now penetrated deep into the mountain ravines, pressing their advantage. Given the current situation, it is likely that all the bandits will be exterminated within 3 days. However, the furrow in Chu Yuli's brow deepened. If my memory serves me correctly, a year ago, after the bandits were besieged, only a handful remained. Yes, a year ago, my lady and the eldest young master accompanied Lord Jean to Hung County, where the eldest young master eradicated the bandit stronghold entirely. Chu Yi immediately interjected. Yet, Chu Yuli replied, if that is the case, they could not possibly dare to reside long in the mountain ravines. Their stronghold should not be located there. The most crucial point is that upon entering Hung County, they engaged solely in murder and arson, yet refrained from plundering, which is distinctly peculiar. Would ordinary marauders behave in such a manner? This is evidently premeditated. Chu Yuli unfurled the terrain map of Hung County, scrutinizing it closely. You mentioned that they set out to confront the enemy immediately after their arrival yesterday? Why was there no time taken for rest and recuperation? This does not align with the battle tactics of Prince Jean. Having accompanied Lu Fengjin on campaigns for many years, she understands his approach to warfare better than anyone else. Over the years, their styles have subtly intertwined. This time, they hurried through the night and engaged in battle upon arrival, which clearly indicates a sense of urgency. Were the soldiers not fatigued? Chu Yi interjected, stating that the commanding officer was Tuoba Feiyuan. What? This is sheer folly. Tuoba Feiyuan is nothing more than a spoiled young lady, nurtured under the indulgence of her family. What battle experience could she possibly possess? Has Lu Fengjin lost his senses by entrusting his 30,000-strong army to her? Moreover, how could a weary army, having traveled through the night without rest, still possess the strength to force the disordered rebels into the ravine? Such feeble marauders. Where do they find the audacity to invade Hung County with murder and arson? The more Chu Yuli contemplated, the more disconcerting it became. Suddenly, her gaze fixed upon the bend of the ravine on the terrain map, her expression shifting. This is not good. It is a trap. The rebels were not driven into the ravine. They intentionally lured the army into the gorge. Lu Fengjin has truly lost his clarity. Where is his mind? Chu Yi, summon my brother at once. Chu Yi, not daring to delay, promptly replied, yes. Outside the city of Hengxian, the army was still engulfed in excitement. Hengxian is not merely a county. It is a city, aptly referred to as Hengxian City. Although it may not be classified as a sprawling metropolis, its expanse is considerable. The surrounding mountain range is imposing, and beyond it lies another nation. However, due to the vastness of the mountains, this area has become a no-man's land. Currently, that region is desolate, devoid of human habitation, and the landscape is bleak and inhospitable. The nearby peaks offer little in terms of flat terrain. While it may accommodate a small group of 10 or so, it is utterly unfeasible for thousands of unruly bandits to establish a lasting encampment there. Yet, Tuoba Feiyuan remained unconvinced. She believed that the lair of the bandits must be hidden within the mountain gorges. She was determined to uproot every last one of them in one fell swoop. Chapter 146. The further they went, the more awry it became in this campaign against the bandits. Tuoba Feiyuan served as the commanding general. The contingent of 15,000 soldiers consisted of loyal guards under Lu Fengjin. Initially, the men were reluctant to follow the daughter of a bandit, though outwardly they refrained from voicing their discontent, harboring a sense of indignation within, especially upon their arrival in Hengxian. They were immediately tasked with confronting the bandits outside the city, having had no respite for a night's sleep. Their hearts brimmed with resentment, yet they dared not express it. To their astonishment, Tuoba Feiyuan led her troops to a swift and decisive victory against the bandits stationed not far from Hengxian City, forcing them into the depths of the gorges. Her remarkable valor quickly earned the respect and allegiance of the majority of her soldiers. As Tuoba Feiyuan commanded a relentless pursuit, plunging into the depths of the mountain gorge, the group, despite harboring some doubts and feeling undeniably fatigued, persevered into the mountainous terrain. However, as they ventured further into the gorge, an unsettling realization began to dawn upon them. Qin Wu, not for the first time, cautioned my lord. The traces ahead appear to indicate that only 100 or so individuals have passed this way. How could this be possible? They had distinctly observed at least 1,000 people initially. How could it now be reduced to a mere 100? There were no alternative paths in the vicinity. Perhaps an individual could find a secluded route to depart, but what of a 1,000-strong contingent? Moreover, what did a count of 100 or 200 imply? Lu Fengjin's expression darkened in displeasure. Is it 100 or 200? Qin Wu lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat abashed, my lord. The path through the gorge is exceedingly chaotic. Based on these traces, it seems there were not many, perhaps just over 100, or possibly 200 or 300. Nonsense. Lu Fengjin's countenance darkened further as he retorted, is there such a vast discrepancy between 102 or 300? How did the scouts conduct their reconnaissance? Qin Wu found himself at a loss for words. According to the scouts' estimations, it should be around 200. I have also surveyed the area, but it is indeed challenging to ascertain precise numbers. With such clear footprints, how could one fail to make an accurate estimation? He hesitated to speak further, yet Lu Fengjin refrained from continuing. Qin Wu stole a glance at him, wary of voicing his thoughts. The prince, too, was aware that the reference was to the past, a time when Miss Li had personally undertaken the inquiries. Admiring the young lady's remarkable ability, Qin Wu could not help but be impressed by her keen observation. With a mere glance, she could accurately estimate the number of individuals present. In gatherings of 200 to 300, her estimations were often within a margin of 5. However, that was in the past. Currently, the young lady was no longer part of their ranks. Lu Fengjin clearly acknowledged this point, and the discussion regarding estimations was momentarily halted. Yet, another pressing issue arose, one that Lu Fengjin found utterly unacceptable. The intruding bandits numbered at least 1,000. If only 200 to 300 had traversed this area, where had the rest vanished? Thus, my lord, I believe there is something amiss. Today, we entered with over 10,000 men. And while it is somewhat disheartening to have a force of 10,000 pursuing a mere 1,000 bandits, we were fortunate that our advance was relentless, and all obstructing bandits were vanquished. Ultimately, only about 1,000 bandits were cornered in this mountainous region. Yet now, the scouts claim there are only 200 to 300 ahead. It is utterly ludicrous for 15,000 soldiers to chase after merely 200 to 300. Qin Wu, however, contemplated another matter. My lord, despite our unyielding progress, it seems we have not eradicated many bandits. Those ruffians fled upon our approach, and we have only slain a scant 20 or so. What nonsense are you spouting? Exclaimed Tua Ba Fiyuan, her face flushed with indignation. Throughout this journey, I have witnessed the complete annihilation of the bandits, having dispatched at least several hundred. Qin Wu sighed in resignation. Miss Tua Ba, we truly have not killed many bandits. The majority have escaped. Chapter 147. They are led by Chu Yu Li and Qin Wu. Could there be an error in the numbers? Even Lu Fengjin found it hard to believe. As they advanced, the task of counting was naturally left to the soldiers at the rear. They had pursued the bandits relentlessly, cutting them down. Some were slain, while others lay wounded or fled in disarray. Due to the nature of their pursuit, Lu Fengjin and Tua Ba Fei Yuan, at the forefront, had not paid attention to the exact count of their kills. However, more than 20? That was simply implausible. Your Highness, initially, I too found it hard to believe. Yet this is the reality, Qin Wu declared, bringing the troops to a halt and gesturing for the deputy commander from the rear to report. The deputy reported, Your Highness, General Tua Ba. Those bandits fell among the rocky thickets. Aside from those who were slain on the spot, the rest have vanished. Vanished? A sense of alarm began to stir within Lu Fengjin. Earlier, witnessing Yuan's unusual excitement and the exhilaration of their triumph had imbued her with a long-lost confidence. As she observed, her spirits soared and she dismissed any further concern. Yet now, reflecting on the situation, dread began to creep in. The rugged terrain of the ravine was treacherous, and it was likely that hidden paths lay concealed within. Casting a glance ahead, Lu Fengjin noted the approach of dusk. The fog thickened, and visibility diminished. Where should I place my face? Qin Wu, in a state of urgency, interjected, Tua Ba, what are you saying? The rear is where we came from. How could there be an ambush? If there were, wouldn't we have noticed? Tua Ba Feiyuan glared at Qin Wu, exclaiming with indignation. Your deceitful words confuse the masses and disrupt the morale of the army. What punishment should you face? The mere mention of Chu Yuelyang made Tua Ba Feiyuan's fury reach a boiling point. Are you loyal to Prince Jin, or are you a spy sent by Chu Yuelyang? Had they not brought up Chu Yuelyang, Tua Ba Feiyuan might not have been so enraged. Yet, whoever invoked her name became an adversary. Tua Ba Feiyuan fixed a fierce gaze upon Lu Fengjin, demanding, Are you so easily controlled by that vile woman? Your Honor. She scorned Chu Yuelyang as a wretched creature, causing Lu Fengjin's expression to darken. What does this have to do with idly? Why are you shouting at me? Upon witnessing the displeasure flickering in his eyes, Tua Ba Feiyuan's anger surged even more. I was not mistaken. For all these years, you have indeed been dominated by that wretched woman. in your army. It is not you whom they follow. It is Chu Yueliang whom they revere. Chapter 148. Do you think I am that wretched thing? You honor. Cease your foolish babble. Lu Fengjin's face was exceedingly grim, not only due to her harsh words about Idly, but also because she had audibly voiced his insecurities, making his pride suffer. He understood that the soldiers respected Idly, but they equally held him in esteem. Why must she speak so harshly? Is it true that I have struck a nerve? And now you are agitated? That vile woman, General Tuoba. Beside them, Deputy General Li's countenance darkened ominously as he exclaimed with fury, Lady Li is the most formidable strategist in our ranks. Though she is still quite young, she has fought alongside our brothers through life and death for many years. I beseech General Tuoba to choose his words with greater care. The soldiers held deep respect for Chu Yuli, for she possessed qualities that commanded their allegiance. Yet Tuoba Fiyuan continued to disparage her with derogatory terms, and the expressions of those around him grew increasingly grim, while she showed no signs of restraint. Even Qin Wu harbored resentment towards her. However, he dared not voice his thoughts, fully aware of the prince's fondness for this woman. Very well, you all, indeed, are nothing but the lapdogs of that wretched creature. Tuoba Fiyuan glared at Deputy General Li, her anger rendering her words even more scathing. What is she but a base wretch who survives by selling her charms to men? How can you defend her so ardently? Are you not complicit in her disgrace? Silence, you cur. With a swift motion, Tuoba Fiyuan lashed her riding whip across Deputy General Li's face, leaving a crimson mark in its wake. He was momentarily stunned, as were the soldiers around him, all rendered speechless by her sudden aggression. Even Qin Wu stood in shock, unable to fathom that Tuoba Fiyuan would strike so unexpectedly. Lu Fengjin felt similarly. He had never witnessed such a violent act towards his deputy, for while they might endure military punishment, no one had ever dared to strike another so openly. Fury coursing through him, Deputy General Li clenched his fists, locking eyes with Lu Fengjin. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage with great effort. In a hushed tone, he remarked, My lord, the road ahead is indeed fraught with treachery, and the bandits we have encountered thus far are most peculiar. I humbly beseech you, my lord, to issue an immediate order for retreat. We cannot withdraw. This military achievement must be seized by Tuoba Fiyuan. You, treacherous scoundrel, must surely be a spy sent by Chu Yuli. I shall slay you. With a swift motion, Tuoba Fiyuan drew her sword from her waist, poised to strike Vice Commander Li's chest. Tuoba General, do not. Qin Wu shouted. You honor, cease this at once. Lu Fengjin, taken aback by her resolve, hesitated and failed to intervene in time. Yet, the blade in Tuoba Fiyuan's hand had already grazed Vice Commander Li's chest, leaving a gaping wound. In an instant, blood gushed forth. You vile man, release me. You are entangled with Chu Yuli. You are undoubtedly one of her minions. How long will you continue to be deceived by him? Tuoba Fiyuan was nearly driven to madness. One after another, they dared to thwart her pursuit of glory, to impede her rise to renown. They all deserved to perish. She pointed at Vice Commander Li, her teeth clenched in fury. Speak. How did Chu Yuli ensnare you in her web of seduction? If you dare to assist her, then do not shy away from the truth. Confess. Have you dallied with Chu Yuli, and now heed her words to sabotage my endeavors with His Highness, the King of Jin? Chapter 149. Without her, can you not survive? You honor. Silence. Lu Fengjin was truly enraged, fire blazing in his eyes. Did she believe they were in solitude within the estate, with only each other present? Her words, in front of their comrades, were utterly disgraceful, and moreover, crass beyond measure. This was not genuine emotion, but rather a vulgarity that was simply intolerable. Enough. Vice General Li glared at the two, his crimson eyes seeming to blaze with fury. Tuoba Fiyuan, I have warned you. You may insult me, but you must never tarnish the reputation of Lady Li. Such an ethereal and pure woman cannot be sullied by someone as vile as you. What did you say? At this moment, Tuoba Fiyuan was truly enraged, trembling uncontrollably, nearly fainting from fury. How dare a mere vice general label her as a filthy creature? How dare you? You dare. I will kill you. She brandished her sword, genuinely intent on slaying Vice General Li. Had it not been for Lu Fengjin restraining her, she would have lunged forward to take a life. Vice General Li, however, simply looked at Lu Fengjin with righteous indignation. Your Highness, I am but a crude soldier, and I would never dare to tarnish Lady Li's name even in the slightest. This woman is treacherous and ruthless. Keeping her in the army will surely lead to calamity in the future. Your Highness, I am incompetent and unable to rid my brothers of this menace. Therefore, I can only demonstrate my resolve through death, beseeching your highness to grant her execution for the safety of my comrades. Vice-General Li. But it was too late. Vice-General Li had resolved to die, drawing his sword from his waist. With a swift motion, he severed the artery on his neck, blood gushing forth. Vice-General Li. Vice-General. He fell from his horse, collapsing into a pool of his own blood. Qin Wu leaped from his mount, attempting to lift him. But it was already too late. The light had faded from his eyes. Vice-General Li was dead. The brothers behind remained oblivious to the unfolding tragedy. Yet those nearby glared at Tuoba Feiyuan, their anger boiling over. Despite Tuoba Feiyuan's audacity, she felt a chill creeping into her heart under the piercing, murderous glares of those around her. His desire for self-destruction has nothing to do with me. I merely intended to intimidate him. Who could have anticipated his cowardice? Tuoba Feiyuan. Qin Wu gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame with fury. The hands of all the brothers instinctively fell to their waists, their murderous intent glaringly evident. Lu Fengjin, initially seething with anger, found himself quickly calming down in response to the palpable hostility directed at Tuoba Feiyuan by his men. He turned his gaze upon her. Tuoba Feiyuan attempted to speak again. Lu Fengjin barked, "Silence. Ajin, speak another word, and I shall end your life." He growled. His threat was hollow. He could never bring himself to kill her. Yet, the murderous intent of his brothers was all too real. They genuinely wished to slay the woman who had driven Vice Commander Li to his demise. Tuoba Feiyuan glared at Lu Fengjin, fear beginning to seep in. Yet her pride would not allow her to concede. She refused to accept that Chu Yu, a mere parasite reliant on men for survival, could possibly compare to her. Chapter 150. If one truly does not care, Tuoba Feiyuan's words plunged the surrounding soldiers into deep contemplation. They were all loyal to Prince Jin, unwilling to witness his perceived weakness. In their hearts, he was the most formidable of leaders. However, in the past, during the presence of Lady Li, they had indeed been invincible in every battle. Did her absence truly mean that Prince Jin had become ineffectual? These doubting glances inadvertently fell upon Lu Fengjin. Lu Fengjin felt as though he were engulfed in flames, burning with an intensity that threatened to consume him. Without a Li, could he truly be incapable of securing victory in battle? Were all his years of merit solely the result of Li's influence? No. He had relied on his own strength. Upon observing his expression, Tuoba Feiyuan recognized that he had made the right wager. Was he not also unwilling to accept defeat? Ajin, he mused, I have come here to witness the valor of the man chosen by Tuoba Feiyuan. Sister was right. To command a man's unwavering obedience, one must either subdue him or inspire his admiration. Although Tuoba Feiyuan often acted on impulse, striving to dominate all, it was clear that she could not impose her will upon him in this moment. If she could not subdue him, she would feign admiration. Ajin, though the path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty, you command over 10,000 soldiers, each a paragon of excellence. Should we truly fear a mere handful of ruffians? Her words struck a chord deep within Lu Fengjin. Qin Wu, filled with trepidation, spoke up. Your Highness, the road ahead is fraught with peril. There may well be ambushes lurking at every turn. Do you think I, Lu Fengjin, would fear such trifling bandits? Lu Fengjin glared at everyone. His voice resolute. Advance at once. In this battle, we shall accept nothing but victory. Defeat is not an option. Should we falter, I shall accompany you to the underworld. Chu Yuli awoke from a harrowing nightmare. Outside, urgent knocks echoed as Chu Yi called out. By the time she donned her garments and stepped outside, Zisu had also arrived. Miss, His Highness the Jin Wang's forces have been ambushed and are trapped in the Shishan Mountains outside Hung County. The Emperor has ordered the young master to lead a rescue mission. When Chu Yuli arrived at the front courtyard, Chu Xiao he had already organized his troops and was preparing to leave the city. Armed with the imperial edict bestowed upon him, he had the authority to mobilize the royal army stationed outside the city. The urgency of the situation left him no time to inform Chu Yuli, necessitating an immediate departure. Upon seeing Chu Yuli emerge in simple attire, Chu Xiao he inquired, Ali, are you truly intent on accompanying us? I had a clear conversation with elder brother last night. If the Emperor dispatches him, I will certainly follow. However, you and he are no longer elder brother. My motives do not revolve around him. Chu Yuli swiftly mounted her horse and approached him with determination. Chu Xiao he found himself at a loss to assess the veracity of her words. If her intentions were not tied to Prince Jun, why had she voluntarily discussed her willingness to assist him in combating the bandits outside Hung County the previous night? Earlier that morning, he had mentioned her proposition to the emperor, who had shown little interest. After all, with Prince Jun commanding 15,000 elite troops, it seemed improbable that a mere handful of ruffians could pose a challenge. Without Chu Yuli's prior entreaty, would the imperial decree have arrived with such swiftness? Now, as she professed her indifference towards Lu Fengjin, even he, as an elder brother, found it hard to believe. Chapter 151. To save a life. Not to embrace death faced with Chu Xiaohe's perplexed and anxious gaze, Chu Yuli merely smiled gently, offering no explanation. After the autumn hunt, her elder brother would come to understand. With resolute determination, she proclaimed, "We cannot delay in military matters. Let us depart." The journey from the capital to Hung County would be relentless, yet they would arrive within 2 days. At the outset, Chu Yuli led the royal army with unwavering determination, traversing day and night beneath the stars, fully aware that the life of Prince Jin was at stake. The royal army, naturally, dared not exhibit any signs of negligence, for their mission was of utmost importance. Had the target of their rescue been another general, rather than the emperor's own son, the royal army would undoubtedly have shown far less fervor. Commander One understood this all too well. Thus, despite the exhaustion that weighed heavily upon him and his comrades, they bore no complaints throughout their arduous journey. Within less than 2 days, they arrived at Hung County. Yet unexpectedly, Chu Yuli did not lead them into the Shishan Mountains for the rescue of Prince Jin. Instead, she ordered a halt just outside the city, setting up camp for rest. This evening, they even summoned the townsfolk to serve as cooks, allowing the brothers to indulge in a hearty feast. Commander Wan, in a state of agitation, rushed to lift the curtain of Chu Xiaohe's tent. Chu Yuli was present within. "General Chu, Miss Li," he implored. "We have arrived at great haste. Why do we not immediately proceed into the Shishan Mountains to rescue Prince Jin? Each moment of delay increases the peril faced by our soldiers. Tomorrow, we may very well face a fierce battle. Tonight, the troops must be well fed and well rested. Otherwise, they will be ill-prepared to confront the chaotic rebels." "But, Commander Wan," Chu Yuli replied, "do you see any signs of conflict in the distant mountain ranges?" Commander One had indeed ascended the city tower to survey the surroundings and noticed the absence of smoke signals. Yet, whether or not there was fighting remained shrouded in uncertainty, for the distance was too great. "Miss Li, even from such a distance, if our soldiers were engaged in a bloody struggle, we would remain oblivious. However, that does not imply that such a battle is non-existent. General Wan, I must inquire once more, how many soldiers do we have with us?" General Wan paused for a moment, then replied, 5,000 men. "However, Prince Jin commands an army of 15,000, which is thrice our number. If even the prince's contingent becomes ensnared in an ambush, to recklessly charge and would be akin to sheep entering a tiger's den." Chu Yuli spoke again, "General Wan, our purpose is to rescue, not to meet our demise. Yet he is Prince Jin." General Wan's face reflected his deep concern. Chu Yuli was acutely aware of his apprehensions. Should Lu Fengjin encounter peril, General Wan's own safety would be compromised. General Wan regarded her, perplexed by her demeanor. Outside, rumors had circulated for years that she was unwaveringly devoted to Prince Jin, and her decision to break off the engagement was merely a result of his newfound affection, leaving her abandoned. Yet now, in the face of the prince's troubles, how could she remain so composed? Chapter 152. Trust Idly and gain eternal life. Chu Xiaohe gazed at Chu Yuli. "Idly, you should rest early." "No, elder brother, I intend to venture into Shishan tonight." "What?" Chu Yuli's declaration rendered Chu Xiaohe visibly anxious. "Idly, did you not say? I did mention that the soldiers require rest. Yet I never claimed the same for myself." Chu Yuli folded the topographic map and handed it to Chu Xiaohe. "I have thoroughly memorized this terrain. Keep it. Tomorrow morning, you shall lead the soldiers into Shishan, following my directives. Remember, we shall still adhere to our previously agreed-upon signal." With that, she strode out of the tent. Chu Xiaohe hurriedly pursued from behind, calling out, "Ollie, how could I possibly allow you to act recklessly alone? 2 young maidens. How can you dare to venture into the enemy's territory to gather military intelligence? Is your life not of consequence?" However, Chu Yuli paid him no heed and, after evading the soldiers, proceeded towards the camp's exit. Fearing that excessive noise would arouse suspicion among the troops, Chu Xiaohe quickened his pace, urging, "Ollie, please stop this folly and come down at once, or else the elder brother will come to seize you." and it may not bode well for your reputation. Well, that depends on whether elder brother can even catch me, Chu Yuli retorted just as she deftly maneuvered her horse, which bolted forward. Startled, Chu Xiaohe attempted to chase after her, only to find Zissou blocking his path on horseback. Zissou, has your young mistress lost her senses, and now you follow suit? He exclaimed. Young master, in the past, while you served in the army, your mistress always skillfully navigated the terrain ahead with unfailing precision. Do you truly believe she can merely calculate it with her fingers? Zissou blinked innocently. Chu Xiaohe stared in bewilderment. What do you mean? It has always been your mistress who personally scouted the way, young master. Did you truly not know? Zissou smiled, suddenly turning her horse around. Young master, as the commander, leaving the army without permission is a grave offense, so please remain calm. As for my young mistress, the young master has tasked her with reconnaissance of the terrain, and she is now fulfilling her duty. Remember her signal. With that, Zissou departed. Chu Xiaohe contemplated pursuing once more, but then recalled Zissou's words. As the commander, leaving his troops was indeed a capital crime. Moreover, it was inconceivable for him to abandon his brothers in pursuit of Ali, as their lives were entrusted to him. Chu Xiaohe called out urgently. Hasten to catch up with them and ensure their safety. Yes. Chu promptly mounted his horse and rode off in pursuit. Chu Xiaohe felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, yet refrained from disclosing Chu Yuli's advance to the soldiers, fearing it might incite panic among them. Young master. Upon entering the mountain range, I discovered this. He presented a letter with both hands. The missive was clearly pre-written by Chu Yuli for their benefit. Indeed. The letter conveyed her words. Elder brother, trust me, rest early and do not trouble Chu Yi. We shall set forth at dawn and follow my signal. What shall we do now, young master? Chu Yi truly could not keep up. This predicament left him questioning his capabilities. His equestrian skills were commendable, yet those two maidens seemed to have vanished as if swept away by the wind, leaving no trace behind. After contemplating the letter for a while, Chu Xiaohe resignedly stated, Ali has instructed me to obey. Let us rest early. Trusting Ali is the key to eternal life. Chapter 153, The Enchantress, a calamity for the troops. The following day, Chu Xiaohe organized the troops and promptly set forth into the Xishan mountain range. Commander Wan wore a puzzled expression and inquired, General Chu, why is Miss Li absent? Miss Li is the strategist, and although he personally doubted the capabilities of a mere girl, everyone had heard tales of her deeds. Regardless of their veracity, her presence would provide some reassurance. Now that Chu Yuli was conspicuously missing, could it be that she had fled from the battlefield? Too frightened to enter Xishan? No wonder she commanded everyone to rest last night. It was due to her own fear of death, wasn't it? Chu Xiaohe, noticing the hint of disdain in his eyes, offered no further explanation, merely stating that Ali had gone ahead to scout military intelligence in Xishan. How could that be possible? Commander Wan dared not believe it. Within Xishan, countless bandits lay in ambush. Even Prince Jin and his 15,000 loyal soldiers had found themselves ensnared. A mere weak woman like Chu Yuli venturing to gather intelligence was akin to courting death. Chu Xiaohe, unwilling to elaborate, pressed on, his mood sour and tinged with urgency. Commander Wan discerned the truth. Could it be that Miss Li had truly entered? Before long, they discovered the first mark left by Chu Yuli. Half a mile ahead, an ambush awaited. Chu Xiaohe turned to Commander Wan and said, Commander Wan, you shall lead 300 soldiers to explore the left flank. After approximately 100 paces, behind the grass on the left, there lies a concealed path. The enemy consists of about 300 men. You must encircle them from behind. General, are you certain? Commander Wan questioned, incredulous. Such precision, even identifying the entrance, seemed implausible. Could this truly be a mark left by Miss Li? Moreover, the symbol was peculiar, composed of incomprehensible lines. A chaotic array. Commander Wan was utterly perplexed. Could it be a trap set by the enemy? I trust Ali, Chu Xiaohe asserted, as he held the command token. With the token in hand, Commander Wan dared not utter another word and promptly led his 300 soldiers, advancing in accordance with Chu Yuli's directions. As for Chu Xiaohe, he assumed the responsibility of providing cover, continuing to lead the main army forward. Before long, the sounds of battle indeed echoed through the mountain gorge. The company led by Chu Xiaohe did not falter, continuing their swift advance. The marks left by the young master and the young lady, Chu Yi remarked as they traversed approximately 3 miles, discovering traces left by Chu Yuli. Upon seeing this, Chu Xiaohe promptly gestured and commanded, Lord Qi, Lead 300 men to proceed along the right flank. 100 paces ahead, there lies a concealed path, and approximately 300 bandits are ambushed behind the scattered rocks. Understood. With the earlier experience of Commander 1 still fresh in mind, Chi Duzong could hardly contain his eagerness, ready to spring into action. Precision and speed were the confidence bestowed upon everyone by Miss Li. No one could fathom how Chu Yueli had managed to infiltrate all the enemy's ambush points undetected, meticulously gathering intelligence on their locations and numbers. Was she not merely a delicate girl? How could she achieve such feats? Yet, regardless of her methods, she had succeeded. Before long, even the brothers led by Chi Duzong annihilated the ambushed bandits without leaving a trace. The soldiers' morale surged, heads held high as they surged forward with unstoppable momentum. In stark contrast, the soldiers trapped in Xishan Valley found themselves in utter disarray. They saw no glimmer of hope, knowing that if they continued in this manner, death was inevitable. Finally, one could no longer contain himself. Drawing his sword, he leaped forth and shouted, "It's all the witch's doing. Brothers, this witch has brought disaster upon the prince and the soldiers. Let us slay her." Chapter 154. Could it be that we are truly trapped to die here? They had already been confined in this nameless valley for over a day. That night, after Tuoba Fiyuan forced Vice General Li to his demise, he urged Prince Jin to press onward, determined to capture the bandits in one fell swoop. Yet, in truth, they were unaware of the bandit stronghold. Before long, they indeed spotted the miscreants ahead and commenced their pursuit. However, for reasons unknown, the more they chased, the more they encountered treacherous terrain. Eventually, upon entering a labyrinth of jagged stones, everything seemed to transform. The stones appeared almost animated, as a dense fog began to envelop the surroundings, swiftly shrouding the world in obscurity. All that could be heard were the sounds of battle, as soldiers fell one by one into pools of blood, while the bandits remained elusive, scarcely discernible. Ultimately, only a little over 3,000 soldiers could be accounted for. The rest had either scattered, lost in the depths of the stone forest, or had fallen to the blades of the bandits. They now found themselves trapped within the rocky maze, suffering severe losses. From an initial force of over 10,000, fewer than 2,000 remained. After enduring 2 days and nights, the once dim sky above had succumbed to complete darkness, and the soldiers felt as though death itself were imminent, their resentment palpable. A soldier brandishing a sword leaped forth, the tip of his blade aimed directly at Tuoba Fiyuan. "Which, you have driven Vice General Li to his death and forced us into a dead end. Today, even if I perish, I vow to slay you first." Lu Fengjin sat beside Tuoba Fiyuan, an arrow lodged in his shoulder, 3 sword wounds marring his arm, and a deep gash from a broadsword across his abdomen. Fortunately, the injuries were not life-threatening, otherwise, they would have been fatal. As he witnessed the soldier's intent to strike Tuoba Fiyuan, no one around moved to intervene. Gritting his teeth, Lu Fengjin prepared to rise. Qin Wu rose swiftly to her feet, positioning herself resolutely in front of the soldier, her voice resonating with authority. "In the face of imminent peril, shall we turn against our own? She is no ally. She is a demoness, a spy sent by the rebels." The soldier retorted angrily. Nearby, other soldiers murmured in agreement. "Indeed, she is a traitor. Her entire family, her brothers and sisters, are of the rebel faction. Yes, she is one of them, here to bring us ruin. My lord, she is a traitor. My lord, eliminate her. Eliminate her. Eliminate her." Soon, the cries intensified, a relentless wave of fervor. Instinctively, she sought refuge behind Lu Fengjin. Clutching his arm, Ajin Lu Fengjin furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth in silence. He could not utter a word. The pain was overwhelming. Qin Wu exclaimed in alarm. "Miss Tuoba, you are gripping the prince's wound." Tuoba Fiyuan gasped, glancing down to find her hands stained with blood. "Ajin, I did not intend to. I am not a rebel. I have cleared the remnants of the Tuoba clan for you. You know better than anyone that I am no spy." Previously, she had exuded confidence and arrogance, but now, trapped in this dire situation with 2 days and nights without sustenance, panic began to set in. Would they truly perish here? Chapter 155. Simply because she had found new affections, Qin Wu obstructed the soldier's path, her voice urgent, regardless of the past. She is now under the princess' protection and is no longer the rebel's daughter she once was. In the face of this formidable foe, we must not falter amongst ourselves. At last, Lu Fengjin rose to his feet. Ultimately, the esteemed Prince Jin, once a revered war deity, now stood before his men, silencing them with his mere presence. Lu Fengjin approached the soldiers, his voice gravelly. Indeed, it was my misjudgment of the enemy's intentions that placed my brothers in peril. Fear not, for I shall devise a means to lead you all to safety. A murmur arose among the ranks, questioning whether the court would dispatch reinforcements to their aid. They had not been remiss in their attempts to escape, yet each endeavor resulted in devastating losses, yielding no success in breaching their confinement. Initially, over 3,000 of them had been driven into this perilous enclave. They had made several attempts to navigate through the stone forest. Yet each foray claimed the lives of many brave souls, either crushed by falling boulders or pierced by errant arrows. Now, the periphery of the stone forest lay strewn with the bodies of their comrades, a veritable river of blood painting the landscape in horror. Those who remained within the forest clung to life, yet any attempt to break free would surely lead to their demise. Under such dire circumstances, who would dare to venture forth? Another voice, raspy and hesitant, inquired about the likelihood of Lady Li coming to their rescue. These were Lu Fengjin's loyal guards, who had stood by his side through countless battles over the years. Throughout this time, Chu Yuli and Chu Xiaohe had remained with them, known to all in the military. Though Lady Li appeared delicate, her strategic acumen in warfare was formidable. Any soldier who had fought alongside her could attest to her prowess. While the troops in the border city may remain unaware of her capabilities, these devoted guards were fully cognizant. Even Prince Jin's resounding victory over the desert warlord Tuoba, who was a testament to Lady Li's brilliant strategy. The young lady wields her martial prowess with divine precision. If she were present, would she not lead us all to safety? Yet, unexpectedly, the initially despondent Tuoba Fen, who had begun to feel a twinge of fear, could not restrain herself when she heard someone mention the name of Chu Yuli. Do you truly believe that with Chu Yuli's arrival, you would be rescued? What benefits has she bestowed upon you to elicit such fervent defense? No one responded to her. The soldiers could scarcely muster the energy to cast even a glance in her direction. The more they looked, the more their ire grew. Tuoba Feiyuan was unafraid of poverty or hardship, but she could not abide being overlooked. The sensation of being disregarded was more unbearable than death itself. If Chu Yuli genuinely cared for you, she would have come to your aid long ago. Where is she now? Enjoying a lavish life in the capital, blissfully unaware of her surroundings, perhaps nestled in some man's embrace. Your Honor, Lu Fengjin was truly enraged. He had never fathomed that Tuoba Feiyuan could be so foolish. At such a moment, she dared to speak ill of Chu Yuli. Did she not realize that these brothers were his loyal guards, who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with Chu Yuli? Was she truly tired of living? Why are you shouting at me? Tuoba Feiyuan was fearless. As she had declared, she was the daughter of Tuoba Hu, the flower of the desert. Am I mistaken in my assertions? Was it not Chu Yuli who had once clung to you, insisting on accompanying you into battle, impossible to shake off? Why has she not come this time? It is because she has found new affections. Wake up, you foolish man. She no longer harbors feelings for you and has turned her heart to another. Chapter 156. No one shall survive. Lu Fengjin was truly disinclined to engage in idle chatter with her. At such a critical juncture between life and death, she still lingered on trivial matters. Once, he admired her straightforwardness and tenacity. Her fearless nature was her most brilliant trait. After all, the first time he encountered her, she stood as a prisoner yet dared to provoke his authority with a defiant gaze. At that moment, he thought, how spirited this girl is. Her pride, akin to a plum blossom blooming in the depths of winter, captivated his vision. However, now, as he looked upon her, her fearlessness remained. Yet he could only perceive her so-called pride as sheer foolishness. Li girl. Suddenly, a soldier spoke in a hushed tone. I have said, do not utter that wretched name again. Who dares to mention her? It is the Li girl, truly the Li girl. It is real. The Li girl has indeed come to save us. The brothers raised their heads, gazing up at the pitch-black night sky. Lu Fengjin and Tuoba Feiyuan instinctively glanced upwards as well. Nonsense. Yet, they truly beheld Chu Yuli. Accompanying her was a young girl, Zissou. How could this be? An illusion, Lu Fengjin murmured. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on that figure against the night, utterly unable to divert. A falsehood, it is a falsehood. Wake up. That is not real. Tuoba Feiyuan exclaimed, his frustration causing him to stomp his feet, observing everyone still gazing up at Chu Yuli's silhouette. Tuoba Feiyuan rushed to a nearby archer, snatched his bow, and with a swift motion, loosed an arrow into the sky. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the veil of mist. The figures of Chu Yuli and Zissou vanished from sight. Indeed, they were mere phantoms. Yet, just moments ago, they appeared so vivid, traversing the rocky terrain as if they were within arm's reach. It was as if a mirror had reflected their likeness. The brothers began to scan their surroundings. But the fog enveloped them, rendering visibility impossible. Where could Lady Li be? She would not come to your aid. She now resides in another man's embrace. How foolish to harbor such hopes. Tuoba Feiyuan was nearly brought to tears by frustration. Everyone yearned for Chu Yuli's rescue, fixating on her. That wretched woman who held such significance in their hearts. She could not endure it. She could not bear the thought of another woman surpassing her. She was the most exceptional of them all. Fine, since you are all so frightened, I shall carve a path for you. Remember this, only I, Tuoba Feiyuan, can save you. Only I. She seized a nearby horse and leapt onto its back, galloping fervently in a certain direction. You honor. Although Lu Fengjin felt a twinge of impatience towards her at that moment, she was, after all, the woman he had once chosen. The notion of love at first sight, amidst the vast sea of humanity, is an exceedingly rare sentiment. He was reluctant to admit that he had perhaps made the wrong choice initially. Lu Fengjin sprang into action, swiftly pursuing her. Qin Wu, alarmed, hastily attempted to follow, but with one mounted and the other employing lightness of step. There was no way for Qin Wu to catch up. By the time he secured another horse in hopes of pursuit, the two had already vanished from sight. Your Highness, the soldiers are utterly terrified. Though they harbor a deep-seated hatred for Tuoba Feiyuan, their loyalty to Prince Jin is unwavering. Outside the stone forest, a horde of bandits lies in ambush. Should Tuoba Feiyuan charge forth and perish, it would be of little consequence. Yet, if anything were to befall the prince, none would survive. Chapter 157. You are only concerned about this unsightly face. Tuoba Feiyuan remained somewhat dazed, unable to shake off the chaos of the recent battle. Previously, it had been her brothers who ventured into the fray, with Lu Fengjin and Qin Wu also leading their troops into the skirmish. Tuoba Feiyuan was but a protected figure, shielded by countless comrades. Yet now, as she charged forward unaccompanied, the absence of her protectors became painfully evident, and arrows truly began to rain down upon her. Her steed fell victim to the onslaught of stray arrows, and she felt a sharp sting as one grazed her arm. An arrow even whizzed perilously close to her face, leaving her cheek ablaze with pain. In that moment, she was jolted back to reality by a sudden collision. My face. My face. She wiped her hand across her cheek, revealing streaks of crimson. My face is ruined. My face. My face is ruined. Only then did the realization dawn upon her, prompting a terrified scream. Her brothers paid her no heed. What were a few scratches in the grand scheme of things? Merely a trickle of blood, with no serious injury to her flesh, and she would surely heal in no time. Yet, in their hearts, many secretly pondered why this troublemaker could not simply be disfigured for good. If her beauty were to fade, perhaps the prince would lose interest, and he would reconcile with Lady Li, a turn of events that would delight everyone. My face. Your face. It is of no consequence. Not far away, Lu Fengjin gasped, glaring at her. Sit down, cease your shouting, or I shall command the military law to deal with you. His fury was palpable. The wound on his shoulder continued to bleed, and now an arrow had pierced his abdomen, blood gushing forth, his life hanging by a thread. Qin Wu tore open his garment and pressed a cloth against Lu Fengjin's abdominal wound. Yet, the arrow remained lodged within, and the blood showed no sign of stopping. Lacking any medical knowledge, he realized that the military physician had perished amidst the chaos of battle. In this dire moment, Qin Wu felt utterly helpless. If the prince's wounds went untreated, he would surely perish. Lu Fengjin's face turned ghostly pale, drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Tuoba Feiyuan was still frantically touching her grazed face. In a state of panic, shrieking and jumping about, Qin Wu, emboldened by a sudden surge of courage, dashed forward, raising his hand. With a sharp crack, he struck Tuoba Feiyuan, whose terrified screams abruptly ceased. You struck me. How dare you? She could hardly believe it. Who was Qin Wu? Merely a dog by Lu Fengjin's side. Even Lu Fengjin himself would not dare to hit her, yet he had the audacity to raise his hand against her. Enraged, Tuoba Feiyuan was on the verge of losing control. You dare. I will kill you. You, the prince has been gravely injured because of you. Have you ever shown a modicum of concern for him? You are still fretting over your hideous face. Look at the state the prince is in. You call me ugly. How dare you? How dare you? Yet, from the corner of her eye, Tuoba Feiyuan caught sight of Lu Fengjin lying on the ground. An arrow had pierced his abdomen, his tall frame appearing exceedingly frail. The arrow wound continues to bleed. Remember this, slap. Once we are free, I shall undoubtedly avenge myself upon you. Tua Ba Fei Yuan shot a glare at Qin Wu before swiftly approaching Lu Fengjin. Ah Jin, how are you? Yet, she lacked any knowledge of medicine and was at a loss on how to tend to the injury. Where is the military doctor? Where is he? Come forth at once. If you do not show yourself, I shall take your life. Chapter 158. She does not fear death, she merely fears pain. The military doctor had already perished in battle. From where could he possibly emerge? The prince protects her so fiercely. If anyone dares to harm her now, it would be tantamount to seeking the prince's demise. It cannot be. Lu Fengjin grasped Qin Wu's wrist tightly. His cracked, pale lips, due to excessive blood loss, barely formed words. Outside are archers in ambush. Any intruder shall perish. Qin Wu was certainly aware. The prince, despite his formidable martial prowess, could not evade the rain of arrows. They were far inferior to him and had no hope of escaping. Yet, we cannot remain here and await our fate. The prince's wound must be treated, or else. Dear prince, you will. Qin Wu refrained from finishing his sentence, rising instead to proclaim loudly, who among you wishes to charge out with me? Gather now. Some of the brothers were gravely injured, unable to even stand, while others wished to rise but lacked the strength. They had not only sustained injuries but also endured 2 days and nights without sustenance. All were utterly exhausted. Qin Wu too felt compassion at this moment. Urging his brothers to venture forth with him would be a certain death sentence. However, the prince's injury cannot wait. The prince was wounded for the sake of this woman, and she should accompany everyone in their escape. Indeed, we are prepared to risk our lives for the prince. As his woman, she must do the same. Absolutely. She too should venture forth with the others. All eyes fell upon Tua Ba Fei Yuan. In the end, even Lu Fengjin, who had closed his eyes in agony, could not help but force them open to gaze at Tua Ba Fei Yuan. He did not wish for her to venture into danger, nor did he wish to part with her. Yet, for reasons unknown, he yearned to see if Yuan would truly be willing to sacrifice herself for him. Tua Ba Fei Yuan felt her cheeks flush under his gaze, and she murmured, Do you think I am someone who fears for my life? I simply do not wish to leave you. Had it been before, Tua Ba Fei Yuan would have charged forward without hesitation, but she had already experienced death once. Her face bore the marks of injury. Now, she understood the severity of the bandits' arrows. Her horse was riddled with them, meeting a gruesome fate. She, while unafraid of death, feared pain. Ajin. Lu Fengjin closed his eyes, refusing to look at her any longer, and gently remarked, Let us wait a little longer. There is no need for futile sacrifice. My father will send someone to rescue us. Yet, he was ultimately wounded. Because of Tua Ba Fei Yuan, and due to his own defeat, his heart was now a tapestry of anguish. Ajin. Qin Wu, take her aside to rest. At that moment, Lu Fengjin had no desire to hear Tua Ba Fei Yuan's voice. Qin Wu led Tua Ba Fei Yuan away. Tua Ba Fei Yuan ceased her cries, fearing that should she persist, the others would compel her to lead the charge into the fray. The thought of her body pierced by numerous arrows sent shivers down her spine. She could face death, yet the agony it entailed filled her with dread. The soldiers fell silent. Qin Wu knelt beside Lu Fengjin, desperately seeking to staunch his bleeding, but the blood flowed unabated. At that moment, Qin Wu found himself yearning for the illusion of Chuyuli he had glimpsed earlier to be a reality. He hoped she had indeed arrived at Shilin, on her way to them, and would swiftly extract the arrowhead from the prince, tending to his wounds. Where, dear Miss Li, are you now? Will you truly come to our rescue? Chapter 159. Perhaps we shall not wait. The night deepened, enveloping the surroundings in a profound silence. The brothers found a random spot within the stone forest to rest, their bodies weary, their spirits crushed by hunger and despair. Under Qin Wu's furious gaze, Lu Fengjin relinquished the last piece of bread he had kept for himself. That was meant for the prince. Qin Wu's anger boiled. He had been unwilling to consume it himself. I merely intended to have a morsel, saving some for Ajin. Tua Ba Fei Yuan was genuinely famished. After 2 days and nights, the gnawing hunger was an experience only those who had endured it could comprehend. If this continued, she would resort to foraging for wild grass. She devoured most of the bread, breaking the remaining piece into 2, offering 1/2 to Lu Fengjin. Ajin, please eat a little. If you do not fill your stomach, you will not endure. Yet, Lu Fengjin lacked the strength to consume anything. He felt utterly unwell. Alternating between feverish heat and chilling cold, his consciousness gradually fading. The morsel Tuoba Feiyuan held to his lips was beyond his capacity to swallow. Tuoba Feiyuan gazed at his pale visage, her heart aching profoundly. Ajin, please eat a little. If you delay any longer, you will suffer immensely. Qin Wu, standing nearby, was overwhelmed with frustration and empathy. Miss, leave the cake. Once the prince regains his strength, he will surely eat it. The brothers had already exhausted their provisions, and the stony landscape of Shilin offered little solace, with scarcely a blade of grass in sight. If they were to run out of food entirely, they would not even have the opportunity to consume the roots. The prince was correct. Reinforcements would undoubtedly arrive, but when? Would they truly arrive unscathed? Even their legendary war god of Dongling was ensnared in this predicament. Who else possessed the prowess to navigate through the ambush of ruffians and come to their aid? The soldiers hung their heads, their spirits as dim as the increasingly overcast sky. As midnight approached, the temperature in Shilin plummeted, growing ever colder. Qin Wu, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, "The prince's body is burning with fever. Brothers, is there anyone knowledgeable in medicine?" He called out several times, but none dared to respond. They were merely soldiers, lacking any understanding of medical practices. Moreover, this was the prince. If an untrained individual attempted to treat him and anything went awry, it would be a grave offense, punishable by the annihilation of entire clans. Qin Wu knelt beside Lu Fengjin, watching helplessly as the prince's consciousness faded. Slipping into a state of semi-unconsciousness, he stared at the 2 arrow wounds, his hands trembling uncontrollably. If the arrows were not removed soon, the prince would surely perish. Yet, to extract the arrows carelessly could also lead to the prince's demise. Qin Wu's hands shook with increasing intensity. Tuoba Feiyuan grasped Lu Fengjin's hand, which felt simultaneously frigid and searing, glaring at Qin Wu with urgency. "You must think of a solution. If we do not save Ajin soon, he will perish. Do you wish to see him die?" Qin Wu was reluctant to engage, his gaze fixated on the 2 arrows embedded in Lu Fengjin's body, his chest rising and falling with each breath. To extract the arrows could very well mean the prince's demise. Yet failing to do so might lead to him succumbing before reinforcements arrived. Trembling, Qin Wu's hand hovered over Lu Fengjin, the arrow lodged in his abdomen tantalizingly close. Yet he hesitated to act. "Hurry." Tuoba Feiyuan, aware of his intentions, urged him on, quickly. "If anything happens to Ajin, I will not spare you." Chapter 160. Regrettably, he did not cherish it. Qin Wu merely gazed at Lu Fengjin, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. At that moment, Lu Fengjin slowly opened his eyes, momentarily regaining awareness. "Extract it," he implored, looking at Qin Wu, his companion of over a decade. Lu Fengjin recognized the sincere panic and fear reflected in Qin Wu's eyes. In a hoarse whisper, he added, "Do it, regardless of the consequences. I absolve you of any guilt. My prince." Qin Wu's voice was gravelly. We lack any hemostatic medicine. I cannot staunch the bleeding." He felt utterly powerless. After years of serving the prince, he was now unable to assist him in his hour of greatest need. He cursed himself inwardly. Lu Fengjin coughed twice, the metallic taste of blood tainting his lips. Tuoba Feiyuan, her eyes brimming with tears, implored, "Please, you must hurry. Ajin cannot wait any longer. If Ajin is in trouble, I will undoubtedly kill you." "Silence, Ajin, get lost." At this moment, Lu Fengjin felt utterly disillusioned with Tuoba Feiyuan. He understood Qin Wu's feelings better than anyone, regardless of the decisions to be made. The most challenging aspect was Qin Wu himself. With reddened eyes, Tuoba Feiyuan screamed, "Ajin, have you lost your mind? You actually want me to leave? Are you insane? Who here truly cares for you besides me? Do you really believe he cares? He is merely afraid that if you die, the emperor will punish him." Suddenly, with a loud crack, Lu Fengjin summoned an unexpected strength, pushing himself up, his long fingers forcefully pressing against Tuoba Feiyuan's neck. In that instant, Tuoba Feiyuan found herself unable to move or even speak, collapsing to the ground with a thud. The entire world seemed to fall silent in that fleeting moment. Yet, she could hardly believe it. Overwhelmed with urgency and anger, tears rolled down her cheeks, but they were not born of sorrow. Rather, they were a manifestation of humiliation. Lu Fengjin, having exerted himself too much, fell and coughed up blood. He was already gravely injured, and now, with the activation of his true energy, his previously pallid face turned ashen. Qin Wu waved his hand, and immediately soldiers arrived to drag Tuoba Fuan aside, leaving her discarded on the ground, unheeded. My lord, I must begin. There can be no further delay. Qin Wu grasped the arrow embedded in Lu Fengjin's abdomen with both hands, taking a deep breath. Lu Fengjin clenched his teeth, blood staining the corners of his lips, devoid of strength to utter a word. Qin Wu gritted his teeth. Yet each time he attempted to exert force, his fingers felt utterly devoid of strength. What if this extraction truly cost the prince's life? The brothers surrounding him dared not even breathe heavily, their gaze fixated on the arrow in Qin Wu's hand. To pull it out or not. Yet their prince could no longer afford to wait. But what if, upon extraction, the prince were to perish instantly? The trepidation was palpable. If they lost the prince, their hope of survival would truly dissipate. A profound panic enveloped them. Li girl, a voice softly called out, though the identity remained a mystery. Tears finally escaped the corners of Qin Wu's eyes. Li girl, where are you? Where are you? His fear was overwhelming. Ultimately, he relinquished his grip. He could not bring himself to do it. He feared it might indeed claim the prince's life. At this moment, Lu Fengjin felt as though his soul had been extinguished, as the image of Ali's flawless visage surfaced in his mind. Why had he not cherished her more? His Ali. Li girl, another brother called out. Tuoba Fiyuan was filled with disdain. That accursed Chu Yuli seemed to linger like a haunting specter. What was wrong with these fools? Why were they invoking that wretched woman again? He was tempted to shout, yet her acupoints had been sealed, rendering her unable to utter a single word. Li girl, Li girl. The brothers' calls grew increasingly fervent. Li girl, it truly is Li girl. She has really come. The call of the brothers ultimately transformed into a jubilant cheer. Your Highness, Lord Qin, Lady Li has arrived. Lady Li is truly here. Lu Fengjin felt a sudden tension in his heart, unsure whether it stemmed from excitement or emotion, as blood trickled from the corner of his lips. Qin Wu wiped away the tears from his eyes and sprang to his feet. Amidst the crowd, a figure clad in pristine white emerged, striding purposefully towards them. Qin Wu questioned his own perception, yet upon seeing that silhouette, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Lady Li, please, save our prince, save the prince. Lady Li. Chiuli had indeed arrived. Aware of Lu Fengjin's severe injuries, she hastened her pace. It was only when she knelt beside Lu Fengjin, stretching out her hand to truly touch the strands of Chu Yuli's hair, that Qin could finally believe in her presence. Lady Li, please save the prince. The prince has lost so much blood, he may not survive. Chu Yuli remained silent, drawing forth a dagger to slice open the fabric covering Lu Fengjin's wounds. The arrow wound was grave, embedded deeply into flesh. To extract the arrowhead, it was imperative to cut through the skin. Can the prince endure this? I possess no anesthetics, she remarked, her gaze fixed upon Lu Fengjin. He looked back at her, yet it seemed as if her words did not register. He merely stared at her face, caught in a surreal reverie, uncertain whether his consciousness was fading or if he had slipped into a dream. Had she truly come? All alone, she had breached the enemy lines to rescue him? Ali. Zissou carried medicinal supplies, albeit limited, adequate only for urgent first aid. Miss, the medicine is ready. She crouched beside Chu Yuli. The tip of Chu Yuli's knife pressed against the edge of Lu Fengjin's arrow wound. With just a slight pressure, Lu Fengjin winced, his brow furrowing in pain, instantly rousing him from his stupor. Ali. She truly has come for him. In that moment, Lu Fengjin was overwhelmed with a torrent of emotions, unable to articulate the sensations coursing through him. He reached out, yearning to grasp her hand. However, Chu Yuli glanced at him and coldly commanded, "Don't move. Ali." The next moment, Lu Fengjin clenched his teeth, his face paling as he could utter no more words. Not far away, Tuoba Fiyuan was in turmoil, bewildered by the unfolding events, only aware of Lu Fengjin's muffled groans of sheer agony. She knew all too well that this wretched Chu Yuli had no means to assist Ajin. Yet the soldiers around her revered her as if she were divine. They were fools. Moreover, Chu Yuli had not brought reinforcements. She had come alone. What could such a frail woman, filled with malice yet utterly powerless, contribute here other than to burden them? Though the brothers understood that Chu Yuli had arrived without aid, recognizing her limited impact, they inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance at her presence. As time passed slowly, after a long night of effort, Chu Yuli finally managed to staunch the flow of blood from Lu Fengjin's wound. When she stood up to catch her breath, Qin Wu could no longer suppress his anxiety and inquired, "Miss Li, Did you and Zisu come alone? Chapter 162. Do you wish to push me to my death? As Lu Fengjin pressed the acupoints of Tuoba Feiyuan, he was already gravely injured, his vital energy waning, thus his strength was insufficient. Just as Qin Wu posed his question, the acupoints that Tuoba Feiyuan had been pressed upon spontaneously released. She sprang to her feet, indignant, and exclaimed, "What purpose do you serve, an untrained individual in martial arts? Not only can you not rescue our comrades, but you also jeopardize us all. You instilled hope in them, only to plunge everyone into despair. This is more agonizing than death itself." Chu Yuli merely cast a fleeting glance at her before disregarding her words, turning her gaze towards the horizon. A faint glimmer of dawn appeared in the east, heralding the imminent arrival of daybreak. Her voice, though soft, resonated in the stillness, ensuring that nearly everyone present heard her. Indeed, her words carried a sting, yet they could not deny the truth that the prince's life held greater value than their own. Should anything befall him, their chances of survival would be utterly extinguished. Suddenly, a voice arose from the crowd. "We shall heed Lady Li." The surrounding brethren quickly echoed in agreement. "Lady Li. We shall follow your lead. We will heed Lady Li. You lot." Tuoba Feiyuan began, but was interrupted. "Tuoba, should you continue to speak recklessly, do not blame me for my lack of civility." Qin Wu stepped forward, his imposing figure emanating an air of chill, compelling Tuoba Feiyuan to retreat 2 paces. This time, he offered no semblance of leniency. "If you persist in your outbursts, I shall bind you and leave you here to fend for yourself." Tuoba Feiyuan could hardly endure such indignation, immediately glaring at Lu Fengjin in the distance, exclaiming, "Ah Jin, look at how your subordinates treat me. You still insist I remain in the capital to enjoy a life of luxury, but what have I truly enjoyed thus far?" Lu Fengjin closed his eyes, remaining silent, utterly exasperated. "Dare you lay a finger on me?" Qin Wu raised his hand, and in an instant, Tuoba Feiyuan's fury was extinguished. Ah Jin, who was already bewildered by the situation, could scarcely save herself. Despite her usual arrogance, she recognized the gravity of the circumstances. When Lu Fengjin did not defend her, she realized that she held no real significance here. Yet, this man before her, Qin Wu, she would not easily let off the hook. Tuoba Feiyuan felt her temper flaring once more. This scoundrel displayed such a contemptuous demeanor towards her, yet was as submissive as a dog to Chu Yuli. Just wait. She would ensure that Ajin would have him eliminated, without fail. Chu Yuli glanced at the sky before lowering her gaze to Lu Fengjin, who had already succumbed to slumber. "Can you lead everyone out?" Tuoba Feiyuan scoffed. "Do you have any idea how many bandits are lurking outside? What makes you think you are capable of leading anyone to safety? Is it not a fool's dream for a mere courtesan, who relies on her beauty to ascend the ranks, to accomplish what even Lu Fengjin and I cannot?" Chu Yuli shot her a glance, then suddenly chuckled coldly. "No matter, Miss Tuoba, your bravery is unparalleled. If you are willing to take the lead, I shall ensure the safe passage of everyone." Tuoba Feiyuan's expression shifted dramatically. "What did you say? You intend to push me into certain death? You wicked woman, you are utterly malicious." Chapter 163. For him, willing to face death once the stretcher was prepared, Qin Wu and a soldier carefully lifted Lu Fengjin onto it. Lu Fengjin had regained consciousness, but the pain from his wounds was excruciating, and he felt utterly unwell, still suffering from a high fever. Chu Yuli walked ahead, with the others trailing not far behind. Tuoba Feiyuan walked beside Lu Fengjin, holding his hand throughout. Lu Fengjin did not respond. He lacked the strength to do so and allowed her to hold his hand. Zisu, observing their intimate connection with disdain, could not help but murmur, "Even on the battlefield, they are so infatuated. Are they afraid that others do not know they are a couple?" Chu Yuli replied coolly, "Concentrate on finding an exit." Zisu could sense that her mistress was entirely unconcerned, so she adopted a similar indifference. After all, he was a man her mistress had no interest in. It mattered little whether they held hands or embraced publicly. After a considerable time traversing the stone forest, the group still found no signs of an escape. Tuoba Feiyuan could no longer contain her frustration. "Chu Yuli, do you even know how to get out? The exit is not in this direction. It is not far from where we were earlier. Chu Yuli, you must be trying to lead me to my demise. Do you think? If you are afraid, then kindly silence yourself. Your incessant noise is quite grating." Chu Yuli retorted coldly. "Ajin." She glanced down at Lu Fengjin, a flicker of unease crossing her features. He had released her hand. What did that signify? Lu Fengjin closed his eyes and spoke hoarsely, From this moment forth, in the military, everyone must listen to Miss Li. Should anyone disobey, they will face military law consequences. Though her voice was hoarse, it resonated clearly among those surrounding her. Qin Wu, filled with excitement, proclaimed loudly, "The prince has issued an order. Henceforth, all within the army shall obey Miss Li. Any who defy this command shall face 80 strokes of the military staff as a warning to others." 80 strokes. Everyone understood that these staffs were not wielded by the feeble guards of noble estates. They were the instruments of seasoned warriors from the army. To say 80 was tantamount to a death sentence. Though Tuoba Feiyuan felt a deep reluctance, she dared not speak out any longer. Lu Fengjin was resolute in his intent to heed Chu Yuli's command. She clenched her fists tightly and shot a fierce glare at Chu Yuli, who was walking ahead. Lu Fengjin couldn't help but glance at her as well. Yet, Chu Yuli appeared wholly absorbed in her path, seemingly indifferent to the command he had just issued, as if she had not heard it at all. There was no hint of joy in her demeanor. Disappointment washed over Lu Fengjin, but he was too preoccupied with his own discomfort to dwell on it. Her perilous journey to him spoke volumes about her feelings. Ultimately, he felt a sense of guilt towards her. He had not anticipated that despite her apparent indifference, she would still be willing to risk her life for him in such dire circumstances. The exit was just ahead. Suddenly, Chu Yuli halted. She announced that the exit lay before them, and Qin Wu's heart tightened as he swiftly advanced to stand protectively before her. Although the 10 or so soldiers ahead were weary, they gathered their remaining strength to shield Chu Yuli from harm. An exit surely concealed ambush. Previously, everyone had witnessed the treacherous arrows of the bandits, casting a shadow over their hearts. At this moment, Chu Yuli suddenly spoke with a chilling tone. It is said that this pursuit of the bandits was conceived by Tuoba Feiyuan. She has managed to bypass Prince Jin to assume command, which surely indicates her exceptional capabilities. Her gaze, devoid of warmth, pierced through the crowd and settled on Tuoba Feiyuan. A hint of disdain colored Chu Yuli's smile. "Since General Tuoba is so formidable, I invite you to take the lead and pave the way for our brothers." Chapter 164. Those who stand in my way shall face military justice. I refuse. Tuoba Feiyuan instinctively recoiled, retreating behind. Not far behind her lay Lu Fengjin on a stretcher, and she hurried to his side, grasping his hand. "Ah Jin, I told you Chu Yuli intended to harm me, yet you did not believe. Do you now see the truth? Someone must take the first step," Chu Yuli remarked, turning her attention to Lu Fengjin. Although he appeared somewhat dazed, drifting between wakefulness and slumber, she was aware that he was conscious. Had your Jin not been injured, he would undoubtedly lead the charge himself. As his woman, you ought to share in his resolve. Otherwise, what gives you the right to stand beside him? Tuoba Feiyuan's face flushed with embarrassment, unwilling to concede, yet genuinely fearful that Chu Yuli might indeed thrust her into the fray. Lu Fengjin's complexion also reddened, though it was unclear whether it stemmed from shame or something else. He attempted to rise, but Qin Wu hastily interjected, "Your Highness, you are still injured. Do not exert yourself. I can go in your stead." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yuli had already stepped forward, charging towards the exit. "Miss Li, do not." The brothers quickly restrained her. Tuoba Feiyuan, standing aside, scoffed, "It is merely a performance for your benefit. Such a woman, afraid of death, would never truly be willing to sacrifice herself." Tuoba Feiyuan was incensed, exclaiming, "On what grounds do you say that? Then let Miss Tuoba take the lead." Came the retort, I shall not go. This is your treachery. You wish to see me perish." Tuoba Feiyuan continued to retreat. The memory of that horse's gruesome demise haunted her. Had it not been for Lu Fengjin's protection, she too would have perished amidst the chaos of arrows. Yet now, with Lu Fengjin so gravely injured, he could no longer safeguard her. She had once claimed she feared not death, but pain. Indeed, she was terrified of pain. However, Lu Fengjin, recalling the situation, was genuinely concerned that Chu Yuli might truly attempt to venture out. Lacking martial skills and any understanding of lightness techniques, stepping outside would be akin to walking into her own doom. Ironically, Tuoba Feiyuan, noticing Lu Fengjin's concern for Chu Yuli, felt a surge of indignation and suddenly resolved, "Very well, Chu Yuli, if you genuinely dare to go forth first, I shall acquiesce." The moment she stepped out, death would be inevitable. At that point, who would still honor any promises? Tuoba Feiyuan's intentions were all too clear. She truly wished to witness Chu Yuli's demise beyond the threshold. Such malice resided in the woman's heart. Lu Fengjin cast a stern glance at Tua Ba Fei Yuan, his emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity. She was pure, innocent, straightforward, and refreshingly candid. Unlike the scheming nature often found in women of the inner chambers. This was the reason he initially admired Tua Ba Fei. However, upon reflection, she began to wonder if what she had perceived as candor and forthrightness was merely a guise for arrogance and self-indulgence. A disposition that disregarded the feelings of others and exhibited no concern for their well-being. Was this not a form of selfishness? Chu Yuli, however, maintained a cold smile and declared, "Very well, it is settled. Lady Li." Chu Yuli's expression hardened as she sternly stated, "Prince Jin has decreed that all matters here are under my authority. Anyone who obstructs me will face military consequences." Chapter 165. Her love for the prince is genuine. Chu Yuli resolutely pushed past the soldiers, leading the way toward the exit. "Your Highness, I shall protect Lady Li. Please refrain from further movement." He had been restless, and Qin Wu dared not leave. Yet, as Chu Yuli's figure began to fade into the mist, Qin Wu felt a pang of urgency and, disregarding Lu Fengjin, hastened to follow her. Once outside, Qin Wu was rendered speechless. "Lady Li, this." They had only walked a short distance, yet the surroundings suddenly became clear. A dozen soldiers had followed Chu Yuli out as well. Though fear gripped them and they had been startled by the bandits' erratic arrows, they were men of honor. How could they allow Lady Li, accompanied only by a young girl, to venture forth alone into danger? Even in death, they would protect Lady Li and face it together. Unexpectedly, after merely a few paces, the fog had completely dissipated. Looking back, the stone forest behind them remained shrouded in thick mist. Qin Wu and his comrades were astonished, their jaws nearly dropping. "Lady, this." Chu Yuli continued forward. "It is indeed remarkable that she could lead everyone to find an exit. How could she possibly know if the bandits lay in ambush?" "Listen for yourself," Chu Yuli urged, pointing towards the distance. As the brothers focused intently, they seemed to perceive the sounds of battle. "My elder brother, Chu Shaohe, has surrounded the bandits with the royal army. However, your soldiers have endured 2 days and nights of hunger, and they may now lack the strength to engage in combat. We shall remain here patiently, awaiting the arrival of General Chu and the royal forces. If they still possess fighting spirit, there would be no need for Chu Yuli to proceed so slowly. Yet, given the current state of the soldiers, weakened by starvation, participating in battle would amount to a death sentence. It is better to wait." Upon emerging, they beheld the vast expanse of the world, and the brothers wept tears of joy, having finally made their escape. This wait lasted nearly 2 hours. At last, they spotted Chu Shaohe, bloodied and charging ahead, which ignited a spark of hope in the soldiers' eyes. They were saved. Prince Jin had brought with him 15,000 personal guards, yet astonishingly, over 6,000 managed to survive. This was double the estimate provided by Lu Fengjin and Qin Wu. After being forced into the stone forest formation by the bandits, the group had scattered, leaving only about 2,000 remaining by Lu Fengjin's side. She and Chu Shaohe led 1,000 men to continue searching within the stone forest, ultimately rescuing the remaining 4,000 soldiers. Upon final tally, they had eliminated at least 3,000 bandits, yet Prince Jin's personal guards had suffered nearly 9,000 casualties. In this battle, they could hardly be deemed victors. I have heard it said that it was Miss Li who saved Prince Jin. Is that true? In the capital, the common folk quickly concocted several versions of the tale to share over tea and meals. It was said that Miss Chu Yuli, in her unwavering devotion to Lord Jin, fearlessly ventured into the depths of the mountains to rescue him. Her affection for Lord Jin was indeed true love. Chapter 166. Whom does she truly hold in her heart in no time? Everyone in the capital, from the emperor and the empress dowager to the concubines and beauties in the palace, down to the commoners in the streets, was convinced that the legitimate daughter of the duke's residence, Chu Yuli, harbored profound feelings for Lord Jin. The prior engagement annulment was evidently due to Lord Jin's association with another woman who had cast her aside. The object of this resentment was his master, Lu Fengjin. Yet, he dared not voice this sentiment, merely whispering, "Your Highness, though their words may not be entirely accurate, at least one aspect holds truth." Lu Fengjin, reclining on the bed, regarded him with a calm demeanor. Which aspect? Qin Wu stole a glance at him, confirming that the prince was not angered and remained composed, before stating, "Miss Li's feelings for your Highness are indeed profound and steadfast. Otherwise, How could she have braved the perilous journey into the treacherous Shishan alone to seek you? While it was true that Chu Yuli was accompanied by a maid named Zisu, the latter was merely a young girl, as powerless as her mistress, and served little purpose, not even providing solace and courage. Thus, when the townsfolk recounted Chu Yuli's audacious act, they conveniently omitted any mention of Zisu. Ultimately, the narrative became one of Chu Yuli, undaunted by death, daringly infiltrating the lair of bandits to rescue her beloved. Lu Fengjin lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Seeing him maintain his calm demeanor, Qin Wu could not help but inquire, "Your Highness, do you not feel that Miss Li's indifference towards you might stem from your own actions?" "I am aware," Lu Fengjin sighed deeply, closing his eyes and leaning back against the headboard to rest. After 2 days of recuperation, his physical wounds had healed considerably, yet his heart remained heavy. Ultimately, he had let her down. Qin Wu's eyes brightened. "Then, Your Highness, what do you intend to do?" The prince's situation was indeed quite precarious. Despite Qin Wu's disdain for Tuoba Feiyuan, the young lady had already taken residence in the Jin Wangfu, and the entire capital was aware that she belonged to the prince. Should he abandon Tuoba Feiyuan now, he would undoubtedly earn the reputation of a heartless man. Conversely, if he chose to keep her, given Tuoba Feiyuan's temperament, she would likely not permit him to reconcile with Miss Li. The most pressing question remained: what were the prince's true feelings? Lu Fengjin himself was uncertain about how to proceed. He had thought that Ali would no longer wish to cast a glance his way, yet unexpectedly, she was willing to sacrifice her life for him. Such profound affection made him feel like a sinner if he were to disappoint her once more. "Then, Your Highness." Qin Wu hesitated for a long while before daring to ask, "Whom does your heart truly long for?" The esteemed Rui Fei entered. Upon seeing her son in such a state, her heart ached profoundly. Fortunately, he had survived. "Mother, warfare is inherently perilous. Injuries are inevitable," Lu Fengjin reassured her. Yet Rui Fei's heart remained in turmoil. "But you have never been injured this severely before." Beside them, Qin Wu could not help but exclaim, "That is because, in the past, Miss Li was always by your side. Mind your own business." Lu Fengjin shot him a glance. With a sense of resignation, Qin Wu lowered his head and stated, "Your Highness, I shall check if the medicine is ready." However, just as Qin Wu stepped outside, he was halted by Xiao Mama, who was beside the noble consort Rui. "Why is it that the injured Prince Jin has not seen that wild girl come to attend to him? Has she not been residing in the Jin Wangfu all this time?" Chapter 167. How shall one repay? Xiao Mama furrowed her brow. Why must she be made to face the wall in reflection? Is it possible that those rumors are true? Did she indeed drive Vice General Li to his death and consequently cause the prince to suffer such grave injuries? Qin Wu hesitated. These matters were too delicate to discuss indiscriminately. "I cannot speak to these issues with certainty, Mama. Perhaps it would be best for you to inquire directly with the prince. I must see to the medicine for his highness now. I take my leave." Having said this, Qin Wu hurriedly departed. Fortunately, he was confronted by Xiao Mama rather than consort Rui, for he knew that escaping smoothly would have been impossible had it been the latter. Once inside, Xiao Mama whispered a few words into consort Rui's ear. Despite his injuries, Lu Fengjin's hearing remained sharp enough to catch the conversation. "Mother." These thoughts stem from the despair of the soldiers trapped in the military. The truth of the matter is quite different. Are you suggesting that the soldiers in your army are fools? Or do you believe the foolish one is your mother? I would never presume such. Consort Rui let out a cold huff, reluctant to speak harshly to her gravely injured son, yet her heart felt tight with unease. "My son, you truly are bewildered. Chueli, such an extraordinary young woman, has beside her a brother who heeds her every command. Although their noble household appears to be in decline, it truly possesses immeasurable worth." The Empress Dowager, in her vexation, pounded her fists in frustration. Especially now that Chu Xiaoheng has suffered a grave injury, his future seems bleak. He will likely depend on whom his sister marries. If he were to wed Chueli, it would indeed be like adding wings to a tiger. In the past, her son was invincible in battle, yet she was reluctant to acknowledge that all his victories were due to Chueli's contributions. It was unexpected that when Chueli was not by her son's side, he met with defeat, and such a humiliating one at that, necessitating the rescue by the siblings. Despite her unwillingness, the Empress Dowager must confront the reality. Without Chueli, her son is truly of no account, but he is her only son. "You must hastily expel that girl who will only bring you trouble. She must not set foot in the royal residence again. Once you have recovered, I shall accompany you to petition the Duke to bring about a favorable union between our families." A frail woman, capable of single-handedly rescuing Lord Jin's forces from the brink of disaster. Just how formidable is Chu Yueli? It need not be overstated. Her only shortcoming is her lack of martial prowess. Were she versed in the art of war, all those famed generals and deities of battle would surely be relegated to the sidelines. Mother, Yin has already lost her family and has nowhere to turn. In the capital, she is utterly alone. If I were to cast her out, would it not drive her to despair? That is a predicament of her own making. The Empress Dowager retorted angrily. Lu Fengjin hastily interjected. Yet it was I who brought her to the capital. If I were to abandon her after bringing her here, would I still be considered a man? Originally, Lu Fengjin harbored a profound disdain for Tuoba Feiyuan. Her conduct in Xishan had truly shattered his heart, despite her shortcomings. Tuoba Feiyuan remained his woman. If he could not even protect his own partner, what sort of man was he? Mother, indeed, this time Yuano has erred, and I have already administered punishment. This matter bears no relation to your honor. I implore you to discern this clearly. A mother knows her child best. How could concubine Rui be unaware of her son's disposition? It could be described as romantic, yet unflatteringly, it is marked by indecision. However, among men in this world, who possesses unwavering loyalty? Furthermore, as one destined to be an emperor, how could he afford such devotion? Very well, if you insist on defending her. I have no desire to complicate matters with her. Yet, Ali has risked her life for you, journeying 1,000 miles to rescue her husband. How shall you repay this affection? Chapter 168. Friends are meant for chastisement. The third prince has ascertained that on the day of the intrusion into the Shirlin of Xishan, it was indeed only Miss Li who ventured forth. Oh no, she was accompanied by her maid, the little girl named Zissou. Yuden remained poised at a distance, holding a stack of fine gauze. With a swift thrust, he cleaved through the fabric. Upon counting, Yuden's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Third prince. It has finally reached 8 layers. Not a single layer too few. This time, it has succeeded." He appeared exceedingly exhilarated. How could he not be? For several days, since the third prince had regained his strength, he had been relentlessly training this skill. For 3 whole days, they had engaged solely in practice, devoid of any other pursuits. After all, now that he resided in Dongling, with no political affairs to attend to, he found himself with ample time. Yuden found himself in a most arduous predicament. With each thrust of the third prince's spear, a chill pervaded the air, while he himself remained oblivious to it. Yuden, with his considerably lesser internal strength, felt as though he were on the brink of freezing to death. Having successfully pierced through 8 layers, he deemed it a flawless achievement. Third prince, observe. It is indeed 8 layers. I assure you, I have not deceived you. Yuden hastily presented the delicate layers of silk before Tuoba Yi. A glimmer of surprise lit up Tuoba Yi's eyes, yet in an instant, his expression soured. The 9th layer had been breached, albeit only slightly. Though the incision was minor, the force of his energy continued to press against it. Yuden immediately discerned the source of his dissatisfaction and quickly interjected, "Third prince, achieving 8 layers is already remarkable. Even Lord Mo may not accomplish such a feat, he certainly can." Tuoba Yi retorted coldly, his ire directed at that wretched creature. Chu Yueli is capable. Yuden broke into a cold sweat, hastily attempting to placate him. That is merely a matter of finesse. It is not an extraordinary martial skill. It is quite typical for a young lady to exhibit greater dexterity than a man through clever technique. If that is the case, have Liuli demonstrate her prowess for me. Tuoba Yi interjected with a scoff. Yuden promptly fell silent, not daring to utter another sound. Should the 7th princess be summoned to practice, she would undoubtedly seek to strike him down. Tuoba Yi felt a sense of despondency. It had been 3 days, and he had yet to achieve his goal. How had Chu Yueli managed to succeed? What did you just say? Did Chu Yueli truly venture alone into the stone forest to rescue Lu Fengjin? Of course, that girl named Zissou made little difference. It was as if she were non-existent to everyone. Shijin nodded in acknowledgement, stating that the young lady had departed from Chu Sha's army to hasten to Shirlin in a bid to rescue Lu Fengjin, likely consumed with anxious concern for the prince. She must have arrived before the autumn hunt commenced. Previously, Wuxi had been plagued by brigands, prompting the king of Mo to lead 100 elite soldiers to quell the unrest. At that time, Lu Fengjin was not in the imperial city. Otherwise, it would have been the king of Mo who would have gone to rescue the prince. Autumn hunt. Tuoba Yi pondered. There were still 2 days until the event commenced. 2 days felt excessively slow. Send word immediately, stating that Chu Yueli has ventured forth alone to save Lu Fengjin and has sustained grave injuries. Third prince, this may not be wise. Wudong hesitated. The king of Mo is your friend. Isn't a friend meant for such purposes? Have you not seen how that scoundrel reduced this prince to such a state? He also intended to discern the sincerity of Liu Beima's affections for Chu Yueli. Wudong and Shi Jin exchanged glances, both appearing helpless. This seemed less an act of vengeance and more akin to a spectacle. Chapter 169. I shall ensure she disappears forever. Early that morning, Chu Xia entered the palace to meet the emperor. For his successful rescue of Prince Jin and the suppression of the brigands, he was generously rewarded by the emperor. However, that evening, the emperor summoned Chu Yueli to the palace. I have heard from General Chu that the successful eradication of the brigands was largely due to your efforts. The emperor chuckled lightly, observing the young lady standing in the imperial study. She had blossomed into a graceful 17-year-old maiden, yet within the depths of the emperor's gaze, there appeared to linger a hint of bewilderment. It seemed as though she were gazing at another person. And Delu, who does she resemble? The emperor inquired. Chu Yueli remained silent, quietly accepting the scrutinizing gazes of the two. And Delu, of course, understood whom the emperor referred to, the renowned beauty of the southern frontier, Ming Ruonan. He nodded, affirming, indeed, she bears a striking resemblance, growing more apparent with each glance. Not only do her brows echo those of Ming Ruonan, but her demeanor and grace are nearly indistinguishable, albeit lacking the masculine vigor that characterized General Ming. The former Ming Ruonan was an unparalleled master. Yet the present Chu Yueli appears to possess no martial prowess whatsoever. It is truly a pity. Chu Yueli likely surmised their reflections, yet she remained tight-lipped, exuding an ethereal tranquility, akin to a celestial being untouched by worldly affairs. The emperor continued to observe, finding himself increasingly enchanted by this delicate maiden. With a smile, he remarked, General One has informed me that it was you who ventured forth to scout the path, analyzing all enemy movements with remarkable clarity and precision. It can be said that had it not been for your efforts, not only would Prince Jin have perished, but over 6,000 soldiers would have starved amidst the treacherous rocks. Such merit, and yet you seek to downplay it entirely. Do you deem me foolish? Attempting to deceive me? I would not dare. Chu Yueli appeared startled, hurriedly clarifying, as a mere weak woman, even if I have contributed, it is but a stroke of luck, far overshadowed by the merits of my elder brother and General Wan. That scoundrel Wan Hao, despite his usual arrogance, speaks of you with unreserved praise, which attests to your exceptional talents. Noting her continued attempts at explanation, the emperor waved his hand dismissively. Chu Yueli had no choice but to close her mouth, refraining from speaking recklessly. The emperor then said, You possess remarkable abilities, yet you consistently conceal your brilliance, remaining unobtrusive, only to astonish when it truly matters. Ali, allow me to speak candidly. Nightfall approaches, and it is inappropriate for a young lady to linger in my study at this hour. It may lead to unsavory rumors. After a brief silence, he finally broached the subject. Ali, I have comprehended your feelings for Jean Eyre. As a young girl, it is natural to make a fuss, and soon enough, this matter shall pass. Your feelings for Prince Jin during the Shishan incident were powerful enough to shake the heavens and the earth. The emperor gazed intently at Chu Yueli and assured her, rest assured, that woman of the Tuoba clan shall be made to disappear forever. She will never pose a threat to your position as the Princess of Jin. Chapter 170. The female general. It is a remarkably simple task for the royal family to make someone vanish. Although Prince Jin may feel anger and sorrow, he can vent his frustrations on concubine Rue and even neglect her as his mother, yet he would never dare to voice any dissent towards the emperor. The directive to make her disappear carries vastly different weight when uttered by the emperor compared to when spoken by concubine Rue. This distinction should be quite clear to Chu Yueli. Today, the emperor has unequivocally expressed his stance. He dotes on Chu Yueli because he admires his daughter-in-law. Since he cherishes her, it is only fitting that he take action on her behalf. The wild girl Tuoba Fiyuan, who has intruded upon their lives, can be easily crushed at his whim. Your Majesty, Ali, this time I can assist you. However, in the future, should such matters arise again, I hope you will act with propriety. Her husband, at the very least, will eventually be a prince. A prince, in his quest for heirs, cannot possibly confine himself to a single woman. The royal courtyard will inevitably accommodate consorts and favored maidens. The emperor, being a man himself, understands the nature of men. No matter how profound the love, over time, The novelty may wane, and affections may be drawn towards other young maidens. If Chu Yuli cannot perceive this reality, then she is indeed unfit to be the daughter-in-law of the imperial family. Suddenly, Chu Yuli knelt down. Miss Li, what do you mean by this? And Lu expressed his surprise. The emperor furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze upon her. Chu Yuli raised her head to meet the emperor's eyes. Her gaze was calm, her expression serene, devoid of significant emotional fluctuation. Ali thanks your majesty for your grace. However, Ali does not wish to enter the Jin Wang Fu. I have made this very clear to your majesty long ago. Furthermore, with the decree of annulment already issued, there is no reason for reconsideration. The emperor's brow tightened further. But your feelings for Jiner are so profound. Could it be? Why would the emperor believe that Ali still harbored feelings for the Prince Jin? Chu Yuli blinked innocently, seemingly perplexed. Your majesty, my journey with my elder brother to Shishan was, on one hand, to rescue the prince. The prince is your majesty's son, a war god of Dongling. And as a subject of Dongling, it is everyone's duty to protect Prince Jin. On the other hand, this serves an even more significant purpose for Ali. Her gaze was unclouded, and though her words carried a hint of self-interest, her demeanor was so candid that it rendered any anger impossible. Chu Yuli addressed. Ali also wishes for his majesty to recognize the strength of our duke's household. My elder brother is a valiant general, and from a young age, I have immersed myself in military literature. Not only do I comprehend tactics, but I also possess some knowledge of the intricate formations of the 8 trigrams. Our duke's household is replete with talent. Even if I do not marry into the imperial family, we shall still safeguard our homeland and relieve his majesty of his burdens. Miss Li, this. And Lu intended to assert that matters of national defense ought to be entrusted to men. However, he suddenly recalled that it was indeed Chu Yuli who had ventured alone to the stone forest, leading the Prince of Caution's troops to safety. Though she was a woman, she accomplished what all the men in the army could not. And Lu refrained from voicing his thoughts and merely observed the emperor. The emperor's expression darkened. His lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent. Chu Yuli continued. My journey to the stone forest was twofold. Firstly, to rescue the soldiers, and secondly, to take a risk in order for his majesty to witness my capabilities. She knelt and advanced several steps, her eyes bright and her words resonant. My mother, Ming Runan, was a female general, and I aspire to achieve greatness like her. I implore your majesty to grant me this opportunity. The emperor was indeed taken aback. You wish to become a female general? Chapter 171. Between the two, there lies a Chu Yuli in our Dongling. There has been no precedent for an unmarried woman to serve as a female general. In fact, the female generals of Dongling were not limited to Ming Runan alone. However, even female generals are addressed as madam by the people outside. Only within the army do the soldiers refer to them as generals. Yet Chu Yuli, being an unmarried woman, yearns for the genuine title of general. Ali, do you understand that once you become a general, you must truly face the battlefield? Otherwise, the title would be a mere facade, tantamount to deceiving the emperor. The emperor's expression darkened, and Lu, standing nearby, added, Miss Li, you must think this through. You should realize that generals frequently find themselves in combat, leaving little opportunity for marriage and children. Who would wish to marry a female general? Even if one were to marry, she would seldom be present, making the prospect of offspring nearly impossible. The emperor continued, if you wish to protect your homeland like your mother, you could do so after marriage, accompanying your husband into battle. At that time, united in purpose, your strength would be unparalleled. Would it not be better? Your Majesty, after breaking off her engagement with Prince Jin, Ali has focused on self-cultivation, no longer considering matters of romance or family. Ali's courage and determination have already been demonstrated to the emperor through the recent campaign at Shishan. Should the emperor deem it insufficient, Ali is willing to wait. One day, she will prove to the emperor that she is no less capable than any man, that she can truly become a general without relying on a man. The emperor and Lu exchanged glances. In truth, the emperor had already recognized Chu Yuli's strategy and wisdom. Previously, Prince Jin was invincible, yet this time faced a crushing defeat, a gap that was filled by Chu Yuli. The emperor furrowed his brow in contemplation for a long time, while Chu Yuli waited patiently. Outside, night descended, and Zisu remained waiting at the palace gates. After a long wait, Chu Yuli finally approached slowly. Miss Zisu immediately greeted her. Chu Yuli shook her head, and Zisu refrained from saying anything further. The two entered the carriage and departed from the palace, remaining silent throughout the journey. Do you dare to inquire about the emperor's words? Are you courting death? Li smiled lightly and walked directly into the courtyard. Weren't you always the one telling me? Regardless, the truly confidential matters are ones you would never disclose. Mississippi Zisu followed her inside. Li did not intend to remain silent. She simply preferred not to explain herself twice. She was aware that her elder brother must be waiting. Indeed. Upon entering the side hall, they found Chu Xiaohe, who had been sitting anxiously for a long time. Ali, what did the emperor say to you? He asked, his concern evident. The emperor must have heard quite a bit. Did he inquire about your relationship with Prince Jean? Chu Xiaohe wished to ask, but feared causing his sister distress, thus hesitating to voice his concerns. However, it was now imperative to ask. Ali, you must honestly tell your brother what you truly think. Do you want me to take the initiative to go to Hung County for Prince Jean? Do you still harbor feelings for him? Chapter 172. So, was this intentional? Why would you even think that your elder brother would consider such a thing? Chu Yuli felt a thirst and glanced at Zisu. Zisu promptly poured her a cup of clear tea. It is because your brother has watched you grow up since childhood. He sees your feelings for Prince Jean clearly. Chu Xiaohe felt helpless. For an ordinary person, such attachments are not easily relinquished. Although Ali is no ordinary person, her heart is still made of flesh. Brother, you do not understand me. This is not the first time Chu Yuli has uttered these words, but this time, she is willing to explain earnestly. Before the appearance of Tuo Ba Fei Yuan, I truly did not consider the consequences of marrying a prince. Her arrival has illuminated my situation. I shall not share a husband with any other woman. Henceforth, my lord, I shall take care to avoid you, never allowing myself to become ensnared. However, you and Prince Jean, perhaps it is more a matter of gratitude. Ji took a sip of tea, setting the cup down with a soft sigh. Brother, do you still recall the great fire I endured when I was 8? Of course, I remember. I regretted not being by your side at that time, for I would not have allowed you to suffer harm. Each time this incident is mentioned, Chu Xiaohe feels a pang of guilt. Chu Yuli smiled faintly, saying, I have always remembered the reassuring aura that enveloped me when he lifted me from the flames. I declared that when I grew up, I would marry him. This promise has remained etched in my heart. Yet now, it is he who has wronged you first. Chu Xiaohe is still filled with resentment, but I will always recall the comfort I felt when he held me. Ali, what I mean is, in this lifetime, I shall not be with Prince Jean, nor with any other man. Thus, I have sought the emperor's decree to become a female general. What? Chu Zio stood up abruptly, his face etched with anxiety. Ali, do you not realize that you are still an unmarried woman? You cannot become a general. If you take on the role of a general, you will be unable to marry, while there is no rule barring female generals from marrying. It is widely understood that a general must go to battle, and no family would willingly accept a female general as a bride. She would be irrevocably sealing her own future. After speaking, he truly intended to leave. Chu Yueli hurriedly chased after him, grasping his sleeve tightly. Elder brother, do you still not understand? I urged you to volunteer as a reinforcements commander precisely to show everyone that I, Chu Yueli, am well suited to be a female general, and my capabilities are in no way inferior to any man's. Ali, how could I possibly be doing this for Lu Fengjin? I have long since lost any feelings for him. This is for my own future. She clung to Chu Zio's sleeve, fearful that he might truly go seek the emperor. I want the world to see clearly that the previously invincible Prince Jean was successful because he had Chu Yueli by his side. This time, with Miss Li absent, he is utterly defeated. Elder brother, if I still had genuine feelings for him, would I be so brazenly rushing to his rescue? Chu Zio was momentarily stunned, gazing down at his gentle and graceful sister, his heart tightening with unease. So, Ali, you are doing this intentionally? You wish to undermine Lu Fengjin's hard-won status as a war god in the eyes of the people? Chapter 173. After all, there is no need to marry indeed. It was entirely intentional. The more the tale of my 1,000-mile rescue of my husband circulates, the more fragile his image as a war god becomes. Chu Yuli playfully winked at him, her expression mischievous. The esteemed war god, accompanied by over 10,000 soldiers to quell the rebellion, cannot even contend with a mere few thousand ruffians, requiring a woman to come to his aid. Brother, do you think he still has the audacity to call himself the war god of Dongling? Chu Xiaohe paused for a moment, suddenly struck by a realization. Hence, everyone is still in a daze, immersed in the touching account of your valiant rescue. In a couple of days, when they come to their senses, they will awaken to the truth that their war god is far from impressive. Zisu suddenly clapped her hands. leaping up in excitement. The more the tale spreads, the more the esteemed Prince Jean will find his reputation tarnished. Soon, when you distinctly reject him, everyone will see that you did not save a husband, but rather intervened for Dongling, to rescue a coward. You, my lady, are the true war god. Zissou. Chu Xiao, he shot her a disapproving glare, filled with reproach. To label Prince Jean as a coward is tantamount to courting disaster. Does she not realize the perils of her words? Zissou stuck out her tongue, chuckling softly as she hid behind Chu Yuli, falling silent. Chu Xiao, he turned his gaze to Chu Yuli. Ali. Zissou is not mistaken. I indeed share her sentiments. In a few days at the autumn hunt, our Duke's manor will take to the field, and the world shall see that I, Chu Yuli, have no desire for that coward. Our Duke's manor will take the field? Upon hearing this, Chu Zio was once again taken aback. Ali, where in the Duke's residence can we find skilled archers and horse riders to go into battle? If we gather a bunch of inept individuals, it would be a mockery of the Emperor, and a humiliating defeat would surely anger him. Chu Yuli pouted. Who says our Duke's residence lacks skilled archers and riders? If I say we have them, then we certainly do. Her spirits were remarkably high today, and even Chu Zio could perceive the subtle changes in her demeanor, which were somewhat different from the past. It seemed he suddenly understood his younger sister better. Previously, he had acted with poise and dignity to win Lu Fengjin's favor. Chu Zio was unsure whether he was influenced by her mischievous smile or something else entirely. But he found himself agreeing to the idea of the Duke's residents participating in the battle. He even drafted the official document, albeit under Chu Yuli's supervision, and promptly instructed Chu Yi to send it to Indelu. However, that night, as Chu Zio pondered the situation, he grew increasingly uneasy. Where would the Duke's residents find so many skilled archers and riders? What gave Ali such confidence? Chu Yi shrugged innocently. Eldest young master, if you are unaware. How could I possibly know? Chu Zio smacked his forehead in frustration. Having submitted the document to Indelu, they were now obliged to engage in battle. Failure to do so would be tantamount to deceiving the Emperor. Yet, should they suffer a dismal defeat, while it might not constitute treason, it would undoubtedly provoke the Emperor's wrath. Nearly pulling at his hair in desperation, Chu Zio lamented, in this residence, counting you and me, there are merely 2 of us. With 3 more needed, where shall we find them? Chapter 174. Your Highness, are you mocking me? At this moment, Chu Yuli had completed her bath and was leisurely perusing military texts. Miss, there are only 2 days left until the autumn hunt, and you have yet to persuade Madame Ning. Where will you find more people? Zissou fretted restlessly. Previously, she had heard the Miss mention participating in the autumn hunt, thinking it merely a jest. Yet now, the Miss had even prepared the eldest young master and submitted the registration documents. This had transformed into a reality. Though she had previously dismissed Chu Yi's equestrian skills, even with his participation and Madame Ning's approval, there would only be 3 of them. Did she expect to venture forth alone? The Duke would be furious if he found out. He won't know. What? Miss, you truly intend to go alone? Zissou nearly leaped in alarm. Of course I must go. This marks the first time in the history of the Duke's residence that we venture out in our own name, separate from the Jin Wang residence. How could I not attend? Chu Yuli cast her a sidelong glance. I share a bond of life and death with the Duke's residence. Do you understand? Mississippi. But even if you go, there will only be 4 of you. No, you don't even want Chu Yi to go. What are you truly thinking? Just then, the door swung open with a flourish, revealing Chu Yuli's enchanting smile. She beamed like a gentle spring breeze. If you don't leave now, I assure you, you won't be able to escape the latrine tomorrow. I suppose I must take my leave then. Zissou hastily retreated. It should be noted that the Miss's medicinal skills were unparalleled, known only to a select few. How could she not leave? However, after careful consideration, it still seems insufficient in terms of numbers. What could the young lady be pondering? The night has grown late. Chu Yuli had been engrossed in medical texts for an indeterminate amount of time. By the time she regained her senses, the bright moon hung high in the sky, signaling midnight. She set the books aside, stood up to stretch, and moved to cover the luminous pearl. Just as she was about to retire for the night, a sudden chill wafted in from outside. Almost simultaneously, a shadow darted towards her with astonishing speed, as swift as lightning. Great Demon Lord, what are you doing? Chu Yuli's eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on his indistinct features cloaked in darkness. Release me. Are you injured? Liu Beimo also scrutinized her. Yet he was accustomed to traversing the night, possessing far superior night vision. He could discern every detail of her form, even the delicate fabric of her nightgown. This was somewhat unexpected. I am not injured. Prince Mo, please conduct yourself with decorum. Let you. Before she could finish her sentence, Liu Mo suddenly advanced a step, his imposing figure trapping her between the table and his arm. Chu Yuli attempted to retreat, but the marble table obstructed her path, leaving her with no option but to lean back slightly, inadvertently pushed by him. Liu Mo pressed forward, and their positions grew increasingly intimate. Chu Yuli's face flushed with anger. Prince Mo, what do you mean by this? Do you think that as a woman who has withdrawn from a betrothal, I can be subjected to such humiliation at will? Step aside. Chapter 175. He is truly angry. Liu Mo exhibited no reaction, merely lowering his gaze to her furious countenance. Chu Yuli's face flushed with anger. Even if you are the lofty prince, you have no right. Do you truly harbor such affection for him? Suddenly, he asked a seemingly nonsensical question. Frowning, Chu Yuli struggled to respond. Whom do you mean? The entire capital was stirred by the tale of a 1,000-mile rescue. Miss Li's feelings for Prince Jin were indeed capable of moving heaven and earth. He appeared to be furious, his words icy and cutting. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yuli realized that if she denied it, the formidable figure might continue to pursue her. Yet, if she were to feign acknowledgement, would he retreat? No, that was unlikely. Although she was not particularly familiar with Liu Mo, she understood that admitting her feelings would only provoke his uncontrollable fury, potentially leading him to commit some outrageous act. I do not harbor feelings for him, Your Highness. My endeavor to save him was solely for my own sake, Chu Yuli stated calmly. Liu Mo continued to gaze at her, his eyes glimmering with an unsettling chill. Explain. I do not. Well, I merely sought to establish my own reputation. No one perceives your actions as gaining renown. All are simply awaiting your reconciliation, your marriage, to become a legendary tale. You risked your life to save Lu Fengjin. How terrifying was that place? With an army of 15,000 ensnared in a maze of rocks, awaiting death. How could a mere fragile woman possess the audacity to venture forth alone? What force sustained her? Was it so-called love? He was undeniably furious. The weight of his body pressed down upon her, his chest heaving violently, warmth radiating as if engulfed in flames, yet his words emerged with a frost-like chill. If I were to assert my stance unequivocally, I would never marry him. Sensing his approach, Chu Yuli swiftly withdrew her hands, pressing them against his chest. It felt somewhat unclean. The dust was palpable upon her touch. Your Highness, I have bathed and changed. Might you distance yourself from me? Liu Mo's fury simmered down slightly. Do you find me repugnant? Not only was he unclean, but there was also an unpleasant odor. She truly could not tolerate a man who was both dirty and malodorous. How unfortunate. She would have to wash again. It was exhausting. Your Highness, you are indeed filthy. You have soiled my nightgown. The disdain on her face was unmistakable. Liu Mo inhaled deeply, still harboring a hint of anger. Explain yourself, he commanded coldly. Chu Yuli yearned to retort. Explain? To whom do you think you are? He was not someone to whom she owed an explanation. However, given the late hour, and his formidable prowess which was beyond her comprehension, she hesitated. What consequences might arise should she truly provoke him? After a brief pause, she gathered her patience and continued. I shall not marry him, that is well known. I am not venturing forth for his sake. The notion that a noble prince requires the rescue of a frail woman would echo far and wide, akin to a tale of a 1,000-mile rescue. In that event, his reputation would be tarnished while mine would flourish. Thus, I am not here to save him, but to obliterate his reputation as a war hero. Chu Yuli lifted her gaze, meeting his piercing stare in the darkness. Your Highness, does this explanation satisfy you? In what manner can one reveal to all that one is resolutely determined to marry him? Chu Yuli calmly responded, by participating in the autumn hunting festival under the auspices of the Duke's residence, seizing the crown, slapping his face, diminishing his spirit, and completely severing ties with the prince's residence. Would that suffice? Chapter 176. Youthful impetuosity. Slapping his face, diminishing his spirit, and distancing oneself from him. These words possess a certain pleasing resonance. However, who in the Duke's residence could form a team? Liu Mo's fingers moved slightly, his hand brushing against her silken hair, which cascaded like satin, softly entwining around his fingertips. He felt an irresistible urge to twine her long hair around his fingers. Chu Xiao's equestrian and archery skills were indeed commendable. Chu Yi, however, lacked such qualifications. On the other hand, Madame Ning from the Earl's residence could participate if she so wished. Thus, who shall fill the remaining 3 slots? Chu Yuli's thin lips moved slightly when Lu Beimao remarked, "The second madam possesses immense strength, yet her equestrian and archery skills seem rather mediocre. As for your third uncle's fiancée, the Duke is entirely unwilling to allow her to enter the family. She cannot be considered a member of your Duke's residence." Chu Yuli's breath hitched, and she glared at him. "Have you been investigating various matters within my household?" Frowning, she merely shot him a glance, not genuinely angry. "Your Highness, there is a certain taint about you. I lack the inclination to converse with you." Lu Beimao lowered his head to sniff himself, indeed detecting a rather unpleasant odor. Even his mask was covered in dust. A young lady truly is a delicate matter. Even a hint of dirtiness makes her reluctant to engage in conversation. Lu Beimao felt somewhat helpless. "I did not bring a change of clothes. Do you expect me to converse with you in the nude?" Chu Yuli widened her eyes in disbelief. What nonsense was this great demon uttering? Furrowing her brow in genuine disdain, she could not help but gently push him away. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her delicate hand, soft as a feather, pressed against Lu Beimao's chest, akin to a pair of gentle claws scratching at his heart. This sensation was something he had never experienced in his 23 years of existence. Moreover, as she pushed against his chest, Lu Beimao became acutely aware that their bodies were in close proximity. His youthful form tensed momentarily, an inexplicable impulse roaring through his veins. He cast a downward glance. Though his earlier gaze had been icy, it had retained a certain clarity. At that moment, however, his eyes bore an indescribable complexity, a deep glimmer tinged with shadows. Restless, blood-boiling, Chu Yuli quickly sensed something amiss. The body she was pressed against, initially warm to the touch, now felt like a blazing inferno. In particular, she sensed a rapid transformation occurring within him. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly widened her tear-filled eyes, fixing them on Lu Beimao. You scoundrel! A debauched rogue! Don't move." Lu Beimao himself was taken aback by his sudden loss of control. In the pitch-black night, surrounded by soft jade and fragrant warmth, his mind felt somewhat muddled. As she recalled the moment, it felt as if her body were glued to his. Despite possessing the strength to effortlessly lift boulders weighing hundreds of pounds with a single arm, he found himself utterly devoid of the energy to even prop himself up. Moreover, it seemed that his body was pressing down upon her even more. Chapter 177. I am here, waiting for your nod with Lu Beimao's descent. The sensation of being oppressed became increasingly palpable. Chu Yuli's face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, "You scoundrel! If you do not get up this instant, I shall have no qualms." Above her, a helpless yet suppressed sigh escaped Lu Beimao's lips. Ultimately, he released her. "I did not intend to bully you. I simply lost control for a moment. My apologies." He spoke with an unexpected sincerity. Chu Yuli still harbored intentions to scold him, but his contrite demeanor was somewhat commendable. Yet, she pondered the futility of rebuking him. Regardless, her ire remained. "Ali, let us marry," Lu Beimao suddenly declared. The anger that had surged within Chu Yuli transformed into astonishment. "Does your Highness truly comprehend the gravity of your actions? Is it amusing to jest with me in such a manner? When have I ever jested with you?" Lu Beimao fixed his gaze upon her. In a cold tone, Chu Yuli retorted, "If your Highness genuinely intends to wed me, why not seek the Emperor's decree for marriage instead of merely expressing your desire? Without the imperial edict, your Highness's words are nothing but the frivolous musings of a rogue." She merely wished to dissuade him, yet to her surprise, Lu Beimao's dark eyes sparkled with newfound brightness at her words. "So, Ali, does this imply that you agree?" Even in her words, excitement could not be concealed. "Well, since you have promised, I shall enter the palace tomorrow to request my father's approval for marriage." "What nonsense are you speaking? Why does it sound as if you are not jesting at all?" "Your Highness, please do not jest with me. As a woman who has previously broken off an engagement with Prince Jean, how could I possibly marry you? The Emperor would never permit it." She pondered for a moment and suddenly realized. Did the prince believe that the Emperor would never agree, which emboldened him to make such a promise? What weight does a man's vow hold? In truth, she had long seen through it and cared little. She merely wished that this formidable prince would cease to pursue her. "I am certain my father will be furious, perhaps even incensed to the point of fury." Yet, Lu Beimao smiled lightly. "But I possess military merit. My accomplishments in pacifying the northern frontier are not easily attained by just anyone. I shall petition for marriage in the Grand Hall based on my military achievements. My father has no reason to refuse." Are you serious? At that moment, Chu Yuli began to feel an unsettling chill. She sensed his seriousness. He was not merely toying with her. What could this formidable prince possibly be thinking? Your Highness, do you think I am merely seeking to amuse you? Lu Beima leaned against the table, observing her silhouette, still clear in the night. Yet, he dared not gaze too intently. The thrill he had felt moments ago was intoxicating. Yet suppressing that thrill required considerable effort. The pain of restraint was not something just anyone could endure. He focused on Chu Yuli's face, yearning to approach her. Yet he distinctly sensed her resistance towards him. Lu Beima took a step forward, yet his gaze remained fixed upon her, cold yet resolute. Ali, I await your nod, he stated. It was a gesture of respect towards her. Otherwise, having procured the imperial decree, once the emperor grants the marriage, whether she consents or not, she must wed him. In this regard, how does it differ from the coercion of concubine Rue? Should you acquiesce, I shall seek the decree to marry you, provided you give me a clear sign. Chapter 178. A slave for life. This time, Lu Beima moved with purpose, advancing to stand before Chu Yuli. With a sudden thud, he knelt on one knee. The formidable lord. She instinctively yearned to flee. His words were laden with gravity and fear. Yet, Lu Beima unexpectedly grasped her ankle. Chu Yuli instinctively attempted to retreat, but with her ankle held in his grip, her balance faltered, causing her to fall backward. It dawned upon her that she had inadvertently stepped back to the edge of the bed, and with that fall, she found herself seated upon it. Lu Beima gently lifted her foot, bowing his head to bestow a soft kiss upon her instep. In this act, even she could perceive that it bore no hint of frivolity. Such solemnity, such sincerity. This was the utmost promise from a man of Beijiang to a maiden. I, Lu Beima, willingly entrust my life to you, Chu Yuli. Should you desire it, I shall be your slave for eternity. What nonsense are you speaking? I am unwilling. Entirely unwilling. Chu Yuli hastily retreated from the edge of the bed, sprinting to the door, her breath quickening as she prepared to open it. Yet he remained kneeling in place, maintaining his earlier posture as he gazed at her. Chu Yuli's heart raced uncontrollably, her breath in disarray as she stared at the man who had intruded upon her chamber under the cover of night. A tempest of anger and unease surged within her. You are the emperor's son, a noble prince. Please refrain from uttering such words again, lest I find myself in dire straits. If the royal family hears of this, they will surely come to trouble me. Lu Beima, however, merely smiled, rising slowly to his feet, intent on approaching her. But upon noticing her determination to open the door, he halted his advance. Have I frightened you? He inquired, though he had not intended to voice his feelings so soon. Following their physical encounter that night, he found himself unable to contain his emotions any longer. Would she not hasten to accept his proposal? He yearned to hold her once more, to embrace her in a manner that was both intimate and audacious. Lu Beima bit his lip, striving to suppress his wandering thoughts. Some fantasies, akin to poison, become more addictive the more one indulges in them, spiraling into a state of uncontrollable desire. No matter, I shall grant you more time to contemplate, he declared. And what if I remain unwilling? Chu Yuli inquired coldly. Lu Beima pondered this question earnestly. It was a consideration he had not truly entertained before. I believe, in the end, you shall consent, for you have promised to marry me. Enough of your nonsense. Chu Yuli glared at him. Lu Beima's gaze held a complexity that was difficult to decipher in the dimly lit room, though Chu Yuli could not see it clearly. Ali, do you find me unappealing? I assure you, I am more handsome than Lu Fengjin, he said, a hint of grievance in his voice. Yearning to approach, yet fearful she might flee, he raised his hand. Do not come any closer, Chu Yuli exclaimed, her urgency palpable. Lu Beima's long fingers brushed against his mask, yet his actions were halted by her words. What does it matter how handsome a man is in the end? I do not require a man, and I shall never marry. The prince, if you truly hold feelings for me, I implore you to respect my decision. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his hand. I will not give up. I shall wait for the day you acquiesce. Chapter 179. A deathly sin. Whether the Mo Wangfu participates in the competition is a matter solely for you, Your Highness. It bears no relevance to me or to the Duke's residence. Chu Yuli remained pressed against the door, ensuring he could not approach her again should he reconsider. Lu Beima cast her a glance, his eyes imbued with a complex aura. He refrained from further comment and pushed open the window. Yet, just as he was about to turn away, Chu Yuli suddenly remarked, the teams that have claimed the crown at the autumn hunt over the years. If they are princes or lords, can obtain the Dragon Guard's insignia, though the Dragon Guard is not numerous. Its role in the defense of the capital is of utmost significance. It can be said that whoever possesses the Dragon Guard's insignia wields at least 1/3 of the military power in the capital. Besides the Dragon Guard, there are also the Imperial Guards and the Royal Army, the latter two being directly subordinate to the Emperor. The Dragon Guard, established to safeguard the capital's safety, holds a pivotal position within the city. Having fought in battles for many years, this year marks the first time the prince participates in the autumn hunt. It is of great importance to him. If he could secure the crown, it would undoubtedly leave an excellent impression in the emperor's mind, greatly benefiting the prince's future endeavors. Ollie, are you willing to devise a plan for me? A hint of amusement flickered in Lu Beima's eyes. No, it is merely a polite reminder. Chu Yuli replied with an impassive expression. Yet, Lu Beima appeared to be in good spirits. After casting one last glance at her, he lightly leaped away. By the time Chu Yuli approached, his towering figure had vanished into the vastness of the night. With a sigh, Chu Yuli took a moment before opening the door. Come in, she commanded. Zissou cautiously entered, still trembling with apprehension. Mississippi. Have you lost your senses for eavesdropping on the words of the Prince of Ink? Chu Yuli walked over and lifted the cover of the luminous pearl, instantly illuminating the room. Zissou hurriedly found a robe and draped it over her. Miss, this nightgown is far too sheer. It leaves nothing to the imagination. Chu Yuli shot her a glare, slightly annoyed. If you are so capable, why did you not come in to save me earlier? If I had entered, I would have been doomed. Zissou retorted. Moreover, I have strong suspicions that the prince was aware of my presence outside all along. The Prince of Ink possesses unfathomable martial prowess. If you could hear him, it stands to reason that he could hear you as well. Chu Yuli refrained from disputing this assertion. If Lu Beima truly intended to target Zissou, he would have acted by now. Nevertheless, she sensed that the Prince of Ink harbored no animosity towards the members of their noble house, not the slightest. In fact, there seemed to be a hint of goodwill. Yet, she could never comprehend what past she shared with Lu Beima, for they had never truly interacted. 9 years ago, after she became acquainted with Lu Fengjin, she occasionally followed him to meet other princes and exchanged a few words, yet they had never spent time alone together. As for the King of Mo, their encounters were even rarer. In his youth, he was a young general, accompanying the Grand General on expeditions, which left him little time in the capital. For a full 5 years, they had not crossed paths. Where could such deep affection blossom? Yet, miss, just now, he expressed a willingness to be your lifelong servant. Such words are not uttered lightly. I sense that the King of Mo. He spoke with great seriousness. Do not speak recklessly. Chu Yuli cast a cold glance at her. Such words must never be divulged. They would bring trouble to the Duke's residence. To have a prince serve as one's servant is to slap the royal family in the face. Such flirtatious remarks, once spoken, would be a capital offense. Chapter 180. I have felt your intentions 2 days past. Tomorrow marks the day of the autumn hunt, and the atmosphere among the various residences is now tense. The news sent by Qin Wu suddenly rendered the already somber Jin Wangfu even more austere. Are you certain that the Duke's residence intends to participate alone? After a few days of rest, Lu Fengjin finally appeared in better spirits today. He rose early to begin his tasks and instructed Qin Wu to prepare gifts, intending to personally visit the Duke's residence to express his gratitude. Of course, there was another reason. He hoped to further his pursuit of Chu Xiaohua. After all, Tuoba Feiyuan had disappointed him greatly of late. However, the news from Qin Wu plunged him into a dilemma. How long has this been? Lu Fengjin's fingers tightened slightly around the pen. In the previous night, the documents were submitted, and yesterday, Lorden presented them to the Emperor. It is said that after considerable deliberation, he ultimately acquiesced. Qin Wu hesitated for a long time before daring to speak softly. Your Highness, if the Duke's residence truly participates in the competition under its own name, then our Jing Wangfu should prepare the gifts. I shall personally pay a visit. Thus, an hour later, Lu Fengjin appeared in the grand hall of the Duke's residence. Chu Xiaohua received him personally, yet Chu Yuli was notably absent. Where is Ali? Lu Fengjin inquired. Chu Xiaohua could clearly discern that today, when Jing Wanya mentioned Ali, his tone was exceedingly gentle. He had expected that. Given the Duke's residence was participating in the autumn hunt under their own name, Jing Wanya would be furious upon his arrival. Yet, there was no sign of anger whatsoever. Ali has gone to the Bo Ye's residence, Chu Xiaohua replied softly. What business does she have at the Bo Ye's residence? The people there are hardly kind to her, Lu Fengjin remarked. his brow furrowed with concern. Chu Xiaohe also frowned, not out of anxiety, but rather perplexed as to why Jing Wangye's demeanor towards their Ali had reverted to its former gentleness. He discreetly inquired, "Might I ask if there is a specific matter that brings you to the residence today?" Most likely, it was still regarding the matters of the forthcoming autumn hunt. However, Chu Xiaohe had long since resolved that their duke's residence would participate independently, regardless of what Lu Fengjin might say today. He would not alter his decision. Moreover, this was Ali's choice, one he could not change. Unexpectedly, Lu Fengjin smiled and said, "It is nothing. I merely came today because I noticed my health has improved somewhat, to express my gratitude to General Chu and Ali. The prince need not be overly polite. Both Ali and I are merely acting under orders." However, Lu Fengjin simply smiled, said nothing further, and sipped his tea, suggesting an intent to engage in a more prolonged conversation. He had always opposed Ali going to the Earl's residence, and Ali had not even taken Chu Yi along, which left Chu Xiaohe perpetually uneasy. Indeed, Qin Wu cupped his hands and immediately followed Chu Yi out the door. Although Chu Xiaohe felt a twinge of discontent, he did not reveal it. He remarked, "Your Highness, this is ultimately a matter between the Duke's residence and the Earl's. General Chu, I have known you for many years, and I do not wish to beat around the bush in your presence." Lu Fengjin sighed softly, his words tinged with a sense of melancholy, yet seemingly imbued with clarity. "In the past, I was at fault. Ali's actions this time have indeed touched me deeply. There are some things I wish to clarify with Ali. Regardless of what decision she ultimately makes, I have undeniably felt her sentiments towards me." Chapter 181. I wonder who dares to lay a finger on me at this moment. Chu Yuli was indeed at the Earl's residence, facing considerable difficulties imposed by its inhabitants. Upon hearing of Chu Yuli's arrival, Li Shi was the first to rush out from her courtyard. She intercepted Chu Yuli just as she had traversed the front courtyard of the Earl's residence and was making her way along the path to the back garden. "Chu Yuli, do you dare to come to the Earl's residence?" Li Shi, accompanied by a group of servants, blocked Chu Yuli on the narrow path leading to Xiangxi Garden. They visited the Duke's residence twice, only to be met with hostility from Chu Yuli, who showed no mercy, particularly towards Li Shi, who suffered greatly on both occasions. Under the roof of another, one is powerless to retaliate when struck. Zissou, observing the approaching crowd, instinctively sought to position herself closer to Chu Yuli. "Miss, this is the Duke's estate," Zissou whispered. "In another's domain. Should the individuals be particularly malevolent, they might very well treat them as thieves, administering a beating before seeking clarification. Even if they were to strike her, they could easily claim a case of mistaken identity, believing her to be a thief. Such matters are often convoluted." Chu Yuli, with an impassive expression, continued her forward march. Li Shi, accompanied by a throng of followers, initially exuded an intimidating presence. Yet, for reasons unknown, as Chu Yuli approached, Li Shi found herself instinctively retreating 2 steps in response to the icy demeanor emanating from Chu Yuli's gaze. Once she retreated, realization dawned upon her, inciting her anger to the point of nearly cursing aloud. "Chu Yuli, what do you intend to do? Halt. Dare to take another step forward, and I shall not hesitate to be impolite. You still recognize me as Chu Yuli?" Chu Yuli's lips curled into a subtle smile. "I had thought you regarded me as a thief. Who knows who you are? You. Listen well, all of you. Your mistress is fully aware that I am the legitimate daughter of the Duke, Chu Yuli, as she herself has declared. Should anyone dare to treat me as a thief again, feel free to test the consequences." "On what grounds?" Li Shi seethed, her teeth clenched in fury. "When I visited the Duke's residence, you treated me as a thief and struck me. Is it not because your aunt brought a knife to the Duke's estate? Can I bear arms now?" Chu Yuli spread her hand. The Li matriarch was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to retort. Yet, Chu Yuli had already advanced towards them, and it seemed inevitable that she would collide with the group of servants. With a cold smile, she declared, "The legitimate daughter of the Duke's residence comes to pay her respects to Madame Ning. I am most eager to see who dares to lay a finger on me." The group of servants hastily scurried aside, leaving only the Li matriarch standing defiantly in the path. As Chu Yuli approached with an unhurried gait, her seemingly slow steps belied an inexplicable swiftness that brought her before the matriarch in an instant. The matriarch attempted to unleash a tirade of insults, but the words caught in her throat. A sudden gust of force seemed to envelop her, causing her to shut her eyes tightly and stumble, landing with a thud on the ground. By the time the Li matriarch regained her composure and began to curse, Chu Yuli had already distanced herself. You useless fools. Hurry and report to the Lord. Quickly. At this moment, Chu Yuli had entered the Xiangxi courtyard. This modest courtyard was tucked away in the most secluded corner of the Duke's residence's rear garden, occupying the smallest area within the estate. Upon entering, Zissou couldn't help but reflect, the old lordess title is a result of the remarkable achievements of his son and daughter-in-law. Yet, it is lamentable that Madame Ning, who brought such honor to the family, should be treated in this manner after her husband's passing. Chapter 182. What need have you for me? Though small, this courtyard was serene and impeccably clean, making it a suitable haven for cultivating one's spirit. Not long after Chu Yuli arrived at the forefront, she was intercepted by Mei Dong, the female guard beside Madame Ning. Miss Li, my lady has always preferred seclusion and does not enjoy socializing. So I kindly ask you not to disturb her. There are no unnecessary pleasantries. If she is not to be seen, then she shall not be seen. The household is sparse, with only Mei Dong and a maid for cleaning, as well as a cook. There is not even a gardener. Mei Dong's demeanor is serious. Though her attitude is not disrespectful, it is devoid of warmth. Chu Yuli remains unfazed, merely smiling as she speaks. Our Duke's residence intends to participate in tomorrow's autumn hunt under our own name. The documents have already been submitted to Masterin, and the Emperor has approved them. This revelation causes a flicker of surprise in Mei Dong's eyes, prompting her to blurt out, wasn't it customary to follow the Duke of Jin's entourage in previous years? However, realizing her indiscretion, she hastily silences herself. Chu Yuli continues to smile softly. Indeed, we have always relied on the Duke of Jin, forgetting that our Duke's residence has also achieved considerable military merit, which has brought shame to my grandfather and parents. I fear Aunt Ning may be quite displeased with this, although she acknowledges that this is a matter for the Duke's residence, and that her lady has no authority to interfere. Mei Dong's fleeting resentment does not escape Chu Yuli's notice. I apologize, Chu Yuli murmurs gently. Mei Dong, taken aback, opens her mouth in surprise. Miss Liu. I apologize, she reiterates. This is something I wish to convey not only to Anton but also to you. You and Aunt have both served in my mother's female battalion, yet after my parents' passing, I entrusted the Chu family army entirely to the Duke of Jin. Chu Yueli solemnly bowed to Mei Dong, expressing, in the past, I was immature and did not understand. Now, I have truly grown up. I implore General Mei Dong and Aunt to forgive me. Mei Dong was rendered speechless, taken aback. She was merely a guard, whereas Chu Yueli was the legitimate daughter of the Duke's residence. Suddenly, from the direction of the backyard, a deep voice resonated. If you have something to say to me, come to the backyard yourself. Chu Yueli's eyes brightened, and she promptly replied, yes. She instructed Zissou to remain and hurried towards the backyard. Ning Anren was practicing with a spear, a fine sheen of sweat adorning her forehead. Upon Chu Yueli's arrival, she sheathed her long spear but did not hand it to anyone. Instead, she presented it before Chu Yueli. Madam, Lady Li is unskilled in martial arts. If one lacks martial prowess, what right do they have to lead the Chu family army? If that is the case, why come to seek me? Ning Anren turned to leave. Suddenly, a metallic clank echoed behind her. Mei Dong, standing nearby, was so astonished that she could not close her mouth. When did Lady Li seize the spear from her grasp? She had not perceived the moment of her action. Chu Yueli, addressing Ning Anren, clasped her hands and said, Aunt Anren, please enlighten me. Meanwhile, Lu Fengjin had waited at the Duke's residence for half a day. It was rumored that Chu Yueli and Madame Ning had departed, their destination unknown, leaving Zissou behind. Little did he know, while he awaited Chu Yueli, someone else had been waiting for him for a very long time. Chapter 183. She did it for herself at the moment she beheld Lu Fengjin. Tuoba Feiyuan's eyes instantly glistened with tears. She felt wronged and resentful, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Ah Jin, why have you persistently refused to meet me? If I do not seek you out, do you truly intend to never see me again? Tuoba Feiyuan wiped away her tears, standing in the courtyard, her small face flushed. Whether from anger or something else, she could not tell. Lu Fengjin merely cast a glance in her direction before bypassing her and proceeding towards the study. Tuoba Feiyuan bit her lip, feeling even more aggrieved. How could he disregard her presence? Ah Jin. Her previous tone of grievance now began to morph into one of indignation. Lu Fengjin entered the study, continuing to ignore her. Once inside, he busied himself with work. Tuoba Feiyuan initially hesitated to follow him, feeling that doing so would be quite humiliating. He had yet to comfort her. However, upon entering the study, he truly began to work, unwilling to spare her a glance. Tua Ba Fei Yuan, infuriated, stamped her feet, torn between leaving and her unwillingness to concede defeat. Ultimately, she followed him inside, her face ablaze with fury. "Ah Jin, what exactly does this mean? If you harbor such disdain for me, let us part ways. In the future." Lu Fengjin lifted his gaze, his attention shifting from the documents to her. The look in his eyes had grown notably indifferent, tinged with profound disappointment and self-doubt. Tua Ba Fei Yuan was momentarily speechless, yet her expression remained one of anger. "I came to see you, but they would not allow me to enter. What could I do? I care about you too." Lu Fengjin let out a faint sigh, suddenly feeling utterly drained. He was tired, very tired. Knowing that he could not meet Shu Yuli today, he realized that Ali's resentment towards him had never waned. She intentionally avoided him, choosing to remain hidden. Otherwise, how could she venture out with Madame Ning, fully aware that she was still waiting for her? In truth, her relationship with Madame Ning was far from amicable. To his knowledge, Madame Ning and Shu Yuli had never spent time alone together. Tuoba Feiyuan, observing the weight of his thoughts and the diminished warmth in his gaze, felt her anger gradually dissipate, leaving behind a sense of grievance. "Do you think I am truly so foolish, pretending to be strong while understanding nothing? Everything I do is for you." She bit her lip, gazing at him as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Yet, these tears did not evoke any compassion from Lu Fengjin. Instead, they only intensified his annoyance. He was burdened with a multitude of affairs awaiting his attention. In the past, when Ali was by his side, Chu Yuli would often alleviate his worries, making his life significantly easier. He had complete trust in Chu Yuli. He didn't even need to glance at the correspondence she managed. She had an innate ability to clearly distinguish between the significant and the trivial, seeking his input on the important matters, while handling the less critical ones independently without needing to consult him. Back then, Ali was still quite young, yet she was a prodigy, remarkably capable even at the age of 13 or 14. Yet, he had lost such a wonderful girl. His Ali. Do you truly believe that Chu Yuli's involvement in this battle was solely for the sake of rescuing her husband from afar? Tuoba Feiyuan was acutely aware of the whispers circulating outside. She glared at Lu Fengjin, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Are others foolish, and you too?" Lu Fengjin. "She did not go to Shishan for you. She did it for herself." Chapter 184. What if it is not one's own husband that needs saving? Tuoba Feiyuan's words did not elicit any response from Lu Fengjin. After this ordeal, he had come to see clearly the nature of his bond with Ali. At this moment, he found himself at a loss regarding his feelings for her, yet the guilt he harbored towards Ali was undeniably real. "You have been deceived by her, Lu Fengjin. She has long since cast you aside in her heart." Tuoba Feiyuan rushed before him, snatching the letter from his grasp. Lu Fengjin's expression darkened as he finally regarded her with earnestness, yet his gaze was imbued with a chilling coldness. "Tuoba Feiyuan, you address me by both my name and surname." Tuoba Feiyuan's eyes flushed with anger, tears streaming down her cheeks. He had never before called her so. He had indeed changed. Lu Fengjin's patience with her had reached its absolute limit. How could he have once perceived this as genuine emotion, something rare and precious? In truth, she was merely a spoiled young lady, her so-called authenticity merely a guise for her willfulness, her tyranny, and her unreasonable nature. He had sacrificed his love for Ali, cherished for many years, for the sake of such a woman. At this moment, the remorse swelling within Lu Fengjin reached its zenith. "What did you say?" Tuoba Feiyuan's breath hitched, her fury causing her to shred the letter in her hands. "You scoundrel! Enough!" Lu Fengjin abruptly rose to his feet, slamming his palm upon the table. Had he not been injured previously, rendering him unable to wield his true power, this blow would have shattered the table to pieces. He glared at Tuoba Feiyuan, his gaze drifting from her face and gradually descending to the ground. On the ground lay fragments of that letter. Lu Fengjin's chest heaved with rage. "Dare to tear apart this royal missive and delay military affairs. Do you not know the consequence?" He commanded, "Bring her to the woodshed. Without my decree, no one is permitted to release her." "What? You intend to confine me to the woodshed? You wretched man, you." "Lu Fengjin, have you lost your mind? I shall never forgive you." Tuoba Feiyuan was being dragged towards the door by Qin Wu. Initially, she could hardly believe it. But as she approached the threshold, the reality settled in. The man who had vowed to cherish her for a lifetime had, in this moment, become the very source of her anguish. She clutched the doorframe tightly. Though Qin Wu, despite holding her, could easily pull her away, her grip on the door was resolute. He feared that too much force might harm her. After all, she was the prince's consort, and any injury inflicted could provoke regret in the prince later. In her heart, she harbored no affection for him. Her actions to rescue him were indeed motivated solely by her own interests. Outside, they spoke of her as the heroine who traversed 1,000 miles to save her husband, yet he had already annulled their engagement. Her endeavor to save him showcased her own prowess, but also illuminated his inadequacies. "Tuaba, cease this at once," Qin Wu exclaimed, his face contorted with disdain, yet a flicker of unease stirred within him. He could not help but glance at Lu Fengjin. This dilemma seemed to be one that Lu Fengjin had yet to ponder. The tales circulating about the heroic rescue of a husband were celebrated, and if one were to save their own spouse, little would be said, for a couple is typically united by mutual benefit. But what if he was not her husband? Though the words of Tuoba Feyuan were harsh, they served as a genuine reminder. Lu Fengjin was no fool. He had merely been caught up in the heat of the moment, failing to consider the implications. Chapter 185. What does the prince truly desire? Lu Fengjin waved his hand dismissively. Ultimately, Qin Wu managed to drag Tuoba Feyuan away. With utmost caution, Qin Wu entered the room and collected the torn letter from the floor, piecing it together before placing it on the table. "Your Highness, although I believe it is indeed beneficial to distance oneself from the young lady, Tuoba's words hold some merit," he remarked. While he harbored a preference for Chu Yuli over Tuoba Feyuan, his foremost concern remained the well-being of his prince. "Your Highness, if Lady Li truly harbors lingering feelings for you, perhaps you should consider reciprocating her affections, seeking to reconcile with her in light of her profound devotion." This, he believed, would represent the most splendid resolution, one that Qin Wu yearned to witness. Through this recent conflict, he had discerned that following Lady Li's departure, the prince's combat prowess had undeniably waned. Lady Li was of paramount importance to him. The duke's household had assembled a team to participate in the autumn hunt, signaling to the world that the bond between the young lady and the prince had indeed frayed. Thus, Tuoba's assertions would become a reality. Lady Li was not a distant savior. She was merely striving to establish her own legacy. "And as for you, Your Highness," Qin Wu hesitated to dampen the prince's spirits, yet the matter had reached a critical juncture. "Your Highness, it is you who, despite achieving victory in battle, find yourself in need of rescue from the duke's siblings." Suddenly, Lu Fengjin rose to his feet. Qin Wu was taken aback, gazing at him. "Your Highness." Lu Fengjin, with a grim expression, said nothing and hastily departed. He still proceeded to the duke's residence. To her surprise, Lu Fengjin did not seek her out. Instead, he sought the duke himself. Upon receiving this news, Chu Yuli's heart tightened, and she hurried to Huiyin Pavilion. When she arrived, Lu Fengjin was engaged in tea with the old duke. The duke's complexion appeared slightly better today, yet he remained visibly frail. "Grandfather." Chu Yuli swiftly approached his side, then turned her gaze to Lu Fengjin, suppressing her displeasure and greeting him composedly. "Your Highness, why so distantly? Is it because the duke is present?" Lu Fengjin asked with a faint smile. Chu Yuli, unsure of his thoughts, replied coolly, "Your Highness holds a noble status. The necessary courtesies must be observed." The old duke, looking at her with a smile, said, "You two are soon to be wed, Ali. There is no need for such formality. Please, have a seat." A subtle frown appeared on Chu Yuli's brow. However, she found it impossible to refuse the esteemed Prince Jin. The duke remained unaware of her impending annulment with Lu Fengjin. He could not endure much longer. These matters, Chu Yuli resolved not to burden him with. It seemed Lu Fengjin had also refrained from mentioning anything to him. As anticipated, Lu Fengjin remained tight-lipped about the annulment, conducting himself as though he were merely visiting the duke. Aside from sharing tales from the battlefield, he sought the duke's wisdom on matters of conduct. The old duke answered all his inquiries, treating him as one of his own kin. As for the matter concerning Chu Xiaohua, it appeared Lu Fengjin had not breathed a word about it either. Chapter 186. Have you forsaken your loyalty to me for him? Are you intending for the duke's residents to participate in the autumn hunting festival in its own name? At this moment, Lu Fengjin's expression darkened. So, you wish to completely sever all ties between the duke's residence and the Jin Prince's mansion. This autumn hunting festival will announce to the world that there is no longer any connection between us. Is that correct? Is there any other relationship between the prince and me? Chu Yuli retorted coldly. Ali, My prince, since you have seen the truth, you should understand that my journey to Hung County and Shishan was not a grand act of rescue. I implore you to cease your fanciful musings. Were you being deliberate?" Before she uttered these words, Lu Fengjin still clung to a glimmer of hope. Now, with her own admission, what significance remains for all his previous illusions? "What do you mean by that, my prince?" "My efforts to save the soldiers were made in obedience to orders, and also for the sake of my brother and myself to achieve merit. If you wish to consider it deliberate, so be it, as we were the ones who voluntarily requested military engagement." At this moment, her expression bore no trace of superfluous emotion, and her tone was entirely formal. Lu Fengjin's feelings were indescribably complex, leaving him uncertain whether to feel anger or sorrow. "Have you exploited me?" He clenched his fists tightly. "My prince, you exaggerate. My brother and I acted solely for the soldiers. There is no question of exploitation. Ali, I wish to speak no more falsehoods with you. If you still hold any place for me in your heart, then tell me, can we not return to how we once were?" Lu Fengjin stepped forward, his heart heavy with emotion. At this moment, he recognized the folly of his one-sided affection, yet he could not bring himself to relinquish it. He had nearly perished in the Shishan stone forest, and the appearance of Chu Yuli had been like the arrival of a celestial being. He had savored the joy of finding hope amidst despair, a feeling that would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. In the days that followed, as he recuperated, his thoughts were consumed by the injustices faced by Chu Yuli and the realization that he had wronged her, even as her feelings for him remained steadfast. Regret gnawed at him. How could he bear the revelation that all this was merely his own sentimental folly? "Ali, let us cease this tumult. Let bygones be bygones. As long as you still hold me in your heart, I can swear before the heavens." "My lord, I have lost faith in oaths," she replied, her tone devoid of anger. "I am not speaking out of spite, nor am I engaging in a petty quarrel. I am entirely composed." Observing his agitation, Chu Yuli instinctively took 2 steps back, creating distance to prevent him from entangling her further. She sensed his withdrawal clearly. Whether this was merely a matter of pride, he could no longer discern. "Have you developed feelings for another man? The 4th prince?" For reasons unbeknownst to him, the only name that surfaced in his mind was that of Lu Beima. Chu Yuli had not intended to involve the King of Ink. Yet if a person could truly cause him to relinquish his feelings, she saw no harm in acknowledging it. The King of Ink was indeed remarkable. It was not surprising that she might be drawn to him. His face has been marred, and it was you who orchestrated its ruin. Ali, he harbors deep-seated animosity towards you. How could he ever genuinely love you? You have been deceived. She may like anyone, but why Lu Beima? Lu Beima is her innate adversary, her greatest foe. You are no longer the naive young girl. How could you fail to see through his trivial schemes? Does he harbor even a modicum of genuine affection for you? Ali, you have forsaken this prince for him. You shall inevitably regret it. Chapter 187, this time. He must not be disappointed again. The prince truly has a knack for distorting right and wrong. Who has truly abandoned whom? Does he not feel the pangs of conscience when uttering such words? Of course, this presumes that the prince possesses any semblance of conscience left. Chu Yuli found herself utterly speechless. Abandon him? This man is utterly oblivious. She nearly laughed out loud, her expression tinged with ironic amusement, igniting a furious blaze in Lu Fengjin's heart, causing him acute pain and ire. He wished to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Should he scold her, reproach her, or what? Ultimately, he realized he resembled a mere jester. Overcome with emotion, the wound on his shoulder and abdomen suddenly flared with intense pain. Lu Fengjin's complexion shifted dramatically, quickly paling to a ghostly white. Chu Yuli sighed softly. "Your Highness, your injury has yet to heal. You should be resting properly at the residence instead of straining yourself to wander about. If the wound reopens, recovery will become exceedingly arduous." He was indeed a formidable warrior. Having sustained such injuries, he had only rested for a few days before he could roam about. This resilience was a testament to years of battle on the battlefield. Any ordinary individual would likely be confined to bed for 10 days to half a month. Unexpectedly, the casual remarks made by Chu Yuli only served to infuriate Lu Fengjin further. "Since you have chosen Lu Beimo, do not feign sincerity in my presence. I shall no longer be deceived by your insincere affections. My lord, I assure you, I am not concerned about you. Thus there is no need for you to misconstrue my sentiments as feigned affection." Lu Fengjin gritted his teeth in anger. The once understanding Ali had long since vanished. As Yuan Air had implied, she had been masquerading, revealing herself to be a venomous woman. Your fourth brother will never genuinely care for you. You shall come to regret this." With that declaration, Lu Fengjin turned to leave, feeling an overwhelming sense of disgrace, as if he were retreating with his tail between his legs. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. Yet, as he stepped outside the Duke's residence, a heaviness began to settle within him. Some thoughts, once suppressed beneath the fervor of emotion, gradually resurfaced, becoming increasingly clear. It seemed that he had indeed fallen into an abyss with no bottom. However, he had only just begun to descend into its depths. Chu Yuli intended to participate in the autumn hunt under the auspices of the Duke's residence, and Lu had executed his duties of confidentiality remarkably well this time. While the outside world buzzed with knowledge, the inner court had only received the news today. "Jean Eyre, have you not reconciled with her? Why does this occur?" By forming their own team for the hunt, the Duke's residents openly declared their severance from the Jin Wang Fu, rendering the so-called 1,000-mile rescue of a husband a mere farce. "Jean Eyre, are you aware that by doing so, you have become a stepping stone for her? Jiuli and Chu Xiaohe? Their audacity is utterly detestable. I shall not allow her to succeed." Lu Fengjin clenched his palm tightly. Yet his overwhelming fury rendered him breathless, leading to a fit of violent coughing. Rui Fei was alarmed. "Call for a doctor, quickly." "No need." Lu Fengjin grit his teeth, struggling for breath. "I am fine, but this autumn hunt. Jean, you need not worry. In your father's eyes, you remain the most important." Rui Fei grasped his hand, and despite her hatred for Chu Yuli, she felt rather content due to this matter. "The Emperor has decided to postpone the autumn hunt for 10 days, so Jean, in your father's heart, you are indeed paramount. This autumn hunt must not disappoint your father." Chapter 188. The Autumn Hunt, a significant turning point. The Emperor's decision to delay the autumn hunt is well understood. It is undoubtedly for the benefit of Prince Jean. This indicates that the Emperor still favors Prince Jean over Prince Mo, as he wishes for him to wield the Dragon Guardian Army's command token. In his heart, Prince Jean remains more significant than Prince Mo. Chu Yuli's words plunged Chu Xiaohe into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he remarked, "Although Prince Mo has secured the northern frontier, earning the title of the foremost hero of Dongling, it appears the Emperor still cares about the disfigurement he suffered. One must ask, throughout history, how many emperors have not been of striking appearance? Ultimately, if the Emperor were to wear a mask perpetually, it would indeed tarnish the dignity of the royal family. However, Ali, our relationship with the Jin Wang Fu has now reached its nadir, and it seems exceedingly difficult to mend. Following the battle at Xishan, the reputation of the Jin Wang Yi as a warrior has been tarnished. When the autumn hunt convenes, the populace will recognize that the Duke's residence and the Jin Wang Fu are no longer united. Consequently, the esteemed title of the Jin Wang Yi may be further jeopardized. Should the Jin Wang Yi regain prominence in the future, our Duke's residence may find it increasingly challenging to maintain its standing in the capital. Thus, my elder brother suggests that we seek refuge with the Mo Wang. Jili gazed at Chu Xiaohe, her lips pressed together in contemplation. Yet, Chu Xiaohe merely regarded her and inquired, "Ali, what do you think? I had an audience with the Emperor the other day. His health appears to be quite poor, seemingly gravely afflicted." "Ali?" Chu Xiaohe was taken aback and hastily glanced at Chu Yi. Chu Yi and Zi Su promptly retreated outside to stand guard. Chu Yuli's expression remained largely unchanged as she continued. "The Emperor's breath seems relatively stable. However, his complexion is pallid, likely a consequence of internal injuries sustained in his youth, which have begun to manifest frequently in recent years. He converses with the vigor of an ordinary person. Nevertheless, he harbors an inexplicable trust in me. If Ali asserts that the Emperor's health is compromised, it must indeed be so. The assignment of the Dragon Guard's insignia to a particular prince or royal will significantly influence the matter of succession. The Mo Wang's countenance remains a considerable obstacle to his ascension." After some contemplation, Chu Yuli remarked, "Elder brother, I will procure some medicine in the coming days. Please deliver it to the Mo Wang." "So, Ali, have you resolved to align yourself with the Mo Wang?" "Not necessarily, yet it is essential not to offend him. For self-preservation alone, it cannot be considered reliance on anyone." The prince stated, "Should you truly possess sincerity, please deliver the medicine personally tomorrow." Chu Xiaohua found himself in a predicament, as did Chu Yuli. This great demon king has begun to indulge in his whims again. She huffed and tucked the medicine away. Whether love is reciprocated or not, it matters little. She has already expressed her stance. And even if he rises to power in the future, he likely would not be the first to target us. If he does not wish to pursue, then so be it. What does it mean for her to deliver the medicine in person? With both unmarried, who knows how many rumors would circulate? As the day of the autumn hunt draws nearer, the atmosphere in the Jin Wangfu is shrouded in gloom. Chapter 189. Can you recognize your mistakes? Lu Fengjin's wounds have healed quite well recently, and his health appears to be no longer in jeopardy. In recent days, Consort Rue has been visiting frequently, and the emperor seems particularly lenient towards her, even granting her a royal edict to leave the palace, allowing her to visit her son at will. Such treatment is indeed rare among the concubines. The other ladies in the harem dare not voice their grievances, as they are well aware that maternal lineage holds great power. With a son like the formidable Jin Wang, Consort Rue stands nearly on equal footing with the empress in the palace hierarchy. Learning that Tuoba Fiyuan remains confined in the woodshed brings her great satisfaction. Although she harbors deep resentment towards the determined Chu Yuli, her disdain for that ignorant mountain woman, who only brings trouble, is far greater. She gazed at Lu Fengjin and softly remarked, "Jiner, your mother has chosen some beautiful young ladies for you these past few days, along with some with unique personalities. Do take a look." Today, she arrived accompanied by the esteemed Mama Ming, bearing a scroll of exquisite paintings. The scroll unfurled before Lu Fengjin, showcasing numerous striking figures. Yet, despite their beauty, he remained devoid of interest. "Mother, if we speak of beauty, who in this capital can rival Ali? Yet, I am indifferent to such matters." It was only when Rue Fei mentioned Tuoba Fiyuan that he recalled having confined Tuoba Fiyuan in the woodshed for several days. In the interim, he had been preoccupied with lingering official duties, preparing for the autumn hunting event, and recuperating from his injuries, leaving little room in his mind for Tuoba Fiyuan. "Mother, at present, my sole ambition is to win the autumn hunt. I wish not to dwell on other matters. Have the candidates for our team been finalized?" Although the autumn hunt had been postponed due to his injury, Rue Fei remained concerned for her son's health. The Mo Wang mansion would also participate this year, posing a formidable challenge, especially with the absence of Chu Xiaohan from the Jin Wang mansion. While Mother did not regard Chu Xiaohan as a significant threat, his equestrian skills were undeniably impressive. The shifting dynamics were decidedly unfavorable for them. "Rest assured, Mother, I have identified a worthy candidate who will not disappoint you." After bidding farewell to Rue Fei, Qin Wu could not contain himself. "Your Highness, our team is still one person short. How is Yuan faring these days?" Lu Fengjin stepped outside, heading towards the woodshed. As he approached the door, he reflected on how he had locked away someone he once cherished dearly for several days. Yet, at this moment, his heart held little sympathy. He waved his hand, and Qin Wu immediately entered, bringing out Tuoba Fiyuan. After being confined for several days, the once proud demeanor of Tuoba Fiyuan had faded, her sharpness dulled. She had lost weight, appearing utterly dispirited. Upon seeing Lu Fengjin, her eyes merely reddened. Yet no tears fell. Initially, Lu Fengjin anticipated a tumultuous reaction from her, even mentally preparing himself for an overwhelming sense of aversion. However, her quiet demeanor, her silence as she gazed at herself, stirred a flicker of compassion within him. Ultimately, he found himself softening. After days of confinement, do you now recognize your mistakes? Chapter 190. Tuoba Minghua Lu Fengjin had actually made up his mind. If Tuoba Fiyuan continued her outbursts, he would simply let her go. He could not endure excessive turmoil. His affection for this young woman had shifted from fervent infatuation to a profound disillusionment, having experienced her indifference and the burdens she imposed upon him. During their time in Shishan, despite her presence by his side while he was gravely injured, she could not even manage the simplest act of caring for him. From that moment on, Lu Fengjin's tenderness towards Tuoba Fiyuan had dissipated. It seemed he had gained clarity. The unique qualities he once admired in her were merely the capricious temper of a sheltered young lady. Some things, which appeared so enchanting in the heat of passion, revealed themselves to be increasingly distasteful upon reflection. Could Tuoba Fiyuan be oblivious to the disappointment mirrored in his eyes? During her confinement in the woodshed, it seemed she had also come to understand many things. At least for now, she had achieved a state of complete composure. "Ajin, shall we have a conversation? I am aware that the team of the Jin Wangfu is currently lacking one member." This was the first statement made by Tuoba Fiyuan upon entering. Lu Fengjin had initially gathered all the letters, fearing that she might rush over and tear them apart. Some letters were absolutely untouchable. To disturb them would indeed be a grave sin. He had contemplated countless possibilities, yet he never anticipated that Tuoba Fiyuan would confront him with this upon her arrival. Furrowing his brow, Lu Fengjin regarded her and remarked, "With your current capabilities, you are not yet eligible to join the team of the Jin Wangfu." When he harbored affection for her, she seemed flawless. However, once that affection waned, all her shortcomings became glaringly apparent. Tuoba Fiyuan bit her lip in response. Observing her distressed demeanor, Lu Fengjin averted his gaze. He found her little temper unsettling. Yet, Tuoba Fiyuan did not lose her temper. After a brief moment of biting her lip, she said, "Ajin, I am aware that my equestrian skills do not even surpass those of Qin Wu, and I could never replace Chu Xia, but there is a true desert flower in our vast desert. Ajin, once you meet her, you will undoubtedly be captivated." 3 days remained until the autumn hunt. Lu Fengjin could not fathom what had compelled him to grant Tuoba Fiyuan another opportunity. However, today, that opportunity was bestowed upon another maiden, a girl named Tuoba Mingwe. When Qin Wu entered with the girl, Lu Fengjin was already growing impatient, contemplating his departure. Yet he was struck by how she approached him with deliberate grace. This humble girl, Tuoba Mingwe, pays her respects to Prince Jin. Her lightness of foot instantly captivated Lu Fengjin. However, due to the presence of Tuoba Fiyuan, Lu Fengjin harbored no particularly favorable feelings towards his sister, Tuoba Mingwe. "I have heard you are skilled in archery," Tuoba Mingwe remarked. "Your Highness, your time is precious, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. Please, pose your challenge." Lu Fengjin cast a glance at Qin Wu, who appeared somewhat helpless, uncertain as to why his master continued to place trust in these young ladies of the Tuoba clan. Especially Tuoba Mingwe, who, with her ethereal beauty and graceful demeanor, seemed nothing more than a lovely maiden, far from a master archer. He presented the bow and arrows, stating nonchalantly, "Please give it a try, my lady." No sooner had the words left his lips than 3 swift sounds pierced the air. In the distance, 3 arrows struck the target, each piercing the bullseye. Lu Fengjin's fingers tightened, nearly causing the cup in his hand to slip. Qin Wu was left utterly astonished. The arrows had not merely found the center, they had penetrated it. This feat required not only precision but also strength. Yet when he observed Tuoba Mingwe moments before, she had merely waved her sleeve lightly, showing no signs of exertion. Had he misjudged her abilities? Qin Wu glanced at Lu Fengjin, who was fixated on Tuoba Mingwe. On that day, Lu Fengjin had taken Tuoba Mingwe for a stroll around the back mountain, accompanied solely by Qin Wu, leaving even Tuoba Fiyuan behind. Tuoba Fiyuan waited for an extended period, tears streaming down her face, which she desperately wiped away. Finally, as the sun began to set, she awaited Lu Fengjin's return. "Thank you, Your Highness." Tuoba Mingwe inclined her body slightly, devoid of any lingering attachment, and hastened towards Tuoba Fiyuan. Qin Wu let out a sigh of relief. He had initially assumed that yet another young woman was attempting to draw near to the prince, but throughout the day, Tuoba Mingwe appeared to be a woman of considerable ambition, showing no inclination to entangle herself with the prince. On the contrary, Lu Fengjin watched her departing figure with a glimmer of delight in his eyes. The prince had thought that the 2 sisters intended to employ such tactics to retain his attention, but it now seemed that he had been overly concerned. At this moment, he harbored no desire for romance. Should Tuoba Mingwe deliberately seek to entice him, he would certainly dismiss her once the autumn hunt concluded. He had no wish to contend with a woman who took matters too seriously. After shedding her active attire, Tuoba Mingwe instructed Ji Lan to bring a bath, and she leisurely indulged in a warm soak. Upon emerging, she discovered Tuoba Fiyuan still seated in the chair, awaiting her. "Do you wish to speak with me?" she inquired. Tuoba Fiyuan's eyes were reddened once more. Tuoba Mingwe furrowed her brow and, before her sister could speak, impatiently remarked, "With such limited capabilities, you choose to sulk instead of expressing your feelings. It is no wonder that His Highness the Prince has not mentioned you even once throughout the day. Did he truly not mention me at all?" Tuoba Fiyuan bit her lip, tears threatening to spill over. She felt genuinely aggrieved. In the vast desert, her brother and father had showered her with affection, while her sister, though formidable, had been neglected since childhood, no matter how exceptional she was. She remained a mere supporting character in Tuoba Fiyuan's life. Yet today, she suddenly felt as if she were the true supporting character. That sensation of weightlessness left Tuoba Fiyuan yearning to weep throughout the day, feeling wronged, heartbroken, and resentful, yet utterly powerless. Tuoba Mingyue cast a glance at her, his gaze growing increasingly impatient, tinged with a hint of disdain. Tuoba Fian's heart tightened, on the brink of collapse. Sister, is what you said truly the case? Has he fallen for Chu Yueli again? In his most desperate moments, she had rescued him from peril. How could one not love in return? Moreover, he had never truly forgotten Chu Yueli. Only a fool like Tuoba Fian would believe that a few days of Lu Fengjin's fleeting affection could overshadow his previous ardor for Chu Yueli. Tuoba Mingyue settled into her chair, her demeanor resembling that of one observing a mere servant. You may not comprehend the depth of his obsession with Chu Yueli, but I do. Yet during the time he cherished me, Chu Yueli meant nothing to him. Tuoba Fian could accept her claims on any matter, but the notion that she was inferior to Chu Yueli was one she could not abide. Tuoba Mingyue scoffed. Then, when he is so devoted to you, has he ever taken action against Chu Yueli for the harm she inflicted upon you? This question rendered Tuoba Fian's face ashen. Lu Fengjin had not. Not once had he harmed Chu Yueli. Even when Chu Yueli had wounded her grievously, he had only offered a few reproaches. Tuoba Fian instinctively glanced down at her chest. The memory of that deep, cruel cut from Chu Yueli still haunted her. Lu Fengjin had not avenged her. Not from the beginning to the end. So, what grounds do you have to compare yourself to her? Sister, you have persistently claimed that I cannot compare to Chu Yueli. What is your true intention? Does humiliating me bring you such joy? Tears of humiliation streamed down Tuoba Fei Yuan's cheeks, unable to be restrained. Tuoba Mingyu remained silent, lifting her cup only to cast it aside once more. At that moment, Jilan happened to bring in some refreshments, and, upon seeing Tuoba Mingyu, found herself at a loss for words. Unexpectedly, a mere hesitation caused Tuoba Mingyu's expression to darken, and she exclaimed furiously, "Impudence! A mere maid stands before me and fails to kneel in respect." I. Jilan glanced at her, and then at Tuoba Fei Yuan. Tuoba Fei Yuan, displeased, retorted, "Sister, she is my maid. One must recognize their master even when chastising a dog." Tuoba Mingyu was clearly venting her ire on Jilan. "What? Your maid, and yet I cannot command her?" Tuoba Mingyu rose and approached Jilan. Startled, Jilan instinctively took 2 steps back. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she could scarcely discern when Tuoba Mingyu had reached her. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, the world spun around Jilan, who collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, consciousness lost. Tuoba Fei Yuan's eyes widened in shock. "Tuoba Mingyu, you. From this day forth, I am the mistress of the Misty Rain Pavilion. If you wish to remain in the Jin Wang Fu, you will obey me, and perhaps I may persuade Jin Wang Yi to show you some mercy. I refuse to believe that a Jin would treat me this way." Tuoba Fei Yuan finally regained her composure and hurried after her, declaring angrily, "A Jin would never be swayed by you. Do you think I intend to deceive Prince Jin?" The smile on Tuoba Mingyue's face was colder and more audacious. "Only you foolish individuals would believe that a woman must rely on a man to survive. Tuoba Fei Yuan, those idiosyncratic behaviors of yours were taught by me. If I wished to beguile Prince Jin, it would not be your place to intervene. Yet, I disdain such trivialities. I will make him realize that only an independent woman deserves his respect. What are you and Chu Yueli even worth?" Chapter 193, Becoming a Perfect Side Concubine. Tuoba Fei Yuan was unexpectedly expelled from her chamber by the guards. The Misty Rain Pavilion now belonged to Tuoba Mingyue. Tuoba Fei Yuan had initially thought her words were mere bluster, but to her astonishment, she acted upon them. Her courtyard had previously been devoid of guards, and these 2 were dispatched from the moon-chasing pavilion. On the first day, Tuoba Fei Yuan endured. By the second day, upon learning that Lu Fengjin was still out with Tuoba Mingyue for the entire day, she could no longer restrain herself. As night fell, she donned a delicate sheer gown and adorned herself, receiving refreshments from Jilan. "My lady, the prince once truly cherished you. We all witnessed it. But your temperament." Jilan hesitated, fearing to upset Tuoba Fei Yuan. Tuoba Fei Yuan replied, "Speak freely, I am listening." Thus, this evening, Tuoba Fei Yuan exuded an uncharacteristic gentleness. Even Lu Fengjin could sense her transformation. Observing her careful attentiveness towards him, Lu Fengjin's heart softened. "There is no need for such pretense. When I first beheld you, you were not like this." He was profoundly moved. In those days, Tuoba Fei Yuan was brimming with pride, yet now, it seemed that all her vigor had been utterly subdued. Even Lu Fengjin himself was at a loss, uncertain whether it was he who had changed or Tuoba Fei Yuan. "Ajahn, I wish to marry you." Upon noticing his furrowed brows, Tuoba Fiyun hastily clarified, I have never aspired to be your consort, for I am fully aware that neither the emperor nor consort Rue would ever consent. Today, I overheard people discussing how I linger by your side without any official status. Because of this lack of recognition, even Tuoba Mingwe feels entitled to look down upon me. The Misty Rain Pavilion is merely a temporary abode, not a true home. Jilan remarked that once I become the prince's secondary consort, acquiring a title would grant me a place of my own, free from rivalry. However, before the grand wedding, a prince cannot take a secondary consort. Your Honor, why are you so naive? Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out from outside the door. Upon hearing it, Tuoba Feiyuan's body tensed instinctively. Qin Wu entered, leading Tuoba Mingwe. Tuoba Mingwe cast a glance at Tuoba Feiyuan before smiling gently at Lu Fengjin, saying, She is still young and lacks understanding. Please do not hold it against her, Your Highness. She is not so young anymore. Lu Fengjin's words hinted at his displeasure. Indeed, she was of an age, at 16, while Ali was merely a year older at 17. Yet Ali understood everything, knowing how to navigate her circumstances, while Tuoba Feiyuan continued to place herself in difficult situations. Lu Fengjin's mood began to deteriorate, not solely due to Tuoba Feiyuan's immaturity, but also because, for reasons unknown, the memory of Chu Yuli resurfaced. After all, she was merely a young girl. Tuoba Mingwe regarded Tuoba Feiyuan with a gaze imbued with a sense of indulgence. Perhaps my decision to take her chamber today and relocate her to the western wing has left her discontented. Tuoba Mingwe, though you are still young, my dear sister can cherish you, yet she must not spoil you. Suddenly, Tuoba Mingwe's expression darkened, her demeanor shifting to one of gravity. In the past, your excessive indulgence has repeatedly displeased the prince. From this day forth, I shall diligently instruct you, so that you may become a perfect concubine by his side. Chapter 194. Is this your method to entice me? To become a flawless concubine? Lu Fengjin furrowed her brow. Jin, I. Tuoba Mingwe, do you believe you are? With a resounding slap, Tuoba Mingwe's hand struck Tuoba Feiyuan's face with force. Not only was Tuoba Feiyuan taken aback, but Lu Fengjin was also momentarily stunned into silence. It was merely a disagreement. There was no need for violence. This was rather excessive. Indeed, after a brief moment of shock, Tuoba Feiyuan erupted. You hit me. How dare you? You lowly. Another slap echoed loudly, even more pronounced than the first. Tuoba Feiyuan fell to the ground, her face burning with pain, leaving her speechless. It was far from over. She distinctly sensed a formidable force rushing towards her. By the time she comprehended the situation, she had already been seized by Tuoba Mingwe and unceremoniously flung outside. Tuoba Feiyuan, having been knocked about, glared at Tuoba Mingwe standing at the threshold, covering her face as she wept and cursed. How dare you strike me? By what right do you do this? If father and elder brother were here, they would never let you get away with it. The Tuoba clan is filled with tyrants like you, taking advantage of your power and committing heinous acts, which has led to the near annihilation of our family today. Tuoba Feiyuan, should you fail to repent, your fate will inevitably mirror that of your father and brothers. The two guards and Qin Wu were somewhat at a loss. After all, this young lady from the Tuoba clan had only been at the royal residence for 2 days. Should they heed her orders? However, it seemed the prince within had no objections. Moreover, Tuoba Feiyuan had indeed been excessively domineering in the past, earning her no favor within the walls of the palace. She had previously been confined in the woodshed for quite some time, long since fallen from grace, it seemed. Ultimately, the two guards managed to assist Tuoba Feiyuan to her feet and escort her away. I beseech the prince to grant her a little more time. Considering her youth and ignorance, I shall ensure she is properly guided. Lu Fengjin scrutinized her. Such a countenance was undeniably beautiful, though not as flawless as Chu Yueli. It was certainly more appealing than that of an average young lady. Yet, he found it impossible to detect even a hint of feminine charm on Tuoba Mingwe's face. The way she presented herself was akin to conversing with a man. The notion of a perfect consort suddenly resurfaced in his thoughts, recalling Tuoba Mingwe's earlier words. Regardless of whether the prince still harbors feelings for my sister, he once cherished her. As long as my sister has not committed any fundamental errors, the prince ought not to abandon her. Otherwise, how is he different from a fickle-hearted man? I have never contemplated forsaking you on her. The affection was genuine, after all. And having one more woman in the royal residence is of no consequence. Unless, of course, Tuoba Feiyuan herself insists on leaving. If she truly desires to depart, he would not pursue her further. Yet, this young lady before him piqued his curiosity immensely. Chapter 195. A distinct affection for the women of this clan. Having experienced Tuoba Feyuan, Lu Fengjin found himself inexplicably resistant to the women of the Tuoba clan. Should Tuoba Mingyue exhibit even the slightest hint of ulterior motives, he vowed that after the autumn hunt, she would find no sanctuary in the capital. Since the prince is aware of my frequent visits to the royal residence, he should also comprehend that I harbor no interest in him whatsoever. My past visits were solely to see you on Earth. This is something the prince should be able to ascertain. Such words were spoken with utmost candor, causing Lu Fengjin's face to flush with a sense of embarrassment akin to being soundly slapped. Your Highness, my intent in stating this is merely to clear my name, not to humiliate you. I implore you to recognize my sincerity. Tuoba Mingyue, in both her demeanor and every expression she bore, was indeed indistinguishable from a man. She clasped her hands in a gesture of respect and stated, I am aware that in the past, many women sought to draw near to the prince, which has understandably led to your heightened wariness of me. However, I have come to seek refuge with the prince solely for the advancement of my own career, with no ulterior motives. If the prince doubts my sincerity, I shall prove it to him. She stepped aside and picked up a cup. Just as Lu Fengjin was unaware of her intentions, she suddenly smashed the cup with her palm, seizing a shard to cut her own face. The speed of her action was as swift as lightning, showing no mercy whatsoever. Miss Tuoba, Qin Wu, standing at the door, was alarmed to the point of losing his composure, and in his attempt to intervene, it was already too late. Lu Fengjin swiftly grabbed a wooden board from the table and struck it with force. At the critical moment, he managed to knock the shard from Tuoba Mingyue's hand. Nevertheless, the shard left a faint trace of blood on her fair face. Fortunately, it was merely superficial and would vanish in no time. What kind of girl is so indifferent to her own appearance? Indeed, it was a refreshing revelation that completely reshaped his perception of women. Qin Wu exhaled deeply, relieved. Only Tuoba Mingyue, after enduring all this, could still smile with composure. If the prince is willing to believe that I harbor no ill intentions, then may we discuss the formation layout for the autumn hunting event? It is said that a remarkable young lady has arrived at the Jin Wangfu, excelling in archery and horsemanship. For the past few days, the Jin Wang has been inseparable from her. Oh, isn't this reminiscent of the past with Tuoba Feyuan? Chu Yuli raised an eyebrow, still focused on her meal. Zissou nodded emphatically, acknowledging, indeed, just like the initial encounter with Tuoba Feyuan. Moreover, this girl is named Tuoba Mingyue. It appears she is the sister of Tuoba Feyuan. Zissou couldn't help but murmur. He truly has a fondness for the maidens of this clan. After finishing her last bite, Chu Yuli rose and inquired, is their archery and horsemanship truly remarkable? It is said to be exceptionally impressive. The members of their team were all in awe. Zissou adjusted her attire, yet noticed that Chu Yuli seemed unfazed by the matter, striding out with a spirited gait. Zissou followed closely behind, reaching the front courtyard, only to find it still occupied solely by Chu Xiaohe and Chu Yi. A wave of concern washed over Zissou. Miss, do you truly believe your invitees will arrive? Chapter 196. How could she possibly pass? This question also lingered in the minds of Chu Xiaohe and Chu Yi. Ali, I have sent someone to invite Lady Ning. However, we are still short 2 individuals. Chu Xiaohe dismounted from his horse and approached Chu Yuli. Ali, the hour grows late. If we do not make our way to the hunting grounds soon, I fear we may offend the emperor. At this moment, dawn had broken. The sky remained somewhat dim, and the weather appeared rather gloomy. After days of clear winds and sunny skies, today seemed enveloped in a haze. Above, dark clouds gathered and dispersed, leaving uncertainty as to whether rain would fall later. There is no need to wait for Aunt Anren. Let us proceed to the hunting grounds. She will arrive in due course. With that, Jili leapt onto her horse. As Chuzayo finally discerned the reality, he observed that his sister today was clad in a form-fitting attire, merely draped with an ample cloak that obscured her figure at first glance. Her long hair was elegantly tied up, devoid of any feminine demeanor, exuding instead an air of spirited valor. A fleeting image of his mother, Ming Runan, crossed his mind. How strikingly similar was Ali today to his mother from yesteryears. Ali, why have you donned such attire? Is it possible? Are you also intending to participate in the competition? A sudden anxiety gripped Chu Zio. He hastily exclaimed, Ali, before entering the hunting grounds, one must first pass the trials, which even Chu Yi might struggle to endure. Therefore, I had no intention of allowing Chu Yi to compete. Chu Yuli smiled. And Chu flushed, aware of his own limitations, yet he insisted, I will do my utmost. There's no need for that. I desire this competition to be flawless. If you fail the trial, our team will lose a spot, she retorted. Zissou interjected, everything is packed, Mississippi. Are you certain you do not wish to take the carriage? A bit of movement would do you good. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuli urged her horse forward and galloped away. Zissou glanced at Chu Zio and promptly stated, the miss has indicated that our team members will make their way to the hunting grounds independently. There is no need for us to linger here. Let us go. She leaped onto the carriage's front compartment and took the reins herself. Both Chu Yuli and Zissou had long accompanied the expedition, and although their martial prowess might be lacking, their equestrian skills were remarkable. Thus, their departure did not strike Chu Zio as inappropriate. Chu Yi began to feel uneasy. Young master, it appears that Miss seems as if she is preparing for a competition. However, one must undergo an assessment before entering the royal hunting grounds. How could she possibly pass? While her equestrian skills may be commendable, the evaluation encompasses not only riding but also archery, both of which are indispensable. I have never witnessed her practice archery. Chu Xiaohe was also filled with apprehension, yet Ali had already set off. Remaining here was futile. They decided to proceed first. Not long after departing, Chu Xiaohe soon caught up with Zissou, but there was no sign of Chu Yuli ahead. He pursued her, yet encountered no trace of Ali. Chu Yi even deliberately slowed his pace, meticulously observing the surroundings, thinking perhaps the young lady had paused to purchase something. But not a single shadow of her could be seen on the street. Upon reaching the hunting grounds, he lifted his gaze and spotted Chu Yuli seated on horseback, riding with the wind, gazing at the archery field, seemingly lost in thought. Chu Xiaohe and Chu Yi exchanged glances, both incredulous. She had truly come. Could it be that they had simply moved too slowly? Chapter 197. This prince grants you one final opportunity. The entourage from the Jin Wangfu had arrived, having heard that he was injured in Xishan. Yet today he appeared on a magnificent steed, showing no signs of frailty. It seemed that his injury had completely healed. Soon, everyone noticed the young woman riding not far behind him. To their surprise, it was not Tuoba Fei Yuan, but rather a lady of remarkable beauty, surpassing that of Tuoba Fei Yuan. Dressed in a similarly elegant outfit as the Jin Wangye, her attire lacked some of the opulence. Accompanying her was Qin Wu, whose prowess in archery and horsemanship was unparalleled. He had been part of the team in previous years. Qin Wu's attire was almost indistinguishable from that of the young lady. And together with the two valiant warriors behind them and Prince Jin, they formed a group of 5. To everyone's surprise, the young lady was also here to compete. Could the rumors circulating outside be true? What rumors? The one regarding her sister. Which sister? The flower of the desert. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Zissou arrived in a carriage, positioning it with the Duke's team. She promptly leaped down and hurried to Chu Yuli's side. Chu Yuli's gaze fell upon Tuo Ba Mingyu. Unexpectedly, Tuo Ba Mingyu was also looking in this direction. Their eyes met, and Tuo Ba Mingyu inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. Their gazes then shifted apart. Beside them, Chui whispered, Miss. While Qin Wu's martial skills may not be exceptional, his archery ability is indeed formidable. We have all witnessed it. Chu Yuli nodded thoughtfully. However, Zissou expressed her skepticism. He may not be unlike Tuo Ba Fei Yuan, who boasts of being the flower of the desert, but has scarcely hit the mark. Zissou had learned of the time when Lu Fengjin brought Tuo Ba Fei Yuan to the military camp to showcase her skills. Yet, Chu Yuli countered. This young lady is not comparable to Tuo Ba Fei Yuan. Her gaze is sharp, and her demeanor composed, qualities that Tuo Ba Fei Yuan cannot match. She may very well be a true master. Miss, do not elevate others at the expense of your own, warned Chui, but we must not underestimate her either. Chu Yuli waved her hand, expressing her disinterest in discussing the affairs of others. However, it seemed that while they chose not to engage in conversation about the Jin Wangfu, individuals from that very estate had arrived. General Chu, Miss Li, my lord requests your presence, Qin Wu announced as he approached the two, offering a polite bow, his gaze casually flicking towards the entourage from the Duke's residence. There were only 4 individuals present, Chu Xiaohe and Chu Yi, along with Chu Yuli and Zissou. Was it truly the case that this quartet constituted their team for the competition? It seemed rather juvenile, to say the least. Setting aside the question of whether Chu Yi could even qualify, both Chu Yuli and Zissou were unlikely to make the cut. One must remember that prior to entering the royal hunting grounds, a rigorous evaluation was required. Surely, the team from the Duke's residence was here merely for amusement. Although Qin Wu held Chu Yuli in high regard, he found himself in stark disagreement this time. Chu Yuli paid no heed to his unusual gaze, and, alongside Chu Xiaohe, approached Lu Fengjin to pay their respects. "We greet the prince," they said in unison. "Ali, General Chu, I offer you one final opportunity," Lu Fengjin declared, his words laced with suppressed resentment. "You may join the Jin Wangfu's team. I will overlook past grievances." He spoke with a cold demeanor, aware that their insistence on forming their own team had tarnished the dignity of the Jin Wangfu. "Should you persist in your obstinacy, henceforth, the Jin Wangfu shall have no further association with your duke's residence. I implore you both to reconsider." Chapter 198. Conquering him with effortless grace, Chu Xiaohe remained silent, merely observing Chu Yuli. Regardless of the decision she made, he would follow her lead without question, even if they were to compete as a quartet. As long as it was her choice, he would harbor no regrets. Chu Yuli gazed at Lu Fengjin, a hint of a smile reflected in her eyes. "I, along with my elder brother, am but a humble individual. How could we dare to sever ties with your highness? However, our public documents have already been submitted, and the entire world is aware of our intention to participate in the competition. To withdraw at this juncture would be tantamount to slapping our own faces." Her lips curled further upwards, the smile deepening. "Your highness, we too possess a sense of dignity." Lu Fengjin's expression darkened. Behind him, Tuoba Mingyue remarked impassively, "Women in this world often seek to shine before men, yet without true talent and knowledge, they merely become a spectacle. Lady Li, your brilliance and unmatched grace have already set you apart in the hearts of men. Why must you resort to such theatrics? Do you truly believe that the women participating in the autumn hunt are merely performing for the amusement of men? And what about you, dear lady? Are you not a woman yourself?" "I am unlike you all," Tuoba Mingyue replied, her demeanor serious and solemn. "I have never regarded myself as a woman. Thus, do women hold no value in your eyes? Is nobility reserved solely for men? Should the prince have no further matters to discuss, my brother and I shall take our leave," Chu Yuli declared, turning away and leaving no room for rebuttal. Chu Xiaohe cast a glance at Tuoba Mingyue before following suit. As they departed, the siblings could be heard murmuring, "She too is a woman. Why does she feel superior and look down upon the identity of women? Without women, how could men exist? It is merely a fade for attention. Elder brother, do not lower yourself to her level. She is but a jester." The murmurs of the two individuals, though soft, were not held back, resonating clearly in the ears of those nearby. Tuoba Mingyue maintained her impassive demeanor, dismissing the petty intrigues of a scheming woman, claiming indifference. Yet, her palms, concealed within her sleeves, were clenched tightly, a subtle anxiety unseen by others. Lu Fengjin felt a stir in his heart, sensing a tinge of familiarity in her words. However, upon observing Tuoba Mingyue, he noted her intense focus on the archery square ahead, diligently analyzing the scene. The recent minor upheaval seemed non-existent to her. Unlike Yuan, who merely sought to showcase her uniqueness, Tuoba Mingyue genuinely appeared unconcerned. After spending considerable time together, Lu Fengjin had discerned the duplicity in Tuoba Fiyuan's character. Yet Tuoba Mingyue was a refreshing revelation. How foolish. Such a gullible man, easily deceived without the slightest effort. Suddenly, a figure entered his line of sight. There he was, perched high upon a steed, holding something in his hand without grasping the reins. The horse, wild in nature, appeared surprisingly docile beneath him, akin to a gentle lamb. The man on horseback, his slender form illuminated by the rising sun, concealed a sharp glint within his hawk-like eyes behind a cold facade. Chapter 199. Do I possess the merit to be worthy of Lady Li? Tuoba Mingyue's heart was struck fiercely by the approaching figure. It was none other than the legendary king of Beijiang, Liu Beima. The sunlight cascaded upon him, casting a luminous halo that was both dazzling and unfathomable. Tuoba Mingyue's breath became erratic as he noticed several valiant courtiers hastening towards him, clasping their fists in greeting. Lu Fengjin furrowed his brow tightly. These generals had previously relished engaging with him, yet he perceived a chilling indifference this time. They merely acknowledged him with a nod, devoid of any cordial exchange. In stark contrast, their fervent enthusiasm for the Mo king was palpably fiery. The prince had recently suffered a significant defeat at Xishan, further compounded by a young lady's audacious attempt to rescue him, which left them, as warriors, feeling utterly humiliated. Initially, Lu Fengjin was consumed by anger, but for reasons unknown. After hearing Tuoba Mingyue's somewhat callous remarks, he found himself inexplicably calmed. Such sycophants were best avoided. He was not perturbed. With a huff, he dismissed the affairs of the Mo King's residence from his mind and focused on discussing the day's hunting competition with Qin Wu and others. Yet, Tuoba Mingyue could not help but steal glances in his direction. As he dismounted, Lu Fengjin's long legs were nothing short of breathtaking. What was even more alarming was the sheer power and muscle definition visible even through his trousers. However, Tuoba Mingyue's expression quickly soured upon witnessing Liu Beima's lack of patience for pleasantries. He strode directly towards a secluded corner, the ducal residence's entourage. As Chu Yuli settled into her seat, she sensed an encroaching chill without even lifting her gaze. Would the Dark Lord refrain from provoking them? Is the trouble from the Duke's residence not sufficient? As she rose to greet her elder brother, her expression was gentle and serene. I have the honor of meeting His Highness, the King of Ink. Just a moment ago, it seemed I caught a glimpse of someone displaying a look of impatience, remarked Liu Beima, raising an eyebrow. In her heart, Chu Yuli cursed him 1,000 times. Yet the smile in her eyes remained as warm as a spring breeze. I wonder who could be so discourteous. Should the king be able to apprehend this individual, it would be fitting to administer a severe reprimand to uphold your esteemed dignity, Your Highness. Otherwise, it would seem that anyone in this world dares to show you disrespect. Beside them, Chu Xiaohe was momentarily taken aback by Ali's words, sensing an inexplicable chill at his neck. Your Highness. Ali is still quite young and may not articulate herself well. I implore you not to take offense, he quickly interjected. However, Liu Beima's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. I had thought, Miss Ali, that at your age, you are no longer considered a child and should be contemplating matters of marriage, no? Your Highness. Chu Xiaohe's expression grew troubled. Who was unaware that Ali had recently annulled her engagement with the King of Caution? He harbored a favorable disposition toward the King of Ink and felt a sense of gratitude. If possible, he wished to avoid straining their relationship. I mean no offense. General Chu need not worry. I merely believe that with a celestial demeanor such as Miss Li's, it remains to be seen which gentleman shall be worthy of her in the future. With a glimmer in his eyes, he suddenly spoke out loud. Might I inquire if I possess the qualifications?